Junior sister, how does one obtain this storage bag? Su-Yan asked excitedly. Senior brother, as of now, only the Tianbao Pavilion is capable of creating storage bags, and they are extremely expensive, so much so that even common great-grandmasters can't afford them. Su Lingxiu looked at her two excited senior brothers with a touch of helplessness. Storage bags are difficult to create and very rare. They are made from a rare inner domain spiritual frog, the mountain swallowing toad, and supplemented by Yunhuan silk. The mountain swallowing toad is only the size of a fist, but it has a unique ability to swallow an entire small mountain. The storage bag is made from the mountain swallowing toad, and hunting them down is not an easy task, let alone finding one. According to Su Lingxiu, the storage bag was made from the spiritual frog, the mountain swallowing toad. Although the size of the toad is only fist-sized, it can swallow an entire small mountain. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated, there is no problem swallowing a rockery several feet high. The mountain swallowing toads are rare and prefer to inhabit swamps, making them difficult to hunt. Even a great grandmaster, if careless, could be swallowed and suffer certain death. In addition to the mountain swallowing toad, Yunhuan silk is also extremely expensive. Items woven from this silk can expand and shrink hundreds of times at will. It is rumored that Tianbao Pavilion has methods to detect and capture mountain swallowing toads. So far, only the Tianbao Pavilion sells them, but the price is prohibitively high. Su Lingxiu also had a longing expression on her face. She too wanted a storage bag. With this bag, it would be much more convenient to carry spiritual medicine and pill furnaces. It's said that the 7-star study palace can also create storage bags, but they lack the method to track down mountain-swallowing toads. Catching one is not an easy task. They are almost impossible to find. Because they are so rare, very few people can actually afford to use a storage bag. Li Xuan nodded quietly. The storage bag, with the ability to hold items far more massive than the size of the bag itself, is special due to the properties of the mountain-swallowing toad, not due to the subtleties of artifact refining. It's not about mastering the method of creating spatial artifacts. Even Xiling Feng, a genius of the sword sect, doesn't have a storage bag, which indicates how precious these bags are. In the inner domain, if you come across someone with a storage bag, don't doubt it, their background is astonishing. If it's possible to avoid offending them, try your best not to, Su Lingxiu seriously advised. Don't worry, junior sister, I understand. Su-Yan nodded, but he was thinking about how he could get a storage bag. Meng Chong had the same thoughts. Junior sister, list the spiritual medicines you need, and I will try my best to collect them for you, Su-Yan solemnly replied. Please wait, senior brother. I will make a list of the required spiritual medicines. Su Lingxiu nodded joyfully. Returning to her room, she picked up a pen and began to write. In her Dan medical treasure scripture, she had created several new alchemy formulas in recent days, all of which required testing with spiritual medicine. The types of spiritual medicine are varied and have different properties. Some even contain toxicity. Senior brother, this is the list of spiritual medicines. Su Lingxiu handed the completed list to Su-Yan. Su-Yan took a look and committed all the medicines listed to memory, then handed it to Meng Chong, saying, I will leave for the inner domain now. Junior sister, wait for me to return with the spiritual medicines. He couldn't wait any longer. Senior brother, please wait a moment. Let me prepare some healing pills for you to take. Su Lingxiu hurriedly spoke. Pill medicine. Su-Yan's eyes lit up. The pill medicine should be worth a lot, right? Senior brother, there are no pill medicines in the inner domain. Just as Master said, if the value is high enough, even Tianbao Pavilion will resort to underhanded methods. Su Lingxiu said seriously. I understand the pill medicines cannot be sold. Su-Yan nodded solemnly. Tianbao Pavilion is incredibly powerful, and he didn't want to be hunted down by them due to pill medicine just after arriving in the inner domain. When I break through to the Tongshuan realm, I won't have to worry so much. With one palm, I could explode a great grandmaster, then let's see who dares to covet. Su-Yan thought to himself. Senior brother, the pill medicine I'm going to prepare for you will be used for healing and detoxification. However, the only medicinal ingredient used for refining the pill is water spirit grass, so the effects will be slightly impaired. But it's also stronger than most of the healing medicines in the inner domain. As long as you don't tell anyone, outsiders will think it's nothing more than those pills from the inner domain. No need to worry about exposing the pills. Su Lingxiu said as she was refining the pills. Little sister, don't worry, I got it, Su-Yan nodded. After refining 2 bottles of pills, Su-Yan kept one and gave the other to Meng Chong, saying, little brother, you are also heading to the inner domain. There's not much water spirit grass left, and little sister needs to cultivate. It's pointless to refine more healing pills. 1 bottle of mine will suffice. Meng Chong took the pills and said, Big brother is right. We should save the water spirit grass for little sister's refining of evergreen bones. Su Lingxiu's eyes were red. Ever since they had fled from danger, she had not felt this much warmth and protectiveness from anyone. Su-Yan knelt in front of their master and said, Master, I am going to the inner domain. Do you have any instructions? Watching his eldest disciple, Li Xuan was filled with emotion, recalling the scenes of when Su Yan from the small mountain village became his disciple and diligently started his cultivation. Among the three disciples, he cared for Su Yan the most and had the highest hopes for him. The exploration of martial arts was entirely dependent on this eldest disciple. Now Su Yan was going to venture into the inner domain. My disciple, always remember, arrogance and contempt are the traits of a fool. A real martial artist is diligent and eager to learn. When you go to the inner domain, learn as much as you can, observe, and gain insights. Do not dismiss it as a false martial arts pathway, thinking it has nothing to offer. This kind of mindset is unacceptable. Be eager to learn, take the essence, integrate it into your own way, and innovate. Lastly, safety first. If you encounter an enemy, kill if you can, flee if you cannot. There's no shame in it. Only a fool will insist on fighting a losing battle. If surrounded by strong enemies, understand how to make strategic concessions. Li Xuan said all this in a stream of consciousness. Meng Chang, keep all that in mind. He then looked at Meng Chang and said, "Yes, master." Meng Chang replied respectfully, "Master, I will remember your teachings." Su Yan respectfully knocked his head 3 times on the ground. Standing up, he patted Meng Chang's chest, saying, "Little brother, I'll wait for you in the inner domain." "All right." Meng Chang strongly nodded in agreement. Su Yan looked around, then turned his gaze to the red cat lying next to Sheer. He sighed internally. This red-eyed tiger was far more formidable than the one he had killed. The red-eyed tigers and fire-maned wolves in the demon forest were arranged by the master. Su Yan was moved. After he became a disciple, the master had been paving the way for his cultivation journey. Leaping into the air, he disappeared into the horizon, heading straight for the inner domain. Meng Chang, Su Lingxiu, and the others looked up, but Su Yan's figure was already gone. "Master, I am going to practice." Meng Chang said, his gaze firm. He headed up the hill, continued to understand the great solar gold body, striving to break through as soon as possible. Su Lingxiu started cultivating in earnest. She was somewhat impatient to return to the inner domain, where she could truly practice her martial arts. "I must succeed in refining evergreen bones." Her gaze was resolute. Li Xuan took a deep breath, looking towards the endless mountains. His eldest disciple had gone to venture into the inner domain. When would it be his turn? After Su Lingxiu breaks through to innate, it's also about time for the border area to pass down the martial arts. Li Xuan silently thought to himself. He walked over to the red cat and stroked its head, mumbling, "You've gotten fat. This big body of yours takes up quite a bit of space. Should I stew you?" The red cat's eyes were filled with fear. It lowered its head and kept rubbing against his leg, making a low, pleading sound. Li Xuan forced a smile. "You do seem to have some intelligence. All right, then I'll teach you the grand sorcery. Whether you understand it or not is completely up to you. Having eaten the waste pill, you should have learned to accumulate medicinal power and strengthen your body. Moreover, your body has its own treasuress if you can comprehend this, shrinking, growing as you wish should be within your capabilities." As Li Xuan spoke, he pointed out various places on the red cat's body, recalling the videos and pictures of beast acupuncture points he had seen in his previous life, pointing out all he remembered on the red cat's body. "I'll just point these out to you. The rest you have to find and explore on your own. If you can open these acupoints and cultivate divine skills and transformations, that would be your own fortune." As for whether the red cat could understand or not, Li Xuan didn't care. It was all up to its own fortune. He was just testing it out because he felt that the red cat seemed to have some intelligence. Red Cat's eyes widened, seemingly in confusion as it could not comprehend the words spoken by Li Xuan. After all, it's a ferocious beast. Despite looking somewhat intelligent, how could it possibly comprehend such profound knowledge? Li Xuan shook his head and laughed at his foolish expectations, thinking that Red Cat could grasp the essence of a monstrous method. He lazily walked away, playing with his jade rui, outside the manor on the hillside. Sitting cross-legged, Meng Chang was completely engrossed in understanding the great sun golden body. He was inching closer to realizing the cultivation method. His senior brother headed to the inner domain, a place his heart longed for as well. The reason he hadn't immediately gone to the inner domain was not just his own admission of insufficient strength, but also that he, being in the stagnant blood stage, was incapable of flying. Without reaching the innate realm, he couldn't fully execute the method of thunderstorm travel. The great sun golden body, after connecting heaven and earth bridge, starts the process of Qi-Si cultivation, creating an energy foundation in the Qi-Si. Opening up the holes of the golden body in the innate realm opens up 18 holes in all, forming a small cycle. Each hole can nurture the mysteries of the physical body. With the opening of the 18 holes, a part of the transmutation of the great sun golden body can be exhibited. Although I can't achieve a 3-Zhang golden body yet, a 1-Zhang golden body should be achievable. I have a bit of an understanding of the mysteries of the golden body holes. A flash of enlightenment lit up Meng Chang's mind as he began to grasp the method of the great sun golden body. The locations of the golden body holes were set. While realizing his own body, he discovered some other holes as well. The great sun golden body is within sight. Meng Chang was ecstatic. He didn't know how many days he had been meditating on the hillside, but at that moment he finally comprehended the great sun golden body. While sitting in a chair, Li Xuan read an ancient book and wielded a cane. He pointed out Red Cat's body holes, saying, "Red Cat, these are body holes. You should aim the power of the medicinal pill you consume at one of these holes. You might reap some benefit." Red Cat sat on the floor, its tail wagging back and forth, its expression displaying a mixture of understanding and confusion. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. Li Xuan's heart leaped with joy. Meng Chang had realized the great sun golden body. Your disciple Meng Chang has comprehended the great sun golden body technique you created. Hence, you have entered the great sun golden body. Bang. In that instant, Li Xuan felt some holes in his body open up, nurturing a profound energy. His physical body was improving rapidly, increasing its capabilities by more than tenfold in a flash. So this is what the great sun golden body is like. Li Xuan had reinstated the complete cultivation method of the great sun golden body. Both the physical martial arts and innate realm were fully developed and expanded. In the innate realm, 18 holes of the great sun golden body had to be opened. For him, who had just entered this realm, only 3 holes were opened. These 3 holes constantly nurtured a mystical energy, which in turn kept strengthening his physical body. With my current physical strength, even a grandmaster would not be able to harm me if I just stood still. Li Xuan was overjoyed. His great sun golden body was quite powerful. His strength had advanced further. He was not far from overpowering a grandmaster with a single hand. Now that Meng Chang had grasped the concept of the great sun golden body, his breakthrough to the innate realm was imminent. When Su Yan broke through, he transformed into the dragon Teng Mountain and River Spirit Bones. Will Meng Chang undergo a similar transformation? Li Xuan pondered. Considering Su Yan's extraordinary talent and the fact that he was a pioneer of martial arts, Li Xuan suspected that he possessed great luck and was possibly a child of destiny. Hence, the transformation had occurred when he broke through to the innate realm. Meng Chang, on the other hand, was not quite at Su Yan's level, so he might not go through such a transformation. By the time Meng Chang breaks through and I achieve the great sun golden body in the innate realm, I will have grown stronger. I would be able to face several grandmasters and easily handle their combined assault. Li Xuan was exhilarated at the thought. Having obtained the complete technique of the great sun golden body, he now had some ideas for the Red Cat. With the bamboo cane, he pointed at Red Cat's body, saying, "I will teach you the monstrous method. You need to understand it. Even if you're a pet, you can't be too useless. Besides, your massive body isn't cute in the least. If you can't comprehend it, then I might have to consider stewing you." All the while, he was grinning at the shivering Red Cat. "Remember what I've told you." Li Xuan repeated the new monstrous method to Red Cat, word by word. He didn't expect Red Cat to remember it all in one go. If he repeated it daily and if Red Cat was intelligent enough, it should over time remember it right. If Red Cat really manages to cultivate the monstrous method, would he be credited with pioneering monstrous martial arts? Would he receive any form of feedback for that? Li Xuan was full of anticipation. In the capital city of Qi country, Gu Rongshan was examining a letter and then opened a box to find a statue. The statue depicted a figure with one hand resting on his back and the other holding a jade ruyi. His head was slightly raised, seemingly looking into the horizon like a lofty hermit. The statue's face was simply outlined, but it still conveyed a sense of handsome elegance, appearing quite youthful. If Li Xuan saw this statue, he would realize that although the facial features were simply outlined, they somewhat resembled his own. Taoist ancestor, preeminent sage, saint of martial arts, Gu Rongshan's expression was solemn as he respectfully lifted the statue and placed it on the table. "Father, what did you want to see me for?" Gu Yunkai walked in. "Have you seen this statue? Use the best jade to carve one for our home. This is the saint of martial arts." Gu Rongshan pointed to the sculpture on the table. "Yes, Dad," Gu Yunkai replied with a serious nod. "Also, transcribe a copy of this cultivation technique. I want to present it to the emperor." Gu Rongshan continued. "Dad, we can't do that," Gu Yunkai exclaimed in surprise. "If the martial arts techniques get divulged and everyone can practice, where would the advantage of the Gu family lie? Do you think the cultivation technique has not been divulged?" Gu Rongshan gave him a glance. "In the barbaric frontier lacking martial arts, now that we are ahead, it's time to start promoting martial arts. The meaning of active and passive teaching is different, do you understand?" Gu Yunkai was stunned. "What does Dad mean?" Gu Rongshan pointed to the letter on the table. Gu Yunkai picked it up and had a look. It was a letter sent by Su Jun. After reading the content, he sighed in relief. "Dad, I understand now." In the recent days, Emperor Qi was feeling somewhat more relaxed, but he was still frustrated. What had allowed him to let out a sigh of relief was the fact that Gu Rongshan, who was controlling the government, had no rebellious intentions and treated him, the Emperor of Qi, with full respect. He had never gone against him. Brother Guo, what important matter do you have? Just make your own decisions. I won't object. Your Majesty, this is the martial arts technique, a gift from a grandmaster who took pity on our barren borders devoid of martial arts and entrusted it to us. Yu Rongshan then handed over the cultivation technique and opened the box, revealing a statue inside. Emperor Qi was dumbfounded. Was Yu Rongshan really instilling martial arts techniques? No, the grandmaster wanted to propagate martial arts in the frontier. Brother Guo, you indeed are a great benefactor to our Qi country and our frontier. With trembling hands, Emperor Qi held onto the box containing the martial arts technique, tears sparkling in his eyes. Your Majesty, our frontier may be small, but the inner domain is vast. Our frontier should also have martial arts. We need to stand united. Yu Rongshan said solemnly. Emperor Qi was taken aback. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, I understand. Following that, Yu Rongshan and Emperor Qi discussed about the propagation of martial arts. Everyone is self-interested, so they decided to wait until they had made significant progress in their practice before spreading martial arts further. Having control over most of the precious medicinal herbs and being a step ahead naturally implied a continuous lead. For those who wanted to catch up, it would not be easy. The frontier and the Qi country began to show signs of martial arts practice, and the Su family of Dong County would gradually become the sacred home of martial arts in the frontier. Kuruaji was overjoyed. Finally, he could practice the martial arts technique. He fell on his knees and respectfully said, I am willing to lay down my life for Mother Earth. Su Lingxiu solemnly said, Kuruaji, I have taken note of your cunning and treacherous ways. I hope you won't let me down. Once you reach the inner domain, make sure to utilize your cunning and treacherous ability to get rid of all potential enemies. Yes, Mother Earth. Kuruaji's facial muscles twitched. How was he cunning and treacherous? He was clearly wise and resourceful. A figure was soaring through the endless high mountains, heading straight to the inner domain. Su Yan's heart was pounding with excitement. Looking down at the mountains and ridges below, he couldn't help but wonder why so many explorers from the frontier have never returned from the endless mountains, or why they quickly abandoned their expeditions. The huge beast lurking near the mountains close to the inner domain presented a significant risk. For people of the frontier, safely crossing this region was incredibly challenging. Once faced with a fierce beast, there would no chance of survival. This proves why nothing is known about the deep parts of the endless mountains. Anyone who encountered a fierce beast would never be able to return. Those who managed to cross the endless mountains and reach the inner domain by chance would not return to the frontier. The prosperity and martial arts of the inner domain were irresistible to anyone. Once they got a glimpse of it, nobody would wish for the frontier again. Su Yan controlled his qi to fly, passed through multiple mountains, and after covering more than 3,000 miles, finally emerged from the endless mountains. He stepped into the inner domain. Looking down at the villages amongst the forests and those practicing martial arts, Su Yan was overcome by emotion seeing how widespread martial arts in the inner domain had become. Even in such remote areas, there were people practicing martial arts. Although the cultivation techniques they practiced were very common, they were far beyond what was available in the frontier. Inner domain, Su Yan has arrived. Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. After briefly determining the direction, he went straight to the nearest city from the endless mountain. According to what my junior sister said, if I exit the endless mountain, I will be in the territory of the Lamping County in the greater Yue country. There is a county town called Iron Mountain County, 30 miles away. Iron Mountain County is a small county on the border of Lamping County. Despite this, there is a branch of Tianbao Pavilion in the city. The endless mountain in the inner domain is also called the Iron Barrier Mountain, hence the name Iron Mountain County. My junior sister said that this is a poor little county town. Let me go and take a look, and to check Tianbao Pavilion to buy some spiritual medicines. Su Yan moved quickly, flying all the way to a city that began to appear in the distance. Is this the poor county town? Su Yan widened his eyes. The so-called poor county, although not on the same scale as the capital of Qi country, had already surpassed the prefecture city of Dong County. And this was just a poor county in greater Yue country, Lamping County. The inner domain, what a prosperous place indeed. Su Yan was shocked. He felt like a country bumpkin who had come to the big city for the first time and was stunned by its prosperity. He descended from mid-air and walked towards the county town. The guard of Iron Mountain County saw a young man with a curious look on his face, a typical country bumpkin entering the city. He straightened his back, ready to step forward to extort some money. However, the moment he took a step, he hastily retracted it, his face serious, standing still without moving a muscle. That was close. Where did this strong person come from? Why does he look so inexperienced? I almost stepped on a landmine. The guard inwardly sighed with relief. In that instant, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura from Su Yan. Even though it was only for a moment, he was certain about it. This was a strong individual, definitely not someone he could provoke. at least a 5th grade strength, the guard thought to himself. Su Yan curiously glanced at the guard and marveled, even in a poor county like this, the guards are of such high quality. Their posture is upright, their backs straight, not at all like the lowly official I expected. The guard, on the other hand, was having a panic attack after being observed by Su Yan. He didn't realize that I was trying to extort him, did he? What do I do? If he retaliates, I could get beaten up or worse, killed. He has at least a 5th grade strength, even stronger. Even my superior would not risk offending a martial arts expert over my death. The guard grew more and more anxious. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, it seems like this is your first time in Iron Mountain County. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Su Yan was surprised. A minor official from Iron Mountain County was actually willingly offering assistance to a stranger. In Chi country, not being bullied would already count as a blessing. "Where is the Tianbao Pavilion?" Su Yan asked after thinking for a moment. "Sir, Tianbao Pavilion is located in the city. Once you enter the city, you will see a tall building in the city center. That's Tianbao Pavilion." The guard replied respectfully, a sigh of relief in his heart. He probably didn't realize I was trying to extort him earlier. Su Yan thanked him. As he lifted his hand, a few strands of true qi danced on his fingertips. "Don't mention it, sir." The guard was scared, pale, trembling inside. A grandmaster. Is he a grandmaster martial artist? That seemed to be the inner qi of martial arts. Only then did Su Yan realize that throughout his journey, he had not stopped manipulating his true qi, which is why several strands of true qi on his fingertips were still in the process of splitting and merging. I was too engrossed in it and almost forgot to unshow my true qi. Su Yan quickly retrieved his true qi. As he grew more capable of manipulating his true qi, he could hide it better. After he retrieved his true qi, his aura of the innate realm was completely concealed. Upon entering the city, Su Yan was like a country bumpkin entering a city, staring in awe at the wide streets, the bustling crowds, and the numerous shops and taverns. This is just a poor county. How much more prosperous can the prefecture city be? He was greatly shocked. This is a 9th grade martial artist. This is 8th grade. This is 6th grade. Walking on the street, Su Yan was curious about everything, looking like he had never seen the world before. The inner domain is more prosperous than I imagined. Iron Mountain County might be smaller than Jinan, but it's more bustling. Martial artists are everywhere. Su Yan was constantly in awe as he walked to the center of the county city. There he saw that tall building, much larger than the tallest building in Jinan, the capital of Qi country. The people going in and out were all martial artists. Tianbao Pavilion stood 10 zhang high and consisted of 5 floors. Its golden splendor was dazzling. In contrast, the prefecture city hall located not far from it looked incredibly simple, almost like a slum. The grand entrance was flanked by 2 pretty maids on each side, their faces adorned with welcoming smiles for every customer. What shocked Su Yan most was the fact that all 4 maids were 7th grade martial artists. If a small prefecture city like this has a Tianbao Pavilion of such grandeur, I wonder how magnificent the one in the capital city must be. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He stepped towards the Tianbao Pavilion. "Welcome, sir." The maid smiled and gestured him inside. Once inside, Su Yan looked around. A maid approached him with a smile. "Sir, may I assist you with something? Let me guide you." So she promptly approached him to offer assistance. "What do you have here?" Su Yan asked straightforwardly. He did not bother hiding his inexperienced appearance. "Please come this way, sir. This is the product list of our Tianbao Pavilion's first floor." Guided by the maid, he came to a counter. The maid handed him a product list book. Su Yan began flipping through it. Various medicines, spiritual medicines, weapons, cultivation techniques, and so on, all sorts of items required by martial artists were listed. Upon reaching the last page, he did not find any storage bags. Su Yan closed the book and asked, "Don't you have storage bags?" The maid instantly froze, staring at him in disbelief as if he were some strange creature. She took quite a while to recover from her shock. Martial artists who were selecting items around them all suddenly looked up, their faces a picture of stupefaction. Storage bags. Did this young man actually want to buy a storage bag? Many powerful forces and even the great grandmasters could not afford them. This young man truly did not know his place. Su Yan completely ignored these gazes, not blushing in the slightest. He firmly believed in one principle: you might not have money when traveling outside, but you must have thick skin. Had he not been thick-skinned, how could he have succeeded in finding a master? "Yes, sir, we don't have storage bags here." The maid finally managed to respond, her face filled with embarrassment. The person who asked wasn't embarrassed, but the one replying ended up feeling embarrassed. "You don't have them." Su Yan's face fell in disappointment. Although he couldn't afford it, it would have been nice to at least have a look at it, but they didn't even have it. Such disappointment. The maid forced a smile. "Anything else you need, sir?" Su Yan took out 5 spirit crystals, his entire fortune gifted by Xiling Feng. "I'll buy some spiritual medicine." After a moment's thought, Su Yan mentioned the name of a 6th grade spiritual medicine, which was listed in the catalog of required ingredients by Su Lingxiu. The maid's face darkened a bit. Sir, we don't have 6th grade spiritual medicine here. 6th grade spiritual medicine, what was he thinking? This is just a local branch in the Iron Mountain County. How could we possibly have it? No one in the entire Iron Mountain County could afford it. Moreover, how could he with just 5 spirit crystals think of buying a 6th grade spiritual medicine? What about 7th grade spiritual medicine then? Suyan stepped back a little in disappointment and asked. No, the maid's face grew even darker. The surrounding martial artists looked on with strange expressions. Not only did this young man not know his place, but he also was incredibly thick-skinned. You must surely have 9th grade spiritual medicine, right? Su Yan displayed a look of helplessness. It seemed Iron Mountain County was indeed a poor county. The local branch of Tianbao Pavilion did not even carry 7th grade spiritual medicine. Yes, we do have 9th grade spiritual medicine. The maid looked a bit relieved. May I know which kind of spiritual medicine you want, sir? Su Yan pondered a bit. Among the 9th grade spiritual medicines, one of the more expensive ones was a main ingredient used to concoct an elixir of youth, so he asked for it, green yuan fruit. Looking at the 5 spirit crystals on the counter, the maid smiled. Sir, green yuan fruit costs 100 spirit crystals. That expensive? Su Yan's eyes widened. Are you fooling me? Su Lingxiu had told him many things, but she hadn't mentioned the rough value of various spiritual medicines. The maid frowned a bit. Our Tianbao Pavilion has an unparalleled reputation for honesty. We never deceive anyone, sir. Please don't make false accusations. Su Yan scratched his head, realizing for the first time that he was quite poor. He felt himself rich in the frontier, but after coming to the inner domain, he realized he was so poor he couldn't even afford a single green yuan fruit. Then, can you check what kind of spiritual medicine I can buy with these 5 spirit crystals? Su Yan asked, feeling downcast. The maid flipped open the product list book, stopped at a page and said, with these 5 spirit crystals, sir, you can buy a water spirit herb or a bone-strengthening flower. A water spirit herb costs 3 spirit crystals each, while a bone-strengthening flower costs 5 spirit crystals each. Su Yan was dumbfounded. Could the 5 spirit crystals only buy these 2 low-grade spiritual medicines? That's all, only these 2, he asked, feeling somewhat unwilling. While there are naturally more than just these 2 types of 9th grade low-grade spiritual medicines, our Iron Mountain County branch only has these 2 available. Would you like to purchase any, sir? The maid asked, smiling at him. I won't buy them. Su Yan pulled back the spirit crystals on the counter, feeling utterly dejected. I am too poor. I must figure out a way to earn more spirit crystals. Otherwise, how else am I going to buy spiritual medicines to take back with me? Without spiritual medicines, how will my junior apprentice sister concoct pills? How will my parents cultivate and improve their strengths? As for going out to find spiritual medicines, it would require going to some desolate places. He did not come to Inner Domain for this sort of adventure. After thinking over it, his only solution was to figure out how to earn spirit crystals, as buying directly was the most convenient and fastest option. Ha ha ha, look at this greenhorn. Doesn't know a thing about the world, strutting around with his 5 spirit crystals, thinking he's rich. Just then beside the counter, a burly man sneered sarcastically. Su Yan glanced at him, a 5th grade martial artist. He raised his chin, so old yet only in the 5th grade, such a waste. He will not be mocked without retaliation. What did you say? The burly man was furious, his aura surging wildly, with a cold gleam in his eyes that looked as if he was going to bite someone. Guests, this is Tianbao Pavilion, a serving maid beside reminded lightly. The burly man's body shook, hurriedly concealing his aura, glared fiercely at Su Yan. Kid, you better not leave Tianbao Pavilion or else HMPH. Saying this, he turned and walked away. Obviously, he wouldn't let this rest. Young master, you seem to have offended someone. The serving maid in front of Su Yan reminded with a smile. Oh, what would happen if I offended someone? Su Yan thought about it. Did he just discover a quick way to earn spirit crystals? People can be killed, although fights between martial artists are theoretically forbidden in the prefecture city. But the maid explained with a smile. Can people be killed? Su Yan asked, lifting his head. The maid hesitated and looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. Did he intend to kill that burly man? That man was a 5th grade martial artist, a strong figure in the Taishan prefecture area. He was also a well-known ruthless martial artist in the Taishan prefecture, who has killed in the city on several occasions, especially the outsiders without any backing, were his victims for money. As a servant of the Tianbao Pavilion, although not high in position, she knew more about these matters than most martial artists. Before she could answer, Su Yan muttered, even if I turn him to ashes, no one will know it was me who killed him and there will be no traces left. The maid, did she hear something she shouldn't have heard? Wait a moment, I might be able to buy King Yuan fruit with spirit crystals, just wait. Su Yan excitedly walked out. Was someone bringing spirit crystals to him? At this time, a group of people came down from the upper floor of the Tianbao Pavilion. The leading woman wore a veil, her face not clear. A maid who held a sword was closely following her. Behind the woman, there were 2 expressionless men with sharp eyes. They scanned all the martial artists in the place, making them all shiver. Strong ones. Miss Du, we deeply apologize that we do not have the spiritual medicine you need in Tianbao Pavilion in Tai Shan County. The pavilion master apologized sincerely. The woman did not respond and left the Tianbao Pavilion directly. As she stepped out the door, she happened to see Su Yan, who was gleeful as he ducked into a nearby alley. The fifth-grade martial artist followed tightly after Su Yan with menace on his face. In the alley, Su Yan eagerly looked at the man who followed him in and asked, "Do you have 100 spirit crystals?" The burly man sneered, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant, delivering yourself to death. I'll fulfill your wish." With a sudden rush, he punched out. Su Yan raised his hand to block it. The man's eyes widened in fear. His mind roared, "Are you a grandmaster, bullying a fifth-grade martial artist? Have you no shame?" Smack! The man died with his eyes wide open. Su Yan searched his body, pulled out a small bag, looked inside and found that there were only 30 spirit crystals, and there was a flash of disappointment on his face. Such a poor guy can't even afford a king yuan fruit. Su Yan snapped his fingers, and a wave of true qi rushed out, instantly crushing the body into ashes. Martial artists in the inner domain are indeed ruthless. They simply kill when there's a disagreement. No wonder Brother Zai told me that we must act decisively against the hostile and despicable people we meet in the inner domain, and never be soft-hearted, Su Yan thought to himself. Packed up the spirit crystals with a pensive and worried face. There aren't 100 spirit crystals. I can't buy king yuan fruit, and the amount of spiritual medicine I need is not small. If these guys who harbor ill will against me and want to kill me came to me every day, wouldn't I be able to accumulate spirit crystals quickly? Coming out of the alley, Su Yan pondered where to go next, how to earn spirit crystals. As a martial artist, it seemed impossible to survive in the inner domain without spirit crystals. Ah, what a worry. Su Yan sighed. He had never been troubled over money since he was able to remember things. It wasn't even his first full day in the inner domain, and he was already worrying about money. No wonder my master said I'm poor. He must have seen it all. Wealth is not made of gold and silver. I can't even afford a few spirit crystals. After glancing at the Tianbao Pavilion, Su Yan decided to leave Taishan County and head towards the prefecture city of Lamping, where there would be more opportunities to earn spirit crystals. The big city is the martial arts world, the real bustling place. Miss, there are surprisingly no bodies in the alley. A group of people coming out of the Tianbao Pavilion passed by the alley's entrance. The maid glanced inside and exclaimed in surprise. Upon looking, Du Yuying raised her head and stopped in surprise, as if realizing something. She stared at the receding figure of Su Yan, appearing lost in thought. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Courier, catch up to that gentleman and tell him I want to do a trade with him. Taken aback, Courier nodded without asking for reasons. Yes, miss. She quickened her pace to catch up with Su Yan. Once more, Du Yuying looked into the alley, took a deep breath, as if seeing hope. I hope things turn out the way I envision. She briskly continued on her way. Behind her, 2 men watched her vigilantly, escorting her into a residence next to the county government. A while later, 2 carriages drove out from inside. The front carriage was escorted by guards on horseback on either side. In contrast, the back carriage was just driven by a single coachman. The carriages headed out of Taishan County. Walking down the street, Su Yan was looking all around at the hurrying martial artists. This one looks broke. He's as poor as me. So most inner domain martial artists are poor. Excuse me, sir, please hold on. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded from behind. Su Yan turned his head and saw a woman holding a sword hurriedly catching up. You're calling me? Su Yan stopped in confusion. Yes, sir, my mistress wants to do a trade with you. Courier stopped and said. She also scrutinized Su Yan, who was good-looking and whose martial arts skills were unclear. He was presumably stronger than her. Oh, who is your mistress and what trade does she want to make with me? Su Yan raised an eyebrow, his heart becoming wary. A newcomer himself, he couldn't be so careless that someone would stab him in the back. Sir, I don't know. If you accompany me to meet my mistress, you will naturally find out. Courier shook her head. Okay. Su Yan nodded but thought to himself, if her mistress has ill intentions, I will make some spirit crystals. If it is a legitimate trade, I can also earn some spirit crystals. This maid is a 5th-tier martial artist. Her mistress must not be simple. Hopefully she has ill intentions, thus I can make a large sum of spirit crystals. With that thought, Su Yan became energetic, as if a pile of spirit crystals was waiting for him. Courier led Su Yan back. On the way they met the carriage, so she came forward and said, Miss, I've brought the man. Su Yan glanced at the formation. The 2 martial artists at the front were of 2nd-tier strength. The 4 martial artists on either side of the carriage were of 3rd-tier strength, and the coachman was a 1st-tier martial artist. But this was just the surface strength of the team. The real power was the person in the carriage, a grandmaster. It appeared the person had been injured, and severely at that. Even so, they were more than enough to deal with a 1st-tier warrior, but if they encountered a grandmaster, they might not be able to cope with their injuries. The lady in the carriage was not weak either. She was a 3rd-tier martial artist. At her age in the inner domain, that standing was top tier. The other party's identity is not simple. A grandmaster protects her. What trade does she want to make with me? Does she know I have healing pills? That's impossible. I've never shown the pills, and even if I did, she wouldn't know they are healing pills. So if they're not after my healing pills, why do they seek me? Su Yan pondered in his heart. May I know your name, sir? A clear and pleasing voice echoed from inside the carriage. The name is not important. What trade do you want to make? Speak frankly. Su Yan replied calmly. Upon first arriving in the inner domain, Su Yan adhered to a low-profile principle, despite having a general understanding of the inner domain from Zai Ling Feng and his junior sister Su Lingxiu. However, this was only a general understanding, which only covered the overarching structure of the inner domain. Just like the difference between reading about scenery from a book and experiencing it firsthand, there was a difference. Since arriving in the inner domain, Su Yan realized how poor he was, and now all he was thinking about was how to earn enough spirit crystals to buy spiritual medicine. No matter what the intentions of the people on the coach were, whether sinister or not, Su Yan was not worried. Although he had not made himself invincible in the inner domain, he could still easily deal with most of the grandmaster martial artists. Amongst this group of people, the most powerful was a seriously injured grandmaster martial artist who posed no threat. As long as he had enough spirit crystals, Su Yan even hoped that they would try something, as this would result in a significant inflow of spirit crystals to him. Following my late mother's wish, I'm taking her ashes back to our hometown. However, the journey has been fraught with danger. Given your apparent strength, I would like to hire you to accompany and protect me. Would that be acceptable? Du Yuying stated her intentions. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, so this was the matter. Even with a grandmaster guarding her, she still felt unsafe, which meant the enemies she faced must be very strong. I just arrived in the inner domain and I don't know anyone here. I don't have any money and I'm just a penniless person. I have a limited understanding of the martial arts circles here. The forces that my junior sister mentioned are all highly influential entities. There are countless factions and sects in the inner domain. Just within the borders of the Great Yue Kingdom, there are many forces in play, not to mention outside the kingdom. Escorting her back might not be a bad idea. As for her enemies, I will fight if I can and run away if I can't. There is no need to worry about being involved in this. If things really come to that, I can just mention Brother Zai's name. Su Yan contemplated and made a decision. I do not mind escorting you, however, about the price. The woman held a significant status and should be able to offer a good amount of spirit crystals. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Yan's face. 100 spirit crystals, how does that sound? Du Yuying spoke. Su Yan instantly suppressed his smile, looking at her disdainfully. Are you begging? He turned around, preparing to leave. Sir, please wait. What I meant was 100 spirit crystals a day. Du Yuying spoke again. 100 spirit crystals a day. Su Yan's eyes shone slightly. It seemed like the price was pretty good. How many days will you need to travel to get back? Su Yan didn't agree straight away. If the journey were short and they'd reach their destination in a day or two, wouldn't that devalue his own worth? The journey is dangerous. It's hard to determine how many days it will take. Du Yuying replied. 1,000 spirit crystals as a starting price with an additional 100 daily. I will accept that. Su Yan thought and gave his counteroffer. Agreed. Du Yuying quickly accepted the terms. Seeing how quickly she agreed, Su Yan couldn't help but scratch his head. Did he quote too low? Get a horse for sir. Du Yuying instructed. Yes, mistress. A guard brought a horse. After Su Yan climbed onto the horse, he leaned against the carriage. Where are the spirit crystals? I need the first 1,000 up front. Here you go. Huyer opened the carriage curtain and handed over a thin, paper-like silver card that was about 3 inches long. Su Yan took a look at it. The card was embossed with the words Tianbao Pavilion. The bottom left corner showed 1,000, and the back of the card had a small diamond-shaped brand. That's a spirit note with a balance of 1,000. You can use it to purchase things in any Tianbao Pavilion or exchange it for spirit crystals. Knowing that Su Yan was new to all this and probably didn't know about Tianbao Pavilion's spirit note, Huyer explained. So this is a spirit note. Su Yan marveled as he observed it closely. The spirit note was harder than normal paper, but it could still be folded without leaving creases. It doesn't look hard to make a spirit note. Isn't Tianbao Pavilion afraid of counterfeits? Su Yan asked doubtfully. Huyer laughed. The material for the spirit note is unique to Tianbao Pavilion, and they've encoded anti-fraud measures on it. Who can forge it? Besides, forging spirit notes is equivalent to shaking the foundation of Tianbao Pavilion, tantamount to declaring war on them. Who would dare to do that? Su Yan nodded, pocketing the spirit note, and rode the horse following the caravan out of the city. The horses in the inner domain are much stronger and faster than those in the border wastelands, and their endurance is also much better. Is it because they live in the heavenly earth Lingji and can benefit from the nourishment of spiritual energy? Su Yan thought to himself. Once they left the Iron Mountain County, their pace quickened and they set off to the east. Su Yan didn't ask about their destination. As long as he got the money, he was only escorting them after all. Inside the carriage, Du Yuying sat silently. Her maid Kuyer held a sword and sat next to her, looking like she wanted to say something but kept her mouth shut. Mistress, why did you hire a stranger to be an escort? He's so young at most, he has the strength of a third-grade martial artist. What use will he be if we encounter a powerful foe? Unable to curb her curiosity, Kuyer finally asked. Du Yuying was silent for a moment before she said, a novice who seems to know nothing about everything, yet is full of confidence. A fifth-grade martial artist disappeared in his hands. He's not weak. It's just a gamble, it only costs some spirit crystals. Kuyer fell silent. Had their return journey already become so dangerous? Suyen rode on horseback, feeling bored and wanting to chat with the bodyguards. He noticed that all of them had stern faces, not given to frivolity, and they remained vigilant at all times, aware of their surroundings. There was no desire in them to converse. What kind of status must she have for these bodyguards to be like martyrs? Suyen thought to himself. 100 miles away from Iron Mountain County, traveling on a narrow road flanked by dense woods, the bodyguards rode their horses, protecting the carriage within a tight cordon. Their weapons were clutched tightly in their hands, ready for any potential attack. Unexpectedly, they traversed the dense woods without encountering any attack. But Su Yan's eyebrows rose as he said, Miss, exactly who are you that even Grandmaster martial artists are coming after you? Du Yuying's face inside the carriage changed. What do you mean, young master? Were more Grandmaster martial artists coming to attack? There is a Grandmaster waiting ahead. Su Yan lifted his chin, pointing ahead. The entourage came to an abrupt stop. Outside the dense woods, a figure was levitating 3 feet off the ground. Blood-red hair waved in the wind. In his hand was a blood-red long knife, flickering with a fierce light. Even at a distance, a faint scent of blood could be detected wafting over. It was as if the person had killed countless others, staining himself with an endless amount of blood. Cough, cough. From the carriage behind, a coughing sound emerged, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He was pale, with unhealed injuries. A grandmaster from the demon cult. Yan Quan's expression was extremely grave as he spoke. Miss, I will try to hold him off. You must leave quickly. Du Yuying stepped out from the carriage, her bright eyes focusing on Su Yan. Young master, can you deal with the enemy? Su Yan looked at her veiled face, unable to see it clearly, yet her eyes shone brightly, and she had a remarkable figure. She exuded a heroic air, superior in temperament even to those concubines in Emperor Qi's harem. I could, but as you know, he's a grandmaster, very formidable. It won't be easy for me to handle him. Su Yan glanced over at the grandmaster of the demon cult ahead, clearly a nefarious character. That aura of blood indicated he must have killed many martial artists. It was likely he cultivated a murderous cultivation technique. The demon cult bore enmity against him. One Zhu Wuxin and another unknown cultist almost killed his junior brother. So whenever encountering grandmasters from the demon cult, he should try to kill them if possible. However, Su Yan did not forget his mission to earn spirit crystals. When Du Yuying heard his words, her eyes lit up, and she said with a trembling voice, if you kill him, 1,000 spirit crystals. Only 1,000 spirit crystals for a grandmaster. Su Yan was somewhat disappointed. Du Yuying's lips twitched slightly, hearing his tone as if he didn't take grandmasters seriously at all. Young master, 1,000 spirit crystals is not a small sum, and after all, you agreed to escort me. Moreover, since he is a grandmaster, he should have some spirit crystals on him, Du Yuying reminded him. After killing the grandmaster, won't everything on him be yours? Su Yan's eyes sparkled. That makes sense. Then I'll go take care of him. He spurred his horse forward, approaching the situation quite casually. Du Yuying and her entourage watched intently, filled with nervousness, and Yan Quan looked especially solemn. Miss, you should still prepare to flee. I'll try my best to hold him off later, Yan Quan spoke in a grave voice. In his eyes, Su Yan was just a green youngster, ignorant about the vast world and the power of a grandmaster martial artist. It's the impetuosity of youth. Such exceptional talent often leads one to disdain everything, thinking even grandmasters are nothing special. Yan Quan sighed. If he had not been injured, he would never have let the young man walk to his death. But he was seriously wounded, and the young lady's safety came first, so the young man's fate was regrettable. Su Yan advanced on horseback, confronting the demon cult grandmaster who stood suspended in the air, with his aura increasingly turbulent, and asked, I have a question for you. Do you know Zhu Wuxin? The demon cult grandmaster looked up, his eyes blood red as he said coldly, do you know where Zhu Wuxin is? Speak up, boy, you want to see Zhu Wuxin, huh? Then I'll send you to meet him. Su Yan cracked a smile. You're a grandmaster of the demon cult, accustomed to killing for treasure. You must have quite a few spirit crystals on you, right? You're seeking death. The demon cult grandmaster flew into a rage. This youngster dared to mock him like this, treating him as prey. Did he not realize the dignity of a grandmaster must not be insulted? Boom! The blood-red knife light erupted, demonstrating the grandmaster's might unmistakably in that moment. Du Yuying and the others' expressions changed drastically. Yan Quan's face was especially grim. He is an intermediate-stage grandmaster. Even at his peak, it would not have been easy for him to receive such a blow. After all, he was merely an early-stage grandmaster. No one knows what that young man said, but he actually enraged a grandmaster. Su Yan raised his hand and struck out with a palm, from which a golden giant dragon surged forth, its might terrifying, as it effortlessly obliterated the blade light. With a dive and a spiral, the dragon swung its tail with a smack, striking the grandmaster of the demonic sect on the head, instantly causing the head to explode. Thump, the grandmaster of the demonic sect perished. Yan Quan's eyes bulged, his hands trembling slightly. Dead, the grandmaster of the demonic sect is actually dead. And what kind of cultivation technique is that golden giant dragon? It's so wildly overbearing and its power so shocking. Gulp. That young man a grandmaster martial artist. Such a young grandmaster, and he's just starting out. He found it a bit unimaginable. Du Yuying's little mouth fell open in shock. Although she had some guesses, they were just that guesses. She never imagined that he was indeed a youthful grandmaster. What's more terrifying is that the opponent's strength is exceedingly formidable. That golden giant dragon killed a mid-level grandmaster in one strike. Could it be that he is a grandmaster of great accomplishment? The guards, who had been expressionless all this time, were now all pale with shock. Miss, this. Huier was overjoyed, feeling like she had stumbled upon a treasure. Su Yan dismounted and searched the body of the grandmaster from the demonic sect, pulling out a pouch. On opening it, he found several spirit crystals and a few spiritual notes. He was delighted and looked at the spiritual notes. Suddenly cursing, he said, "You call yourself a grandmaster of the demonic sect. Aren't you ashamed? Only these few hundred spirit crystals. You are a disgrace to the demonic sect. You deserve to die." He had thought that as a grandmaster martial artist and a grandmaster of the demonic sect, the man must have often engaged in killing and looting for treasure, so his wealth should have been extremely substantial. Unexpectedly, there were only 5 spiritual notes worth 100 spirit crystals each. With a wave of his hand, he stirred up true qi, grinding the corpse to ash and scattering it, ensuring the man was completely dead. He remembered his master's teachings well. He picked up the grandmaster's knife, which should fetch some money, right? He returned to his horse. "I've helped you to kill the man. Where are the spirit crystals?" He reached out his hand to Du Yuying. Du Yuying was thrilled, sure that with such a grandmaster strongman as an escort, she could surely return safely. Huier took out a spiritual note and placed it in his hand. Su Yan cheerfully pocketed it, finding that earning spirit crystals wasn't difficult. Yan Quan solemnly bowed with his fist and said, "I am Yan Quan, may I ask?" Su Yan waved his hand and said, "An insignificant person, just an insignificant person." Yan Quan's mouth twitched as he could only return to the carriage. Yuying turned and went back to the carriage. Su Yan suddenly remembered something, lifted the knife of the grandmaster of the demonic sect and said, "This knife, do you want it? Name your price." 1,000 spirit crystals. Yuying nodded. Huier handed over another spiritual note to Su Yan. Su Yan was over the moon, no longer poor, and now had some money to buy spiritual medicine. The group continued onward. In the night they rested in the mountainous woods. Midnight came. With a whoosh, the might of a grandmaster surged forth. Another grandmaster of the demonic sect. "Young master, 1,000 spirit crystals." Yuying spoke decisively. "No problem." Su Yan was thrilled, another 1,000 spirit crystals in hand, yet he also felt puzzled. Wasn't it said that in the inner domain, grandmaster martial artists were also top existences? Why then did one after another keep showing up? "Get down here." Roar. The golden dragon roared, soaring into the sky, its might even more terrifying. Not good. The grandmaster of the demonic sect, whose approach was fearsome, suddenly turned a shade of terror and hastily made a move. Boom. With one palm strike, he killed a grandmaster. Su Yan chuckled as he looted the body and for good measure shattered the bones to ash, leaving no chance of survival for the man. Why are these grandmasters of the demonic sect so poor? Su Yan expressed his confusion. Members of the demonic sect, who frequently engaged in killing and looting, should be wealthy, so why was each one so impoverished? Su Yan couldn't understand how all these folks from the demonic sect were so poor. As a result, he couldn't even make a fortune. "I have killed another grandmaster for you. Don't you think the price should increase? 1,000 spirit crystals for a grandmaster's life. That's rather disrespectful to the grandmaster, isn't it?" Su Yan looked seriously at Du Yuying. In the carriage, Yan Quan was having doubts about life. Since when were grandmasters so easy to kill? With a single slap, killing them as if swatting mosquitoes, where did this monster come from? He was also a grandmaster, having cultivated for hundreds of years with countless hardships, finally achieving the respect of a grandmaster, but found out now that a grandmaster was so cheap. With 1,000 spirit crystals, you could kill one. He was shocked. Even the injuries on his body didn't hurt so much anymore. Du Yuying looked at Su Yan with a serious expression, then nodded. "How about 3,000 spirit crystals?" Su Yan said, taking the spirit ticket from Huier, "I think grandmasters are not cabbages, they do have some strength. It's not easy for me to kill them, it's hard work." Du Yuying and the others looked at him puzzled. Killing a grandmaster with a single slap, this is not easy. It's really insulting to the grandmaster to measure them with spirit crystals. I can't bear to see it. Su Yan sighed. Yan Quan secretly agreed. It was indeed insulting to measure a grandmaster's worth with spirit crystals. Before he met this guy, no grandmaster had ever been slapped to death for 1,000 spirit crystals. What's your suggestion? Du Yuying asked in deep thought. Do you have a treasure bag? Give me one, and I promise I'll kill as many grandmasters as come. Su Yan looked expectantly at Du Yuying. With her unique status and the repeated attacks by the grandmasters from the demonic sect, he wondered if she might have a treasure bag. Ever since he found out that such treasures as treasure bags existed in the world, he had been coveting them incessantly. Du Yuying and the others were stunned. A treasure bag. That was a treasure that not even a great grandmaster necessarily possessed. How dare he ask for it directly? Is it difficult? Su Yan looked at their faces, a little embarrassed. It's more than difficult. Treasure bags are so rare that many great grandmasters don't even have one. This may sound harsh, but the truth is a grandmaster's life isn't worth as much as a treasure bag. Du Yuying sighed. Su Yan was tongue-tied. Were treasure bags really that precious? They were worth more than a grandmaster's life. It looks like you're in a lot of trouble. 2 grandmasters have already come. Did you poke a hornet's nest in the demonic sect? A few thousand spirit crystals for killing a grandmaster isn't enough. Having been in the inner domain for only a short time and already killed 2 grandmasters of the demonic sect, Su Yan began to wonder if grandmasters were common in the inner domain and not so high-level martial artists after all. Du Yuying went silent. Having Su Yan escort her home was an unexpected blessing. She hadn't expected him to be so strong, killing grandmasters as easily as swatting mosquitoes. Each slap was lethal. Moreover, those who attacked her were actually grandmasters from the demonic sect. There was something unusual behind this. If it hadn't been for Su Yan's escort, she feared that she would have fallen into the hands of the demonic sect. What does master mean? Du Yuying asked. Spiritual medicine. I need spiritual medicine. Su Yan had it figured out. He had already made a lot of spirit crystals, and the purpose of making spirit crystals was to buy spiritual medicine. So why not just ask for spiritual medicine as a reward directly? Master, please do tell. Du Yuying let out a sigh of relief. After all, spiritual medicine could be bought with spirit crystals. A 6th-ranked spiritual medicine for killing a grandmaster. Su Yan raised a finger and said, 6th-ranked spiritual medicine is rare, and even a regular county's Tianbao pavilion might not have it. It's an elusive kind of spiritual medicine. To be honest, I can't bring out a 6th-ranked spiritual medicine. Du Yuying showed a helpless face. 6th-ranked spiritual medicine was so rare and precious. This went beyond Su Yan's expectation. After thinking over, he said, even 7th-ranked spiritual medicine, one for killing a grandmaster, can't be less. You should know that's a grandmaster's life we're talking about. Fine. Du Yuying nodded and agreed. After the terms were agreed upon, Su Yan was overjoyed. He didn't ask Du Yuying how she had provoked the grandmasters of the demonic sect or what her identity was. After completing the escort and receiving the reward, whether or not they would meet again in the future remained uncertain. Su Yan didn't have that much curiosity. After a night, the group continued the journey. Half a day later, several men dressed in black attacked, but they were all merely 2nd or 3rd rank in strength. Su Yan didn't bother to make a move against these men who seemed to be on suicide mission since they likely wouldn't possess any spirit crystals. Du Yuying's guards attacked them, including the 1st-ranked coachman, and killed all the attackers. On the 3rd day after leaving Taishan County, they entered a county town to restock. As usual, Du Yuying went to the Tianbao Pavilion to find healing spiritual medicine for Yan Quan. However, the county city's Tianbao Pavilion didn't have the spiritual medicine she needed. After leaving the county city, they continued on their journey. In the evening, a figure stood in the center of the road. The aura of the Grandmaster was unmistakable. His piercing eyes emanated a daunting coldness, and his body was filled with an eerie, ominous energy. It was another Grandmaster from the demonic sect. Du Yuying's eyebrows furrowed in contemplation. Yan Quan also became serious. The appearance of 1 or 2 Grandmasters from the demonic sect was tolerable, but why were they continuously being attacked by Grandmasters from the demonic sect? The anticipated powerful enemy didn't appear. Before Su Yan could make a move, Yan Quan came out of the carriage and said in a deep voice, "My Du family has had no quarrels with the demonic sect. Why are you here, sir? Which demon lord do you serve?" Yan Quan, the voice of the demon sect Grandmaster, is rather sharp, sounding quite grating to the ear. Indeed, Yan Quan replied with a fist salute. "A third-rate Grandmaster, you have no right to speak in my presence." Yan Quan's face turned ashen with anger. "Young man, beat him up for me. I'll personally offer a 7th-grade spiritual medicine." Yan Quan spat out the words resentfully. The moment Su Yan heard this, his spirits brightened instantly, hurriedly declared, "All right, a 7th-grade spiritual medicine it is." Such arrogance. The demon sect Grandmaster in front was seething with anger. In a swift movement, a bleak aura swept out, transmuting into terrifying ghostly claws hurtling towards him. Against the demon sect Grandmaster, Su Yan was not going to show any mercy. All of the demon sect's deadly cultivation techniques were restrained by his overbearing descending dragon palm, even though this particular grandmaster was stronger than the previous two. Yet he still could not withstand the fierceness of Su Yan's palm strike. Boom! The golden giant dragon roared forth, plowing through everything, utterly shattering the ghostly claws. In the opponent's horrified gaze, the unparalleled force of the palm instantly overwhelmed him. Boom! The demon sect grandmaster was slain on the spot. If not for fear of accidentally destroying the spirit kills that he was carrying and thus incur loss, that palm would have torn him to shreds. Killed him for you. Remember, you owe me a 7th grade spiritual medicine. Su Yan happily went forth to search the corpse. These demon sect grandmasters, why are they all so poor? Su Yan grumbled, letting his true chi surge. The body was instantly turned to ashes, irrevocably dead. Yan Quan watched, his scalp tingling. This young man, truly terrifying. A grandmaster with each palm, could he be a great grandmaster? What kind of horrifying cultivation technique is the strength of that golden giant dragon? It's exceptionally powerful, and after killing an opponent, he would even scatter the ashes. The ease with which he did this suggested he often commits such acts. Dead right, serves you right for looking down on me. Nevertheless, Yan Quan felt relieved in his heart. Looked down on him for being a third-rate grandmaster, huh? How strong could you be? You were still killed with a single slap. Su Yan was very pleased as he secured 2 7th-grade spiritual medicines. The inner domain is really exciting. It's not hard to earn money either. If a few more grandmasters come along, I'll have enough to buy all the spiritual medicines, Su Yan thought happily. During the subsequent journey, ambushes became increasingly frequent, almost all by martial artists of 3rd grade or above. Even an attack by 6 1st-grade martial artists happened once. Du Yuying's bodyguards naturally couldn't fend them off, so Su Yan had to step in and sweep them all aside with one palm. Another grandmaster attacked. This time, it wasn't a grandmaster from the demon sect, but a prestigious grandmaster from Lamping District. After Yan Quan shouted his name, the man no longer hid his identity and directly mocked Yan Quan for being a third-rate grandmaster. Consequently, Yan Quan ended up owing Su Yan another 7th-grade spiritual medicine. Along the way, the number of attackers continued to increase, including the use of poison, traps, and the like, which slowed down the group's progress. Su Yan remained vigilant, always on guard. One day, the sound of galloping horses echoed. Sounded like a massive army charging forth, a sea of black assailants rushing towards them. The Lamping District Guard. Yan Quan gritted his teeth. Though those charging towards them were all attired in black, observant people could tell that this was the Lamping District Guard. Boom! A figure descended from above the army and headed straight for Yan Quan. Clearly, his target was Yan Quan, the Grandmaster. Young Master, 5,000 spirit crystals. Help us break through this, Du Yuying said with a grim face. No problem. With his experience against a massive army, even if the army of the inner domain was stronger, Su Yan's own powers had increased as well. True Qi began to circulate, and amid a roaring sound, 18 golden giant dragons burst forth. They launched an aggressive attack at the charging army, causing panic and disarray. Du Yuying and her companions closely followed Su Yan. A grandmaster launching an attack was sent flying in midair, knocked back by a mere palm of Su Yan. The entire army collapsed, leaving Yan Quan and others feeling inexplicable shock. The spectacle of the 18 dragons sowing utter chaos was deeply etched in their minds. What kind of cultivation technique is this? In the inner domain, I have never heard of such a powerful martial art cultivation technique. Yan Quan was astounded. He, a profound grandmaster martial artist, had never heard of such a powerful technique emanating from the inner domain. Bypassing the encirclement, the group continued to advance. All the soldiers of Lamping County lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up for a good while. It was only after Su Yan and his companions had disappeared that they managed to stagger to their feet. They were all deathly pale. It was terrifying. The horrifying spectacle of 18 dragons causing havoc deeply shocked every county guard. Perhaps even the might of the mythical great grandmasters could not compare to this. After leaving the territory of Lamping County and encountering no attacks for several days, Du Yuying finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they could proceed unimpeded. However, an isolated tea house appeared in their path. Suddenly, a melodious sound of flute floated towards them. The flute was enticing, making everyone's feet itch to dance to the rhythm. All along the journey, Du Yuying's bodyguards had remained expressionless, reserved, and vigilant. But now they were bobbing their heads and moving their bodies, completely entranced by the music, unable to extricate themselves. Kyuyer opened the window of the carriage, her eyes brimming with a confused look. Not good. Yan Quan suddenly let out an angry yell. His martial arts inner chi surged, and his grandmaster aura exploded, instantly waking up the guards and Kyuyer. It is the bewitching flute of 1,000 illusions. Quickly block your senses and plug your ears. Kyuyer turned pale. The bodyguards immediately ripped off strips of cloth, rolled them into small balls, and stuffed them into their ears. Even Yan Quan, a grandmaster, looked extremely serious. He too ripped off a piece of cloth to plug his ears. Young man, quickly plug your ears. This is the bewitching sound of thousand illusions by the peak grandmaster of the demonic sect. Seeing that Su Yan, who was sitting on his horse, was unmoved, Yan Quan reminded him anxiously, "Don't worry. I find the piece quite enjoyable to listen to." However, Su Yan seemed puzzled. Although the flute sound was sweet, it contained a force that gently drifted towards him like a quiet wind, penetrating his ears and seemingly intended to bewitch him. A cultivation technique of the inner realm martial arts that can kill with sound. Master was right in saying not to underestimate the inner realm for practicing false martial arts. This bewitching sound technique does have its merits. Even though it does not affect me because I practice the true martial arts, how would it be if I also mastered a technique that can kill with sound? An expression of interest appeared on Su Yan's face. Yan Quan's face kept changing. Young man, quickly plug our ears. He misinterpreted Su Yan's situation, thinking that he had been enchanted by the bewitching sound. Therefore, he quickly circulated martial arts inner chi and reminded him. Su Yan turned his head to look at him. "You are a grandmaster, yet your mental powers are so weak. You are this afraid of a simple piece." Yan Quan's face darkened. "I hope you can break through this bewitching sound." Yan Quan took a deep breath. He felt that he could barely resist the bewitching sound of thousand illusions. Illusions start to appear hazily before him. "No, I have not had enough of it. Besides, there's no danger." Su Yan decisively refused. Yan Quan, seeing this, sighed resignedly. He could only return to the carriage to guard his mind and resist the bewitching sound of thousand illusions. Du Yuying's bodyguards, their faces red and swaying, continued to move forward, heading towards the tea house. Inside the carriage, Quyer's face was flushed. She was in a trance, not knowing what hallucinations she was experiencing. She murmured, "Young master, woo, good young master." Du Yuying clenched her hands together, her breathing became heavy, her bosom heaved. She was struggling hard. In the end, she removed her veil, revealing an extremely beautiful face which was flushed. The carriage stopped, and everyone halted in front of the tea shed. Su Yan, intrigued, looked at the person in the tea house. He couldn't discern whether the person with a delicate face and rouge-stained lips blowing the flute was a man or woman. His or her energy was flowing harmoniously, filling the flute and then spreading out, resonating in all directions. The closer they were, the stronger the power of the bewitching sound. Su Yan silently observed, earnestly sensing and experiencing while deep in thought. Du Yuying had already come out of the carriage. She bit her lip and walked to the front of Su Yan's horse. "Young master, in exchange for 3 7th-grade spiritual medicines, help me out of this predicament." Du Yuying felt she now understood as long as she gave enough spiritual medicines, there was no trouble that couldn't be solved. Su Yan was listening closely to the thousand illusion demonic melody, trying to comprehend the power within it. The clear tones from the flute seemed to break directly into one's mind and body. His heartbeat synchronized with the flute sound, giving the feeling that if the melody stopped, his heart would stop beating. Those who heard the flute sound became mentally disoriented, illusions appearing before their eyes. It seemed that the melody could magnify the hidden thoughts in people's hearts, turning them into illusions. This type of sound-killing technique is somewhat unique and difficult to resist. The weak will fall into it upon hearing it and can't extricate themselves. Su Yan felt like he had gained some understanding. The thousand illusion demonic melody, so this is what it is. It's quite profound, but too weak. I wonder if it's because the cultivation technique itself is weak, or because the other party is not strong enough. Su Yan was bewildered. He had enlightened himself about the sound-killing technique, which should have been incredibly strong, a powerful killing technique meant to directly slay the enemy. However, the thousand illusion demonic melody was not as strong as he had imagined. He didn't even have to consciously defend himself when the thousand illusion demonic melody entered his ears. It simply sounded like an ordinary tune and could not interfere with him at all. The voice of Du Yuying next to him came in, and Su Yan was instantly delighted another 3 7th-ranked spiritual medicines were in hand. He glanced at Du Yuying. Her delicate face was flushed, and her eyes were becoming vacant, as if she were about to plunge into the illusion. But she was still hanging on. She's not bad, maintaining herself to this point with only a 3rd-level strength. Su Yan was a little surprised. The guards were all tottering, even dancing around, as if they were about to start fighting each other. The maid, Cuyer, in the carriage was making soft noises, seemingly lost in a certain illusion. The coachman driving for Yan Quan, a first-ranked martial artist, exhibited an unstable aura and turned red-eyed. Breathing heavily and growling from the throat, he was already ensnared by the thousand illusion demonic melody. As for Yan Quan in the carriage, he was exerting his cultivation technique to resist the thousand illusion demonic melody, but it was no picnic. His state was only slightly better than Du Yuying's. This proves that Du Yuying was indeed somewhat exceptional. "All right, deal," Su Yan eagerly agreed. With a slight move of his palm, a vast concept emerged, enveloping Du Yuying. The thousand illusion demonic melody was completely neutralized and failed to break through this immense power. The grandeur of the true meaning in the descending dragon palm. When Du Yuying regained her senses, she quietly let out a breath, put back on her veil, and was deeply shocked. She wondered how strong the young man next to her actually was. She felt an overpowering force enveloping her, making the thousand illusion demonic melody sound like an ordinary tune in her ears. Seeing the guards and Yan Quan in the carriage, not in good condition, she spoke somewhat helplessly. Sir, I'll give 1/7 rank spiritual medicine to break the thousand illusion demonic melody. But Su Yan simply shook his head. No, I haven't had enough yet. Du Yuying was stupefied. Could he actually be listening to the thousand illusion demonic melody as if it were a tune? She took a deep breath and added, then could you please, sir, help them out of their predicament? No problem. Su Yan readily agreed. The force of the descending dragon palm expanded to cover everyone. Instantly, all the guards regained consciousness, but they were all panting heavily, looking completely fatigued. It seemed as if they had just fought a great battle. The chill ran down Yan Quan's spine. Even he, a grandmaster, had to exert all his strength to resist the thousand illusion demonic melody. In the eyes of Su Yan, it could be easily resisted. Could he be a great grandmaster? This thought cropped up in Yan Quan's mind. He then shook his head to deny. No, absolutely not. He should be a mature grandmaster or even a peak grandmaster. Even this fact already made him shockingly speechless. How old was Su Yan? And he was already a grandmaster, maybe even a peak grandmaster. When comparing himself, he felt like a waste. Why is there such a huge gap between people? After rescuing the others, Su Yan devoted himself to listening to the thousand illusion demonic melody. He felt that if he could understand the sound-killing technique, his strength might be increased slightly. Master was right. I need to learn the essence and make it my own. This thousand illusion demonic melody has something that can be learned. Su Yan was quietly listening to the melody while riding his horse. Suddenly, the sound of the flute picked up speed, like clashing blades and galloping horsemen. A murderous aura emerged from the melody. Invisible blades seemed to surge and kill. The sound waves were intense and frightening. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the thousand illusion demonic melody was all charging towards him. Bang! The sound waves, like weapons clashing and rolling waves, constantly swept towards him. Su Yan slightly raised his palm. The force of the descending dragon palm collided with the sound waves. He continued to comprehend the sound-killing technique within. As he listened, the sound-killing technique became clearer and clearer. He seemed to have some sort of realization in his mind. My descending dragon palm, although it has comprehended the dragon's might, it lacks the dragon's chant. How can I showcase the magnitude of the dragon's might in the wrath of the dragon? The dragon's chant shocks the heaven and earth. That's the true meaning of its wrath. At that moment, Su Yan gained an insight. On his palm, a golden giant dragon emerged, its eyes sparkling, its dragon's might rippling. For an instant, the golden dragon opened up its mouth and roared. Bang! With the roar of the dragon, an immense force was unleashed between the universe, making all creatures prostrate themselves. No, it's not right, it's not close yet. This doesn't carry the might of the dragon's chant and the power to kill the enemy. It is just the volume that is heavy. Su Yan realized shortly that this battle cry of the dragon had nothing but a loud sound. It didn't possess any strength to kill enemies. However, as his golden dragon emerged and hovered mid-air looking downwards, the haunting lute sound halted abruptly. The gender-ambiguous illusion mage, with eyes full of dread, exuded a series of faint waves from his body, his energy surging as he gripped the lute in his hand. A chilling light burst forth from the lute. Who are you? Why are you meddling in this matter? Did you also kill our grandmaster of the demon cult? The voice of the illusion mage was so melodious and warm that it could be a man or woman speaking. But Su Yan paid no attention to the gender of his opponent. All he wanted was to continue comprehending the art of sonic killing, to master the essence of the dragon's war cry. He even planned on incorporating the art of sonic killing into his sword intent of mountains and rivers. A silent mountain range and river had no life, lacked some artistic conception. Listening to the illusory demonic music, Su Yan had an epiphany. If his sword intent was vibrant rather than silent, he'd be one step closer to mastering the second realm of sword, Dao the Heart Sword realm. So when the illusion mage stopped playing his lute, he was discontent. Why did you stop playing the lute? It sounded pretty good. Don't stop, continue. I'm in a good mood, I won't kill you. Su Yan frowned and said. The muscles on the illusion mage's face twisted in anger. Arrogant brat, treating him like a music player. Why should he continue? Su Yan thought he relied solely on his demonic music. No one had managed to survive his demonic music, thus no one had forced him to resort to his true strength. Boy, you're the first to insult me, so you must die. His figure turned elusive, projecting layers of illusionary shadows. Dazzling icy lights soared from the lute, raining down like a meteor shower. Du Yuying gasped in fright, realizing that the illusion mage's true strength lay beyond his music. What kind of kill technique was this? The icy lights rained down, inescapable and undefendable. All attacks aimed at Su Yan. Yan Quan, standing at the back, was taken aback. Even at his peak condition, he wouldn't have stood a chance against that attack. but remembering how Su Yan easily killed a grandmaster planted hope in his heart. Boom. The golden giant dragon roared from Su Yan, leaving tattered scars as it twirled amidst the curtain of icy flashes. Seeing that made Yan Quan's heart tighten. Du Yuying's face changed slightly, revealing a look of worry. The invincible golden giant dragon was now wounded and wounded repeatedly and seemed unable to hold on much longer. Your strength is not weak. In fact, you are the strongest grandmaster I have ever encountered. Su Yan acknowledged the strength of the illusion mage. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the powerful peak grandmasters of the inner domain. Although Xiling Feng was also a grandmaster, he was too young and had only recently entered the grandmaster realm. There was still some distance from a peak grandmaster. HMPH, the illusion mage snorted, his voice echoing from all directions. His figure doubled, creating a barrage of icy flashes. At the same time, a cold light burst forth from the lute, growing longer and longer, morphing into a gleaming sword. Traces of sharp intent began to multiply. Surrounded by the quaint tea pavilion, it hovered around Su Yan. Any moment now it would strike, completely annihilating the enemy. This guy is a bit strong. He is a grandmaster of the demon cult, but what he's cultivated isn't a killing technique. This must be one of those idiosyncratic martial artists within the demon sect. If I were to smack him with all my strength, he would die instantly. However, he won't be able to play his demonic music, even if I injure him. The demonic music he plays when injured will inevitably become worse. Su Yan stated, feeling conflicted. Attack too aggressively, and he risked killing the illusion mage. Attack too weakly, and his opponent would think him incapable and fail to compel the music out of him. Su Yan appeared to be in a dilemma, while the golden giant dragon defended against the illusion mage's attack and evaluated his strength, pondering himself as to how much strength he should exert just to subdue the illusion mage without injuring him severely, forcing him to continue playing the music. The resulting damage to the golden giant dragon increased, threatening its existence with each passing moment. The illusion mage eyed him coldly. Boy, I will tear you limb from limb. He was feeling shocked within this golden giant dragon was truly remarkable. What cultivation technique is this? Its majestic aura was akin to true dragons coming into being. However, it was still far from being a true dragon. Yan Quan looked grave. The illusion mage is too strong. It seems he can't hold on for long. What shall we do? Du Yuying was also worried and her heart was filled with nervousness. Yan Quan gritted his teeth, his aura flaring with determination as he stepped forward, saying, "Young brother, I will risk my life to hold off the illusion mage. You make a run for it with Miss Du, right?" Su Yan looked at him strangely and said, "You're seriously injured. Are you sure you'll be able to fend it off? You won't, just get killed instantly." Yan Quan felt as if he had a lump of old blood stuck in his throat. Suddenly, his injury seemed to aggravate. Though the words were harsh, it seemed quite plausible that in his current state he might just drop dead with a thud. His face flushed with shame. Am I really still a grandmaster? Why is the gap so huge? Yan Quan felt tired deep down, a feeling of utter disillusionment creeping over him. 100 years of diligent practice in martial arts, and this is what it has come to. Bang. The golden giant dragon was shattered. Kid, it's time for you to face your doom. The illusory demon master smiled coldly. His flute released a chilling glare as he attacked. I would risk my own life to block this attack. Yan Quan had a determined look in his eyes, ready to sacrifice his life to withstand the attack of the illusory demon master. But then, what did he see? A bigger golden giant dragon appeared out of nowhere, blocking all the attacks. Thud, Yan Quan coughed up blood. Just a moment ago, he was ready to give up his life, completely disregarding the worsening of his injury. But before he could make a move, Su Yan summoned a bigger golden dragon, blocking all the attacks. You still have hidden strength. Why do you have a troubled look on your face, as if you're considering if you should leave Miss behind and escape? Yan Quan's eyes moistened. His injuries had recovered a bit over time, but now they've worsened again. Su Yan gave him a strange look. Why was such a grandmaster so frail? Yan Quan, are you okay? There shouldn't have been any offensive energy that affected you, right? I'm fine. Just got a little excited and my injury acted up. Yan Quan wiped the corner of his mouth. With a despairing look in his eyes, he re-entered the carriage to recuperate his injuries. The expression on illusory demon master's face changed several times. How could another golden giant dragon suddenly appear? And it seems stronger. He gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Break. In that moment, he erupted, spraying a glaring cold light from his flute, viciously bombarding the golden giant dragon. Thud, the golden giant dragon shattered. Kid, you give me. The illusory demon master came at him with a murderous grin, only to find another golden giant dragon appearing, stronger than the previous one. He was dumbfounded. Suddenly, a second golden giant dragon emerged. It coiled around him, its terrifying aura surging incessantly, sealing his escape route. The illusory demon master's face changed colors again. The moment he moved to fly away and escape, another golden giant dragon appeared above his head. He's not his match. Now there was completely no way to escape. Illusory demon master, how about a deal? Su Yan revealed a smile. He had finally blocked the illusory demon master's escape route. What kind of deal? Illusory Demon Master's face was dark. It seemed he had fallen into a trap. You continue to play the illusory demon music for me. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Suyan said with a smile. You dare to insult me. I, the illusory demon master, am not a busker. The illusory demon master was livid. Then do you want to live? Suyan asked with a stern gaze. I, the illusory demon master, was seething with anger. Where the hell did this freak come from? If you want to live, play for me. If not, I'll turn you to ashes. Suyan said coldly. I want to live. The illusory demon master gritted his teeth and responded. That's more like it. Life is the most important thing, so play already. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Yan's face. The illusion mage was practical after all. The turn of events had been so fast, Du Yuying hadn't even had time to react. The illusion mage was defeated. And why did they need to hear the illusion mage play the flute so badly? Looking at the handsome young man next to her, Du Yuying's heart pounded rapidly and a faint blush appeared on her face. Should I learn how to play the flute too? This thought suddenly popped into her head. The illusion mage looked at the three giant dragons. They circled about him, thoroughly blocking his escape. To flee, he had to break through the golden dragon. However, the might of the golden dragons was unmatched. Even if he gave his all, he would need some time to break through even one of them. The mysterious young man clearly wouldn't just sit back and watch. So now he could only obediently play the flute, looking for an opportunity to escape. So he picked up his flute and once again began to play. Su Yan listened for a moment, then frowned. You're playing it incorrectly. Where's the illusionary devil music? Use all your strength. Attack me with the art of sonic kill. You're the one who said it. The illusion mage gave a cold smile, took a deep breath, and as his aura fluctuated, he began to play the flute again, his breath flowing into the flute like water. An intense and violent flute sound suddenly rang out, like invisible waves rippling out, assaulting the golden dragon. Su Yan nodded. This was the true art of sonic kill. He squinted slightly, carefully listening. The descending dragon palm collided constantly with the sonic kill, sensing the intricacies within and the method of the sonic kill. The illusionary devil music comes from his flute, which is also a treasure that enhances the power of the sonic kill. The way he conducts his sonic kill is rather unique. What I want to understand is the dragon chant. It is not comparable to a general sonic kill. This is the true essence of the dragon chant and cannot be compared to the art of sonic kill. The sonic kill is just a method. What I want to comprehend, the sense of dragon chant, is closer to the level of Tao. As Su Yan was carefully perceiving, the golden dragon circled, occasionally opening its mouth to let out a soft roar. Each roar caused the illusionary devil music to stagnate as if it was suppressed. The illusion mage's heart was heavy. He continued to play the flute while looking for an opportunity to break free. Du Yuying returned to the carriage, and her maid, Kuyer, was blushing and looking too embarrassed to meet anyone, especially Su Yan. She had imagined such an illusion under the illusionary devil music. Miss. Du Yuying sat down, her expression became calm again. We owe him 4 more 7th rank spiritual medicines, make a note. Okay, Miss Kuyer took out a handkerchief and added the number on it. Miss, can we really afford to give so many 7th rank spiritual medicines to the young master as a reward? Kuyer voiced her concerns. 7th rank spiritual medicine is very precious. Many major powers cannot produce so many all at once. It's not a big deal. Du Yuying didn't care. If we can't give them, I don't think the young master will let it go. Kuyer frowned. Being able to kill a grandmaster with one palm, he didn't even blink when he killed. He would certainly not be someone who was easily lenient. Especially not because Miss was beautiful. He wouldn't be reluctant to act. You underestimate our family's stock of spiritual medicines. These medicines are trivial, Du Yuying said dismissively. Through the window of the carriage, Su Yan was still intently listening to the music. Miss, is the young master really going to let the illusion mage go? Kuyer asked curiously. He is quite arrogant and certainly keeps his word, Du Yuying said solemnly. As Su Yan carefully listened to the illusionary devil music, suddenly he seemed to understand something. I get it. Excited, the 3 golden dragons suddenly fused into one, forming an even larger golden dragon. The authority of the dragon was vast, its eyes shining brightly. It suddenly lowered its head and let out a dragon chant. Roar, the dragon chant resounded, the wind and clouds changed. For a moment, the dragon's authority was greatly increased. The earth shook, the tea house had already turned into powder, and a layer of the ground collapsed directly. Splat, the illusion mage spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. He's dead. The direction the dragon was looking at was right at him. The dragon chant resounded. The terrifying dragon authority aimed straight at his heart and soul. The power of the dragon chant was poured directly onto him. The illusion mage was playing the flute, which was exhausting in itself. Seeing the dragons fuse, he was overjoyed and was about to flee. However, there was a bang in his head, a horrifying pressure fell, and his already exhausted consciousness was crushed. He fell straight forward, completely dead. He didn't even have time to let out a final scream. Miss. Kuyer looked at her lady, not knowing what to say. Keeps his word. Du Yuying was also stunned. How did he suddenly kill the guy? Su Yan scratched his head, a look of apology on his face. He hadn't meant to kill the illusion mage. He had just understood the true meaning of the dragon chant and had inadvertently roared excitedly. Unexpectedly, it directly killed the illusion mage. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. Su Yan sighed, walked forward and started to search the body. His movements were quite practiced now. You were a grandmaster. How could you be so weak? Just one dragon chant shook you to death. Su Yan wore an expression of helplessness. Cuir, did you see? He just lost his hand. Du Yuying let out a relieved sigh. Cuir remained silent, suspecting that this was not an accident. Only after examining the body did Su Yan confirm that the illusory demon master was a man. The flute was a good treasure. Su Yan put it away. He found several spirit tickets, which were more valuable than those of the previous demon cult grandmaster, amounting to a few thousand spirit crystals. There was also a book of sheet music. He flipped it open and took a look. One of the songs seemed to be the illusory demon music. I'll bring it back and give it to Master when he has time. Su Yan was overjoyed. On this trip to the inner domain, his gains were enormous. He had comprehended the true meaning of the dragon chant. Master was right, understanding by analogy, taking the essence and incorporating it into oneself. That is a real martial artist. Looking at the body of the illusion demon master, Su Yan sighed and said, I didn't want to kill you. Since I accidentally killed you, I should bury you. With a wave of his hand, a huge pit was blasted into the ground. The golden dragon swept up the body of the illusion demon master and buried it in the pit. At the moment of burying the body, the golden dragon crushed it. The body of the illusion demon master instantly shattered and mixed with the buried soil. In his mind, Su Yan muttered, You, a demon cult grandmaster, had considerable strength and seemed strange. I feel more at ease after crushing you so that you don't play dead after you die. In the carriage, Du Yuying's lips twitched slightly. She turned her head away, pretending to see nothing. After killing the illusory demon master, the group continued on their journey. Perhaps because of the failure of the illusion demon master, the journey went smoothly without any assassinations. Su Yan felt a little regretful. Why didn't they come to assassinate again? Even the poorest grandmaster has at least a few hundred spirit crystals, right? If he kills a few here and a few there, won't he accumulate a lot of spirit crystals quickly? Du Yuying let out a relieved sigh. In 3 days they could return home. Yan Quan stayed in the carriage and didn't come out again. He couldn't bear the shock. Bang! The marching team came to a sudden halt this day. 4 figures came from 4 directions and surrounded the team. Du Yuying stepped out of the carriage, her face extremely grave. After glancing at the 4 grandmasters, she felt a sinking feeling. 4 accomplished grandmasters. Moreover, they were good at combining their forces. Working together, they were much stronger than the illusory demon master. If I'm not mistaken, the 4 of you are the 4 absolute grandmasters from Loyan Villa, right? Why are you involved in the Du family's affairs? Du Yuying said in a deep voice. Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed. Loyan Villa, I haven't heard of it, and Su Lingxiu didn't mention it. However, being able to have 4 grandmaster powerhouses and not ordinary grandmasters, their strength is obviously not weak. The 4 absolute grandmasters advance step by step, their pace and aura in unison, their momentum connected, and even their inner chi connected. They remained silent. Du Yuying took a deep breath, sir, be careful. These are the 4 absolutes grandmasters from Loyan Villa. Their practice, the 4 absolutes unity technique, is about combining their spirit, merging their energies and uniting them as one, exploding with the peak power of 4 people. Su Yan's eyebrows raised. The 4 absolutes unity technique, the martial arts circle of the inner domain, is really exciting. Although it's pseudo-martial arts, it has so many variations. No wonder Master warned me not to underestimate or be careless, but to learn from its essence. It turns out that Master had already seen through everything. There are countless martial arts techniques in the world. Therefore, he did not teach me tactics, but taught me the way. All tactics are integrated into me, all ways return to one. The more he thought about it, the more exalted his master seemed, truly a wise and high person. Bang, one of them made a move. The manifestation of his fist was immense, rumbling in. As the energies of the other 3 fluctuated, they continuously augmented the attack power of the one who made the move. Show off. Su Yan snorted coldly and slammed a palm out. Roar. The dragon chant rang out, and a golden giant dragon roared out. The dragon's might was sweeping and overwhelming. It directly crushed the fist manifestation and rushed directly toward the one who attacked. Not good. The faces of the other 3 people changed drastically, and they wanted to help. However, the roaring sound of the dragon went straight into their minds, forcing them to bow down and shake their hearts, causing their energy to stagnate momentarily. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Boom! The powerful descending dragon palm blasted out, instantly smashing the person who attacked. Big brother. The remaining 3 people were filled with anger and astonishment. Once Su Yan made a move, he no longer showed any mercy. Deploying descending dragon palm movements, he was formidable and unmatched. The dragon's eyes were blazing with light, and its roar was heard. The dragon's might swept across and shook the heart. Boom, 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 the once famous four absolute grandmasters were instantly killed. Su Yan went forward to search the bodies with a disappointed look on his face. They were poor even in death. They didn't carry many spirit tickets on them. Du Yuying opened her mouth but didn't know what to say for a moment. The four absolute grandmasters from Loyan Villa. They were also famous in Greater Yue Kingdom. No matter how many enemies they faced, the four of them always fought side by side. Ordinary grandmasters wouldn't dare to offend these four people. She realized one problem. If the four absolute grandmasters came from Loyan Villa, did Loyan Villa also get involved and make a decision? If so, with the four absolute grandmasters dead, would the owner of Loyan Villa take action? That's a great grandmaster. Let's hurry up. We must get back as soon as possible, Du Yuying said with a grave face. The speed of the team suddenly accelerated and they galloped away. After killing the four absolute grandmasters, Du Yuying feared that the great grandmaster would come to kill them, so they galloped all the way. The bumpy journey made Yan Quan, who was already seriously injured, very uncomfortable. After several days of bumpy travel, Du Yuying removed her face veil, her face now flush and showing faint signs of breathlessness as if unable to withstand the rapidity of the journey. Su Yan slightly furrowed his brows, puzzled as to why Du Yuying, a Tier 3 martial artist, could not withstand a little rattling. He started to understand why, despite knowing they may get ambushed, they still chose to travel by horse carriage at such a slow pace. It must be that Du Yuying had some health issues, hence the need for such precaution. If you can't handle it, we can slow down, Su Yan said. If they took an extra day to reach their destination, he would receive 100 more spirit crystals. Missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to earn more spirit crystals so easily next time. It's all right, Du Yuying replied after taking a few deep breaths. The master of the Loyan Manor is a great grandmaster. Could you handle him if he came to? She asked. A chill ran down Su Yan's spine. A great grandmaster. He couldn't help but think of that black-robed man who was indeed a great grandmaster. At that time his strength was certainly not like now. However, under the might of a great grandmaster, he could not resist. With my current strength, although I've understood the second layer of the sword intent of Sha, my realm is still too low to fully utilize it. I've grasped the Dragon Might Palm intent and Dragon Chant intent of Descending Dragon Palm, which greatly enhance its power. Even so, my full force Sha sword intent and Descending Dragon Palm are not enough to contend with a great grandmaster. Su Yan evaluated his own strength. Sadly, he found that he was not a match for a great grandmaster. Even if it were a very average great grandmaster, he could not defeat him, even though the martial art he cultivated was true martial arts. After all, there was a huge difference in realm. Master shattered a great grandmaster with one palm. I'm too far behind. Every time he thought of Master demonstrating how to defeat enemies from higher realms, he couldn't help but feel awed. So powerful. With just one palm strike, he could decay the ancient into watery dust and instantly annihilate a great grandmaster. Even if I break through the innate realm to the max, I still can't destroy a great grandmaster with one palm strike. Su Yan sighed in his heart. If he could break through the innate realm to the max, he wouldn't be afraid of common great grandmasters. Once I can divide one finger's true chi into 10 parts, comprehend the mystery of true chi, and fully control true chi to 100%, if I then break through the innate realm to the max and strike out with all my might, I might be able to kill a martial artist who has just entered the great grandmaster realm, Su Yan summarized silently in his heart. Realizing that Su Yan was silent, Du Yuying understood that he was not a great grandmaster, but an artist at the grandmaster realm. However, his strength was terrifyingly formidable. Where did this monstrous talent come from? Du Yuying wondered, deeply shocked. Finally, after passing through a barrier checkpoint and entering a broad main road, Du Yuying let out a sigh of relief. The team slowed down. Yan Quan also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they were back. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. Their destination was just ahead. Okay. He nodded his head in agreement. Who would have thought Girl Du would even be able to find a protector? However, I suggest you accompany me on a detour. A sudden voice rang out. A man dressed in a purple robe descended from the sky, his face elegant and refined, clutching a folding fan. A majestic aura surrounded him, as if the might of heaven had descended with him. A refined man descended from the sky, his aura as deep as an abyss, seemingly wrapped in the power of the heavens. Hovering 3 feet off the ground, his feet never touching the earth, a folding fan gently waved in his hand. He appeared elegant and friendly, causing Du Yuying and the others to turn pale with shock. A great grandmaster. Even Su Yan's face changed. His expression became serious. Great grandmaster. Wait, no, he seems a bit off. Is it because he's too weak? A trash great grandmaster. The man in the purple clothes possessed an aura much like that of a great grandmaster, but Su Yan, who had crossed swords with other great grandmasters, quickly noticed something was amiss. This celestial aura from a notable great grandmaster is much weaker, though still powerful. It's not invincible. However, defeating him will not be easy. Could this be a trash grandmaster? Is there such a weak great grandmaster? While Su Yan seemed serious, he was also confused. Could there be such a weak individual among great grandmasters? Even the weakest great grandmaster has 10 times the strength of a grandmaster. This one, however, only has about 5 or 6 times the strength of a grandmaster martial artist, much less than the tenfold standard. Even if we were to take the weakest grandmaster, Yan Quan for example, he still does not possess 10 times the power. Su Yan let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The opponent was not invincible. However, he was puzzled. Why was this great grandmaster so trashy? Du Yuying stepped out of the carriage, looked at the man in the purple robe, frowned slightly and finally said, Master Yin Hong of Kanglin Island. Indeed. Yin Hong smiled faintly. Since girl Du knows me, she should obediently come with me. Yan Quan emerged from the carriage, his face pale. His injury was not healing well, and in his current condition, he could hardly handle a martial artist of a top-class rank. If Yin Hong were to strike, he could easily be killed with a single strike. Master Yin Hong, are you intending to interfere in the Du family's affairs? Aren't you afraid that once this situation resolves, the great grandmaster of the Du family will surely come demanding an explanation? Yan Quan spoke gravely. Since I, Yin, have decided to take action, naturally, I do not fear the great grandmaster of the Du family. Moreover, I am taking girl Du away on behalf of someone else, and naturally I can handle the matter properly. Otherwise, would I, Yin Hong, dare to step into this place and take away Miss Du of the Du family? Yin Hong spoke with a faint smile. Master Yin, you should think carefully. You're only a half-step great grandmaster. Even if you finally break through to great grandmaster, you should consider whether you can bear the wrath of the master of the Du family. Yan Quan glared furiously. The other party had stepped into the Du family's territory and taken Miss Du hostage. Given the master's temperament, even if someone intervened, he would not let the matter rest. Yin Hong's face darkened. He coldly said, You, a third-rate grandmaster, what qualifications do you have to criticize me in my presence? Do you wish to die? You, Yan Quan's face turned pale with rage. If it were an ordinary grandmaster who insulted him like this, he would surely offer a 7th-grade spiritual medicine to get Su Yan to fight and vent his anger. But this was a half-step great grandmaster, only a step away from great grandmaster. After all, Su Yan was just a grandmaster martial artist. No matter how strong he was, he might not be able to handle it. Yin Hong's aura grew even more formidable. His cold voice said, Girl Du, I do not wish to kill, obediently leave with me or else. Including your hired protector, they will all die here. Du Yuying's heart sank. She took a deep breath and said, All right, I can go with you. Mist tears streamed down Quyer's face. Quyer, remember to give the ode spiritual medicine to this young man. Du Yuying instructed. Yes, miss. Quyer had tears in her eyes. It's best to recognize the situation and keep the peace. Yin Hong laughed softly. Just as he was about to take Du Yuying away, a voice rang out in his ears and he felt humiliated. You startled me. I thought you were a great grandmaster, but it turns out you are just a half-step great grandmaster, simply half-baked. Su Yan had an enlightened look on his face. He had been wondering why this great grandmaster was so weak. Compared to the great grandmasters he knew, the difference was too huge. So he was just half-baked. Even though he had part of the power of a great grandmaster, he was not a true great grandmaster. In that case, he had nothing to fear. Ever since he arrived in the inner domain, he had killed one grandmaster after another, all of them killed by a single palm strike. None had forced him to use his true power. This Yin Hong was a worthy opponent. I have comprehended the true meaning of the dragon's roar, but the sword intent of mountains and rivers is not fully developed. Just as mountains and rivers can never be silent, I already have a direction for improvement. What is lacking is a worthy opponent who can resist my sword intent. If I can have a real battle, I will surely be able to complete it, and furthermore, comprehend a sword Dao based on sword intent. Su Yan was excited at the moment. Yin Hong had a cool expression on his face. What did he mean by one who couldn't break through the great grandmaster level in one breath was just half-baked? Was it implying that he was a waste? Being stuck at the half-step great grandmaster realm had always been a source of regret in his heart. Now that he was being ridiculed face to face, how could he not be angry? The air turned frigid with his killing intent for a moment. Kid, you're seeking death. Yin Hong unfolded the fan in his hand. A tremendous aura descended. A layer of shocking power surged from him as the center. The thundering sound even carried the echoing of roaring waves. Du Yuying's face changed drastically. Su Yan was all eager to give it a go, but he didn't forget. This was Du Yuying's enemy. He couldn't make his move for free. Miss Du, once I help you out, this half-baked practitioner has quite formidable strength, much stronger than an ordinary grandmaster. A 7th-grade spiritual medicine is not enough, Su Yan said with a serious look. Du Yuying was overjoyed. Since Su Yan was willing to make his move, it meant that he could confront a half-step great grandmaster. It does make sense that someone who could kill a grandmaster with one slap must not be far off from a semi-great grandmaster in strength, even if they're not quite a great grandmaster themselves. 5 7th-grade spiritual medicines. Du Yuying joyfully extended a delicate white hand, stating her demands. All right, consider them yours. Su Yan grinned ear to ear. Another 5 7th grade spiritual medicines, they turn out to be not as hard to obtain as he thought. All right, after Girl Do, all of you are next in line to die. Yin Hong was furious. Negotiating in front of him over 5 7th grade spiritual medicines to counter him. Was defeating Yin Hong that cheap? The audacity. If it were not for the influential person behind him demanding Du Yuying be returned in perfect condition, he wouldn't even spare Du Yuying. Who are you trying to scare? Su Yan brushed it off casually. As long as his opponent wasn't a great grandmaster, he had no fear. Even if a great grandmaster did show up, he could always run if he couldn't win. Du Yuying and others quickly backed away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Boom! Yin Hong made his move with a wave of his folding fan, a terrifying power like rushing torrents swept over, its ferocity shocking everyone. Su Yan unsheathed his sword, the atmosphere rippled with his sword intent. Amidst the thunderous noise, he split open the incoming wave. Mountains collapsed, lives vanished. Yin Hong's complexion changed drastically. What kind of swordsmanship was this? Why did it inspire such a dreadful sense of impending doom, leaving him feeling hair-raisingly terrified? I must not underestimate this. In that split second, he purged his contemptuous attitude, his face becoming solemn. With a swing of his folding fan, a force like a huge wave descended from the sky. The ground was immediately blasted into a deep trench, and the fan's whirlwind threw up masses of dirt and debris. The terrible power, like countless surging waves, all exerted by Yin Hong, who is a semi-great grandmaster, was continually pouring down on Su Yan. He's so strong, Su Yan felt the pressure. His sword intent surged, his sword chi flowed like countless raging rivers, incessantly spilling forth. Simultaneously, his left palm shot out, deflecting the incoming wave with the force of a roaring golden dragon. Who will be victorious in this battle? On the distant side, Du Yuying watched with worry etched on her face. The intensity of the battle suggested Yin Hong had the upper hand. His wave-like power tumbled wildly, debris shot up into the air and the ground gorged with trenches. What do you think, Elder Yan? With anxiety, Du Yuying posed a question. Hard to say. Yan Quan looked serious. Helplessly, he thought, I can't really make it out either. The battle's too intense to see clearly enough for a definite conclusion. Du Yuying took a deep breath and ordered one of her guards. You should immediately rush back for help. Yes, miss. One of the guards immediately took off at full speed, choosing to run on foot rather than horseback. Given his strength, he was faster than any horse. I hope they can hold on until help arrives. Du Yuying's face revealed her worry. Miss, the great grandmaster of our family may not be able to break free. Yan Quan sighed. Du Yuying fell silent. But she knew deep down, even if just a grandmaster could come to their aid, it would change the tide of the situation. Su Yan went berserk, attacking with the power of descending dragon palm in one hand, and tirelessly executing sword intent with the other. However, he was still unable to shatter the wave-like force. Ever since I broke through to the innate realm, I haven't had such a rejuvenating fight. As a martial artist, it's necessary to understand the essence of martial arts through fights. Su Yan's mental state was clear, and his eyes were resolute. Even though he was at a slight disadvantage, it didn't bother him in the slightest. The sword intent of mountains and rivers. It sufficiently represents desolation, but lacks vitality. Since it represents mountains and rivers, how could it lack vitality? A mountain and river devoid of vitality are ultimately just a barren land, Su Yan quietly contemplated. As the fight grew fiercer, Yin Hong seemed to want to finish it as quickly as possible to avoid unexpected complications. After all, this was Du family territory. If the Du family could free up a great grandmaster, his death would be certain. Die! Yin Hong roared, his folding fan completely open, transforming into a beam of icy light that burst forth from the roaring waves. The speed was incredibly fast in the blink of an eye. It had already reached Su Yan's throat. However, Su Yan's figure abruptly vanished only to appear elsewhere in the next instant, a sword light shooting straight towards Yin Hong. The speed was beyond Yin Hong's anticipation. SHH, the clothes on his shoulder were slashed open. Yin Hong's expression slightly changed. Shock filled his heart. What kind of movement technique is this? So cunning and strange. Shoosh. Su Yan disappeared again, his figure appearing in a different direction. Yin Hong's expression was dark. His folding fan returned to his hand. He ascended on the spot and slapped downwards, causing a terrifying wave to pour out in midair, followed by an explosive eruption of dirt all around him. The rolling dirt turned into a surge, attacking from all directions. Su Yan slapped outwards. 18 golden giant dragons roared out. The sword intent of rivers and mountains struck, clashing with the overwhelming power of Yin Hong's shockwave. Rumble. Such terrifying power, like a huge mountain pressing down, the surrounding wave of dirt made even the golden giant dragon seem as if it was stuck in muck. Su Yan's figure flashed and he retreated. Where are you going? At this moment, the intention to kill emanated from Yin Hong, and amidst the whirling of his palms, endless waves of shock power continued to pour out. The ground's dirt rolled non-stop, transforming into waves of dirt, appearing like marshy magma, trapping the 18 fearsome giant dragons within. Young master, From far away, Du Yuying was terribly worried. At this moment, it was clear to see that Su Yan was at a disadvantage, in danger at any moment. Su Yan was not flustered in the slightest, one sword after another piercing out. The sword intent of rivers and mountains consistently emerged, filling the surroundings with an aura of slaughter. Even as the 18 giant dragons crumbled, his expression remained unchanged. All of a sudden, a sense of death pervaded the air. The battlefield seemed to fall into an aura of deathly stillness. The weeds on the ground seemed to lose all vitality at this moment. Yin Hong's eyebrows twitched, his heart filled with fear. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Why is it so strange? Die. Yin Hong's aura exploded. The dirt shockwave instantly swept through, planning to completely bury Su Yan in it. Now is the time. Su Yan's eyes flashed. Life sprouted in the overturned rivers and mountains. A dragon's chant resounded among these rivers and mountains. Roar. This dragon's chant, as if containing the might of heaven and earth. In an instant, the sky shifted, rivers and mountains appeared, and a golden dragon hovered. Su Yan stabbed out with his sword, like the rivers and mountains were overshadowing the heavens and earth. The golden dragon roared, like the crack of thunder, sword intent shattering everything, and the dragon's chant shook one's soul. In an instant, the shockwave crumbled, countless flying dirt seemed to become a part of the rivers and mountains. The golden dragon soared with a chant of the dragon. It agitated the wind and clouds, as if the power of the world was pouring out. Rumble. One sword broke through layers of shockwaves, one sword swept over the rivers and mountains. Yin Hong only felt as if a dragon's chant echoed within his mind, shaking his spirit, and even his breath froze for a moment. What was even more terrifying was that he seemed to gaze upon the endless rivers and mountains, hearing the golden dragon's roar. One chant of the dragon's voice seemed to plunge him into the rivers and mountains, feeling the vitality of the mountains and rivers and witnessing their grandeur, and seeing the golden dragon soaring in the sky. The rivers and mountains are beautiful, which can fascinate one. However, this is also a horrifying killing technique. Not good. Ultimately, he was a half-step great grandmaster, having experienced countless battles and survived deadly battles before. At this moment, Yin Hong roared out in rage, bit his tongue forcefully, causing blood to surge out. His aura erupted. A terrifying wave of shock power enveloped his whole body. The folding fan unfolded, the wide surface blocking his upper body. At the same time, he explosively retreated. The power of the shockwave swept over, as if it could break apart the rivers and mountains, and seemed to separate him from the magnificent rivers and mountains. Bang. A force of impact came from his chest, shaking his internal organs. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. SHH. Even though some kind of treasure fold was protecting his throat, he still felt a slight stinging sensation, as if an invisible force pierced through the fan, stabbing into his throat. He was nearly impaled by a sword. Yin Hong explosively retreated, his heart filled with an endless fear. Looking at Su Yan, his heart was trembling. He had nearly met his end at his opponent's hand. That sword was too terrifying, especially that roar, which shook his spirit and seemed to drag him into the rivers and mountains. If he had not been quick to react, he would be a corpse by now. What kind of swordsmanship is that? It could plunge one into an illusion. Yin Hong's face was full of uncertainty. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. Finally, I have made sense of the sword Dao. This is the Dao of the sword, not just swordsmanship, but a killing technique based on sword intent. So it is now that I have truly understood the Dao of the sword. This sword, let's call it, Rivers and Mountains Roar with the Dragon. Rivers and Mountains Roar with the Dragon has transcended the category of merely swordsmanship and embodies an authentic sword Dao technique. An art of killing based on sword intent, that's unleashed. Su Yan stood proudly with his sword, looking at the slightly disheveled Yin Hong in the distance. He couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being a half-step great grandmaster who was able to dodge the blow, preventing himself from being cut down by a single stroke. A half-step great grandmaster, and that's all, Su Yan said calmly and casually. In the distance, Du Yuying and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. Although they hadn't been victorious, they had managed to hold off Yin Hong. Yin Hong's face was darker than ever, one of his hands trembling slightly behind him. For a moment there, he had nearly been killed. That sword strike was incredibly powerful. Boy, who are you? You should think carefully. Are you sure you can bear the consequences of getting involved in this? Yin Hong spoke grimly. He knew that continuing the fight would not lead to victory. In fact, one misstep could potentially lead to a dangerous situation. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. What are you trying to threaten me? Yin Hong sneered, looking at Du Yuying and the others approaching. He said coldly, the issue with the Du family runs deep. Even a great grandmaster does not dare to get involved rashly. You've blocked me from taking girl Du away, thereby offending the powerful person backing me. You better think carefully about the consequences. There will naturally be people who will come to settle the score with you. Du Yuying frowned slightly and spoke softly, sir. You need not worry. My Du family will take care of this for you. Yin Hong sneered, boy, do you want to tie yourself to the Du family's boat? It's not easy to play the hero to save the beauty. The person backing me, the Du family can't handle. Du Yuying frowned as the person backing Yin Hong, a half-step great-grandmaster and constantly mentioning powerful persons. It's evident that the person behind the scenes must be extraordinary. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. The conspirators behind Yin Hong and those who attacked her earlier were obviously not the same people. Su Yan frowned, thinking to himself, I'm just trying to earn some spirit crystals and spirit medicine. Is it easy? The person behind this guy is clearly not simple. If they want to cause trouble for me, then I'll need to be cautious wherever I go. Even a great grandmaster might show up. He needed to earn spirit crystals, and he also wanted spirit medicine. He had already escorted Du Yuying all the way here, and after a fierce battle, how could he retreat at this moment? Moreover, even if he decided to retreat, the other party would not let it go so easily. Sir, don't worry. You can stay at my Du family for a few days. Once this storm passes, I guarantee that no one will involve you because of this matter, Du Yuying said seriously. However, Su Yan didn't pay much attention to it. Would he stay at the Du family's place? He came here to make his way in the inner domain, not to seek refuge with a certain power. Yin Hong threatened further, boy, this matter is far-reaching. You are indeed strong, but I advise you to withdraw. If you leave now, all that's left is the grudge between the two of us. If you interfere, you'll be making an enemy of the person supporting me. You better think carefully about the consequences. Su Yan snorted coldly, threaten me. Are you worthy? The person supporting you, are they worthy? The half-step great-grandmaster, who was a pseudo-martial artist, who was unable to make a direct breakthrough to great-grandmaster, was definitely a waste. Who dared to threaten him and who gave him the courage? And who is this so-called noble person? Without another word, Su Yan thrust his sword out. The image of mountains and rivers emerged, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. It was the sword Dao he had recently comprehended, the mountain river dragon roar. With such a good opponent to practice his swordsmanship on, how could Su Yan let him go? The color drained from Yin Hong's face. He was deeply aware of how terrifying this sword strike was. His folding fan was spinning in his hand, with layers of shocking wave-like power emerging one after another. At the same time, he was inwardly guarded against the terrifying influence of the dragon's roar. Still, the moment the dragon's roar sounded, he still felt as if he were being drawn into a world of mountains and rivers, as if in the next moment he would be buried within the mountains and rivers. Yin Hong roared in anger, continuously exerting his full power. The shocking waves rolled, and he managed to extricate himself from the realm of the mountains and rivers and quickly retreated. SHH. A slash was cut into his chest clothes, and he was furious. Dare to threaten me. Half-baked thing, who gave you the courage? Su Yan's sword struck out again and again. The dragon's roar kept ringing out, and the image of mountains and rivers kept emerging, forcing Yin Hong to continuously dodge, looking extremely pathetic. His purple robe was nearly reduced to rags. A small bloody cut also appeared on his shoulder. Yet he was still a half-step great-grandmaster. Despite being in a pathetic state, he had not received any fatal injuries. I can't continue like this. This lad's swordsmanship is peculiar. It seems to become more powerful the more he fights. A single carelessness could lead me to fall into his hands. Yin Hong felt a chill in his heart and thought of retreating. Du Yuying and the others were shaken. What kind of swordplay was this? It was incredibly strong, as if it contained some profound mystery of the universe. Yin Hong was forced into a disgusting state. This was a half-step great-grandmaster, whose terrifying power far surpassed that of a grandmaster martial artist. And Yin Hong was even more outstanding among the half-step great-grandmasters, an existence rumored to be invincible except by a great-grandmaster. At this moment, he no longer retained his refined demeanor. His hair was disheveled, and his purple robe had turned into strips of cloth hanging from his body, with intersecting bloody cuts faintly visible. Although the wounds were not deep, only superficial bloody cuts, it was enough to show how dangerous Yin Hong's situation was. If he was a little slow in responding, he could fall on the spot. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, looking at Yin Hong with surprise. This guy is strong. I can't kill him. After the battle, Su Yan also understood his own strength and at what level he was in the inner domain. He was stronger than a half-step great-grandmaster, but weaker than a great-grandmaster. However, killing a powerful half-step great-grandmaster like Yin Hong was not easy. Boom! Yin Hong suddenly unleashed a fierce attack and swiftly retreated, prepared to escape at any moment. Boy, since you insist on getting involved in this matter, from now on, not only this great UA state, but even the whole inner domain martial arts world would be a place you can't consider safe. You'll always be under constant attacks. Anyone who obstructs the important figures behind me is doomed to die, and you are no exception even if you are a great grandmaster. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Whoever was backing Yin Hong must hold significant power, or else he wouldn't have said such words. Empty barrels make the most noise. You're a real waste, threatening me with your so-called dignitary. Do you think I care about them? Su Yan sneered, showing no fear. Good, good, good. Yin Hong laughed bitterly. Since you're so arrogant, ignoring the important figure behind me, dare to tell me your name. Su Yan looked at him with an arrogant expression and said, why wouldn't I dare? But he was also muttering to himself, Brother Zai did tell me that when I come to the inner domain, whatever happens, just mention his name and everything will be solved. Sword Dao Cliff is one of the top forces in the inner domain. Could this guy's supporter be even more powerful? Just how useful is Brother Zai's name will be tested this time. I hope Brother Zai hasn't been bragging. Su Yan wasn't scared of Yin Hong or his supporters' power. It's just that being chased by a major power immediately after arriving in the inner domain may hamper his plan to accumulate spirit crystals and collect spiritual medicines. His primary aim coming to the inner domain was to collect spiritual medicines to help his junior sister with her alchemy, thereby laying a foundation for his family's martial arts training. Once he achieves the innate perfection and even breaks through to the Tongxuan realm, he wouldn't worry about provoking these major powers any longer. In fact, they would be good for honing his own strength. But now wasn't the time. Su Yan sheathed his sword, crossed his arms over his chest, and said arrogantly, listen well. My name is Xiling Feng. Silence. Yin Hong's eyes widened, staring at him in disbelief. Du Yuying's mouth dropped slightly open in surprise, with a hint of delight in her eyes. Huyer covered her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. Yan Quan was totally stunned. Huh, what's going on? What's with their reactions? Su Yan wondered. Why did their reactions change so drastically upon hearing the name Xiling Feng? After a while, Yin Hong took a deep breath to calm himself and solemnly said, so you are Xiling Feng from Sword Dao Cliff. Since Brother Zai is involved in this matter, the important people behind me will step away. I take my leave now. He had no doubt about Su Yan's words. The impressive display of swordsmanship during their previous exchanges had already impressed him. Xiling Feng of the Sword Dao Cliff was hailed as one of the 3 youngest grandmasters in the inner domain, and even the top swordsman among the younger generation. He carries the reputation of being the most gifted fighter that Sword Dao Cliff has seen in 1,000 years. Such formidable strength matched his reputation. Since Xiling Feng was involved, the matter of the Du family would certainly be dropped. That's what Yin Hong thought. He was fully aware that the individual backing him would definitely not offend Xiling Feng over Du Yuying. Glancing at Du Yuying, he silently praised, this woman's beauty is unparalleled, and as the rumors go, she has a special physique that attracted Xiling Feng to stand up for her. She is indeed something. Without further delay, Yin Hong swiftly departed. Su Yan was startled. Is the name Xiling Feng really that influential? He was secretly delighted. Brother Zai didn't lie to me. No matter what happens, just mention his name and everything will be solved. Even this guy didn't dare to throw harsh words after hearing Brother Zai's name. He even directly stated that the dignitary behind him would no longer be involved in this matter. Watching Yin Hong's receding figure, Su Yan muttered to himself, once I achieve innate perfection, I will mop the floor with you. Young Master Zai, it's you. Du Yuying's expression was a mix of surprise and delight. At this moment, she was reminded of many things. When they had met in Taishan County, young Master Zai was there for me. He just wanted to get my attention. He wanted spirit crystals and spiritual medicines, but those were just excuses. His true intention was to escort me back. Could it be that young Master Zai? With certain possibility popping into her mind, Du Yuying felt her heartbeat quicken. Huyer and Yan Quan also couldn't help but think along those lines. The pride of Sword Dao Cliff, Xiling Feng, fancied Miss Du and intentionally got close to her. Su Yan coughed lightly. Miss Du, don't forget about the spiritual medicines. And by declaring my name, it seems like I have helped solve some problems for the Du family, don't you think so? Young Master Zai, Yuying understands. I won't skimp on the spirit crystals and spiritual medicines. Du Yuying gently replied. That's good, we should quickly move on, Su Yan nodded. Something seems off about this woman's attitude. Get the spiritual medicines and get going, that's what Su Yan thought. He had helped solve a problem for the Du family just by stating the name Xiling Feng. His help shouldn't go unrewarded. We shouldn't take Brother Zai's name in vain either. So Su Yan reminded her, Miss Yuying, it seems that by mentioning my name, I might have solved a problem for the Du family in the process. The reward for this. Du Yuying gave him a gentle look and gently replied, Yuying will make sure to prepare a generous gift to express my gratitude to young Master Zai. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded, sure, you can send this generous gift to Sword Dao Cliff. Yuying understands. Du Yuying glared at him. Su Yan was stunned, mumbling to himself in his heart, did this woman misunderstand something? Never mind, I don't need to concern myself with her. As long as I can deliver the gift to Brother Zai, that's all that matters. Su Yan was a man of manners, since Brother Zai was so generous, promising him that in the inner domain he could use Zai's name for any matter and that he had helped others by using his name. This generous gift of gratitude, naturally, he could not accept. Upon receiving this gift, Brother Zai should know that I have arrived in the inner domain, Su Yan thought to himself. As Du Yuying continued her journey, she poked her head out of the carriage and asked, Young Master Zai, won't you come inside and join us? Seeing her with her beautifully crafted features, a soft, gentle look in her eyes, Su Yan suddenly perked up, but then hurriedly shook his head. No, the carriage is too small, it won't be convenient. At that moment, he tensed. That's not good. I'm feeling a bit distracted and was almost bothered by external factors. This must be because my progress in Sword Dao has been too fast, and my mentality couldn't keep up. I must find a place to further hone my mentality. Seeing this, Du Yuying had no choice but to give up. The team arrived at a big city. The Grandmaster of the city, who had just left to provide assistance, sighed in relief when he saw Du Yuying return. This city is far superior to Taishan County. After entering the city, Su Yan was full of emotions, and then he became excited. Along the way, he earned a good amount of spirit crystals and a substantial amount of 7th grade spiritual medicine. The team arrived at the Tianbao Pavilion in the city. As Du Yuying alighted from the carriage, a manager of the Tianbao Pavilion came out to greet her. Miss Du, welcome. Cuyer. Du Yuying began to speak. Yes, miss. Cuyer stepped forward, handing over a list to the manager of Tianbao Pavilion. These spiritual medicines, you guys have them, right? Also, make a spirit crystal check for 10,000 crystals, Cuyer said. The manager of Tianbao Pavilion took a glance at the list, looked at Du Yuying with surprise, hesitated for a moment, then asked, Miss Du, these 7th grade spiritual medicines are quite expensive. Are you sure you can afford them? Manager, you need not worry. If Du Yuying dares to order them, I naturally can afford them. Du Yuying resolutely replied in good spirits. Very well, please wait a moment. Just as the manager was about to leave, Su Yan interjected, Manager, do you have a storage bag here? The object he coveted the most was the storage bag. The manager looked at Su Yan in surprise. Who was this young man who would bring up a storage bag just like that? Even for the Du family, regardless of whether they could afford it if they were to buy, it would definitely be a huge strain on their resources. Our Tianbao Pavilion branch does not have any storage bags. If the young master wishes to purchase one, the head office can arrange to bring one over, the manager explained. Su Yan looked disappointed. He could not afford one, but seeing one would have been nice. However, it seemed like even getting a chance to look at it was too difficult. He wouldn't stay here much longer. Once he received his reward, he would leave. He could only shake his head and say, never mind if you don't have it. Du Yuying quietly glanced at him, contemplating something in her heart. Young Master Zai seems to be very fond of storage bags. Well, who doesn't cherish such treasures? Especially for young Master Zai, an unrivaled prodigy in this world. Even if Jianzhen Cliff has a storage bag, it is in the hands of the great Grandmaster and has already been claimed. Moreover, according to Jianzhen Cliff's rules, if you want a storage bag, you have to obtain it yourself. If I could obtain a storage bag for young Master Zai, as Du Yuying thought about it, she sighed deeply. Acquiring a storage bag is just too difficult. The manager of the Tianbao Pavilion brought a spirit ticket with a quota of 10,000 and a bag of spiritual medicine. The bag contained 25 fully sealed 7th grade spiritual medicines. Su Yan happily accepted the spirit ticket and held the bag of spiritual medicine in his hand, but he was a bit troubled. Should I return to the border wilderness now? I didn't leave that long ago, but it's a bit inconvenient to carry spiritual medicine with me. The manager of the Tianbao Pavilion noticed his dilemma. He then said, if the young master needs temporary storage for the spiritual medicine, I can issue a free storage policy valid for 3 months. If it exceeds 3 months, a storage fee of 100 spirit crystals will be charged per month. Upon hearing this, Su Yan was tempted and asked, can I store it at any Tianbao Pavilion? Yes, our Tianbao Pavilion's policy is universal and can be used everywhere. However, free storage only applies for 3 months. Beyond that, a storage fee is required. The manager replied with a smile. No problem, give me a policy. Su Yan nodded. The storage fee for a month is 100 spirit crystals, which is equivalent to 1 Qingyuan fruit. This Tianbao Pavilion is really merciless. Those who can afford to use the storage service of Tianbao Pavilion are not ordinary martial artists. Su Yan secretly marveled. Manager, issue a 1-year storage policy. I will pay the cost, Du Yuying said. Su Yan was overjoyed. This lady was generous and forthright. It was worth escorting her. Du Yuying gave a charming smile and said, as long as you are happy. The manager glanced at Su Yan with a bit of surprise. It seemed that the young lady of the Du family had taken a liking to this youngster. He issued a 1-year free storage policy and handed it to Su Yan. Su Yan happily accepted it and was ready to leave. He did not plan to store the spiritual medicine here. After all, this was Du Yuying's territory and it was too far from the border wilderness. By the way, manager, the spiritual medicine won't be lost, will it? The manager of Tianbao Pavilion's face darkened. Who was this boy questioning the reputation of Tianbao Pavilion? The inner domain knew all about it. Young master, rest assured, if the spiritual medicine is lost, Tianbao Pavilion will compensate triple the amount. If it's damaged, we will compensate the original amount. Then I can rest assured. Su Yan exclaimed, relieved. It would be great if the stored spiritual medicine was lost. I could get 3 times the compensation. He muttered to himself and left. Du Yuying watched him leave. A hint of a smile seemed to flash in her eyes. Tell the master that I am back and at the Tianbao Pavilion. Ask him to send someone to pick me up and also tell him to prepare a generous gift. I'll need it. Du Yuying stood up and said, "Miss, I know how to explain it to the master." Yan Quan assured her seriously. The eldest apprentice had gone to the inner domain, and the second apprentice had comprehended the cultivation technique of the great sun golden body. The third apprentice was about to perfect the golden bone, and it wouldn't be long before he could embark on the path of martial arts. Li Xuan felt somewhat relieved. He began to invest part of his energy into the cultivation techniques above the Tongxuan realm, pondering how to practice in the realm above Tongxuan. Meng Chang was breaking through the innate realm, and Li Xuan was secretly keeping an eye on it, expecting that Meng Chang's breakthrough could also bring about some transformations. Meng Chang was fully immersed in his breakthrough on the slope. The great sun golden body focused on opening the gold body's apertures, but before opening these apertures, he needed to connect the heaven and earth bridge and open up the Danshan Sea of Qi as foundation. Bang, my senior brother told me that during his breakthrough, he integrated his sword intent into himself and experienced a transformation, and his power became even stronger. In that case, I can merge my knife intent into myself. The art of nourishing the knife doesn't nourish the knife in the hand, but inwardly nourishes the knife within me. So I'll nourish the knife in one of the gold body's apertures. When I need to use it, I will merge the knife in the aperture into the one in my hand. A flash of insight came to Meng Chang's mind. He had an epiphany and found the method of nourishing the knife. Bang! The heaven and earth bridge was connected, and nature's spiritual energy was guided into his body. The domineering knife intent was stimulated inside his body, merged into his bones, and polished both his bones and the heaven and earth bridge. It takes time to break through. It can't be done overnight. Meng Chang was a physical martial artist who practiced the great sun golden body, which required the opening of golden body's apertures and the stimulation of physical power. Consequently, the time he would need for the breakthrough was longer than Su Yan. Su Lingxiu silently observed. Though she had not yet started her journey, there was no harm in watching Meng Chang break through the innate realm and gaining some experience for her own future breakthrough. Meng Chang's breakthrough was bound to succeed without any accidents. The only uncertainty was whether he could achieve a pleasant surprise. Li Xuan didn't pay much attention. He took out the ancient leather book and studied it. As he researched it over time, he felt as if he was gaining some sort of insight. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Your disciple Su Yan has slapped a grandmaster martial artist to death, enhancing your combat experience. Suddenly, golden light emerged. Li Xuan was taken aback. What's going on? Su Yan has just entered the inner domain. Why did he confront a grandmaster martial artist? Su Yan had just entered the inner domain and confronted a grandmaster. How on earth did he provoke a grandmaster martial artist? But the grandmaster martial artist was nothing to be worried about. He was slapped to death with a single palm. Li Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. With Su Yan's small accomplishment in the innate realm, except for the lack of some combat experience, it was no problem for him to defeat a grandmaster. As long as he doesn't encounter a great grandmaster, Su Yan will not be in danger. Even if he encounters a great grandmaster, with Su Yan's speed of heavenly lightning flash, he can escape. But between grandmasters, the gap in strength is considerable, and it's even more so for the great grandmasters. Great grandmasters in the inner domain are still not to be underestimated. The man in the black robe, although also a great grandmaster, was obviously not one who had reached completion. He was not even a peak great grandmaster. His combat experience had increased once more, and Li Xuan was elated. I don't even have to fight, and my combat experience increases just by lying down. This feels great. Therefore, he could skip the strenuous cultivation and leave the struggle to his disciple. As a master, he could become invincible by merely lying down. Your disciple Su Yan killed a grandmaster-level martial artist with a slap. Your combat experience has increased. Li Xuan was stunned. Another grandmaster martial artist. Grandmaster martial artists are the top fighters in the inner domain, right? How come Su Yan killed two right after entering the inner domain in such a short time? Did my disciple Su Yan provoke these grandmasters, or did the grandmasters provoke my disciple? Li Xuan fell into a deep contemplation. I'm certain that my disciple Su Yan, with his simple and kind nature, was provoked by these grandmaster martial artists. So their death served them right. After all, only 2 grandmaster martial artists had been killed so far. The inner domain is vast and full of sects, and the number of grandmaster martial artists is actually much higher than that. However, what was beyond Li Xuan's expectation was, your disciple Su Yan killed a grandmaster martial artist with a slap. Your combat experience has increased. Li Xuan gasped, are grandmasters everywhere in the inner domain, or has Su Yan stirred up a grandmaster's nest? How many has he killed already? He was shocked. What if a great grandmaster was provoked? Is the inner domain really that dangerous? Is a grandmaster as commonplace as cabbages? Li Xuan couldn't help doubting. In the inner domain, are grandmaster martial artists that common and not among the top fighters? It's been a few days and Su Yan hasn't killed any grandmasters. It seems they are not that numerous. A few days had passed without any news of grandmasters being killed. Li Xuan sighed in relief. However, his relief didn't last long. Your disciple, Su Yan, enlightened the true essence of the dragon roar during a battle with a peak grandmaster. You have now fully comprehended the dragon roar. There it was again, and this time it was a peak grandmaster. However, Su Yan had achieved some enlightenment this time. Dragon roar essence. Indeed, fighting is the best way to stimulate one's talent. Su Yan's enlightenment of dragon roar essence will make the power of his descending dragon palm even stronger. Li Xuan nodded in agreement. It was indeed the right choice for Su Yan to go to the inner domain for training. How long had it been, and he had already reaped the benefits? Your disciple, Su Yan, killed a peak grandmaster. Your combat experience has increased. The feedback from Golden Finger came once again. He had killed the peak grandmaster. Good, my disciple Su Yan can now sweep through the grandmaster realm. Li Xuan was silently pleased. Even if the peak grandmaster who was killed was on the weaker side, it implied that Su Yan was now invincible within the grandmaster realm. When Su Yan reaches completion in the innate realm, he will be able to contend with great grandmasters. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. Once Su Yan reaches completion in the innate realm, the current man in the black robe would not be a match for him. Moreover, he had a hunch that Su Yan's strength would grow even stronger as he gains more combat experience. By the time he reaches perfection in the innate realm, he would probably not fear even peak great grandmasters. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be in any danger either. A fighting strength that could cross a major realm. On this day on the hillside outside the manor, an imposing aura shot up to the sky. Meng Chang had broken through. An impressive figure with a golden aura stood proudly on the hillside. His imposing aura swept across all quarters. His body was enveloped in golden light, much like the shining sun, augmented with an undying aura. Giant sun golden body. Experiencing these changes within himself, Meng Chang had reached the entrance level of the giant sun golden body after opening 3 golden body points, which saw a drastic increase in his strength comparable to a treasured blade. Standing still, even a martial artist who had perfected the blood chi realm and wields a treasure sword couldn't harm him in the slightest. This was the might of the giant sun golden body. Apart from that, there was an aura of tyranny surrounding Meng Chang. After my breakthrough, my body feels sharpened by my blade intent. It seems that my Vajra Leeli bone has transformed. Meng Chang was overjoyed. He swung his arm, throwing a punch. Winds and thunder roared. The punch was incredibly dominating. Thunderbolts rolled up a storm, and the storm engulfed the thunderbolts, wreaking havoc and causing destruction wherever it hit. Boom, the entire hillside started to shake. So powerful, Sheer was utterly shocked. Meng Chang's power surge post-breakthrough was overwhelming. He didn't even need to get close to suffocate people with his power. The red cat that lay next to him was fixedly gazing at Meng Chang. The glistening golden figure exuded a fierce aura, far more savage than the beast itself. Its claws were fervently scratching the ground, its eyes seemingly lost in thought. Shock spread across Zhou Ying's face. If the innate realm was this formidable, how powerful would the Tongxuan realm be? It felt to her that Meng Chang could annihilate a grandmaster martial artist with a single punch. Even the weakest grandmaster martial artist held a tremendous presence in the inner domain. In some small cities, they were dominant forces, looked up to as lords overseeing the ever-changing world. Yet these powerful martial artists, in her view, couldn't possibly survive even a single punch from Meng Chang. Meng Chang then began to retract his aura. The golden glow disappeared, and his fierce aura gradually became more reserved. However, he still appeared as a fierce, bold-headed young man. He no longer had the previous aura of wildness and ferocity. My aura is still too conspicuous. I need to keep it hidden. Otherwise, when I go to the inner domain, everyone will consider me a lout, Meng Chang mumbled to himself. Gold light appeared again, indicating his breakthrough. This was the feedback from the golden finger. Your disciple Meng Chang, using your self-taught cultivation technique, successfully broke through, forging the great sun golden body in the innate realm, which is 100 times superior than the others at the same realm. Boom! Li Xuan only felt a sudden transformation of his body. His advancement started from the apertures of the golden body. He had now achieved the great sun golden body in the innate realm. Merely relying on my physical strength, even without using any martial arts, I can easily take down each great grandmaster with one punch. Even if tens of great grandmasters join forces to attack me, they can't break my defense. A single punch for each, nothing more than a few dozen punches, likely won't consume too much energy. Li Xuan's heart swells with excitement. The boost in his power boosted his confidence to the bursting point. Your disciple Meng Chang has transformed into a Vajra tyrant bone, and you have earned the dragon ascending dyad dominant spiritual body. Boom! His spiritual body underwent another transformation and added another layer of dominant fierceness to it. It pushed his physical strength up another notch. Meng Chang has also transformed into a Vajra tyrant bone, another type of spiritual bone. Li Xuan was overjoyed. He wondered if Su Lingxiu would also transform when she broke through. If she did transform, then what powerful spiritual body would he get from subsequent stacking? Li Xuan was full of anticipation. At the same time, other thoughts popped up. I have the orthodox martial arts, the physical martial arts, and the alchemy martial arts. What other types of martial arts can I create? If he could create a new system of martial arts and recruit new disciples, once their training is successful, he could receive more substantial feedback. This kind of transformation would intensify through continuous stacking. However, Li Xuan was temporarily clueless about the new martial arts system. Artifact refining martial arts. Somehow it doesn't feel strong enough. I can't create a theory just yet. Just refining artifacts seems insufficient. Li Xuan was lost in thought. Forget it. I should first create a cultivation theory for the realms above Tangshuan. Crafting a new martial art system had to be put on hold for now. He will take it up when inspiration strikes. Besides, finding an abnormal disciple isn't an easy task. After Meng Chang's breakthrough, he was consolidating his realm and delving into self-improvement. The red cat came over and stared at him pitifully, sweeping its tail back and forth on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Li Xuan chuckled. He raised his staff and tapped it on the cat's body, pointing out its acupoints once again, and gave it another round of the great beast technique. He was ingraining the technique deeply into Red Cat's memory. Who knows, maybe it could truly comprehend the technique one day. All of Su Lingxiu's failed elixirs were given to it. After eating the elixirs, the cat didn't need any other food. It wasn't hungry, indicating the failed elixirs still contained plenty of medicinal power. My second disciple is also heading to the inner domain soon. I hope they don't encounter another grandmaster martial artist. Li Xuan chuckled wryly. Su Yan had entered the inner domain and successively slapped a couple of grandmasters to death. This was likely an accident. Surely it was not Meng Chang's fate to also upset a group of grandmasters in the inner domain. One would think grandmasters are everywhere. Then the golden light began to glow again. Li Xuan paused. Was this feedback from Meng Chang or Su Yan? He didn't just slap another grandmaster to death, did he? Your disciple Su Yan has just killed a grandmaster martial artist with a single slap. After killing 4 grandmasters in quick succession, your combat experience has greatly increased. Li Xuan, was he ambushed? Why does the inner domain grandmaster feel so weak, like a mosquito that can be slapped to death with a single slap? Li Xuan fell deep into thought. How did Su Yan manage to draw so many grandmaster martial artists to him? Li Xuan still couldn't figure out how his eldest disciple Su Yan had offended so many grandmaster martial artists, to the point of being surrounded and attacked by them. The golden light emerged again. Your disciple Su Yan killed a grandmaster in the inner domain with one palm strike. By means of killing a grandmaster, you have obtained the martial arts divine technique, one-hit kill, martial arts divine technique. Li Xuan was thrilled his disciple was truly supportive. The death of a grandmaster by a single palm strike even resulted in feedback from the golden finger. And what was this? A martial arts divine technique. Finally, I have another one that isn't just a copy of my disciple's martial arts. Li Xuan was overjoyed. One-hit kill, the martial arts divine technique. He had mastered it. This was a very powerful cultivation technique. No matter how deceitful the enemy's movement technique was, how fast they were, or how elusive, as long as he made a move, the opponent could not dodge. The only option was to withstand the attack. There was no other way. Moreover, when using one-hit kill, the power instantly increased threefold. Unless the opponent's strength was 3 times his, they would absolutely be unable to resist. No wonder it's the martial arts divine technique. A threefold increase in power with one strike, and the enemy can't dodge, can only withstand. If they don't have 3 times the strength, they can't resist, they are certain to die. This is indeed a martial arts divine technique that can fight against enemies stronger than oneself. As long as they are not more than 3 times stronger, it will be a one-hit kill. Li Xuan was exhilarated. It was indeed a martial arts divine technique. With my current strength, even if a martial artist superior to a great grandmaster appears, by using one-hit kill, I should be able to kill them in one strike, right? Thinking this, Li Xuan was even more excited. His sense of security greatly increased. Su Yan, as a pioneer of my martial arts endeavor, really delivers. The road to my invincibility relies entirely on him. Among his 3 disciples, Li Xuan values Su Yan the most. The eldest disciple was at the core of the martial arts endeavor. I need to establish the realm above the Tangshuan realm as soon as possible, to lay out the theoretical framework for it. As soon as Su Yan comes back from the inner domain, I can teach him the cultivation technique above the Tangshuan realm. Given Su Yan's monstrous talent, after gaining experience in the inner domain, he should have no problem understanding the Tangshuan realm's cultivation techniques. Li Xuan was quite excited. He glanced at Su Lingxiu, who was currently cultivating. She would most likely get stuck in perfecting her golden bones. How to break through and refine eternal bones would depend on her alone. Although Su Lingxiu developed the recipe for the evergreen pill to refine eternal bones, she lacked the spiritual medicine for refinement. She only had water spirit grass, and he didn't know what the effect would be. This girl seems to have a special constitution, which is why her cultivation progressed so quickly. The refinement of the eternal bones shouldn't pose a major problem, it should just take some time. Li Xuan mused. Upon learning that Meng Chang would break through soon, Shi'er knew that it wouldn't be long before he left for the inner domain. Therefore, he seized this opportunity to learn swordsmanship from Meng Chang. He had given up on the Tao of the sword and just wanted to learn a few excellent sword techniques. When facing martial artists from the inner domain, he could maintain an advantage and not lose face. In the following days, there was no further feedback from the Golden Finger. Li Xuan felt a little relieved, but also a tad disappointed. Did Su Yan stop provoking the Grandmaster martial artists? Or perhaps the Grandmaster martial artists stopped provoking Su Yan. What was disappointing was that without a Grandmaster being killed by Su Yan, there would be no feedback. Then one day, the golden light emerged once again. Your disciple Su Yan, after a fierce battle with a half-step great grandmaster, successfully comprehended the sword Dao technique, Mountains and Rivers Dragon Chant. Your Mountains and Rivers Dragon Chant has reached completion. Sword Dao technique. Li Xuan was shocked. Su Yan had actually fought with a half-step great grandmaster. What on earth did Su Yan do? Would the next step be a fight with a great grandmaster? Thinking this, he couldn't help but worry. Although Su Yan's strength was monstrous, an innate realm junior was ultimately no match for the power of a great grandmaster. With Su Yan's speed, even if he is defeated, escaping shouldn't be an issue, and he will soon be able to break through to the peak of the innate realm. By then, even a great grandmaster will not pose a threat. Li Xuan exhaled and visualized the sword Dao technique, Mountains and Rivers Dragon Chant in his mind. This was a real Dao technique. It had already transcended the field of ordinary swordsmanship. It was created by Su Yan on the basis of his sword intent. In a sense, it can be said that now Su Yan has truly stepped into the realm of sword Dao. Li Xuan couldn't help but feel amazed. The Mountain and Rivers Dragon Chant was very powerful and would keep growing stronger with each level of cultivation. This was a sword Dao technique that would not become outdated just because of an increase in strength. My strength has increased again. Li Xuan's heart was brimming with excitement. 3 days later, Meng Chang came back. He had thoroughly consolidated his realm. The robust aura he was previously emitting was now completely concealed. Even though he still looked burly and robust, at least the fierce aura wasn't emanating. Master, I'm going to the inner domain. Meng Chang knelt down and kowtowed. What I had to say, I already said when your eldest senior brother left. I won't repeat myself. Li Xuan nodded. Master's instructions I will remember in my heart. Meng Chang respectfully kowtowed. Second senior brother. Su Lingxiu felt a sense of melancholy. Both her senior brothers were leaving the border wasteland to venture into the inner domain. When could she return to the inner domain? Was reaching the innate realm enough? Junior sister, don't worry. Your second senior brother will definitely help you gather spiritual medicine. You just focus on your cultivation. Meng Chang patted his chest. Second senior brother, it's enough that you try your best. Don't get mixed up in danger for the sake of spiritual medicine. Su Lingxiu said, moved. Rest assured, I know my limits. Meng Chang nodded. Shi'er, the sword technique I taught you, learn it well. If you can master 50 to 60% of it, you'll be stronger than other martial artists at the same level. Looking at Shi'er, he gives some advice. Don't worry, I will definitely practice hard and won't let you down. Shi'er nods solemnly. Lifting his hand, he passes a small package to Meng Chang. I'll be back in half a year or a year. Meng Chang tucks the package into his chest, rises into the sky, and vanishes over the horizon. He doesn't immediately head to the inner domain. Instead, he heads to the imperial city of Wu country. After the fight, he was nearly killed. He decides to confront the Emperor of Wu and figure out how Senior Wu appeared in the first place. If the Emperor of Wu was behind it all, then Meng Chang would not hold back, even if it meant ignoring the favor of the Emperor of Wu avenging him. After the incident with Senior Wu, the imperial city of Wu country gradually returned to normal. The courtiers did their duties, took care of state affairs. The younger generations carried on with their search for masters or traveled to Qi country for an exchange with like-minded fellows to see if they could obtain a method of training in martial arts. Only the Emperor of Wu, he always had a lingering worry. Since the fight, Meng Chang had not come to settle the account and seemed to have disappeared. This made him very uneasy, as it indicated that Meng Chang was severely injured and was recuperating from his injuries. Once he recovered, he was bound to clear things up. What the Emperor of Wu feared the most was that Meng Chang would not let him explain and would beat him up on the spot. Emperor of Wu, the Emperor of Wu, who was in his study reviewing papers, suddenly trembled with fear, dropping his pen. Meng Chang was here. After not seeing him for a while, the Emperor of Wu found Meng Chang seemed to have grown more robust. His shiny bald head seemed brighter and his overall demeanor more aggressive. Meng Chang, listen to my explanation. He was not sent by me. The Emperor of Wu hurriedly pleaded with a desperate look on his face. Tell me what happened. Meng Chang didn't show any courtesy and sat right on the Emperor of Wu's chair. But the Emperor of Wu stood terrified beside him. This is what happened. The Emperor of Wu didn't dare hide anything and honestly told Meng Chang the complete story of how Senior Wu came into the scene. I had someone send you a message saying there was a martial arts expert. Didn't you receive it? The Emperor of Wu put on a wronged face. All right, since this has nothing to do with you, I won't hold you accountable. Meng Chang rises from his seat. The Emperor of Wu lets out a sigh of relief. Since it has been decided to spread martial arts in the borderlands, Wu country would naturally not be excluded. Just that now, people like Emperor Qi are secretly cultivating to build up enough strength before slowly spreading it out. Since this was the case, then Wu country should also have martial arts techniques. Meng Chang turns and leaves. The mysterious voice in the stone house seemed to have lost its senses and was unable to acquire the methods. Now that Emperor Wu has a new way to acquire the methods, he wouldn't just wait around anymore. After leaving the imperial city of Wu country, Meng Chang headed straight into the endless mountains, tracing the places where Senior Wu had appeared and exploring along the way. But in the end, he found nothing. Inside a small courtyard in Yunqian County, Li Xuan sat in a chair, sighing with emotion. His second disciple had also set off on his journey, leaving only the third disciple by his side. Red Cat, have you memorized the acupoints? He used a bamboo cane to point at the acupoints on Red Cat's body and asked with a grin. Bored, he teased the big cat. Roar. Red Cat let out a deep cry, seemingly telling Li Xuan that it had memorized the acupoints. If you want to awaken your acupoints, I think you should start with this one. If you awaken this acupoint, your intelligence might improve and you might become smarter. Li Xuan laughed jovially and used the bamboo cane to gently prod at Red Cat's head. Roar. Red Cat let out a cry, looking as if it was deep in thought. My lord, it's a beast. It surely can't grasp the concepts, can it? Sheer couldn't resist speaking. If the Red Cat managed to understand the beast magic, he would begin to doubt his existence. Was his talent inferior to a beast? Well, that's not necessarily true. After all, it's a fierce beast. Its intellect is far superior to that of ordinary livestock. Moreover, the fact that Red Cat was caught by me may be the result of chance. Li Xuan said with a chuckle. Sheer appeared to be in deep thought. Red Cat, could you really have understood the beast magic? If so, wouldn't it become very powerful and surpass me? When he thought this far, Sheer began to panic. When Red Cat was first brought back, he had whipped the beast in order to tame it. If Red Cat became powerful, would it retaliate? I have to teach Red Cat, while it's still unaware, that when I whipped it earlier, it was for its own good. It is because of this that it was able to understand beast magic. Red Cat has to understand gratitude. If it weren't for my whip, this day of understanding beast magic wouldn't have come. As Sheer thought this through, he was determined. Seeing Sheer's actions, Li Xuan felt strange. This fellow's mind has become quite clever. To make Red Cat believe him, Sheer even prepared a large gold chain to put around Red Cat's neck, claiming that the chain cost a lot of money. Red Cat seemed quite excited, appearing to like the gold chain. Li Xuan looked towards the direction of the inner domain. Meng Chang must have entered by now. When Su Yan entered the inner domain, he killed a grandmaster. It shouldn't be the same with Meng Chang, would it? Given his hulking figure, regular martial artists wouldn't provoke him. Moreover, one doesn't encounter a grandmaster martial artist just any time. Li Xuan wished for a while, regretting that if Meng Chang could blow up a grandmaster martial artist with a single punch, killing several grandmasters, wouldn't this feed back to his own martial arts technique? I shouldn't be too greedy. Regardless of what I heard from both Xiling Feng and Hu Shan, or Su Lingxiu, grandmasters in the inner domain are rare and nobody can meet them just because they want to. Li Xuan was beset with doubts as he took out the ancient book and started studying its contents. Meanwhile, he continued to ponder about the cultivation technique beyond Tongshuan. Nothing had changed in Taishan County. The majority of the comings and goings at the Tianbao Pavilion were martial artists of Taishan County. Most walked in reluctantly and came out wincing. Apart from the martial artists, there were also some commoners who occasionally came in to buy cultivation techniques. The hostess at the entrance of the Tianbao Pavilion noticed a robust and bald young man. He had a curious look on his face, glancing everywhere with visible excitement and curiosity. The hostess instantly knew that this was a young man who had just started exploring the world. Not too far away from Taishan County was the Tianding Mountain, and perhaps he was a young man who had left his mountain village for the first time to see the city. Young master, please come inside. The hostess gestured him to enter with a smile. All right, all right. Meng Chang was overjoyed. This was the Tianbao Pavilion. There were many spiritual medicines inside, and they even sold treasures like storage pouches. Senior brother should have already left Taishan County, right? Has he gone to Lamping Prefecture City? Meng Chang thought to himself. He had decided that his next destination would be Lamping Prefecture City. The same girl who had received Su Yan approached with a smile. Young master, this way please. Although Meng Chang was tall and muscular with a shiny bald head which attracted attention, he was not ugly and looked like a young boy of 16 or 17 years old. Young master, please take a look. This is our first floor item catalog of the Tianbao Pavilion. The girl skillfully handed the catalog to Meng Chang. Meng Chang eagerly flipped through it page by page and felt awed in his heart. The Tianbao Pavilion did not disappoint. The first floor alone had so many spiritual medicines for sale. There were also treasures, martial arts techniques, prepared potions and pills, etc. Young master, is there anything that catches your eye? The girl asked with a smile. Meng Chang smiled, touched his head and asked, do you have storage pouches? I want to take a look. He held the same thoughts as Su Yan. Even if he couldn't buy, he could at least take a look, right? The girl's smile froze. For some reason, she thought back to the young man who had asked about storage pouches some time ago. She looked at Meng Chang with suspicion, wondering if these two boys came from the same village. The maid took a deep breath, still smiling politely. Young master, I'm sorry, but our Tianbao Pavilion branch in Taishan County does not sell storage bags. Meng Chang looked disappointed at the news. He then asked, I want to buy spiritual medicine. Do you have 6th grade spiritual medicine here? The smile on the maid's face froze. She looked at Meng Chang dubiously. Why did he ask for 6th grade spiritual medicine right away? I'm afraid we don't have 6th grade spiritual medicine, young master, she replied. Continuing to express his disappointment, Meng Chang asked, what about 7th grade? The maid's fake smile began to stiffen even more as she recalled the young gentleman who had pulled out 5 spirit crystals to purchase spiritual medicine not too long ago. Could this one be about to pull out 5 spirit crystals as well? I'm sorry, young master, we don't have 7th grade either, she said. In Taishan County, not many people would buy 9th grade or higher spiritual medicine in a year. Even if it were 9th grade spiritual medicine, there were not many buyers. Mostly, only a few fixed powers in Taishan County would purchase them. Ordinary martial artists found it difficult to afford it, and those who could afford it would only buy the lowest grade. Rather than buying a low-grade spiritual plant, it was more cost-effective to buy medicinal concoctions or pills. Yet she met 2 people who were inquiring about 6th and 7th grade spiritual medicine. They don't even have 7th grade. Meng Chang frowned. The Tianbao Pavilion in Taishan County was indeed an inconsequential branch, but this was chiefly due to Taishan County's small size. He pulled out 5 spirit crystals and placed them on the counter. Tell me, how much spiritual medicine can I buy with these? He inquired. A muscle in the maid's cheek twitched. The 5 all too familiar spirit crystals confirmed her belief that they were from the same village. Young master, with 5 spirit crystals here, you can buy 1 water spirit grass and 1 bone-strengthening flower. 3 spirit crystals for a water spirit grass and 5 for a bone-strengthening flower, she informed him. Meng Chang looked despondent. These spirit crystals were disappearing too rapidly. Can I pay with gold? How much could I buy with 100,000 taels? Meng Chang considered. If he could use gold to purchase items, he wouldn't be short of funds. After all, the Emperor of Wu owed him at least 100,000 taels. The maid smiled awkwardly before admitting, I'm sorry, our Tianbao Pavilion does not accept gold. She paused for a moment, as if realizing something. You can only use gold to buy ordinary martial arts cultivation techniques. 100 taels of gold for 1 volume. Taishan County was in a remote location, and martial arts were not so prosperous. Tianbao Pavilion sold cultivation techniques, which were very common techniques. To regular people, however, they were invaluable. Ordinary people rarely obtained spirit crystals, so the gold for cultivation techniques policy had been put in place. This was the only thing that one could buy with gold at Tianbao Pavilion. Meng Chang was shocked. These spirit crystals were disappearing far too fast. He was way too poor. He needed to figure out a way to earn more spirit crystals. Let me have a bone-strengthening flower. Meng Chang made his request. All right, young master, please wait a moment. The maid turned her back to him and went behind the counter where a shelf was situated. She opened a compartment and fetched out a well-sealed spiritual plant, the bone-strengthening flower. Please take care of this, young master. Meng Chang took the bone-strengthening flower. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. His entire fortune, his 5 spirit crystals, had just bought this single medicinal plant. After leaving the Tianbao Pavilion, he started plotting on how to earn spirit crystals. This bone-strengthening flower would be a gift for his junior sister, Su Lingxiu. She was just at the golden bone stage, and trying to cultivate evergreen bones was not going to be easy. With this bone-strengthening flower, she can refine the medicine to ease her bone cultivation, he thought. Thinking about this, Meng Chang left Taishan County and prepared to return to Yunshan County to give the bone-strengthening flower to Su Lingxiu. However, just as he exited Taishan County, he realized someone was following him. His brow rose as he looked at the bone-strengthening flower in his hand. I was too careless and failed to hide it. Have I attracted attention? I wonder if this guy has any spirit crystals. When he thought about it this way, Meng Chang's eyes brightened. He might have just found a way to obtain spirit crystals. Pretending not to notice the stalker, he walked on nonchalantly. Young man, I have a favor to ask of you. Having left Taishan County, he found himself on a small, desolate road surrounded by emptiness. Suddenly, a man jumped out. Meng Chang looked at the newcomer. He was a refined scholar, pale-faced and evidently injured. Plus, he turned out to be a grandmaster martial artist. A bone-strengthening flower is not that rare. Why would a grandmaster target me? And why is there a grandmaster lurking in Taishan County which isn't a wasteland? Meng Chong was puzzled. What do you need? Don't tell me you've got your eye on my bone-strengthening flower, Meng Chong asked, grinning widely. Seeing the grin widen on Meng Chong's face and his gaze becoming increasingly fierce, the already mighty man now appeared like a ferocious beast about to strike. Meng Shushu suddenly felt regret. He shouldn't have chosen this man, but now there was no way back. Furthermore, he didn't know of any other suitable candidates. Taking a deep breath, he revealed his grandmaster's aura. You've misunderstood. I do need a favor. Meng Chong raised an eyebrow. So he wasn't here to rob him. What do you need? Seeing Meng Chong's indifference even after revealing his grandmaster rank, Meng Shushu regretted even more, feeling as though he had chosen the wrong person. Here's the situation. I have an item stored in the Tianbao Pavilion at Kingland City, and I'd like to hire you to retrieve it for me. You will be handsomely rewarded, he finally managed to say. Kingland City. Meng Chong frowned. Where was that? How substantial would this reward be? Meng Shushu held up a finger. 1 8th grade spiritual medicine. Seriously. Meng Chong's eyes lit up. An 8th grade spiritual medicine was truly valuable. No word of a lie, Meng Shushu said solemnly. All right, I agree. Meng Chong agreed immediately without considering the risk possibly involved in fetching things on behalf of someone else. What danger could a grandmaster like Meng Shushu face? One strike and he could kill. It's as easy as pie. Schemes and tricks crumble in the face of absolute power. Paper tigers, all of them. However, caution is still necessary. Should we head to Kingland City now? Meng Shushu asked. Wait a moment, I have some things to sort out. We'll meet here at this time tomorrow, Meng Chong said after thinking for a moment. He wanted to deliver the robust bone flower to Su Lingxiu. All right, no problem. Meng Shushu quickly agreed. I'll be on my way. Meng Shushu saluted, and with a blur of his body, he took off at a high speed. Meng Chong squinted his eyes. The other man moved swiftly. He pondered for a moment. Meng Shushu's request to retrieve something likely meant that item was being watched. A grade 8 spiritual medicine is the price. That item must be incredibly valuable, Meng Chong muttered to himself. If the other party harbored ill intentions, he wouldn't hesitate to counteract them. With one step, his figure disappeared instantly from the spot, heading straight for the border wasteland. Given his strength, an average great grandmaster wouldn't be able to follow him silently. Hence, Meng Chong wasn't worried about being discovered as he made his way to the border wasteland. Li Xuan was a little surprised. Meng Chong had just gone to the inner domain and now he was back. Junior sister, this is the robust bone flower. With this medicine, it's going to be much easier for you to refine the evergreen bone. With this robust bone flower and the water spirit grass, she would be able to refine a more potent evergreen pill. Junior sister, do you know where Kingland City is? Meng Chong asked. Kingland City. Su Lingxiu shook her head and turned to Zhou Ying. Aunt Zhou, do you know? Zhou Ying pondered for a moment and replied, Kingland City is where Lamping County borders Yunjiang County, several thousand miles away from Taishan County. Second senior brother, you are going to Kingland City? Su Lingxiu asked curiously. Meng Chong didn't mention the matter of fetching the item for someone else. Master, your disciple is going to the inner domain. After delivering the robust bone flower, Meng Chong set out again for the inner domain. The next day, at the meeting place, Meng Shushu had arrived, riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Hero, from today onwards, you'll be my coachman, escorting me to Kingland City, Meng Shushu said as he disguised himself. Being a coachman isn't a problem. My only question is there money involved? Meng Chong asked gravely. The reward of a grade 8 spiritual medicine. Meng Shushu was taken aback. They had already agreed, hadn't they? Fetch the deposited item from Kingland City and receive a grade 8 spiritual medicine as the reward. Okay, a grade 8 spiritual medicine it is. Let's draw up a contract. You owe me 2 grade 8 spiritual medicines. Meng Chong took out a pen and paper. No, when did it become 2 grade 8 spiritual medicines? It's 1. I hired you to fetch the item, and the reward is a grade 8 spiritual medicine. Meng Shushu hurriedly explained. Yes, exactly. To help you fetch the item, you agreed to give me 1 grade 8 spiritual medicine. And for the job of being your coachman, yet another grade 8 spiritual medicine. So isn't it 2 in total? Meng Chong pointed at his own head, explaining his reasoning to Meng Shushu. No, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Acting as a coachman and fetching the item are parts of one task, and the reward is a grade 8 spiritual medicine. Meng Shushu was zapped. With a grimace, Meng Chong bellowed, a grade 8 spiritual medicine, and you expect me to both serve as your coachman and fetch the item for you? Do you think I am that cheap? Are you insulting me? Bam, an ominous aura flickered as Meng Shushu gulped, regretting that he seemed to have picked the wrong person. With caution he replied, if we can't agree on the price, shall we call the deal off? Meng Chong nodded, that works too, but you have to compensate me. After all, I've wasted a lot of time on this transaction. Let's say 1,000 spirit crystals. Meng Shushu was hopping mad, his grandmaster aura exploding in all its glory. 1,000 spirit crystals, you're robbing me. Meng Chong raised an eyebrow, sneering. What, are you trying to intimidate me just because you're a grandmaster? You took the initiative to contact me. Now you change your mind, and I'm not supposed to be compensated. Meng Shushu took a few deep breaths, gathered his aura, and continued disguising himself. All right, 2 grade 8 spiritual medicines it is. That sounds fair. Meng Chong passed over the draft contract. Here, sign it. Meng Shushu picked up the pen and signed his name on it. Valiant man, what should I call you? Having finished his disguise, Meng Shushu crawled into the carriage as he asked. So you are a relative, my name is Meng Chong. After a glance at the document, Meng Chong put it away. Meng Shushu, he wondered if that was his real name. Meng Shushu expressed with a bow. No problem, Meng Chong nodded. Where is the city of Kinglan? From here. Meng Chong was driving the carriage straight to Kinglan City. Meng Shushu, after suppressing his aura, was healing his wounds in the carriage. Dear relative, do you have some enemies? It seems there's someone up ahead trying to stop us. Not even a day after leaving the county of Taishan, Meng Chong began to speak. Meng Shushu's face turned pale. He lifted a corner of the curtain and glanced ahead. An old man, with feet not touching the ground, was inspecting the passing pedestrians and vehicles. A grandmaster martial artist. His face kept changing colors. How did the old man track him down to such a remote place as Taishan County? Brother Meng, can you prevent him from inspecting the carriage? Meng Shushu asked in a somber voice. He was not confident that his disguise could fool a grandmaster martial artist. If his identity was exposed, it would inevitably be guessed that he was going to Kinglan City. That is a grandmaster, very dangerous. Just as Meng Shushu was considering how to fool that old man, Meng Chong said seriously, if you pay more, I can go all out. I'll be sure to fool him and keep your identity hidden, trying to make a profit even at the risk of life. Meng Shushu cursed in his heart, blaming himself for hiring such a man. However, he had no choice. In the whole Taishan County, only the robust and wild Meng Chong was suitable for retrieving that object. 10 spirit crystals, Meng Shushu said through gritted teeth. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Meng Chong expressed his dissatisfaction. As the carriage was getting closer and closer to the grandmaster and his gaze was focusing on them, Meng Shushu bit the bullet and said, 100 spirit crystals, not a single one more. All right, no problem. Meng Chong agreed instantly. The person in the carriage, come out. The grandmaster blocking the road called out in a deep voice. Get out of the way. Meng Chong screamed angrily, his fierce aura immediately spreading out. A grandmaster who stops and robs others on the road, isn't it shameful? Is the person in the carriage someone you can meet? Meng Shushu, sitting in the carriage, turned pale with fear. Can I really rely on this guy? With such a bad attitude, and even towards a grandmaster martial artist, wouldn't this lead to a fight? You're asking for death. As expected, the grandmaster was enraged. But before he could make his move, Meng Chong's eyes widened and his formidable aura burst out. Are you asking for death? He placed his hand on his sword hilt. Gulp, Meng Shushu swallowed hard. It was very terrifying. Just how strong is this man? At this moment, he felt that the one driving the carriage outside was not a man, but a terrifying beast. The grandmaster who was blocking the road also looked terrified. He moved back a few steps, took a deep breath, and said, My apologies for the disturbance. I was in a hurry to find an enemy. Meng Chong, holding the whip, said, An apology is enough. Compensation. The grandmaster was taken aback. Compensation? Sir, you? With one look from Meng Chong, the grandmaster immediately relented. He pulled out a spirit note, flung it to Meng Chong, and said, 100 spirit crystals, my deepest apologies. You know the drill. Meng Chong nodded in satisfaction, put the spirit note away, retracted his domineering aura, and drove the carriage away. The old man looked at the departing carriage with a silent face. What was this all about? A grandmaster who has stooped to robbery on the street. How poor can you be? Who is in the carriage? Is the driver a grandmaster? Could it be a great grandmaster? The old man was shocked. The driver was too strong. The moment his aura burst out, it gave him a suffocating feeling. The elder dared not probe any further. Someone who can persuade such a powerful grandmaster to serve as a coachman must undoubtedly have an extraordinary status which he couldn't afford to offend. As for Meng Shushu, he was nowhere to be found in the carriage. According to the clues, Meng Shushu has fled to the Iron Mountain County. Now that we have cordoned off Iron Mountain County, let's see how he can escape. But is the information accurate? The elder harbored some doubts. Iron Mountain County was an impoverished and remote place. Meng Shushu fleeing there was tantamount to courting death, wasn't it? Meng Chong drove the carriage towards Green Forest City. Inside the carriage, Meng Shushu had some worries. The fellow he had hired was a grandmaster, and a very powerful one at that. Brother Meng, are you a peak grandmaster? Meng Shushu asked tentatively. He now had some doubts that Meng Chong might be colluding with those men, coveting his treasures. Honorable client, you can rest assured. My reputation as Meng Chong is impeccable. As long as you keep your promise, I will not double-cross you. Meng Chong patted his chest and replied, Haha, Brother Meng, you misunderstood. How can I Meng Shushu suspect? I am merely curious about your strength. Meng Shushu laughed off leadingly. The journey to Green Forest City was long and dangerous. In order to avoid exposure, Meng Shushu had huddled in the carriage all this while, not daring to venture out. Thankfully, Meng Chong was strong. The mere exposure of a hint of his aura ensured no one dare interfere, let alone probe him. How could anyone who could command a grandmaster martial artist to drive a carriage be an ordinary individual? While Meng Chang was on his way to Green Forest City, Su Yan, after parting from Du Yuying, retraced his steps with the spiritual medicine and returned to the city of Lamping. The spiritual medicine was stored in Tianbao Pavilion within the city. The Seven-Star Study Palace is hailed as the holy land of inner realm martial arts, pooling all the great martial artists. There are countless strong individuals, and it enrolls talents regardless of their backgrounds. Their martial arts are as vast as the ocean, just as my master said. Inner realm martial arts have their merits. I should go and take a look at the Seven-Star Study Palace. Su Yan found his next target. Aside from continuing to earn spirit crystals and buy more spiritual medicine, his next step was to go to the Seven-Star Study Palace to check out inner realm martial arts, absorb the essence, and integrate it into himself. In this short journey to the inner realm, he had reaped enormous benefits. He had comprehended the true meaning of dragon chant and derived a sword Dao technique, Mountain River Dragon Chant. If he went to the Seven-Star Study Palace, he would surely gain access to more inner realm martial arts. However, before that, I need to cultivate my state of heart. Su Yan found that his sword Dao had improved, but his state of heart was somehow inflated, causing him to be distracted by external things. Therefore, he had to cultivate his state of heart and elevate it to a higher level. When I was in the borderland, I honed my heart state with Emperor Qi's harem. But Emperor Qi's consorts are merely ordinary people. No matter how beautiful they are, they lack a certain charm. Du Yuying is a martial artist with decent strength and remarkable bearing. She is much more enchanting. Thus, if I want to hone my heart state, I should go to a place with many beautiful women. Moreover, these beautiful women should all be martial artists, each possessing different charms and stunning beauty. This would better hone my state of heart. With this thought in mind, Su Yan asked around to find such a place. The answer he got pointed to a single place, the Wushuang Pavilion in Thousand Lakes Prefecture of Great Yue, which was considered unparalleled under heaven. Numerous martial artists fell head over heels in it and couldn't extricate themselves. The dancers and courtesans in the Wushuang Pavilion were extremely beautiful and skillful with impressive strength. From 1st grade to 9th grade martial artists, all were said to be here. Even rumors about the presence of grandmaster-level beauties existed. Whatever type of beauty one wanted, it could be found in Wushuang Pavilion, whether they were heroic and valiant, coquettish and charming, gentle and cute, or literate and refined. There is actually such a place in the inner realm, which is much better than a brothel. It's absolutely a treasure trove for cultivating the heart state. If I go there, I will certainly elevate my heart state. Once my mind is free from worldly distractions, my sword Dao will naturally become clear, allowing me to achieve greater heights. Su Yan was over the moon and promptly set off for Thousand Lakes. The Wushuang Pavilion in Thousand Lakes was known as the top pleasure land in Great Yue. It was not only famous in Great Yue, but it also had a wide reputation across the entire inner realm. Countless martial artists squandered their gifts, indulging in pleasures, and wasted their martial Dao here. The beauties of the Wushuang Pavilion came from all over the inner realm. Some were cultivated from a young age, some were bought from the Great Yue Education Department, some were captured by enemies and sold to Wushuang Pavilion. The background of the Wushuang Pavilion was impenetrable. It was rumored that even the princes of Great Yue had to pay a hefty fee to enjoy their services. Thousand Lakes was not a single lake, but a series of large and small interconnected lakes, akin to thousands of stars, hence the name Thousand Lakes. Artificial waterways connected the lakes, and there were bridges between the lakes to facilitate smooth water and land transportation. The Wushuang Pavilion was located within Thousand Lakes. From the peripheral small lakes to the central large lakes, there was a hierarchical system. The deeper one delved into Thousand Lakes, the more enchanting the scenery, and the stronger the dancing girls and singers. It was rumored that in the heart of Thousand Lakes were several magnificent pleasure boats and a towering building in the water, housing grandmaster-level dancers. Of course, those who could enter were all grandmaster martial artists or even higher, and they all had wealthy backgrounds. Ordinary grandmasters did not have the financial means to enter. Standing by Thousand Lakes, as far as the eye could see, there were pleasure boats docked in the sparkling blue water, and there were also painted boats shuttling back and forth, floating on the waves or rowing towards another lake's flower cluster. Whenever there was a soft sound of piano playing from a boat, a sweet sound of singing accompanied it, attracting a crowd of poor martial artists who watched the painted boat disappear into the flower clusters with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Being able to rent Wushuang Pavilion's houseboat and enjoy the romance of the Thousand Stars Lake with a beautiful woman were privileges enjoyed only by martial artists blessed with deep pockets. Most martial artists would go to the moored pleasure houseboat, listen to songs, watch performances, and once in high spirits, they would invite one or two beauties and hire a room for fun. It must be mentioned, though, that there was no charge for entering the pleasure houseboat. However, the cost of tea and set meals on board were far from cheap. The martial artists from the inner domain had their pride, so even though there was no fee to board the houseboat, they would not mooch off their hospitality. Once they entered, they would all order a portion of tea and snacks. So far, there was not a single martial artist who had entered without ordering even a cup of tea. Su Yan arrived before Wushwang Pavilion in apprehension. His little spirit crystal would probably be spent here. This was his hard-earned savings. However, for the sake of honing his mental state, he could only bear the pain of spending. I'm so poor. The more Su Yan got to understand the Thousand Stars Lake, the more he bemoaned his poverty. What surprised him was that entering the pleasure houseboat didn't cost any money. What a delightful surprise indeed. He was in Wushwang Pavilion to sharpen his mental state, to achieve tranquility in the face of charms, undisturbed by external factors, all for the purpose of improving the profound state of mind. No woman in mind, soared Tao like God. He wasn't here for pleasure, so if he could avoid spending money, he won't spend a single spirit crystal. Inside the houseboat, it was bustle, filled with beautiful women. Which martial artist who came wouldn't be moved by this scenery? Who would not be distracted by it? But Su Yan came here for the purpose of tempering his mindset, overcoming all these external interferences and achieving a clear state of mind, being moved by nothing. Please, said the servant. The boy smiled. This young man seemed to be here for the first time. Wait until he serves a pot of good tea, a plate of good snacks, and praises him a few times, then wouldn't he readily bring out spirit crystal? He had seen this scenario too many times. Su Yan boarded the boat and went straight to the upper deck. Then he chose an empty seat and sat down. He watched the groups of graceful women in pink clothes who jumped out from below, swaying their beautiful bodies in dance. Their dance was graceful, quite liberating, their faces charming, eyes full of passion, seemingly capable of stealing one's soul. It was obvious that they were trained rigorously. What shocked Su Yan more, these dancing women were all of the 7th stage. Although their actual combat capability was somewhat inferior compared to regular 7th stage martial artists, they were still 7th stage martial artists, which showcased the deep foundation and powerful backing of Wushwang Pavilion. Every martial artist watched with fascination, even if they couldn't afford to invite one of the ladies from Wushwang Pavilion for a joyful time. Ordering a pot of tea and a plate of snacks, watching the beautiful dances, listening to the songs that touched the soul, causing the blood in one's body to surge, shifting a little time passed joyfully. The servant carrying a teapot and a plate of snacks walked towards Su Yan. Sir, here are your tea and snacks. Wait a minute. Su Yan stopped him, asking with a serious face, do these tea and snacks cost money? The servant was confused. What was he talking about? Did he think they were running a charity? Sir, you must be joking, of course, these tea and snacks cost money. On hearing this, Su Yan shook his head. Go away, I didn't order this. Don't disturb me. The servant was stunned. Sir, everyone who comes here orders tea. Is there a rule that says you must order tea when you come in here? Su Yan asked seriously. There isn't. The servant shook his head. Then it's fine, ordering tea is their business. I'm not ordering. Go away, don't disturb me. Su Yan waved his hand. This was ridiculous. He had to work hard to earn these spirit crystals. He still needed to use them to buy spiritual medicine. This concerned the martial arts cultivation of his parents and family members. How could he just waste it? The servant was flabbergasted. But sir, go away, I didn't order tea. If you don't go, I still won't pay. Su Yan spoke decisively and subsequently sat cross-legged, his gaze fixated on the dancing girl below, not even blinking an eyelid. The servant was shocked. Amazed at Su Yan's thick-skinned behavior, he quickly left with the tea to find his manager. The first free rider since the establishment of Wushwang Pavilion has appeared. Su Yan didn't care about the servant's thoughts. At this moment, he was carefully watching the wonderful figure of the dancing girl downstairs, his heart gradually calming down. Gradually, all the dancing, the singing, all of it seemed to fade away in his ear. Everything seemed to be isolated from him. His heart was clear. Indeed, martial artists truly shine with their dance moves and physical prowess. They greatly surpass the consorts of Emperor Qi in beauty. However, they no longer stir my heart. Su Yan sighed inwardly. The entertainment house of Wushwang truly is a valuable place to temper one's state of mind, and it doesn't cost a cent. A servant escorted over a manager. Sir, what is it that makes you feel that splurging isn't worth it? The manager glanced at Su Yan, finding it hard to believe that he was the most blatant character to ever step into the entertainment house. He began speaking with a smile. Su Yan contemplated for a moment before responding. Your dancer is average at best. She cannot stir my heart. What? The manager looked at Su Yan bewilderedly. Could he possibly be an old patron of the entertainment world, no longer emotionally moved by ordinary dancers? This is a public place. If our dancers do not appeal to you, it's understandable. Our pleasure boat here houses 12 private rooms, each one hosting a unique beauty. Their dance moves, singing, and skills are all absolutely exceptional, certainly capable of satisfying you, sir, although their charges aren't small. The manager's meaning was clear. It all depended on whether Su Yan could afford it. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then pulled out a hefty stack of spirit notes from his pocket, money hard-earned from defeating many a grandmaster. I have the money, but how do I know that the beauties in your private rooms will satisfy me? Su Yan asked with a frown. Upon seeing this, the manager realized that the young man was indeed wealthy. Just that pile of spirit notes alone was worth at least tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Rest assured, sir, all who enter our private rooms come out satisfied. We will surely meet your expectations. You sure? Su Yan asked earnestly. Absolutely. What if after looking around I'm not satisfied, not interested? You won't have to pay a single cent, the manager replied solemnly. Very well, take me to the private rooms. Su Yan agreed with a nod. But sir, once I'm satisfied, I'll naturally pay. You expect me to pay before I've seen what's on offer. What if it's not up to my standard? How would I get a refund? If I am pleased and satisfied, why should Washwang's entertainment house worry about payment? Su Yan spoke with a frown. Upon reflection, the manager thought it sounded reasonable. Who would dare to cause trouble at Washwang's entertainment house? Besides, this young man was at the prime of his youth, full of vitality. Even if he was a seasoned patron of the entertainment world, how could he resist the allure, especially since the 12 private rooms were all occupied by captivating beauties skilled in the art of seduction? Such young guys always found it hardest to resist, and once he takes action, is he truly going to refuse to pay? Did he think Washwang's entertainment house was a charity? This way, please, sir. The manager, wearing a big smile on his face, led Su Yan upstairs to the top tier of the pleasure boat. They stopped in front of a private room. Please, sir, he motioned. Su Yan nodded and stepped inside. The room was gorgeous, and a beautiful woman greeted him with an enchanting allure. Her eyes shone with passion, as if gazing at a loved one. Each move she made was highly seductive. She was adorned in a thin, pink veil. Through the window light, one could faintly glimpse the magnificence beneath. Sir, I've been waiting for you. As soon as she spoke, her voice was soft and seductive, as if it were gently scratching at his soul. Su Yan took a deep breath inwardly. She's a lot better than the dancers, actually making my heart flutter a bit, not bad. I can continue to strengthen my state of mind here. He sat down on a chair and asked, what can you do? Show me. Then you better watch closely. How about I play a tune for you? The woman posed charmingly, her tender white hands plucking the strings of a lute. With each grimace and grin, her movements enriched in time with the melody of the lute. Her body moved with the music, flashing glimmers of endless enticing charm. Su Yan sat in the elegant room, watching a woman playing a musical instrument and observing her as she twisted her body, her sheer dress diminishing with each movement. Eyes conveying emotions filled with boundless tenderness. Between every frown and smile, there was seemingly a charming force that stirred a person's blood and incited their desire. This woman is so formidable. Emperor Qi's concubines pale in comparison to her, Su Yan thought, his heart growing serious. His mind, surprisingly, was being stirred into agitation. Promptly reining in his spirit, he watched the woman attentively. Gradually, his mind became clear again. As long as he didn't dwell on it, it couldn't stir his emotions, nor could it disrupt his tranquility. I am not seeking anything, therefore, my desires remain motionless. Do not imagine that you could disturb my heart. Su Yan felt an enhancement in his state of mind, more impervious to external disturbances. His heart of the sword Dao, steadily becoming firm. I am now not far from mastering the sword Dao's insight. I hope I can use the Wushuang Pavilion of Kaingsing Lake to hone my heart, making my state of mind clearer, laying the groundwork for breaking through to the sword Dao's insight. Su Yan felt exhilarated. Truly, the Wushuang Pavilion of Kaingsing Lake is an excellent place. One could enjoy the beauty and at the same time hone their state of mind. Most importantly, it's all for free. Young master, I am feeling a bit warm. The woman was also puzzled. This young man didn't seem to be moved at all. Her red lips slightly parted, her voice tender and appealing, alluringly cooed. She was covered with only a thin piece of sheer clothing. Her enchanting figure was vaguely visible, making her even more attractive, and causing a rush of impulses to tear off the sheer clothing and appreciate her fascinating beauty. This woman has a certain allure in her demeanor. Each movement of her body seemed to contain the power of temptation. Could it be that all the women in the Wushuang Pavilion have cultivated a certain skill that stirs the human spirit? Also her voice, it certainly has an ability to stir the human spirit. For martial artists with less strength or weak will, they definitely wouldn't be able to keep control. Su Yan seemed to be deep in thought. He suddenly realized that whether it was the dancers outside or the woman in the room, they all possessed a special allure. Wushuang Pavilion, what a good place. This is just a small pleasure boat on Kaingsing Lake. Even the women here have such allure. Wouldn't the women on the higher class pleasure boats, who are more powerful, be even more alluring? To use the allure to hone my mind, it's truly an excellent method. Su Yan was excited. If I can explore all of the Wushuang Pavilion, and even the allure of the legendary Warren can't disturb my mind, then what in this world can disturb my mind? My sword Dao's insight will naturally be realized. With this thought, Su Yan couldn't sit still. He must go deeper into Kaiengsing Lake, to the more luxurious and grand pleasure boats, and experience the charm of the women there, who are more beautiful, more powerful, and crucially have stronger allure. Would be even more effective for honing his mind. Young master, the music had stopped and the woman was a bit confused, doubting if her allure had declined. Why couldn't she allure even a young man? I'm leaving. Su-Yan stood up and left. The woman, did you come just to listen to a song and then leave? Opening the door of the room, Su-Yan walked out. The manager was a little surprised. That was so fast. Young master, are you satisfied? He opened his mouth and asked with a smile. Su-Yan shook his head and replied, not really. It's boring. I'm leaving. The manager, why did these words feel like, after the event, putting on trousers and then saying it wasn't fun? Young master, the entrance fee for the room is 5,000 spirit crystals, you see. Su-Yan glanced at him sidelong. Didn't we agree that if I wasn't satisfied or didn't have fun, I wouldn't have to pay? Are you reneging? Not at all, master. You went in. Don't make up stories. I didn't go in at all. I just came to listen to a song and then I left. It's really ordinary. I didn't feel moved at all. Young master, are you saying that our Wushwang pavilion? Don't threaten me. What I fear the least is threats. We had agreed that if I didn't have fun, I wouldn't have to pay. If you go back on your word, do you think my sword is not sharp enough? The manager felt a bit taken aback. Since becoming a manager of the Wushwang Pavilion pleasure boat, this was the first time he met a patron who enjoyed the services without paying. At this moment, the woman in the room came out. She looked bewildered. Had her charm decreased? Had her allure diminished? What did he do inside? The manager asked in a serious tone. He really thought this was a cheap brothel, enjoy without paying and then just leave. He did nothing. He just listened to a song. Have my enchanting skills regressed? The woman said with worry. The manager, did he really just come in to listen to a song? Nothing else. I'm leaving. If you renege on the deal, feel free to come and find me. Let's see if your Wushwang Pavilion values its reputation. Su-Yan turned around and left. Opening and then closing his mouth, the manager finally swallowed his words. Who told him to make that promise? Besides, the Wushwang Pavilion respects rules. If there's a promise and it's broken, he will be severely punished. Although the patron would suffer, he wouldn't fare any better. Since it was so, he had no choice but to accept it. After Su-Yan left, he excitedly headed towards the deeper parts of Kaiengsing Lake, to more luxurious and grander pleasure boats. Once he entered, again not a single spirit crystal was spent. The servants of the Wushwang Pavilion were all stunned. What was even more outrageous was that he questioned if he could test the allure of the ladies in the room, and only pay if he was satisfied. What kind of talk is that? However, the manager of the pleasure boat is quite confident in his girls, and doesn't fear that people might enjoy themselves and then leave without paying, so he readily agrees to this arrangement. But after that guy went in, not long after, he came out and said, very average, not interesting. This incident started to spread gradually. Many martial artists started to reconsider. Was it a mistake to pay first then enjoy later? So some martial artists followed suit. After entering the pleasure boat, they didn't order tea or snacks. Instead, they demanded to test the girls in the elegant room and would only pay if they were satisfied. On the clear lake, purple plants grew in the water, blooming pink flowers. Among the sea of flowers, there was a towering building. Su-Yan had arrived. This was half a month after he arrived at Kaiengsing Lake. He had traveled from the periphery of Kaiengsing Lake to here, and his state of mind had become increasingly serene. He seemed to be on the verge of touching the realm of the clear and enlightened heart of the Sword Tao. This is the Purple Flower Tower, one of the top 10 pleasure pavilions in Wushwang Pavilion. Even if there are no Grandmaster Warrens inside, there are still first-class martial artist Warrens whose charming techniques are definitely stronger. Su-Yan walked through the water and headed for the Purple Flower Tower. The martial artists who could come here either had extraordinary backgrounds or their strength was not weaker than a first class. Arriving at the Purple Flower Tower, as Su-Yan was about to enter, a smiling boy at the door said, "Young master, the entry fee is 100 spirit crystals." Su-Yan frowned and said, "I have never heard that Wushwang Pavilion charges an entry fee. What is the meaning of this?" The boy still had a full smile on his face, but he was muttering to himself inwardly, "This is all because of a certain someone messing up the norms and making some martial artist shameless. Come in to watch the dance, listen to the song, appreciate the beauties, and then leave without even spending a spirit crystal. And those martial artists who used to be too embarrassed to come to Wushwang Pavilion because they were broke were now rushing to enjoy free of charge. It's too much." The managers of Wushwang Pavilion could only change the rules with a frown. "Young master is not aware. The entry fee was just implemented yesterday," the boy said with a grin. Su-Yan took out a spirit crystal, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. This was 100 spirit crystals. He had only earned a little after a hard battle. 100 spirit crystal could buy a green yuan fruit. After thinking for a while, he put the spirit crystal back. The boy who was ready to take the crystal was taken aback and looked at Su-Yan suspiciously. Could this be the same person who messed up the norms? Su-Yan said seriously, "My name is Xiling Feng. I came to Wushwang Pavilion to sharpen my state of mind. Could you please let me pass?" Xiling Feng. The boy was momentarily stunned, then his shock was beyond words. the youngest Jian Zun Cliff talent in a millennium, the one of the three youngest grandmasters in the inner domain, who had recently repelled half-step great grandmaster Yin Hong. His strength was so strong that he was hailed as the number one person below the great grandmaster. His treatment as a genius couldn't really be compared to that of ordinary martial artists, especially the geniuses of major forces, so when the boy heard it, he immediately smiled and respectfully said, "So it's young Master Zai, please come in." Su Yan was overjoyed. Brother Zai's name is really helpful. It's no wonder Brother Zai let me come to the inner domain. If I run into any trouble, I can just drop his name. Brother Zai is an honest man. The next time I see him, I'll give him some pointers on his sword Dao. Saving 100 spirit crystals and being able to sharpen his state of mind for free, Su Yan was in high spirits as he walked into the Purple Flower Tower. Soon, news spread around Kaingsing Lake. Xiling Feng, the genius of Jian Zun Cliff, ordered the best girl from the Purple Flower Tower. If the top girl of the Purple Flower Tower cannot captivate him, Wushuang Pavilion won't charge a dime. All the martial artists were shocked. It turns out it's Xiling Feng. No wonder he could get this kind of treatment. He is the first genius of Jian Zun Cliff in a millennium, and he is also known as the number one person below the great grandmaster. No wonder the Miss Ming from Purple Flower Tower is willing to let him in. Miss Ming, I once saw her from afar. I had blood rushing to my head at just one glance, and I felt weak for several days after that. It would be strange if Xiling Feng wasn't moved. However, not long after, news spread again. Xiling Feng left Miss Ming's room in less than half an hour. No matter how Miss Ming tried to allure him, she just couldn't shake Xiling Feng's heart. Wushuang Pavilion didn't charge any money. In the center of the Kaingsing Lake, a towering building stood. It was magnificent and surrounded by beautiful women. Other than the customers who were males, including the boys, managers, and so on, all were beautiful women. This building is Wushuang Pavilion. Su Yan was here, coming under the name of Xiling Feng. After leaving the Purple Flower Tower, he came up with a plan, declaring that he was here to hone his mind. If anyone could shake his state of mind, Xiling Feng promised to make a move on their behalf. The Wushuang Pavilion took this very seriously. Xiling Feng making a move meant getting a move from the Sword Master Cliff. When Xiling Feng assumes the position of Sword Master of the Sword Master Cliff in the future, this move will become even more valuable, enough to deter countless strong warriors. The Sword Master Cliff is known as the top Sword Dao sect in the inner domain. So for Su Yan's subsequent journey, the Wushuang Pavilion sent warrens to entertain him at the remaining famous towers, sometimes even multiple warrens at once. Every warren had a minimum cultivation of the first ranking. During the last time, warrens from the top 10 famous towers all came out at once. Su Yan was restless for a while before his state of mind improved once again. Now, he had arrived at this tall building, the true Wushuang Pavilion. Rumor has it that there was a Grandmaster Warren inside. How will the seduction technique of the Grandmaster Warren work? Can it disturb my state of mind? Su Yan thought to himself. The profound state of no woman in my heart I've reached seems to deepen. If enemies try to confuse me with the illusion of beauty, they'll just be wasting their time. Even the most primal desires can't disturb my heart. What else can shake me? The completion of a pure sword heart is already at hand. Su Yan was exhilarated, advancing towards the Wushuang Pavilion. Xiling Feng has arrived. Across the tall building, martial artists who had already heard the news flocked over. Among them were great grandmaster-level martial artists. "Young Master Zai, please come up. We will personally serve you." A gentle voice drifted down from the high building. The lower-level martial artists, upon hearing this voice, seemed dazed for a moment, as if an extraordinarily beautiful woman was waiting for them. Hiss. The martial artists came back to their senses, all horrified. Was this the rumored Grandmaster Warren of the Wushuang Pavilion? Just a single voice almost made them fall into illusion. The Grandmaster martial artists present all felt a chill. What cultivation technique did this Warren practice? Her charm is terrifying. Su Yan's eyes shone. He was excited. What kind of seduction technique is this? A voice alone has similar abilities to the Thousand Illusions demon sound, and her voice stimulates the most primitive impulses in a person. With that thought, Su Yan leapt into the air, heading straight for the top of the high-rise building. He was on high alert. The woman speaking was extraordinary. He needed to be careful not to capsize in the gutter. The top floor of the Wushuang Pavilion was like a courtyard, with flowers and grass, a small bridge flowing with water. Su Yan vaulted in, stepping into the courtyard. The scent of flowers reached his nose, refreshing his spirit. This fragrance stimulates emotions. Su Yan was composed. I've always heard of young Master Zai's excellence, and seeing you today, even my frozen heart is moved. In the courtyard, a veiled woman was sitting by the pool. Her jade feet gently kicked the water. Her eyes were bright and clear, a soft gaze looking over. Clad in a plain dress as white as snow, hair flowing like waterfall, every move she made was enticing. A faint, delicate fragrance surrounded her. Upon seeing her, one could hardly resist. Su Yan's heartbeat quickened slightly. Taking a deep breath, he faced up to the woman directly, inhaling the fragrant scent of the flowers. His blood seemed to flow faster. "Young Master's Eye, why not come and sit with me?" The woman patted a stone next to her with her soft white hand. "All right." Su Yan nodded, stepped forward, and sat down beside her. At close quarters, the gentle fragrance of the woman's body continuously entered his nose and mind, along with an inexplicable charming atmosphere, tempting his soul at every moment. Sitting beside the woman dressed in white, even without her making any provocative moves, Su Yan found his heartbeat slowly quickening. His blood was boiling, a restlessness growing within him. In this moment, his heart filled with sternness. "I must not underestimate the people of this world. This woman's seductive art is heavenly, and her strength is far from weak. I, being of a youthful age, am the most prone to impulsiveness due to desire. She has somewhat disrupted my heart. My state of mind is still not strong enough after all. No wonder my master said, 'A heart devoid of women cultivates as if divine.' I am still far from this profound realm." Su Yan took a deep breath, silently bringing himself to calm. Nonetheless, the subtle fragrance emanating from the woman dressed in white, that natural, intangible allure that constantly enticed the soul, seemed to have already enveloped him, thus causing his heart to become increasingly restless. "Such formidable enchantment, it is already stirring my heart. Should this woman actually strike, could I maintain self-control?" Su Yan was shocked within. He cast a glance at the woman dressed in white, her bright eyes sparkling like stars. As she sat beside him, her delicate feet gently kicking the water without any unnecessary body movement. He couldn't even make out her full features, yet he felt the restlessness in his heart growing. How would my master handle this woman if he were my age? Su Yan fell deep in thought. Did my master also temper his state of mind in such a manner back then? Otherwise, why else would he have imparted "a heart devoid of women" profound teaching to me? In his mind, every word and deed of his master appeared, a seemingly normal figure, despite possessing a disturbingly high cultivation realm. "Return to nature and follow the Tao. My heart is restless because I am not self-aware. Only by understanding myself can I rid of all external interference and avoid becoming disturbed by seduction. If my heart does not move, then nothing can move my heart." In this moment, Su Yan had an epiphany. The sword intent of mountains and rivers emerged in his state of mind. The Warren of Wushuang Hall whom he saw among the mountains and rivers, the dance she performed, and all her enchantments, all appeared one after another, embellishing the scenery of the mountains and rivers. Slowly, an image of the woman dressed in white appeared amidst the mountains and rivers, as if sitting by a stream within the mountains, kicking water, her bright eyes sparkling. In this moment, Su Yan's heart quietened down, no longer restless, with a clear understanding of self. His sword intent of mountains and rivers became more complete. If my fellow disciple breaks through and opens up his sunflower treasure meridians, he should be cultivating his blade within those meridians, while I should be nurturing all life and the sword in my heart within these mountains and rivers. Today, I, Su Yan, have achieved a major accomplishment of an enlightened sword heart. In this instant, Su Yan's enlightened sword heart had achieved a major accomplishment. With the sword intent of mountains and rivers nurturing all life and the sword in his heart, he laid down the foundation for the second realm of the sword Tao, the heart sword realm. Su Yan revealed a smile, looked at the woman dressed in white beside him, no longer restless. Her enchantment all seemed to have been incorporated into the sword intent of mountains and rivers. The woman dressed in white felt a shiver in her heart. She looked at Su Yan in astonishment. At that moment, she had faintly sensed an elusive aura emanating from Su Yan. She noticed Su Yan was no longer restless, seemingly indifferent to her enchantment. As expected of Sword Grandeur Cliff, the first among geniuses in 1,000 years, sighing inwardly, trying to get the opportunity for him to act once, was indeed filled with difficulties. The woman dressed in white raised her hand, removing the gauze covering her face. Revealing a peerless face, in this moment the world seemed to have lost its colors, as though this face was the only beauty under the heavens. "Mister, is your heart not made of iron?" The woman dressed in white spoke softly. Stretching out her slender, jade-like fingers, she gently poked Su Yan's chest. In her pleasure and anger, she induced an infinite impulse, enough to set a person's blood boiling. However, Su Yan remained undisturbed. Inside the sword intent of mountains and rivers, that woman dressed in white also opened her eyes and reached out her slender, jade-like hand. All the enchantment was but a part of the sword intent of mountains and rivers, and Su Yan was the master of the sword intent of mountains and rivers, controlling everything. "You are the most enchanting, the most capable of touching one's heart, woman that I've met. But you still can't disrupt my heart. Instead, you have made my sword Tao heart firmer," Su Yan said sincerely. The woman dressed in white withdrew her smile, her beautiful eyebrows slightly raised. Despite that, she still incited an irresistible impulse. Her eyes fixated on Su Yan, her heart unsettled. The master said, "I have a unique constitution. After cultivating using this technique, there are few in the world who can resist my enchantment, allowing me to control men for my own use." Even an average grandmaster can be made to lose his composure by me, willingly braving dangers for my sake. As for martial artists below the first rank, none can resist. However, the youth in front of her, she could not stir even the slightest restlessness. Mister, you truly are an unparalleled man in this world. I admire you greatly, the woman dressed in white exclaimed. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, I have a friend who also practices sword Dao. One day he may also want to temper his state of mind. Would it be possible for him to seek you to refine his frame of mind? He thought of Xiling Feng, the one who used his name to come to this place. Brother Zai may also want to temper his mind, right? Otherwise, how can he enter the sword Dao? Coming here to temper his mind would be the best way. It'd be good to find an opportunity for him. Su Yan thought to himself, fine, I am curious to see if your friend can remain unmoved as you. The woman dressed in white gave a slight smile. Su Yan replied with a bow of his hands. His mindset had been finely honed, and he had broken through and achieved pure clarity in sword intent. Having comprehended the essence of nurturing life through earth and heavens and nurturing the sword in his heart, it was time to depart. His next destination, the 7-star study palace. Su Yan looked at the sword intent of the earth and heavens. It contained all the sights he had seen while honing his mindset. He mulled it over in his heart. Let's name it Earth and Heavens Phenomena. This is just one part of it. Once Earth and Heavens Phenomena is completed, how strong will my sword intent become? His heart was filled with anticipation, having understood the direction of the improvement of the Earth and Heavens sword intent. I've finished here and must take my leave. Su Yan stood up and said with a bow. The woman in plain clothes responded with a sweet smile, sir. Do you not have any other intentions by coming here? Intentions. Su Yan was taken aback, falling into contemplation. Upon seeing this, the woman in plain clothes stood up. The soft tenderness in her eyes and voice was unmistakable, sir. The beauty of my Wushwang pavilion is unparalleled anywhere. Wouldn't it be a regret to depart empty-handed? Upon hearing these words, Su Yan's eyes lit up. Do you have a parting gift for me? The woman in plain clothes. What kind of gift do you want, sir? Xiling Feng wants a gift. Why not give him one? Such a talented young man, few can rival in the inner domain. Do you have a 6th-rank spiritual medicine? Su Yan eagerly asked. If there is no 6th-rank spiritual medicine, 80,000 to 100,000 spirit crystals are also acceptable. The smile on the woman in plain clothes froze and her mind went blank. Are you kidding? You are the sensation of the Marshall Grand Cliff. Wouldn't you lack spirit crystals? Why are you so money-minded? Sir, of course we have spirit crystals, but there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. 80,000 to 100,000 spirit crystals are not beyond Wushwang Pavilion's means. If it can build good relationships with Xiling Feng, he will consider this friendship when he eventually takes control of Xiling Feng. Any formidable entity that wanted to mess with the Wushwang Pavilion would have to reconsider. However, before she could finish speaking, Su Yan shook his head. I don't want something that's not freely given. The face of the woman in plain clothes turned dark. You're used to not paying for anything, aren't you? Farewell. Su Yan bowed and turned to leave. The woman in plain clothes said, if I have time. Su Yan replied perfunctorily. When he came down from the top floor of Wushwang Pavilion, many martial artists had gathered below, looking at a portrait. A steward of the Wushwang Pavilion started. Whoever finds clues about this woman will receive a bounty of 10,000 spirit crystals. If you can bring her here to the Wushwang Pavilion, safe and sound, you will also receive 1 stock of 7th-rank spiritual medicine, 100,000 spirit crystals, and 7 days of free entertainment in the pavilion. Such a generous reward, it stirred the hearts of the martial artists in the Wushwang Pavilion. Even the grandmasters could not resist. Who is this woman? Why is the Wushwang Pavilion offering such a bounty for her? Did she escape from the Wushwang Pavilion? Impossible to escape from the Wushwang Pavilion. Once you enter the Wushwang Pavilion, escaping is not an option. I have to try to gather information about this woman for 100,000 spirit crystals. Su Yan, who had just come down, suddenly lit up at their words. 100,000 spirit crystals and a stock of 7th-rank spiritual medicine. This was a genuinely generous bounty. His interest was immediately piqued. This seemed like a good opportunity to strike it rich. In escorting Du Yuying, he had killed countless grandmasters, but had never managed to earn 100,000 spirit crystals in return. So he approached as he asked, is she Wushwang Pavilion's enemy? Thus, the high bounty. No need for any misunderstanding. We in the Wushwang Pavilion are merely commissioning the bounty on behalf of someone else. Capturing this woman is someone else's business, the steward of Wushwang Pavilion explained. Su Yan moved up for a closer look at the person in the picture, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Su Lingxiu, the person with a bounty on her head, turned out to be Su Lingxiu, the hidden hand behind the pursuit of my junior fellow apprentice sister. Hiring the Wushwang Pavilion to offer a bounty must be well connected. However, having come across this, how could I let them have their way? Su Yan's heart was filled with a chilling killing intent, but his face showed no hint of it. He stepped forward and took down the portrait. Sir, what are you? The Wushwang Pavilion steward queried. Su Yan had gone straight to the top floor of Wushwang Pavilion upon entering, and not many people had seen him. Therefore, they could not instantly recognize him as Xiling Feng. I find this woman familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere. I'll take this bounty, Su Yan said with joy. Really? The steward asked, delighted. Of course, quickly show me where to get the bounty. Su Yan urged. Young master, please come with me. The supervisor urgently escorted Su Yan away from the main hall of Wushwang Pavilion, leaving the rest of the martial artists with expressions of disappointment. Just as the reward was announced, it was claimed. There were also a few people, their eyes gleaming mysteriously, who quietly departed from Wushwang Pavilion. Young master, leave the clue with us. Once it's confirmed, you can receive your reward, the manager of the pavilion said with a smile, leading him to an elegant room. Su Yan shook his head no, the reward for a clue is too small. Whoever wants to find the person, I'll take them myself. They will have to pay me with a 7th rank spiritual medicine and 100,000 spirit crystals. The manager was caught in a predicament. If they want to know where the person is, they shouldn't be stingy. It can't be less than 100,000 spirit crystals, Su Yan firmly stated. After a moment of consideration, the manager replied, how about this? Leave the clue here. Once it is confirmed, we will reward you with 100,000 spirit crystals as per the highest bounty. How does that sound? Su Yan sneered. Truth be told, I don't trust you. What if you capture the person and then deny the correctness of the clue, refusing to give me the spirit crystals? Wouldn't I be working for nothing? Give me the spirit crystals and I'll personally lead you all. If we don't find the person, I will return the entire sum. The manager, looking helpless, smiled. Young master must be joking. Our Wushwang Pavilion is trustworthy. Have you pocketed the reward for yourself? And so you dithered, afraid to let anyone see me in case they saw through your scam. Could it be that the actual reward is 1,000,000 spirit crystals, not 100,000? If that is the case, then I cannot give you the clue, Su Yan said, suddenly staring at the manager as if he had understood something. The manager with a darkened face finally nodded. Then wait a moment, young master. I will notify the client. But I must remind you, once you lead them, you must be careful. Su Yan laughed coldly. What should I be careful about? Is your Wushwang Pavilion planning to kill to silence me? The manager flinched. Don't misunderstand. The client has no connection to us at Wushwang Pavilion. I was just reminding you to be cautiously on your guard. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Yan responded nonchalantly. Then please wait a moment, young master. The manager left. Su Yan looked at the portrait of Su Lingxiu in his hand, his eyes icy. Since she was an enemy of his junior sister, she must be his enemy as well. Towards enemies, no mercy should be shown. Junior sister was worried about my safety in the inner domain and didn't want to talk about the trouble she was running from. But now it seems that the other party possesses considerable power, even able to offer a reward through Wushwang Pavilion. This indicates that they don't know junior sister fled to the borderlands. That grandmaster from before must not have reported back. Since I've come across this, not only will I take the spirit crystals, I will also take their lives. Su Yan thought sinisterly. The fact that Wushwang Pavilion's manager warned him to be wary of being silenced by murder shows the client is not a kind character. The manager came back. Su Yan followed the manager out of Wushwang Pavilion, boarded a small boat, and embarked towards the outer edge of the 1,000-star lake. Young master, won't you reconsider? With us at Wushwang Pavilion acting as intermediaries, we can ensure your safety. The others would not dare to deceive us. The manager tried to persuade him. This woman must be very important to them. I feel that 100,000 spirit crystals might be too little. I plan to negotiate with them face to face and raise the price. Su Yan spoke earnestly. The small boat reached the outskirts of 1,000-star lake, where two figures stood shrouded amongst the foliage. Both were cloaked in black robes, making it impossible to discern their faces. Upon seeing them, Su Yan felt a chill. One was a full-fledged grandmaster martial artist, and the other a pinnacle grandmaster. Their attire was identical to that of the grandmaster he had encountered earlier. This power surely possessed great strength. Gentlemen, this is the young master who possesses the clue. The manager began to speak. The pinnacle grandmaster turned to Su Yan and demanded in a deep voice, "You truly have seen the person in the painting?" "Indeed, I once saw her healing someone in a certain place." Su Yan nodded in response. Upon hearing this, the two cloaked figures showed no further doubt, their eyes glittering with anticipation. "Where is she? Tell us quickly." The urgency in their tone belied their desperate eagerness to find Su Lingxiu. However, Su Yan remained totally calm as the boat continued to sail towards the outer edge of 1,000-star lake, seemingly unperturbed. "I will take you there, just make sure the spirit crystals are ready." Once the boat landed on the shore, Su Yan disembarked, looking back at the black-robed figures following him. The manager of Wushwang Pavilion immediately left. In her view, Su Yan was walking the path of eventual death and was bound to be murdered to cover their traces. "Where is the person? Speak up." As soon as the caretaker of Wushwang Pavilion left, a black-cloaked man's aura was surging, and he said in a gloomy voice. Su Yan was not flustered at all. "Where is the spirit crystal? Show me the spirit crystal. What if I take you there and you don't give me the spirit crystal?" The black-cloaked man's eyes turned cold. The aura of a grandmaster surged instantly, attempting to intimidate him. Don't think you're great just because you're a grandmaster. If there's no spirit crystal, all talks are off. Suyan remained unmoved. You're asking for death. A chilling murderous intent was in the eyes of the black-cloaked man. We can give you the spirit crystal. Another black-cloaked man waved his hand to stop his companion from making a move, then took out 10 spirit tickets. He waved his hand, and the tickets flew in front of Suyan. Suyan revealed a smile, reaching out to receive the spirit tickets. Each ticket was worth 10,000, exactly 100,000 spirit crystals. Earning spirit crystals isn't that difficult, huh? He happily put the spirit crystal away, then added, what about the spiritual medicine? Once we see the person, we will naturally give you the spiritual medicine. The black-cloaked man responded in a deep voice. Okay, give it to me then. Suyan nodded slightly. It was only a 7th grade spiritual medicine anyway. If the black-cloaked man did carry it with him, he could naturally obtain it. The enemy of my junior sister, I wonder what forces they belong to. Lurking around like this certainly doesn't look like a good person. They probably plan to kill and silence me, likely not even planning on paying the spirit crystal or spiritual medicine. With a cold sneer in his heart, he took flight, heading in a certain direction. The black-cloaked men glanced at each other, quickly following after him. One was a consummate grandmaster, and the other was a peak grandmaster. They certainly weren't afraid of Suyan, who was only a grandmaster. As long as they got their hands on the person, they would naturally be able to get the 100,000 spirit crystals back. Suyan's speed was not very fast, merely that of an average grandmaster martial artist. How should I address the two of you? Suyan asked with a smile. It's just a transaction, there's no need to know too much. The black-cloaked man responded indifferently. It can't be. What if there's a chance for transactions in the future? People as generous as you two are not common anymore. By the way, what do you want with that girl? Is she a very important person? Suyan continued to chatter. You're being a bit too talkative. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The black-cloaked man said solemnly. He looked at Suyan as if he was looking at a dead man. I can already tell that little lady is really important to you guys. For someone so important, aren't 100,000 spirit crystals too little? Suyan squinted at them. You best not have any tricks up your sleeve, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences. The black-cloaked man warned in a cold voice. I don't have any tricks in mind. I just want to earn more spirit crystal. You two seem quite wealthy. How many spirit crystals are you carrying? Suyan realized they had already arrived in a desolate area, void of any human activity. No need to keep up the pretense. The eyes of the two black-cloaked men turned sharp. One of them sneered. Could it be that you, sir, are coveting our wealth? HMPH, you should weigh your own abilities. Boom, the atmosphere erupted, and the strength of the peak grandmaster was undeniable. Another revealed the strength of a consummate grandmaster. They prepared to make a move directly, capturing him and forcefully questioning him about Su Lingxiu's whereabouts. If he was deceiving them, then death would be his only destiny. Suyan let out a cold laugh. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you lurkers. He paused, then sent a palm strike. Roar! A golden giant dragon roared forth, heading straight for the peak grandmaster. This is bad. The peak grandmaster's expression changed drastically. His aura exploded at its peak, trying to block this strike. However, against the golden giant dragon, he was nothing more than insignificant. Bang! The dragon struck, instantly bursting him apart. Suyan moved, gathering all the items carried by the black-cloaked man, and the golden giant dragon immediately spiraled and ground, releasing a burning aura. The black-cloaked man who had been burst apart had his corpse crushed into ashes, which scattered in the wind. This sudden turn of events left the consummate grandmaster in black with no time to help. His companion had already turned to ashes. He was terrified. A great grandmaster. Aside from a great grandmaster, how could anyone else take out a peak grandmaster in one hit? Escape. At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. The moment he attempted to move, a golden giant dragon coiled around him, already binding him within. Suyan gathered the spirit tickets he had taken and was pleased. This black-cloaked man was indeed rich, more than several 10,000 spirit crystals transferred to his account. This journey was worthwhile. Hand over everything. Suyan coldly commanded. The black-cloaked man's eyes were filled with fear and rage. Are you a demon follower? This damn guy deceived them into thinking he had information regarding Su Lingxiu, but his actual plan was robbery and murder. The first thought that came to his mind was the demon cult. Although many martial artists likely engage in such activities, those from the demon cult were more frequent perpetrators and more ruthless in their actions. What's this demon cult thing? Stop talking nonsense. Hand over your stash and you will be spared. Suyan coldly replied, all right. The black-cloaked man promptly handed over all his possessions. Another over 10,000 spirit crystals were transferred to Suyan's account. Upon seeing this, Suyan angrily said, where is the 7th grade spiritual medicine? Good, you guys really didn't intend to pay me the reward of the 7th grade spiritual medicine. The black-cloaked man's eyelids twitched. The 7th grade spiritual medicine is at the Wushuang Pavilion. After capturing the person, you can go to the Washwang Pavilion to collect it. Su Yan stepped forward, hands behind his back, saying, "Take off your mask. Someone who hides behind a mask does not deserve to be called a grandmaster." The black-cloaked man's eyes were cold, but he was weaker. He could only obey and remove the mask. A middle-aged man's face was paler than usual, with a short stubble on his face. "Which faction are you from?" The man in the black robe said in a deep voice, "Knowing too much will do you no good. I've killed your men, why would I be afraid to know more? Are you going to tell me or not?" The golden giant dragon started to retract. The pair of eyes on the dragon head shined brightly, exuding overwhelming pressure. "Even if you kill me, I have nothing to say." The man in the black robe remained resolute. Su Yan knitted his eyebrows, considering whether or not to use some method to torture the other party into spilling secrets. However, the man in the black robe coldly said, "Don't even think about getting any information out of me. You know Su Lingxiu, don't you? Hand her over and we can talk. Otherwise." Su Yan had a smile on his face. "Su Lingxiu, are you talking about this girl?" He took out a picture of Su Lingxiu, chuckling, "I don't know her, but the 100,000 spirit crystals were too tempting. Besides, you guys are too easy to fool." He certainly wouldn't admit that he knew Su Lingxiu because the matter involved great consequences. Once it leaked out, he would be watched by others, and these others are great grandmasters. Unless he breaks through the innate realm and no longer fears the threat of the great grandmasters, he would be able to act without any restraint. The man in the black robe knitted his eyebrows. He looked at Su Yan, who seemed not to be lying. He was inwardly angry. This man dared to kill a grandmaster. His strength was extremely formidable, particularly this golden dragon. He did not know which cultivation technique it was created from. He must no doubt be a disciple of the demon sect. In the demon sect, aside from martial artists who cultivate life-ending techniques, there are also some guys with eccentric personalities, weird behaviors, and even unusual quirks. And this man here clearly belongs to this group. "Sir, which demon lord are you serving under?" the man in the black robe coldly asked. He was fully aware that the pair behind him had a strong backing. If they dare to kill, they must have a powerful ally, and the greatest ally among the demon sect is the 9 demon lords. "I have nothing to say." Seeing this, Su Yan chose not to explain. If they misunderstood him for being from the demon sect, let them misunderstand. After all, he had some conflicts with the demon sect. With a wave of his hand, the golden dragon disappeared. "You may go." The man in the black robe was taken aback, surprised that the other party would actually let him leave. "Sir, are you not afraid?" Su Yan sneered. "Afraid of what? They're just grandmasters. They're nothing but common folk. I can shatter one with just one slap. Since I promised to release you once I obtain what I want, I wouldn't go back on my word. I bid you farewell." The man in the black robe moved swiftly and disappeared into the distance. Su Yan watched him leave. Without making a sound, he followed the man's tracks. If he couldn't extract information from the man by interrogation, he would play the long game. "The enemy of my junior sister seems to be very rich. If I wipe them out, would I still have to worry about not having spirit crystals? Not only can I help my junior sister vent her anger, but also gain spirit crystals. It's a win-win situation." Su Yan was thrilled. Outside Kingland City, a carriage was stopped in a dense forest. Meng Shushu stepped out of the carriage. Now that he had removed his disguise, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Shushu never thought that Meng Chong, whom he found strong and fierce, suitable for taking care of valuables, turned out to be a grandmaster martial artist. At this moment, he was somewhat worried. He feared that Meng Chong would be tempted by greed and rob him. No matter how he looked at it, Meng Chong seemed like a guy who would do anything for money. What slightly eased his mind was that Meng Chong seemed to have principles. He probably wouldn't resort to robbery. "Brother Meng Chong, this is the storage receipt from Tianbao Pavilion. Once you get to Kingland City, you can use it to retrieve the stored item. Just say it's your weapon." Meng Shushu handed a silver receipt to Meng Chong. Meng Chong examined the receipt, which was made of a material similar to a spirit note, stamped with the words Tianbao Pavilion on it. In the middle was an image of a storage box, and 4 small words in the bottom left corner: "Retrieve item with receipt." On the back there were some numbers, probably the number of the stored item. "No problem, where's my payment?" Meng Chong put away the receipt, asked with a smile on his face. Meng Shushu took out another receipt. "I've deposited 3 grade 8 spiritual medicines here." After a thought, Meng Shushu gritted his teeth. "All of it is yours. Consider it payment for this trip." "That's the spirit. You can count on me. I will get everything intact." Meng Chong replied with joy. "In that case, Brother Meng, I'll have to trouble you." Meng Shushu bowed his hand. "All right, just wait for me here." Meng Chong couldn't wait to go to Kingland City. Kingland City is much more prosperous than Iron Mountain County, and Tianbao Pavilion is larger. Occasionally, you can see a top-notch martial artist entering it. This is something you can hardly see in Iron Mountain County. The strength of the martial artists in Iron Mountain County is simply too weak, not even one grandmaster. Meng Chong walked into Tianbao Pavilion and was greeted by a maid. To collect something, Meng Chong took out the pawn ticket. Meng Chong followed the maid into the back hall of Tianbao Pavilion and into a storage room. May I ask, esteemed guest, what is the item you've stored? My weapon. The maid nodded, took the pawn ticket, and went to the back of the storage room into a small room. After opening it, the maid made a gesture of invitation. Esteemed guest, please take your stored item. Meng Chang looked inside and saw a pile of black hammers in the small room. The polygonal hammerhead was only slightly smaller than a carriage wheel. Meng Chang was surprised. It's no wonder Meng Shushu asked him to retrieve the stored items. Only a robust man like him is more suitable to use such a weapon, and it wouldn't raise suspicion. Meng Chang stepped forward and picked up 2 hammers. Upon gripping them, his eyes flashed. The hammers were lighter than he expected, not entirely solid, but the hammerhead was quite thick and not exactly light. What's hidden inside? Meng Chang wondered. He came out with the hammers and handed the receipt for the spiritual medicine to the maid, asking, I want to check what's inside. The storage room for the spiritual medicine was another room, full of tightly packed drawers. The maid went to the drawer marked by the pawn ticket number, opened it, and took out a box from inside. Esteemed guest, these are 3 grade 8 spiritual medicines. The maid opened the box to let Meng Chang confirm. Would you like to take them out, esteemed guest? Meng Chang glanced at the spiritual medicine in the box. The 3 grade 8 spiritual medicines were all the same, some type of flower, not big and convenient to carry around. Take them out. The maid put away the pawn ticket, took out the spiritual medicine, and handed it to him. The spiritual medicine was sealed with a thin film, which can lock in the medicinal properties to prevent them from dissipating, making them easy to preserve. This is a unique method of preserving spiritual medicine exclusively used by Tianbao Pavilion. The 3 spiritual medicines were put in a small bag. Meng Chang took it and put it in his breast pocket. Take care, esteemed guest. The maid bid Meng Chang farewell. With so many treasures stored in the vault of Tianbao Pavilion, aren't they afraid of being robbed? Meng Chang was somewhat puzzled. However, Tianbao Pavilion has a strong power, and most likely strong individuals are guarding behind the scenes. Furthermore, considering the strength of Tianbao Pavilion, no powerful person would dare to have such thoughts. Perhaps even great grandmasters would not dare. Meng Chang carried the 2 hammers out of Tianbao Pavilion, and people on the street evaded him, keeping their distance. This burly man was clearly not someone to be trifled with. The 2 big hammers alone were intimidating. Meng Chang carried the hammers out of Kinglan City. Despite his fast pace, he made sure to pay attention to whether anyone was following him as he hurried back to his meeting place with Meng Shushu. When he arrived at the rendezvous, he only saw the carriage, not Meng Shushu. Meng Chang frowned and sensed his surroundings, then directed his gaze towards a certain direction and said, Master, come out, there's no one tailing me. Meng Shushu came over from behind a big tree, looking relieved, and his face lit up with joy at the sight of the 2 hammers. Finally, the items were retrieved. Meng Shushu took the 2 hammers and put them in the carriage, saying, Brother Meng, the deal is complete. I'll take my leave. Sure thing, Master. If you have any profitable ventures in the future, remember to find me. Meng Chang nodded. Of course, of course. Meng Shushu quickly agreed. He then hurriedly drove away in his carriage. Meng Chang watched as Meng Shushu hurried away in his cart, furrowing his brows for a long moment, uncertain whether or not to follow him. Forget it, we've settled things between us, no need to worry about him. I should think about how to earn spirit crystals to buy spiritual medicine and wonder where the Grandmaster might have gone off to. Thinking this, Meng Chang was about to leave. However, he found Meng Shushu had rushed back again. Brother Meng, could you help me deliver this hammer to a place? Meng Chang was immediately delighted and said, No problem, how much will you pay for the delivery? Meng Shushu took out a spiritual bill with an obvious pained look on his face and said, How about 100 spirit crystals? I don't have many left. No problem. Meng Chang agreed and took the spiritual bill. Brother Meng, let's meet here again in 3 days and I'll repay you. Meng Shushu told Meng Chang the exact meeting place before hurriedly leaving, looking highly anxious. I wonder what's hidden inside this hammer. Meng Chang came to the front of the carriage and leisurely drove towards the place Meng Shushu had mentioned. He took out 3 stalks of 8th grade spiritual medicine and examined them closely. He couldn't recognize exactly what type of spiritual medicine they were, although Su Lingxiu had introduced him to spiritual medicine before. Her knowledge was ultimately limited. Verbal descriptions and the real object always differ unless the recognition of spiritual medicine is high. I wonder what kind of effect I would get if I consumed 8th grade spiritual medicine to practice my great sun golden body. Meditating on this in the end, Meng Chang did not take out the spiritual medicine to consume. Better take it back to Martial's sister for her to refine into elixirs. Consuming directly is too wasteful. After 3 days, Meng Chang had arrived at a small town. Looking at a corner of a wall, it turned out exactly as Meng Shushu had marked. Following the direction indicated by the hint, it pointed towards a small hill outside of the town. Quite mysterious. I wonder what he's hiding from. Meng Chang drove the carriage towards the hill, parked it at the foot of the mountain, and picked up the 2 large hammers and went up the mountain. The mountain road was rugged, the trees were tall, and the woods were dense, but to Meng Chang this was nothing. He walked swiftly and reached the peak in no time. At the top of the mountain, there was a lone tree large enough to be circled by 3 people, which covered half the peak with its lush foliage. Just as Meng Chang was climbing the mountain holding his large hammers, he saw Meng Shushu hiding in the tree. He was about to call out when suddenly a figure dashed from behind. With a powerful aura and full of killing intent, it attacked fiercely. Hand it over, a grandmaster martial artist. Watch out. A gasp from Meng Shushu could be heard from the top of the tree, as he quickly flew in from the tree, seemingly to block the sudden attack from the grandmaster martial artist. Meng Chang didn't even move, as the powerful strike from the attacker behind him landed on his back. Then another hand reached out, intending to snatch the hammers. Boom! Meng Shushu's face changed, but the next scene shocked him even more. The sneak-attacking grandmaster martial artist landed a blow on Meng Chang's back and snatched one hammer, then reached out to snatch the other. Meng Chang, as if realizing something was amiss, shot back a punch with the hand that had lost the hammer. Thunder rumbling echoed, and golden light shone brightly around him. Boom! In Meng Shushu's shocked gaze, the sneak-attacking grandmaster was torn to shreds in an instant. Then Meng Chang, like a beast in human form, swung his arm and a sound of thunder echoed. A violent and fierce power burst, and the shattered corpse was instantly crushed into ashes. Gulp! Meng Shushu swallowed, his face turned pale. That was a grandmaster martial artist who was blown up with one punch, and in the end he was even reduced to ashes. Just how brutal could this guy that he had found be? He felt a sense of unease in his heart. Where did this enemy come from, daring to ambush me? Did he get tired of living? Meng Chang grumbled, picked up the fallen hammer, and turned to Meng Shushu. Did that guy try to kill me for some reason? I don't think I've offended anyone. Any unknown enemies have to be eradicated clean. I even blew his ashes away. Meng Shushu said in amazement, Brother Meng, are you okay? That was a strike from a grandmaster martial artist, landed solidly, but Meng Chang seemed unharmed. What kind of terrifying flesh was this? What could be wrong with me? It's just like a tickle. Who the hell is this enemy, so ruthless I made him into ashes? Is it right that I did this? Meng Chang grumbled as he approached Meng Shushu. Meng Shushu looked pale, his breath slightly disturbed, and seemed to be injured again. Brother Meng, actually his enemy isn't you, it should be me. Meng Shushu nervously blurted out. Meng Chang smacked his forehead, finally understanding. I knew it. How could there be an enemy out of nowhere? It was because you brought one. He stretched out his hand and put it on Meng Shushu's shoulder. It's your enemy, right? Yes, Meng Shushu nodded. He came to kill you, right? Yes, Meng Chang grinned, that's right. He wanted to kill you and I killed him for you. It's as if I've saved your life, so you owe me, right? Meng Shushu was stunned. How did he come to owe a life debt? Brother Meng, listen to me. Although you killed him, is it possible that even if you hadn't intervened, I could have handled it myself? He had started to sweat. How could this burly man be so calculating? If I really owe him a life, would I have to buy it myself? It takes money to be dead. Meng Chang stared and said, My cousin, do you have the ability to fight him? You should know that even with my strength, I endured a blow from him and was almost seriously injured. Could you seriously injure me with your abilities? If you don't have the ability to seriously injure me, how will you deal with him? Furthermore, if I didn't see wrong, you're injured, aren't you? How much strength can you still muster? Meng Shushu looked at Meng Chang with wide eyes. That overwhelming aura made his heart jump. He felt like a single punch from Meng Chang would be enough to blow him away. The scene where Meng Chang obliterated the Grandmaster with a punch still shocked him. Come, cousin, let's spar. If you can last 300 rounds with me, I'll believe you can handle that enemy, and I won't consider it as me saving your life. What do you think? Meng Chang said while getting ready for a spar. Meng Shushu's face turned black, anxiously saying, No need, Meng Chang, just say how many spirit crystals it costs to kill a Grandmaster. He was seriously suspecting that Meng Chang intentionally didn't dodge the blow, just to show off the attacker's strength, implying that he couldn't handle him at all. Meng Chang put his arm around his shoulder and said, Cousin, what's with that attitude? Do you think I only care about spirit crystals? Well, in consideration of our familial relationship, I'll give you a discount. You'll owe me half a life. Meng Shushu weakly said, Can I not owe you anything? I saved your life and only asked you for half a life owing to our familial relationship. Are you saying you want to deny it? Meng Chang said, displeased. All right, I admit it. Meng Shushu pulled out a spirit crystal note. Brother Meng, here are 500 spirit crystals. Meng Chang solemnly put the spirit note into Meng Shushu's pocket, saying, Since cousin, your life is worth only 500 spirit crystals, I'll take these crystals in your half-life. Now we're even. Wait, hold on, Meng Shushu was terrified. Take half his life. 1 7th grade spiritual medicine, no 2. How's that? I can't give any more, I'm almost out. Meng Chang chuckled and said, My cousin, you're too polite. This is better. Which one is more valuable, spiritual medicine or a life? Let's settle on 2 7th grade spiritual medicines. It wasn't easy for me to kill a Grandmaster. Can't just lend my hand for free, as it should be. Meng Shushu nodded and took out a Tianbao Pavilion storage note to give to Meng Chang. Also in Kingland City, 2 7th grade spiritual medicines are all I got left. All right, then we're even. Meng Chong nodded, threw the sledgehammer on the ground, and took the storage note, saying, "I brought the sledgehammer for you. If nothing else, I'll be off." "Safe travels, Brother Meng." Meng Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. "Take care." Meng Chong turned and left. "My cousin sure has troubles. Even Grandmaster martial artists have attacked him. Killing one Grandmaster martial artist in exchange for 2 7th-grade spiritual medicines is a fair deal." Meng Chong mumbled to himself as he hurried down the mountain. "I had to help him out. I couldn't just do it for free. The enemy was Meng Shushu's, and I helped kill him. It's fair to ask for compensation." He glanced at the carriage at the foot of the mountain, unhooked the cart, mounted the horse, and rode off. Go to Kingland City and retrieve the medicines. Returning leisurely to Kingland City on horseback, after covering several miles, he suddenly looked up. A Grandmaster martial artist. A figure flew across the sky. Any martial artist below the first rank would probably not even notice. It was a Grandmaster martial artist and not a beginner, at least a mid-level Grandmaster. Going after Meng Shushu, Meng Chong hesitated for a moment but didn't turn around, instead continuing towards Kingland City. Suddenly, he looked towards the sky not far to the left. Another Grandmaster martial artist. There's another one over there. 3 Grandmaster martial artists, all heading for Meng Shushu. Is this the work of his enemies? Meng Chong pondered for a moment, abandoned his horse, and quickly rushed back to the mountain. Cousin is quite wealthy. It seems not excessive to ask a storage bag of treasures as rewards for saving his life, right? Meng Chong thought gleefully. At the same time, he was curious about what could be inside those 2 sledgehammers. Could it be treasure? These Grandmaster martial artists must have been after that. Boom! The battle on the mountain peak has already broken out. A figure maneuvers and dodges swiftly amongst the woods. His movement techniques are brilliant, successfully evading enemies' onslaught. Meng Chong did not take action immediately. He quietly hid himself behind a large tree, using its leaves to conceal his form. "Tianjin, you betrayed me." Meng Shushu glared furiously at one of the 3 Grandmasters. "Brother Meng, I didn't want to do this either. But the people you've angered are too powerful, their influence too great. They found me, and if I didn't cooperate with them, I was as good as dead. And a grade 6 spiritual medicine, I too was tempted." Tianjin said helplessly while he continued to pursue. "Brother Meng, why not just surrender? What's the point of running and hiding? You are a scout for spiritual medicines, and your ability to discover them is ranked in the top 5 throughout the inner domain. They won't kill you. In fact, if you side with them, you might even get the protection of a major power." Tianjin suggested. "How will I Meng Shushu become someone's lapdog? Moreover, those people are cruel and merciless. The moment things don't go their way, they'll torment others. Why would I degrade myself to put up with their punishment?" Meng Shushu was enraged. One of the 2 other Grandmaster martial artists who surrounded Meng Shushu spoke in a deep voice. "Meng Shushu, reveal the whereabouts of the grade 6 spiritual medicine, and perhaps I can turn a blind eye and let you escape." "Indeed, reveal the grade 6 spiritual medicine's location, and we'll let you escape." Another one also spoke. "How do you take me, Meng Shushu, for a 3-year-old child?" Meng Shushu sneered. His movement techniques were agile and his speed was extremely fast. He moved amongst the dense woods, hoping to escape, but he was wounded, and the 3 Grandmasters were not weaker than him, even one was stronger. Just as he built a little distance, he was quickly caught up with, incapable of shaking off the enemies. Meng Shushu was somewhat anxious. The longer the time dragged on, the worse it was for him. If the strong ones among those people arrived, he would not be able to escape. Meng Chong had heard the entire dialogue clearly. Upon hearing about the grade 6 spiritual medicine, his eyes instantly lit up. This was the highest grade medicine in the inner domain, extremely rare, which spoke volumes about its high value. Could it be that the grade 6 spiritual medicine is inside the 2 large hammers? Meng Chong silently followed, without any immediate plans to take action. Meng Shushu is a scout for spiritual medicines, and he is even ranked among the top 5 in the inner domain. This means he must have rich experience in finding spiritual medicines, knows where they can be found. Junior sister needs to refine pills, and she definitely cannot lack spiritual medicines. If we have a scout, we can easily find spiritual medicines for her, and there will be no shortage of them, right? The more Meng Chong thought about it, the more excited he became. He was determined to save Meng Shushu. No matter who came, it would be of no use. No wonder he has so many spiritual medicines. He turns out to be a scout. This time I'll let this relative in name owe me a life. After owing me a life, how many spiritual medicines will he need to pay back? The more Meng Chong thought about it, the happier he grew. As for offending a Grandmaster, he didn't care. For these Grandmasters, he could kill one with each punch. They weren't threatening at all. As for the force against Meng Shushu, Meng Chong didn't care either. Compared to value of Meng Shushu as a scout, offending that force mattered little. Even if there is a great Grandmaster among them, he didn't need to fear them. Worst case scenario, he'll run. Moreover, once his power level rises, he can surely defeat the great Grandmasters in the future. Within the inner domain, Jianzun Cliff is a top force. Brother Zai's reputation should have some deterrent power, right? That's what Meng Chong thought. He continued to lazily trail behind, waiting for the right time to make a move. Meng Shushu was not in imminent danger yet. It was not apt to act right now. The three grandmasters are too weak. Although Meng Shushu couldn't escape for a while, he should not be in danger. Ment Chong frowned. With his agile and flexible movements, as well as his great speed, Meng Shushu could potentially escape if he pulled enough distance in this mountain forest. Moreover, he was continuously running towards the dense parts of the forest. This relative of mine will not escape, will he? Meng Chong frowned. If Meng Shushu managed to escape, how would he find the opportunity to make Meng Shushu owe him a life? Suddenly, his brows picked up as he looked to the sky. A figure was descending rapidly. One of the stronger grandmasters. A chill ran down Meng Chong's spine. This person's ability was not weak, and with his own abilities, most likely he could not take him down with one punch. Perhaps it would take two. Meng Shushu's complexion transformed drastically. The peak grandmaster had arrived. Grandmaster descended, and Meng Chong showed a smile. There was no escape for the main family now, and he had the opportunity to step in and rescue. Saving a life is no small feat. He will owe him his life, and what will he pay back with? Meng Shushu, surrender, we won't kill you. The grandmaster, dressed in a black robe, was slightly pale and had a cold gaze, speaking in a deep voice. Meng Shushu's expression greatly changed, and suddenly he raised his hands, and a beam of icy light spilled out. In a leap of his body, he suddenly attacked Tianjin. Tianjin, even if I die, I'll bring you down with me. I can't believe I've been betrayed by someone I've been friends with for so many years. Meng Shushu's expression was cold beyond words at this moment. Boom, he blasted out a palm in a desperate attack. Tianjin's expression greatly changed, and he had to block out of emergency, constantly retreating, the stubbornness of death. The black-robed man snorted coldly, moved his body, and reached out to grab Meng Shushu. However, at this very moment, Meng Shushu waved his hand, and a 2-foot-long weapon like a pen gripped in his hand. Buzz, the tip of the pen exploded with cold light and sharp radiance erupted. Boom, the black-robed man struck out, but the cold light didn't dissipate. Instead, it turned into specks of light, enveloping him from all sides. I underestimated you. The black-robed man gave a cold smile. A flood of white light surged out from his body, sweeping away the incoming cold radiance. At this moment, Meng Shushu took the opportunity, spat out a mouthful of spitting blood. His momentum skyrocketed, his pen bursting forth with an icy glow a feet long, and brutally attacked Tianjin. Meng Shushu, do you want to die? Tianjin was appalled and angry, with a long blade in his hand for blocking out of emergency. However, Meng Shushu seemed to be reckless, as if he wanted to die with him. Meng Shushu, who originally looked like a scholar, now had blood-red eyes and was extremely fierce. Tianjin somewhat panicked inwardly. Once this knife was blocked, both he and Meng Shushu would die. Originally, his aim with this knife was to force Meng Shushu away. Little did he know that Meng Shushu wanted to die together with him, showing his outrage at being betrayed. In a rush, Tianjin's body burst back, frantically trying to retrieve his knife for defense. Meng Shushu took this opportunity. His body suddenly twisted and hard moved to one side, and the pen in his hand shot out. PFT. The pen pierced through Tianjin's chest. Tianjin was terrified, roared in anger, and swung his knife towards Meng Shushu. If he was going to die, they'd die together. However, Meng Shushu, now without weapons in his hands, pulled out 2 small hammers the size of fists. It seemed there was a mechanism on the handle of the hammer. With a click, the hammer had opened and divided into 8 pieces, like a blooming flower. Meng Shushu lifted the open hammer in his hand to block Tianjin's dying blow. Insolence. The black-robed man roared, lifted his hand, and a ray of light burst out. A curved blade flew out with a boom, blocking Tianjin's blow. The curved blade didn't stop. With a PFF, Tianjin's head was severed. The sudden turn of events shocked the other 2 master martial artists. Instantly their expressions changed, and they froze, filled with horror. The opponent had killed Tianjin. Everything seemed to be within Meng Shushu's expectations. When the black-robed man blocked Tianjin's dying blow for him, he was already leaping out. He snatched the long pen back from Tianjin's corpse, and taking advantage of the 2 master martial artists not daring to move, leaped into the depths of the forest and tried to escape. The black-robed man's expression was icy, looked at the other 2 masters, and said angrily, "Aren't you going to chase him? Don't destroy those 2 items, they are the keys to the treasure land." After finishing, he leaped into the air and chased Meng Shushu. The 2 masters then suddenly realized. The little hammer in Meng Shushu's hand that could transform was the key to the treasure land. No wonder he had been so angry and defended against Tianjin's attack. If the key gets destroyed, how could they enter the treasure land? They moved their bodies and madly chased after him. Meng Chong sighed. The main family did have some skills, but he was seriously injured. This time it was probably impossible to escape. What caught his attention even more was the key to the treasure land in Meng Shushu's hands. That must be what's inside the large hammer. The center of the 2 large hammers was empty, and they must have been hiding the keys to the treasure land. If it was called a treasure land, and Meng Shushu was a spiritual medicine scout, wouldn't those 6th-grade spiritual medicines be in that treasure land? Moreover, there was a high probability that it was not just one or two plants. Meng Chang was excited inside. He had to save his family, not for anything else, but for the spiritual medicine in the treasure land. He came down from the tree, went to Tianjin's corpse, bent down, and began looting. He pulled out few spirit tickets, which were more than 1,000 spirit crystals in total. No wonder you betrayed your friend, so you're a poor grandmaster. Meng Chang despised Tianjin. He pocketed the spirit tickets and moved towards the direction Meng Shushu had escaped. He watched Meng Shushu from afar, who was now barely able to escape, and 3 of the grandmasters had already enclosed him in a surround. Meng Chang scratched his head. With 3 people surrounding him, Meng Shushu could only escape in one direction and not very far either. So he went to the path Meng Shushu must escape from, sat on a large tree and waited for Meng Shushu to come. Not long after, a disheveled Meng Shushu arrived, gasping for breath, looking pale, his injuries becoming more severe. No good, I can't escape this time. Meng Shushu felt his entire body weakened, his breath disordered, nearly unable to hold up any longer. Boom! The black-robed man strode forward, and the other 2 grandmasters were also closing in. Meng Shushu, hand over the key and submit, otherwise die, the man in the black robe coldly declared. Never, Meng Shushu gritted his teeth, resentfully retorting, you lowly villains. We had an agreement that I would explore the spiritual medicine treasure land for you. Not only did you not give me the promised reward, but you also want to control and exploit me. I, Meng Shushu, will never be your lapdog. He thrust his long brush into the ground, grasping the treasure land key tightly in his hand. He coldly stated, even in death, you'll never get the spiritual medicine from the treasure land. He was ready to destroy the key, but the man in the black robe just chuckled coldly, saying, Meng Shushu, how much power do you think you have left? With your current strength, do you honestly think you can destroy the key? He took a step forward, his expression suddenly growing murderous as he looked at a large tree nearby. Who's there? Meng Shushu was startled, but he didn't budge, nor did he turn to see whom the man in the black robe was shouting at. He kept his eyes firmly on the man, a cold laugh in his heart. He wasn't going to fall for such a simple trick. And then a familiar voice sounded, "Hey, cousin, you seem to be in a bit of trouble, looking a bit miserable." Meng Shushu nearly cried tears of joy. He turned and saw Meng Chang indeed, perched on a tree, a curious expression on his face. Help me, brother Meng. Meng Chang looked unsure. Cousin, your enemy is quite powerful. This. A 6th grade spiritual medicine, no, make it 2. Meng Shushu hurriedly interjected. Nothing was more important than his life now, and though 6th grade spiritual medicines were rare, they weren't impossible to find. Why are you talking about spiritual medicine? Your life is far more precious. Don't demean yourself. I won't stand by when my own cousin is in trouble, Meng Chang solemnly said. Settling a debt for 2 6th grade spiritual medicines. Really, what was he thinking? He moved in front of Meng Shushu. Gentlemen, in my honor, can we agree to let this matter slide? He asked, bowing slightly. Some business is better left alone, or you may find yourself beyond redemption. The man in the black robe said coldly. His curved dagger gleamed ominously as he drew it, revealing the unmistakable aura of a pinnacle grandmaster. The 2 other grandmaster martial artists also began to surge with power. A loud rumble followed, causing the surrounding trees to instantly collapse. Cousin, your enemies seem quite formidable. Killing them will not be easy, and I could get dragged in further, so remember, you owe me one, Meng Chang warned gravely. Brother Meng, if you can escape, do so immediately. You don't necessarily have to fight to the death, Meng Shushu advised. A peak grandmaster and 2 intermediate grandmasters would be too powerful for Meng Chang to defeat alone. However, there was still a chance of escaping. Seeing Meng Chang willing to risk danger to help him, he felt deeply moved. He turned to the man in the black robe and sternly asked, "Don't you really want to give me face on this matter?" The man in the black robe looked back with cold, murderous eyes. "After you're dead, I'll give you face." Meng Chang chuckled. "If that's how it's going to be, then I'm afraid I have to offend you. Take this attack." Clang, his sword unsheathed. A momentum capable of dominating heaven and earth suddenly emerged. A single strike slashed through the air as if tearing the sky apart. Danger. The man in the black robe felt a chilling sense of dread. This was the first time he had felt such a terrifying threat since becoming a grandmaster. There was no escape. This strike seemed to have already sealed off all his routes of retreat. Boom! He expended all his might for an all-out attack. His black robe shred apart to reveal his torso, showing a rough skin lined with finger-wide scars. His dagger sparkled as he swung to parry the attack with all his might. Splash, however, it was all in vain. Under the sky-dominating sword strike, the man in the black robe was sliced in half immediately, his body turning to ashes. Meng Chang's sword then swept away. The other 2 grandmasters were also beheaded by a single strike and turned into ashes. The motion of unsheathing and sheathing his sword happened in the blink of an eye. Meng Shushu was simply stunned by the terrifying power of the single strike. The peak grandmaster was reduced to dust in an instant. Gulp. Looking at the muscular Meng Chang, he swallowed his saliva. He knew Meng Chang was strong, but he never imagined he was this strong. Being a grandmaster martial artist is indeed hard work. Meng Chong sighed. Meng Shushu, is he even speaking human language, killing them all in a single stroke, and he calls that difficult? Meng Shushu sank to the ground, panting heavily. Of course, your family. Now sign this debt note for me. Meng Chong nodded, passing pen and paper to Meng Shushu. This time you owe me a life, right? Meng Chong asked cheerfully. Taking a deep breath, Meng Shushu asked, Cousin, can I repay you with an equivalent in spiritual medicine instead? Owing someone a life isn't a good thing. If he could buy back his life with spiritual medicine, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. What are you talking about? Your life is invaluable. How can spiritual medicine compare to that? Meng Chong argued discontentedly. All right then, how about a storage bag? Meng Chong suggested after a moment's thought. Just kill me. You might as well kill me. Upon hearing this, Meng Shushu, disregarding his injuries, jumped up abruptly and raged. His face turned red. A storage bag. Even if you sold me, you couldn't afford it. Meng Chong was shocked. Was a storage bag really so precious? He placed his hands on Meng Shushu's shoulders, saying, Don't get worked up. Just because you can't afford it now doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. My dear cousin, you seem to lack fighting spirit, lack a goal to strive for. This is unacceptable. I'm giving you a goal now, and that is to remember, you owe me a storage bag. With this goal, you won't lose your way. It'll urge you to keep striving for that storage bag. I'm doing this for your own good, not because I really want you to give me a storage bag. Meng Shushu listened, stunned. Did he really lack a goal? Meng Chong continued, Cousin, as long as you have a goal and keep moving forward, you will definitely surpass your current self. The storage bag is indeed precious, but with perseverance, resilience, and willpower, you'll be able to afford it one day. I don't need your storage bag right now. Just keep in mind that you owe me one. Let that be your goal. Like that. Meng Shushu, calm down. You're right. I've been too lazy. If not, I wouldn't be chased with no strength to fight back. Meng Chong nodded with satisfaction. That's right. You can't keep being lazy. You have a formidable enemy now. You need an arduous goal, and it begins with the storage bag you owe me. Here, sign the IOU. Keep it in mind and let it motivate you. This IOU is a whip, whipping you to keep striving. Meng Shushu was moved and quickly signed his name. Hold on. He suddenly paused. Had he been fooled? Brother Meng, how come I owe you a life and a storage bag now? Don't sweat the details. The storage bag is your goal. Just remember you owe me one. I won't really collect it. Meng Chong said as he pocketed the IOU. Meng Shushu looked at the robust brute, suspecting he'd been tricked. Come on, Brother Meng, tell me about your enemy. I'm involved now. From now on, your enemy is mine. Anyone who wants to kill you is as good as wanting to kill me. Since we are one and the same, let's plan long-term on how to deal with the enemy. Also, what's this about the spiritual medicine paradise? Your spiritual medicine is my spiritual medicine. Anyone coveting your spiritual medicine is coveting mine. Anyone who dares to covet my spiritual medicine should die. Meng Shushu felt dizzy. It seemed he'd been drawn into this. And he couldn't get out. Brother Meng, the spiritual medicine paradise should belong to me, right? Meng Shushu asked cautiously. Of course. Meng Chong nodded, and before Meng Shushu could heave a sigh of relief, he continued, You're my cousin. We share the same enemy. What's yours is naturally also mine. Why distinguish between us? What, I treat you like brother and you treat me like a fool? Is this measly spiritual medicine paradise more important than our brotherhood? Meng Shushu was stunned. Who was treating who as a fool here? Seeing Li Xuan's pale face and chaotic breath, recognizing his serious injury, Meng Chong gritted his teeth and pulled out a small bottle. How can one reap great rewards without making some sacrifices? He poured out a healing pill and said, Here, take this pill. It will help you recover from your injuries quickly. But Meng Shushu was alert, wondering if this pill was a means to control him. I don't need it. I have my own healing medicine. What kind of lousy healing medicine is yours? It's nothing compared to mine. Meng Chong put the pill away. Looking at the medicine in his palm, he wore a pained expression. Without saying another word, he stuffed the pill into Meng Shushu's mouth. This pill was made using 18 rank 6 spiritual herbs with a special method. I only have a few of these. Each one is extremely valuable. I really pulled out all the stops for your injuries, Meng Chong said with a pained look on his face. Meng Shushu had no way to avoid it. A pill was directly shoved into his mouth, which shocked him. He was worried that he was now controlled by someone else. However, the pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and a surge of medicinal power circulated throughout his body. His chaotic breath gradually calmed down, and his injuries improved a bit. He was surprised. What kind of healing medicine was this? He felt a bit ashamed, blaming himself for suspecting another with his petty thoughts. How embarrassing it was. No need to be courteous. This is a special medicine made from 18 rank 6 spiritual herbs. It's very rare and I don't have many. Meng Chong still wore a pained expression on his face. Meng Shushu, he took out a key to a spiritual medicine treasure land and handed it to Meng Chong, saying, Brother Meng, this key leads to a place full of rank 6 spiritual herbs and not just one plant. Plus, I suspect there's a rank 5 spiritual herb there. That's why they won't let go of me. Meng Chong was surprised. A rank 5 spiritual herb. Let's go collect the herbal medicine. Meng Chong urged impatiently. Brother Meng, the treasure land is likely guarded by Grandmaster level powerhouses and more than one. Meng Shushu said solemnly. Are there any great grandmasters? There shouldn't be. After all, great grandmasters are esteemed figures and wouldn't stoop to guarding. And besides, I'm not worth a great grandmaster's attention. Meng Shushu shook his head. No great grandmaster, then there's no problem. Meng Chong sighed in relief, but there will be quite a few grandmaster-level warriors and possibly several peak grandmasters. Don't worry, each one will go down with a single move of mine. Even if they're powerful, they won't withstand 2 of my moves. There's no big problem, let's set off, Meng Chong said unconcernedly. Meng Shushu remembered Meng Chong's move that reigned supreme, and how he effortlessly slew grandmasters. Indeed, this was no empty boast. However, it was unclear how many of these moves Meng Chong could perform, but since Meng Chong was so confident, it should be enough to deal with a dozen or so grandmasters. Thoughts like these once again highlighted Meng Chong's formidable strength. Okay, let's set off. He had also made up his mind since these people were after his life, he would just eliminate them all. What kind of power is your family capable of? There are so many grandmaster martial artists. As the 2 of them set off for the spiritual medicine treasure land, Meng Chong asked curiously. I don't know. Meng Shushu shook his head. This power is strong. It doesn't have any fame in the inner domain, so it should be part of the hidden forces. The so-called hidden forces means powers that hide in the dark and keep a low profile, even resorting to activities that can't stand the light of day. After Meng Chong brought back a bone-strengthening flower, Su Lingxiu began to adjust the formula for Evergreen Pill. Since it was a new pill, she couldn't make it successful on her first try. Since there was only one bone-strengthening flower, she had to be very careful therefore. She practiced with other herbs before making the evergreen pill. She practiced her refining technique thoroughly. Li Xuan shifted his attention to the new realm. He had mostly figured out the state above the Tongxun realm and how to revise the cultivation theory framework. The Tongxun realm involves cultivating the true yuan to unite with nature's spiritual energy, which is pretty much the limit of true qi cultivation. The next realm involves cultivating spiritual power. Or rather, cultivating the divine soul. Senior Wu has been body invaded. The martial artist capable of invading bodies must have a divine soul. It's confirmed that they are more powerful than great grandmasters. Li Xuan revised his cultivation theory while concluding his thoughts. How to cultivate spiritual power, how to refine the divine soul. There is an acupoint called the Nuan Palace, so beyond the Tongxun realm is to open the Nuan Palace. Li Xuan gradually perfected the cultivation theory above the Tongxun realm, reflecting on it every day, trying to seamlessly connect it with the Tongxuan realm. Beyond the Tongxuan lies a watershed, a great leap. The more detailed the theoretical framework, the easier and quicker it is to comprehend. Every day Li Xuan sat leisurely in his chair, but his mind was completely devoted to creating the new martial arts realm. Ku Riwaji brought the divine fire stone. Li Xuan glanced at it and was slightly surprised. Ku Riwaji had already completed the bone refinement. His cultivation speed was much faster than Shear's, showing that his talent surpassed Shear's. Miss, we have selected 120 loyal followers, who are now training martial arts. 12 have completed skin refinement, 50 have made great progress in skin refinement, while the rest are between skin refinement initiation and completion. Over at Su Mansion, 26 people have already become martial artists. Old Emperor Qi has also started cultivation. He seems to have some talent and is already well advanced in skin refinement. Moreover, the cultivation technique for the refined skin realm has started to spread, with more people starting to practice it. I'm also working with Su Jun, reshaping the beliefs of martial artists. Not long from now, I believe there will be quite a number of martial artists in the borderlands. Ku Riwaji reported the changes in the borderlands to Su Lingxiu. Martial arts had begun to spread in the borderlands. The Su family has become the sacred place of martial arts in the borderlands. Every martial artist respects the martial saint. Anyone who practices martial arts worships the martial saint. When we enter the inner domain in the future, we, the martial artists of the borderlands, will certainly make a place for ourselves. Ku Riwaji's face was full of excitement. Rebellion and all that are child's play. Going into the inner domain to compete and rival the martial artists of the inner domain is what a man should do. Additionally, the Heavenly Mother sect is planning to dissolve. I intend to rename the Heavenly Mother sect to the Medicine King sect. I wonder what you think. Su Lingxiu paused, falling into deep thought. After all, she would have to go to the inner domain eventually. The Heavenly Mother sect was her force, and with this reorganization, it should have a new look. My practice focuses on alchemy and martial arts, with alchemy as the main focus. Once we enter the inner domain, conflicts are inevitable. To establish a foothold there, strong power is necessary. And this power is not just my own, but also requires a sufficient number of powerful individuals. Only with these can we acquire more resources. With this in mind, Su Lingxiu weighed her options and said, select some talented and capable individuals to set up Changqing Pavilion. Let's settle with this name for now. Ku Riwaji blinked. Changqing Pavilion. Yes, yes, as expected, Miss Su thought it through. Eternal prosperity, that's quite a good choice. Kuriwaji flattered her. Su Lingxiu tossed him an elixir pill, saying, you're starting to cultivate the bones now. This pill is for you. Do a good job. Yes, yes. Kuriwaji was overjoyed. Having finished reporting, Kuriwaji took his leave. Li Xiuan was pensive. More people in the borderlands started practicing martial arts, and there were already dozens of people who had begun their journey in martial arts. Furthermore, each one of these practicing martial artists were worshipping him, the martial saint. They also called him the martial ancestor of the borderlands. However, he had yet to receive any feedback from the Golden Finger. Is it because there are still too few people practicing? Li Xiuan pondered. Indeed, disciples are reliable. It's been some time. I wonder how Su Yan is doing. How far away is he from fully breaking through to the innate realm? For a while, he had not received any Golden Finger feedback from Su Yan. Meng Chong went to the inner domain, and I didn't get any feedback from him either. So, it seems Grandmaster-level martial artists are not very common. Not long after Su Yan went to the inner domain, he killed a Grandmaster. As for Meng Chong, even after such a long time, he had not given him any feedback, clearly indicating that he hadn't killed a Grandmaster yet. Indeed, Grandmaster-level martial artists in the inner domain, belonging to the top rank, were rare and not so easy to encounter. Red Cat came over and lay down in front of him, looking at him intently. The thick gold chain around its neck had been lengthened by shear due to Red Cat's growth. You still don't understand, Li Xiuan sighed. Although Red Cat was more intelligent than ordinary beasts, it was still not human after all. However, it seemed to understand a bit, otherwise its body wouldn't have grown so much. He picked up the cane and pointed out the acupoints on Red Cat once more, explaining the technique of the Great Demon, such as how to open acupoints, how to nurture the physical body, and how to condense the body of the Great Demon. I told you the first acupoint, open this one in your head. After it's opened, your intelligence should increase a little. Li Xiuan pointed to an acupoint on its head and said. Red Cat gave a look of semi-understanding. All right, go and ponder it by yourself. If your body continues to grow, you'll become less cute and I might be tempted to stew you. Li Xiuan threatened with a chuckle. Red Cat's body shuddered, suddenly feeling pressured. It hurriedly scampered away with its tail hanging down, finding a place to contemplate. Master, aren't you overestimating Red Cat? How could it possibly understand the methods of major demons? It might not even remember the acupoints you've taught it. Su Lingxiu didn't have much faith in Red Cat. That's not necessarily true. Haven't you noticed it's already grown considerably larger? Li Xiuan said with a smile. Even if it can't cultivate into a major demon, it would still be useful as a sturdy beast of burden. Su Lingxiu gave a nod, her hands fiddling with the corner of her clothes as she asked, Master, how can I forge the everlasting bone? She had been stuck at the golden bone stage for quite some time. Li Xiuan glanced at his third disciple. She was also incredibly gifted, and he had always suspected that Su Lingxiu might possess a special physique. However, the everlasting bone was far too extraordinary. It was not something that could be easily cultivated. Everlasting, everlasting, immortal throughout the ages. It depends on vitality, and on being uninterrupted. Your eldest senior brother's jade bone is the purest root bone in the world. Your second senior brother's diamond lustrous bone is the most solid one in the world. The everlasting bone of your alchemy martial arts is about being uninterrupted and having rich vitality, just like this big tree, which grew from a small sapling. The everlasting bone is the foundation of your alchemy martial arts. It depends on how you comprehend it, how you align with the essence of everlasting. Li Xiuan thought for a moment and then gave his guidance. Su Lingxiu contemplated over his words. In her mind, she visualized the alchemy manual, various alchemy formulas, and her most recent insights. Su Lingxiu said respectfully. Returning to her cultivation spot, she was still deep in thought. Her master's words had given her some new insights. Everlasting for eternity is all about being uninterrupted and thriving vigorously. But how can it be uninterrupted and thrive vigorously? She looked at the flowers she had planted. Some of them had already withered, but the leaves on the branches of the flower trees were still verdant, and there were some wilted leaves on the ground too. However, some of the flowers were in full bloom. This was their blooming season. She seemed to have a vague understanding in the depth of her mind. She took out a refined everlasting elixir subconsciously, placed it in her mouth, sat amidst the flowers, and started cultivating. At one point, she felt a surge of vitality. The scent of flowers wafted into her nose, soothing her heart and mind. Withered leaves on the ground and fresh buds emerging were all in her thoughts. Isn't this the meaning of being uninterrupted? At one point, Su Lingxiu felt her bottleneck loosen, and her bones seemed to exude a peculiar sensation. Slowly, it felt like a warm current was flowing through her bones. Li Xiuan's brows perked up. Su Lingxiu was about to break through to the everlasting bone. Once the everlasting bone is forged, she can start refining her organs. For Lingxiu, organ refining isn't difficult. She can quickly enter the martial arts path. After breaking through the blood qi level, she can refine elixirs with her blood qi. A deeper understanding of the medical manual isn't too far off. Li Xuan was excited. Once Su Lingxiu had set foot on the martial path, he would receive feedback from alchemy martial arts, especially from the everlasting bone. What kind of transformation would occur when the jade bone, diamond lustrous bone, and everlasting bone combined? All of a sudden, a long-lost golden light emerged. Li Xuan's heart leapt with joy. From which disciple did this feedback come? Your disciple Su Yan, while cultivating his state of mind at Wushuang Pavilion, has comprehended the natural order. Your natural order has been perfected. Boom. In an instant, the mountain and river sword intent mastered by Li Xuan underwent a transformation. Within the mountain and river imagery, it was no longer just a vague landscape, but it now contained living creatures such as birds circling, fish swimming in the river, and insects in the grass. He could even faintly see people hard at work. Holy, Li Xuan was utterly shocked. Although this natural order was an illusion, it was still a significant advancement, a perfection of the mountain and river sword intent. Now, within the mountain and river imagery, there seemed to be thriving life. Of course, this was all very abstract. After all, this was just the foundation of the natural order. His perfected understanding was still quite basic. Even so, Li Xuan was able to sense the meaning contained in the natural order and the powerful force it represented. If one day my mountain and river are like the heavens and the earth, how powerful would that be? Li Xuan couldn't even begin to imagine. Li Xuan was just awestruck by the grandeur of mountains and rivers when the golden light emerged again. Your disciple Su Yan has fully grasped the clear sword heart, and you, having perfected the clear sword heart, touch upon the heart sword realm. After achieving the full clear sword heart, he took a step further, reaching the second realm of sword Dao, the heart sword realm. Even with a mere touch, Li Xuan can feel the power of the heart sword realm. It seems that with a single thought, the whole manor could turn into a giant sword, the world and everything in it belonging to the sword. So powerful. Once Su Yan returns, I will transmit my insights into the heart sword realm to him. Once Su Yan understands how to cultivate in the heart sword realm, I will be able to step into the heart sword realm smoothly. Li Xuan was immensely excited. The inner domain is indeed a great place. Su Yan had been there only a little while, but his progress was considerable. What about Meng Chang? Shouldn't he give me some feedback too? Li Xuan thought of his second disciple, Meng Chang. In his joyful mood, Li Xuan called Shir over and gave him some guidance. Shir was overjoyed to be guided by his master, as such opportunities were rare. Li Xuan glanced at Zhou Ying, who was concurrently cultivating martial arts and secretly caring for Su Lingxiu, and said, "You are too slow in converting. Let me give you some pointers." Getting guidance from a senior was indeed a great honor. Not long after Li Xuan began instructing Shir and Zhou Ying, the golden light emerged again. Your disciple Su Yan has just slain a grandmaster with one palm. Your battle experience has increased. Li Xuan, has he killed another grandmaster? Is Su Yan born to be at odds with grandmasters? Why does he kill a grandmaster every now and then? Moreover, are there really that many grandmasters in the inner domain? In such a short time, another grandmaster was killed. After giving instructions to Shir and Zhou Ying, Li Xuan took out the ancient book to calm his mind. However, the golden light emerged again. Did they kill another grandmaster? Li Xuan muttered to himself. Your disciple Meng Chang has just killed a grandmaster with a single punch. Your battle experience has increased. Li Xuan. Another grandmaster was killed, this time not by Li Xuan but by Meng Chang. Li Xuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that his two disciples were the nemesis of grandmasters? Not long ago, he lamented that Meng Chang hadn't killed any grandmasters. It seemed that there weren't many grandmasters in the inner domain, and it was unlikely for them to get into conflicts. However, that thought had barely left him when Meng Chang had killed a grandmaster with a single punch. This grandmaster was too weak, Li Xuan sighed to himself. After waiting for a while without seeing the golden light come up, he felt relieved. Sure enough, grandmasters are not cabbages. How could it be possible to kill one after another in such a short time? Li Xuan found this thought amusing. He concentrated his whole mind on the first page of the ancient book and quieted his mind. As he continuously studied the ancient book, Li Xuan found that whenever he deep dove into the book, his mind would stay calm and he would enter a state of emptiness. All his thoughts were focused on the fine lines in the ancient book. It's indeed a good way to calm the mind. No sooner had he immersed himself in the ancient book, for who knew how long, than the golden light emerged again. Your disciple, Meng Chang, killed 3 grandmasters in a row with a single slash, causing your battle experience to surge. Li Xuan, so are grandmasters indeed as common as cabbages in the inner domain? Initially, Zai Ling Feng and his companions mentioned grandmasters as the pinnacle and rare martial artists in the inner domain. Is it to pat their own backs? Li Xuan closed the ancient book, waiting for the golden light to reappear. However, after that, for 2 consecutive days, there was no feedback from the golden light. "Master, I'm already tempering my evergreen bones." Su Lingxiu came running over excitedly. At her back, he was massaging his shoulders. Strive to enter martial arts as soon as possible. After breaking through the Qi blood realm, you can start trying to refine elixirs with Qi blood. Li Xuan nodded. Master, when can my senior brothers come back? Su Lingxiu was missing her two senior brothers a bit. Master, do you think my senior brothers will bring back a large pack of spiritual medicine? She itched to get her hands on some spiritual medicine. She was even considering asking Ku Ruaji to go to the inner domain ahead of them and try to get some spirit crystals in Taishan County to buy spiritual medicine to send back. But Ku Ruaji was too weak, and there was a risk that someone might track him down and discover him. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether he could pass through the area infested with fierce beasts. The martial artists of Taishan County were indeed not powerful. After all, any somewhat capable martial artist would leave the poor lands of Taishan County. Li Xuan said cheerfully, "Don't worry, since I promised you, I will surely bring back spiritual medicine. Many grandmasters have already been killed, so even by looting the corpses, they would have obtained quite a lot of spirit crystals. How could there be no spiritual medicine? In addition, when Su Yan brings back spiritual medicine, it's also for his parents and family. I hope my senior brothers return soon." Su Lingxiu looked forward with anticipation. Focus on entering martial arts as soon as possible. Don't let it happen that you have spiritual medicine but can't refine any elixir, or the failure rate is too high, resulting in wastage. Li Xuan reminded her. On hearing this, Su Lingxiu instantly felt a tenseness in her heart. Master is right. Spiritual medicine is not ordinary treasure medicine after all. Refining it is inherently difficult. With weak strength, trying to refine it merely with spirit firestones will put constraints on controlling the heat, technique mastery, spirit medicine extraction, and so on. Each stock of spiritual medicine is valuable. The higher the grade of spiritual medicine, the greater the loss of a single failure. With that thought, Su Lingxiu immediately felt the urgency. Master, I must enter martial arts within a month, Su Lingxiu said solemnly. Don't be too impatient, solid cultivation is the foundation, Li Xuan advised. Yes, master, Su Lingxiu nodded respectfully. Afterwards, Su Lingxiu reduced her alchemy practices and devoted most of her time to cultivation. The medicine she made for herself was enough to meet her cultivation needs, and her eternal body was continuously improving. Li Xuan paid attention for a while and said, it won't take a month for her to grasp the basics of martial arts. He had roughly estimated Su Lingxiu's progress. I don't know how Su Yan and Meng Chang managed to provoke a grandmaster. Considering the trend, will it be long before they provoke a great grandmaster? Li Xuan sighed in his heart. Your disciple Su Yan has killed a grandmaster with one palm. Your combat experience has increased. It hadn't been long and there was another emergence of golden light. A grandmaster was killed again. Li Xuan was unperturbed, as he was used to this now. Your disciple Su Yan has killed a grandmaster with one palm. Your combat experience has increased. 3 grandmasters had been killed. Li Xuan remained unaffected, as this was not the first time. Your disciple Su Yan has slain a great grandmaster. Your combat experience has skyrocketed, as well your sword intent. Li Xuan, so killing a grandmaster wasn't enough. Now it was on to slaying a great grandmaster. Would it be long until a great grandmaster was killed? After killing one great grandmaster, golden light emerged once again after half an incense stick burned. Your disciple Su Yan has slain a great grandmaster, causing an upheaval in Thousand Star Lake. Your combat experience has increased, sword intent improved, further enhancing the mysterious aura. Hiss, has Su Yan wiped out a nest of grandmasters? Li Xuan was shocked. Su Yan really was ruthless, killing grandmasters one after another, slaughtering great grandmasters within such a short period of time. Was he really wiping out a nest of grandmasters, or had he annihilated an inner realm martial arts power? What did the disturbance at Thousand Star Lake signify? After waiting for quite a while, the golden light finally stopped emerging. Li Xuan exhaled. This signified that Su Yan had completely wiped out the nest of grandmasters. Suddenly, he thought of another problem. After Su Yan kills, does he loot the corpses? As someone from a wealthy background, he might not have this awareness. A sudden worry arose in Li Xuan. When initially imparting experience about traversing the martial arts world to his disciple, why didn't he emphasize looting corpses? However, on second thought, Su Yan was very wealthy in the borderlands. Money was not a concern for him. But now that he is in the inner domain, it's a different story. He doesn't have spirit crystals, but considering his comprehension and talent, he should pick up looting corpses very quickly. Thinking of this, Li Xuan suddenly felt relieved. As for Meng Chang, he was not worried. After all, Meng Chang was originally poor and once wanted to join Shir in fleecing the Emperor of Wu, so he naturally understood the importance of looting corpses. The next few days were as usual. No golden lights appeared, and no feedback was received. Su Lingxiu had fully tempered her eternal bone and was starting to work on her organs. Li Xuan felt a strong vitality from her, and the speed of tempering her organs was swift. With rich vitality to assist her, she did not have to worry about severe injuries to her internal organs due to excessive tempering from the beginning. Because of this, her speed in tempering her organs was very quick. She should be able to get started with martial arts in no more than half a month. Li Xuan was excited. Once Su Lingxiu started with martial arts, the system of Alchemy Doctor Martial Arts would be completely created. He would also receive feedback from Alchemy Doctor Martial Arts. These days, without receiving feedback from Golden Finger, Li Xuan felt a little uncomfortable. While eagerly awaiting Su Lingxiu to start learning martial arts, the long-lost golden light finally appeared again. Your disciple Meng Chong, with 1/ killed a grandmaster, consecutively killed 5 grandmasters. You have acquired the martial artistic divine technique, the god-slaying / Hiss. Li Xuan was shocked. Grandmasters had really become cabbages, casually chopped up like vegetables, 1/ for each. Li Xuan wondered if Meng Chong had also stumbled upon a nest of grandmasters. He had killed 5 grandmasters all at once. Another divine martial arts technique. Li Xuan was exhilarated. This martial arts divine technique, the God-extinguishing blade, was a swordsmanship targeting the consciousness and divine souls of martial artists. The God-extinguishing blade, a single accumulated strike could bring certain death. 2 divine martial arts techniques combined, they're absolutely lethal. Li Xuan was beside himself with joy. His strength had increased again. The power of the God-extinguishing blade was incredibly formidable. It wouldn't harm the physical body, but targeted the consciousness and divine souls. Meng Chong practices the physical aspect of martial arts, and his great sun golden body has a strong defense. If he were to encounter a similar attack from the God-extinguishing blade, he wouldn't completely be defenseless. After pondering for a moment, Li Xuan recognized that the defense of the great sun golden body was immaculate, and dodging the powerful physical body to strike at the consciousness and divine soul was quite difficult. The implication of the great sun golden body technique held a profound notion of the sun, offering protection for the consciousness and divine soul. Moreover, Meng Chong had awakened his sword spirit and had comprehended the sword intent. To bypass the physical body and strike at the consciousness and divine soul was virtually impossible. Regardless, in the next stage, it is necessary to enhance defenses like the divine soul in bodily martial arts. Despite this, Li Xuan remained determined to reinforce the defenses of bodily martial arts, so that it would be impossible to harm the consciousness or divine soul without breaking the body's defenses. After Meng Chong killed the Grandmaster, the Golden Finger ceased giving feedback, seeming to signify the overall situation had stabilized. One day, as Su Lingxiu was cultivating, she had already perfected purification and was on the verge of martial arts initiation. The thundering sounds of muscle and bone started resonating within her body, with her vital energy becoming more powerful and almost forming a protective aura. Su Lingxiu's vital energy seemed rather gentle and long-lasting, giving an impression of a continuous flow of vitality, yet it contained an intense fiery energy that gave a relatively mild sensation. Su Lingxiu is about to break through. Li Xuan couldn't contain his excitement. Her vital energy is different because it's for alchemy. This is what makes alchemist martial artists unique. It can be violent or gentle, just like controlling the heat during alchemy. Her vital energy can transform into a pill fire for alchemy, even without the use of a fire stone, though this would heavily deplete her vital energy. Su Lingxiu has a long-lasting constitution, so she wouldn't need to worry about this depletion. However, future alchemist martial artists who don't have this foundation might suffer a great depletion after creating a pill. Li Xuan thought this to himself. Therefore, alchemist martial artists usually use aids like fire stones to assist in making potions, reducing their own consumption. Bang! The thundering sounds of Su Lingxiu's muscles and bones were becoming louder, and her vital energy was growing denser. Zhou Ying watched excitedly. The young lady was finally about to initiate into the martial arts. This also meant that they were one step closer to returning to the inner domain. Xier's face was filled with embarrassment. Even though Su Lingxiu hadn't fully broken through, the thunderous sounds from her muscles and bones were already louder than when he broke through, and her momentum surpassed his. Su Lingxiu sat with her eyes slightly closed. She felt a glow radiating from her bones, and her vital energy seemed to be filled with vivacious vitality, flowing without end. Her vital energy, growing stronger and stronger, centered on her body and expanded outward. The vital energy touched the planted flowers and trees. Li Xuan's brows slightly moved. The leaves of the plants that her vital energy touched seemed to be greener, and the buds seemed to have grown a bit. The buds that were about to bloom were now slightly opening. The alchemist martial arts is even more extraordinary than I imagined. This continuous vitality is truly strong. Li Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Alchemist martial artists were destined to have much longer lives than ordinary martial artists. Even though their combat capabilities might be a little weaker, their lifespan was much longer. After Su Lingxiu breaks through, I should teach her the 8 diagrams. As for the alchemist martial arts offensive techniques, they are primarily conducted through acupoints, golden needles, etc. Alchemist martial artists can also practice the regular martial artists' slaughter techniques. Li Xuan pondered how Su Lingxiu felt and whether she could comprehend special methodologies of alchemist martial artists would all depend on her. The core of alchemist martial artists lay in alchemy and healing, not in martial skills. But Li Xuan believed in Su Lingxiu's abilities and that she should be able to comprehend unique techniques for alchemist martial artists. For instance, techniques like the golden needle's acupoint channeling, she hadn't comprehended them yet. Those two can be used to kill. They too could become powerful offensive techniques or even more cunning and secretive. Bang, the thundering of muscles and bones suddenly reverberated, and vital energy, as protective as an aura, condensed and surged out. Su Lingxiu had broken through the vital energy realm, becoming a true alchemist martial artist, the very first of its kind. The alchemist martial arts system made its debut into the world. Li Xuan was ecstatic. At this moment, golden light emerged. However, unexpectedly, the feedback from this golden light didn't come from Su Lingxiu's martial arts initiation. A golden light emerged. Li Xuan initially thought it was feedback from Su Lingxiu's martial arts initiation, but unexpectedly it was actually feedback from Su Yan. Your disciple Su Yan, dueling in martial arts at the 7-star study palace, defeated martial artist grandmasters in succession. You have gained discursive experience. Li Xuan was startled. Su Yan went to the 7-star study palace and not only took part in martial debates, but also defeated the grandmasters of the 7-star study palace. The 7-star study palace is a top force in the inner domain. It's an incredibly unique force, with an influence far beyond imagination. Even the founding master of some sects came from the 7-star study palace and also served as teachers there. Could this lead to the involvement of a great grandmaster? Li Xuan was secretly surprised. This time Su Yan went to the 7-star study palace. Could he be stirring up a conflict between true martial arts and bogus martial arts? The moment he thought of this possibility, Li Xuan felt a bit of a headache. Su Yan isn't strong enough yet. If a conflict is triggered, the impending storm is going to be absolutely horrifying. The golden light emerged once more. Your disciple Su Lingxiu successfully cultivated the martial arts technique you created. You have achieved mastery in the martial arts of alchemy and the art of alchemy. The feedback from Su Lingxiu's martial arts initiation came. In this instant, Li Xuan gained complete mastery of the martial art of alchemy, covering from foundation to the innate realm. Moreover, the art of alchemy also had a significant improvement. Moving forward, once the martial art of alchemy was mastered, cultivation within the innate realm wouldn't differ much from the traditional martial arts, only that it would be more focused on the art of alchemy. So, after Su Lingxiu's martial arts initiation, Li Xuan had acquired the entire cultivation method of martial art of alchemy below the innate realm, a complete martial arts doctrine. The techniques of alchemy had also been upgraded, no longer only at the fundamental level. With your jade bone plus Vajra Lapis Lazuli bone plus evergreen bone, you obtained innate indestructible spiritual bone. The golden light appeared again. Li Xuan was immediately overcome with excitement. In that moment, he underwent a metamorphosis. From innate spiritual bone, he transformed into innate indestructible spiritual bone. His vitality was endless, and within his spiritual bones, there seemed to be an inexhaustible vitality. Of course, this does not mean that his lifespan will never run out. If he cannot break through his martial arts realm, despite living several times, or even 10 times longer than martial artists of the same level, he will eventually face his day of passing. What's different is that his innate spiritual bones possess the characteristic of being indestructible. Many years later, will his spiritual bones grow consciousness and turn into a monster skeleton. Of course, at that time, the consciousness of the skeleton would no longer be his. However, now that he already possesses the innate indestructible spiritual bones, how could his martial arts stagnate? This is an extremely terrifying talent. Especially if he ever got injured, he could recover quickly. As long as he wasn't killed in one hit, no matter how severe the injury, he wouldn't perish. Under the strong nourishment of his indestructible spiritual bone, his injuries would quickly heal. My strength has gotten stronger again. Li Xuan could hardly contain his excitement. With my innate indestructible spiritual bone plus the domination of the dragon's spiritual body, even if I cultivate the martial arts of this world with this talent, I would still be a top-level demon existence. Li Xuan sighed with excitement. Even if he couldn't continue composing martial arts techniques, with this powerful demon talent, he could still dominate his levels by cultivating this world's martial arts techniques. With my current foundation, even a martial artist above Great Grandmaster, I could kill right. As long as his disciples worked hard at cultivating, they could lay down and still be undefeatable. I've already created 3 martial arts systems, built 3 foundations. What else can I compose? Li Xuan immediately fell into deep thought. What martial arts should he create for the fourth disciple? I have to find some time to wander in the border wasteland. If there are no suitable disciples, I can only go to the inner domain to see if I can find any fitting ones. This is what Li Xuan thought. The fourth martial arts system, he hadn't finished composing it yet. He only had some basic ideas, and he wasn't sure if it was feasible. Master, I made a breakthrough. Su Lingxiu retracted her qi and blood and ran over excitedly. She punched him on his shoulder, her face flushed. After breaking through the qi blood realm, can the innate realm be far off? All it takes is to steadily cultivate. Now that you've started, think more about the art of alchemy and the martial art of alchemy I've passed on to you. Acupoints, the art of the golden needle, etc. The book of alchemy is foundational. Try to understand more. Li Xuan nodded and said, Yes, master, I know. Su Lingxiu was very excited. Her delicate palm opened up, a force of vital blood emerged and gradually took the form of a flame. This was the vital blood turning into alchemy flames. Seeing this, Li Xuan thought to himself, your control over vital blood is still quite weak. I'll teach you how to enhance the control over it. At the time, Su Yan improved his control over vital blood by grilling meat with it, and he gained 100 control over it. Now he passed on how to enhance control over vital blood to Su Lingxiu, boosting her proficiency in transforming vital blood into alchemy fire and improving her alchemy technique. Master, I am going to cultivate. After hearing about the method to boost vital blood control, Su Lingxiu couldn't help but feel excited and rushed to practice. She picked up the pill furnace, vital blood floated in midair. Another hand transformed vital blood into alchemy fire, which was scorching the pill furnace as she started trying to use vital blood for alchemy. After mastering the alchemy with the aid of the pill furnace, the next step was the art of doing alchemy with bare hands. This is the core of the martial arts of alchemy, the true core alchemy technique. I wonder how Su Yan is doing in the 7-star study palace. Li Xuan thought deeply with his brows knit together. Su Yan was dueling at the 7-star study palace and defeating its grandmasters. Wouldn't the 7-star study palace care about their prestige? Would they become angry and embarrassed and bring a great grandmaster into play? No, if the 7-star scholar palace has any integrity, they wouldn't send in a great grandmaster. He would be using his superiority to bully the inferior, and even if he wins, he will lose face. The only question is whether they would secretly play foul. Li Xuan looked towards the inner domain and even contemplated the idea of taking a stroll through the 7-star scholar palace. To him, great grandmaster martial artists are like grasshoppers. He could squash them with a slap. After Su Lingxiu began her martial art practices, she devoted herself to the perception of alchemy and martial arts, gradually understanding the medical scripture, and also started to learn from it and expand her knowledge. Her alchemy skills improved as well. Your disciple Su Yan has shaken the minds of the grandmasters at the 7-star scholar palace with his discussions on martial arts, causing doubts in their beliefs, and as a result, your understanding of martial arts has massively increased, and your consciousness is now clear and profound, he was told. Su Yan had been discussing martial arts with the 7-star scholar palace's grandmasters, and his talks had shaken the martial artists' understanding, causing them to question their own martial arts practices. Li Xuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Could it be that Su Yan finished his discussion on martial arts with the statement, everything you all have practiced are fake martial arts, only mine is the real one? Su Yan is not foolish. He wouldn't provoke others in the 7-star scholar palace, especially considering that a great grandmaster is present there. When Li Xuan thought about this, his worries were eased. The next day he was studying ancient texts, working to refine his mental state. Golden light emerged again. Your disciple Su Yan has successfully split his true qi and understood the profound essence of true qi. You have also grasped the profound essence of true qi, and your true qi can now adapt, changing as your heart desires. At this moment, Li Xuan grasped the profound essence of true qi, realizing its transformative capabilities could be controlled at will. He was astonished inside. Su Yan has managed to divide his true qi, understanding the profound essence of true qi. He is truly a pioneer expanding the realm of my martial arts. I, as a teacher, am extremely pleased. He was ecstatic. If Su Yan has understood the profound essence of true qi, then comprehending the methods of penetrating the profound won't be far off. Li Xuan brought forth a strand of true qi with a raise of his finger. Under his control, the true qi took the shape of a tree, then changed into the shape of a cat. I have comprehended the profound essence of true qi and can now alter it as I desire. My strength has increased once again. Now that Su Yan's true qi and understanding of its profound essence has increased greatly, his strength has naturally gone up as well as has mine. 3 days later, the golden light appeared once again. Your disciple Su Yan has made a breakthrough and reached the peak of the innate realm. Your strength has greatly increased, coming in touch with penetrating the profound. Li Xuan felt his true qi surge, becoming even stronger and purer than before, and he felt a hint of the concept to penetrate the profound. Su Yan has broken through to peak of the innate realm, and he has also understood the mysteries of true qi. With his current strength, he could even kill a great grandmaster. Even if he encounters the stronger great grandmasters, even if he can't defeat them, he could at least protect himself. Suddenly, golden light appeared again. Your disciple Meng Chang, while being pursued by a great grandmaster, has made progress in his movement technique. Your ability in using this technique has improved. Damn, it wasn't Su Yan who was being chased by a great grandmaster, it was Meng Chang. What on earth has happened? These two disciples of mine, they only deal with high-powered affairs. Li Xuan heaved a sigh within his heart. Upon their entering the inner realm, they were either killing grandmasters or at least half-step great grandmasters. Now, a great grandmaster has emerged and is after them. Since Meng Chang has made a breakthrough while running away, his speed has increased and he shouldn't be caught by the pursuing grandmaster. Li Xuan was trying to figure it out in his mind. 3 days later. Your disciple Su Yan killed a great grandmaster with one palm, shocking the whole 7-star scholar palace. Your martial arts and divine technique experience in killing with one strike has increased. Li Xuan, he had just broken through not long ago and he'd already killed a great grandmaster. He looked towards the inner domain, his heart pounding with anticipation. He wanted to go explore the inner domain. The next day, another feedback from the Golden Finger came. Your disciple Meng Chang, while being hunted by a great grandmaster, has entered the early growth phase of his Great Sun Golden Body technique. Your Great Sun Golden Body technique has also reached completion innate realm. Li Xuan was feeling uneasy. Was Meng Chang still being pursued? However, since his strength has made a breakthrough, it seems it wasn't particularly dangerous. What did these two disciples of mine do in the inner domain? Li Xuan was numb all over. They were either killing grandmasters or being pursued by great grandmasters. And Su Yan had already begun killing great grandmasters. Wasn't it said that grandmasters ranked at the top in the inner domain, and great grandmasters were considered the peak of inner realm martial arts? It hasn't been that long. A great grandmaster has appeared and one has already been killed. Li Xuan even suspected that afterwards, Su Yan wouldn't be killing grandmasters, but great grandmasters instead. A single sword defeating a great grandmaster. This is far too outrageous. How did Meng Chang offend a great grandmaster? He's being pursued to death, and I don't even know if he has managed to escape from being hunted. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. The inner domain was so vast that even if he wanted to aid him, he had no idea where to begin. Since Meng Chang managed to break through amidst being hunted, he shouldn't be in too much danger. If Su Yan also gets the news, he will rush to help too. Su Yan had already killed a great grandmaster with one palm strike. The one who was pursuing Meng Chang hadn't caught up after such a long time. It seemed his abilities wouldn't be too strong. Inner domain. After letting the man in the black robe go, Su Yan quietly tailed him. The man in the black robe was extremely cautious, as if he feared being followed, moving in a circuitous manner and continuously testing if anyone was tailing him. Only after confirming there was no tail did he return to his domicile. To Su Yan's surprise, the black-robed man was returning to Thousand Star Lake. Could it be? He's a grandmaster from the Wushuang Pavilion. The enemy lurking behind my little sister. Is it Wushuang Pavilion? Su Yan furrowed his brows. Thinking about the steward from Wushuang Pavilion, it seemed they handled a bounty on behalf of someone else, not the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes, and knowing that the black-robed man was heartless and ruthless. Therefore, they had warned him to be cautious of being silenced. Even if he is not a grandmaster from Wushuang Pavilion, he must have a connection with a strong figure from Wushuang Pavilion. Su Yan thought so. The black-robed man entered Thousand Star Lake and moved towards a certain direction. In the middle of the lake, an island appeared in his sight. A yard was revealed among the lush green trees. Is this their hideout? Su Yan was surprised for a moment, then immediately negated his assumption. This should only be one of their branches. The black-robed man entered the island, and a voice came from the yard. 27, have you captured the person? He tricked me. 25 was killed by him. The black-robed man angrily said. What? Who did it? An angry voice came from the yard. Su Yan slowly approached, his heart pounding with excitement. These people, they must be rich, right? They casually threw out 100,000 spirit crystals. This branch must be storing treasures, right? Not only could he kill the enemy of his little sister, but he could also strike it rich. Where else could he find such a profitable venture? As he moved closer, he was cautious. If there was a great grandmaster on the island, he could only retreat for now, wait until his strength improves before taking this place. Who's there? A sudden roar came. Boom! A mighty aura emerged. 5 figures flew out from the yard. Along with the black-robed man who had just fled back, there were 3 grandmasters in total, and 2 were surprisingly half-step great grandmasters. There was no great grandmaster. Su Yan instantly broke into a smile. Gentlemen, do you want money or life? If it's life, hand over your spirit crystals and spiritual medicine. The black-robed man who had just fled back was terrified and furious. The other party had actually tracked him here without his knowledge. It's him, he killed 25. He roared, his aura exploding. Attack together, kill him. Instantly charging forward. Roar. Su Yan threw out a palm. A golden giant dragon roared and shook 27's mind. In an instant of bewilderment, there was a loud bang. He instantly exploded, and his remains scattered all around. The golden giant dragon rolled up. The spirit tickets were swept up. The tail swept out, instantly crushing the remains into ashes. The other 4 people were stunned. They all thought that even if 27 couldn't handle it, they would have an opportunity to assist, but just on a single glance, 27 was already dead. You're seeking death. The 2 half-step great grandmasters were burning with anger, instantly charging forward. The other 2 grandmasters were also furious. 27 had just called them to help. They were just watching and didn't join in the fight immediately. As a result, 27 was killed by a single blow. With fear and anger, they realized they have 2 half-step great grandmasters. Against him alone, what is there to fear? Therefore, the 2 grandmasters also joined the killing. With a flash of the sword, the longsword was unsheathed. Su Yan was facing 2 half-step great grandmasters. He dared not be a bit negligent. Sword intent of the mountain river was deployed. The sword lights were vast and overlapping. Under the drive of sword intent, a killing aura swept in all directions. 2 semi-great grandmasters and 2 accomplished grandmasters were attacking from all sides. Su Yan remained fearless, showcasing his radiant swordsmanship while sword intent hung heavily in the air. A vitality of death shrouded the battlefield. Boom! 2 semi-great grandmasters displayed expressions of seriousness. This adversary was immensely powerful, not to be underestimated. A surge of overwhelming pressure radiated outwards, reminiscent of a divine punishment descending. This presumptive strength was indeed akin to the prowess of a great grandmaster, yet ultimately, the semi-great grandmasters were considerably weaker. Even so, it was still an insurmountable challenge for any grandmaster martial artist. Hums ensued. The flash of Su Yan's sword seemed phenomenally unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. Staggering backwards, it appeared as though he might not hold out much longer, even revealing a significant vulnerability. Opportunity arises. The eyes of the 2 grandmaster martial artists gleamed with cruelty as they abruptly launched their attack. Their merciless grasp was exceedingly brutal, bursting with the aura of grandmasters. Just at that moment, roar! From the echoing dragon's cry, Su Yan swung his left palm, unleashing 2 golden giant dragons, charging forth towards the 2 grandmasters. Be careful. The expressions of the 2 semi-great grandmasters changed profoundly. Had their adversary feigned vulnerability, seducing them to reveal their hand while in the midst of their battle. Die! One of the semi-great grandmasters wielded a long knife radiating a chilling glimmer, furiously striking out to save the 2 grandmasters. However, the terrifying dragon projection concealed fearsome power, sending shockwaves through the grandmaster's psyche, causing their whole bodies to tremble. Not good. A sinking feeling suffused their hearts. Realizing their grave situation, they hastily activated their cultivation technique to escape from the dragon's influence, but it was already too late. Boom! The golden dragon struck, instantly exploding, promptly reducing them to ashes. Thump! At the same time, the ferocious assault of the 2 semi-great grandmasters dispersed Su Yan's radiant sword flash, forcing him to react quickly and dodge. During the fierce battle, there wasn't even time to retrieve the spirit crystal, which had fallen into the lake from the corpses of the 2 warriors dressed in black robes. After vanquishing the 2 grandmasters, Su Yan exhaled deeply, his gaze gradually turning frosty. Now it was time to slay the semi-great grandmasters. He had worried that the semi-great grandmasters might escape while he was engaged in battle, hence the deceptive vulnerability, drawing the enemy in then delivering a fatal blow. Now it's your turn. In the radiance of Su Yan's sword, the sword intent appeared, shrouding everything under the landscape of sword intent. Who are you, sir? My peers and I have no quarrels with you. A somber voice from one of the semi-great grandmasters. If you want to know who I am, fine. But first, tell me your names and the faction that you serve. Su Yan replied. The 2 semi-great grandmasters were outraged. They didn't even know which faction they belonged to, and yet they wanted to kill them. Taking things too far, you're looking for death. The 2 men, one on the left and the other on the right, launched their attacks simultaneously. Amidst the roaring sound, the lake water surged, splashing high into the sky with droplets that hinted of a terrifying killing intent. My spirit crystal. Su Yan was furious. All the spirit crystals that had fallen into the water were completely gone now. Wasn't that a loss of thousands of spirit crystals? Such a heartache. You destroyed my spirit crystal. Die. Su Yan fiercely stared at the semi-great grandmaster. In an instant, the landscape descended and a dragon's roar echoed. All within the landscape, a golden dragon coiled and the dragon's cry reverberated. Rivers and mountains dragon cry. The semi-great grandmaster felt his spirit shaken by the dragon's cry, as if he had been transported into a land of rivers and mountains. Not good. His face turned ashen. What was that swordsmanship? Roar. Unleashing a roar, the might of the semi-great grandmaster was stimulated to the extreme. Amidst the roaring water column, he spun upwards, trying to escape this impending peril. While the situation turned dire, a sword light that obliterated everything loomed before his eyes. The murderous intent it conveyed was so strong as if it could destroy all life, and he was just a common mortal amongst all living beings. Splash! His body instantly ruptured, with all his belongings falling into the water. His flesh continued to disintegrate, transforming into ashes within moments. It was as if he had been buried in the landscape. That's for destroying my spirit crystal. Su Yan was uncontainably furious. Gulp! The remaining semi-great grandmaster was covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. A single sword strike killed a semi-great grandmaster. What sort of terrifying swordsmanship was that? Run! The first thought that came to his mind was to escape. With a swift movement, he rapidly retreated. Where do you think you're going? Su Yan swiftly pursued him. Even though the semi-great grandmaster was overpowering and quick, Su Yan was faster. Ahead was a tall building. It was none other than the Wushwang Pavilion. Help me, Great Grandmaster Wushwang. There is a madman killing people in the Thousand-Star Lake. The remaining semi-great grandmaster could feel the deadly oppressiveness from behind, sensing his impending demise. He screamed out desperately. At that moment, the Wushwang Pavilion shook. Many grandmaster martial artists soared into the air, turning their gaze towards the man fleeing in distress. Is that a semi-great grandmaster? Who is that person daring to chase and kill a semi-great grandmaster? Many martial artists were startled in that moment. A surge of divine power suddenly emerged from the Wushwang Pavilion. From the misty silhouette, a figure stepped forward. Save me, Great Grandmaster Wushwang. This ruthless man is causing a massacre at Thousand-Star Lake. The remaining semi-great grandmaster cried with hope. Not even a great grandmaster can save you. Su Yan didn't care about the appearance of the great grandmaster. He decided to kill the man first, then deal with the consequences later. Roar! In a flash, Su Yan was right above his foe. Could the speed of the opponent compare with the heavenly lightning flash? Rivers and mountains, dragon cry. With one slash of the sword, the landscape manifested, the dragon cried echoed. The world was instantly overturned, epitomizing the spirit of destruction and annihilation. Yu, the aspiring great grandmaster, paled in terror and erupted with all his might, trying to block this sword. As long as he could block it, once the great grandmaster arrived, the opponent wouldn't be able to kill him. He exhausts all his strength, willing to be heavily injured just to block this strike. However, this strike from Su Yan is meant to kill him, not giving anyone a chance to save him. These two aspiring great grandmasters were no match for Yin Hong in terms of strength, falling markedly short. Su Yan, with his clear understanding of the sword intent and new comprehension of the myriad wonders of earth and sky, had significantly improved his strength since his fight with Yin Hong. The sword strikes. Mountains and rivers crumble, catastrophe befalls all living things, and that aspiring great grandmaster is obliterated. Great Grandmaster Wushwang save. The voice faded into nothingness. Under the sword intent, his body shatters into pieces, then is ground into dust. On the rippling surface of the water floated rows of spirit tickets belonging to that aspiring great grandmaster. Su Yan waved his hand, collecting the spirit tickets from the water's surface. At this moment, all the martial artists of Wushwang Hall were utterly shocked. A great grandmaster aspirant just died like that. And the opponent, even after great grandmaster Wushwang appeared, still decisively killed that man. The commotion from this fight was massive. Kaixing Lake was shaking, and all the martial artists turned their eyes towards the young man who was picking up spirit tickets, smiling gently as he stacked the tickets and pocketed them with satisfaction. Great Grandmaster Wushwang had already appeared, yet he still cared about picking up spirit tickets at such a moment. After picking up all the spirit tickets, Su Yan was about to return to that small island. After all, he hadn't finished looting it yet. A fight with such a commotion would surely attract others, and it would be a waste if someone else got there first. Are you planning to leave just like that? At this moment, the indifferent voice of Great Grandmaster Wushwang sounded. Su Yan looked up at her, his heart chilled. So strong, much stronger than the Great Grandmaster my master killed. Is this the real power of Wushwang Hall? Since I've already killed, why should I stay? I still need to reclaim what's mine. Su Yan was not cowed in the least. It's no disgrace to run if he can't beat them. Once he was strong enough, he'd come back and kill this great grandmaster. All the martial artists in Wushwang Hall swallowed hard. This young man is really arrogant, completely disregarding Great Grandmaster Wushwang. This was Great Grandmaster Wushwang. Because of her, many other powerhouses dared not act rashly. Even if a great grandmaster arrived, they had to obey the rules. The rules of Kaixing Lake prohibit killing. Didn't you know? Great Grandmaster Wushwang's tone remained indifferent. Her emotional state was stable, showing neither happiness nor anger. I didn't know. Su Yan shook his head and added, and even if I did, they took my stuff. I would have acted the same. At this moment, all the martial artists were covered in cold sweat. This guy was really arrogant. Even if he knew, he would still act the same. Does he even care about Great Grandmaster Wushwang? With these words, even if Great Grandmaster Wushwang wanted to let him off the hook, she couldn't. What did they take from you? Great Grandmaster Wushwang's tone remained calm. Spirit crystals and spiritual medicine and such. Basically, everything that was theirs is now mine, Su Yan solemnly replied. Regardless of the reason, you killed someone and polluted the waters of Kaingsing Lake. You have to give an explanation. Great Grandmaster Wushwang's tone grew stern. I admit to killing someone, Su Yan answered defiantly, but I won't take the blame for polluting Kaingsing Lake. I turned their bodies into ash that the wind has already carried away. Not a drop of blood got in the water. How can you accuse me of polluting Kaingsing Lake? Everyone. His logic was pretty sound. Since he'd turned the bodies to ashes and not a drop of blood fell into the water, he hadn't polluted the lake. Even Great Grandmaster Wushwang was momentarily silent. Regardless, you killed someone at Kaingsing Lake. You must answer for it. Great Grandmaster Wushwang spoke in a deep voice. Are you annoying? If you're going to fight, then let's get on with it. You're acting like an old hag. I still have things to loot and recover. If someone else gets there first, will you compensate me? You women sure know how to nag. I'm leaving. Su Yan looked impatient. I still need to get back to the courtyard to do some scavenging. If someone else beats me to it, I'll lose big time. Gulp. All the martial artists present didn't dare to breathe. They could feel an oppressive aura. The Wushwang Great Grandmaster seemed to be angry. How terrifying would the wrath of a Great Grandmaster be, especially a Grandmaster of Wushwang's caliber who is at the pinnacle of Great Grandmasters? However, to their astonishment, the person who had stirred the Grandmaster's rage simply ignored the fuming Wushwang Great Grandmaster. With a flicker, he disappeared into the horizon. Such speed was beyond imagination. Boom! As if the wrath of heaven had descended, it startled all the martial artists present. They almost fell to their knees. The Wushwang Great Grandmaster was ready to explode with anger. He actually turned and walked away, completely disregarding him, a Great Grandmaster. He was about to give chase, but in the end, he simply regrouped and returned to the Wushwang Hall. All the martial artists present wiped the cold sweat off their brows, quickly leaving the Wushwang Hall. They also wondered why the Wushwang Great Grandmaster did not give chase. Did he just let that young man off the hook? Who was that young man? We're not sure. Do you think, could it be the sword Taoist Zai Ling Feng from Sword Respect Cliff? He's so young and his sword Tao is so strong. Someone asked tentatively. It could be. The rest of the martial artists had an epiphany. It made sense why the Wushwang Great Grandmaster pardoned the young man. This explains it. Zai Ling Feng is the pride of Sword Respect Cliff. If the Wushwang Great Grandmaster bullied the weak, would Sword Respect Cliff simply stand by? Good point. Plus, I heard that Zai Ling Feng is the only son of Zai Tianheng, the sword master of this generation from Sword Respect Cliff. Even Wushwang Great Grandmaster couldn't handle Grandmaster Zai's prowess. The martial artists burst into heated discussion. Meanwhile, Su Yan, the instigator of all this, returned to the original battlefield and picked up all the remaining spirit tickets on the surface of the water. He turned his head, feeling a bit puzzled that Wushwang Great Grandmaster didn't give chase. Is he that easygoing? He was a little surprised. The magnanimity of the Wushwang Great Grandmaster was truly impressive. Despite him insulting her dignity, she didn't seem to mind. This Wushwang Great Grandmaster sure dodged a bullet. If she had pursued me, I would return to kill her after my breakthrough and raid the Wushwang Hall. As Su Yan thought, he became somewhat regretful. If the Wushwang Great Grandmaster did pursue him, there would have been personal grievances between them, and it would only be reasonable for him to return for revenge and raid the Wushwang Hall, wouldn't it? The Wushwang Hall is quite wealthy. What a pity, Su Yan shook his head, no longer dwelling on the Wushwang Hall, and looked excitedly at the courtyard on the small island. There must be treasures stored inside, right? He excitedly arrived on the small island and began scouring the courtyard. My next target is the 7-star study palace. Su Yan had already decided, after scavenging the courtyard, he would head straight to the 7-star study palace. He would go there to spar, discuss martial arts, peruse the book halls of the 7-star study palace, understand the inner realm martial arts, extract its essence for his benefit, and integrate all methods into his own Tao. At the top courtyard of Wushwang Hall, I am going to kill that arrogant bastard, the Wushwang Great Grandmaster said angrily. A woman in plain clothes calmed her down and sat her down, her hand gently stroking her heaving, tumultuous chest, saying, Master, if you really kill him, our Wushwang Hall will be no more. Even if you just injure him, the consequences will be severe. The Wushwang Great Grandmaster sneered, saying, Why would I be afraid of Zai Tianheng? Master, it's not that you are scared, but young Master Zai hasn't offended our Wushwang Hall. He only killed a few people. As he said, not a drop of blood has fallen into the lake. He didn't muddy our 1,000-star lake. The woman in the plain clothes continued to comfort her. I still can't let it go. I'm going to teach him a lesson. The more the Wushwang Great Grandmaster thought about it, the angrier she got. What kind of attitude was that? What does he mean nagging? He even said she was chatty. What sheer audacity. The lady in plain clothes held her back, saying, Master, where can you catch him now? Young Master Zai's movement technique is unparalleled. His speed outdoes ordinary Great Grandmasters. Even if you had chased after him then, you might not have caught up to him. If you offend young Master Zai and he holds a grudge, it won't be good. The Wushwang Great Grandmaster was still fuming with anger and growled, It's all your fault for not letting me make a move. I could have taught him a lesson then. Yes, yes, it's all my fault. The lady in the plain clothes made her concession. The unparalleled great grandmaster also felt helpless in her heart. How could there be such an evil genius? Even if she had launched an attack then, the opponent was very likely to have escaped. The opponent's movement technique was so subtle, speed so fast that it would not be easy for her as a great grandmaster to catch up. And once an enmity was formed, if the opponent's strength broke through, it would be troublesome when he came to seek revenge. After all, standing behind the sword monarch cliff, he had a powerful backing, and the strength of Zai Tianheng was among the top 5 ranks in the peak great grandmasters within the inner domain. She glanced at her disciple and smirked. Good disciple, are you eager for love? The maiden in plain clothing rolled her eyes. Not at all, I'm just considering for my master, for the sake of the unparalleled division. You say one thing and mean another. The unparalleled great grandmaster chuckled. Sword Monarch Cliff, renowned as the #1 school of sword Dao in the inner domain, and its current leader Zai Tianheng, is immensely powerful, having once defeated 3 peak great grandmasters alone. A mountain cliff soaring into the clouds, a long staircase leading all the way to the top of the cliff. Houses were densely arranged below the cliff, but the higher up the cliff, the sparser the houses. This place was Sword Monarch Cliff. Outside a house near the top of the cliff, an ancient pine was planted, and a young man was sitting cross-legged under the tree. His chi was surging, and a sword light was pouring from him. Huff, Zai Lingfeng exhaled a breath, exhilaration on his face. Finally, I've condensed my true chi, and my strength has increased by more than 50%. After returning from the frontier, he had been constantly condensing his martial arts inner chi to turn it into true chi. Today, he finally condensed his true chi. Now that he has this method of condensation, he can count himself as a martial artist of the innate realm. But can I only be classified as a pseudo-innate realm martial artist? Zai Lingfeng sighed softly in his heart. I can't really call it a pseudo-innate realm. Brother Su is indeed a monster after all. His true chi is far beyond what ordinary martial artists can compare to, so my true chi is actually equivalent to the innate realm. With a changed thought, Zai Lingfeng instantly cheered up. I've improved a lot in strength. With my initial stage Grandmaster realm, I can easily fight with advanced Grandmasters, and I can stand up to a general peak Grandmaster. At this thought, Zai Lingfeng became excited. The cultivation of the innate realm is almost like this. I have just begun to practice the true martial arts, but how should I cultivate above the innate realm? Should I follow the program and practice according to the cultivation technique above innate? Zai Lingfeng suddenly became dejected. He didn't have a cultivation technique. The cultivation techniques of Sword Monarch Cliff were ultimately not the true martial arts. I still haven't been able to completely penetrate the Sword Dao. It's too difficult. Zai Lingfeng again thought of his cultivation of the Sword Dao. The basic requirement to enter the Sword Dao was to have a clear sword heart, but he hadn't touched this mystical realm. My swordsmanship has improved a lot, which means I am getting closer to having a clear sword heart, but I don't have a clue as to how to make a breakthrough. Zai Lingfeng pondered in his heart. He looked up at the outside of Sword Monarch Cliff and wondered, I don't know whether Brother Su has come to the inner domain or not. I can consult with him then. Just then Hu Shan came over with 2 large boxes. He looked slightly bewildered. Young master, the Du Marquis residents of Great Yue Nation has sent generous gifts, thanking you for saving them from crisis. Hu Shan put the boxes down. Saved from crisis. Zai Lingfeng was taken aback. When had he helped the Du Marquis residents? Yes, Hu Shan nodded. He was puzzled too. When had the young master rendered service to the Du Marquis residents? How come he didn't remember? Besides, the Du Marquis residence says that you can send a marriage proposal at any time you choose. The Du family is ready to receive you at any time, and Miss Du will certainly live up to your affection. At last, Hu Shan could not help but ask, Young master, when did you fall in love with the daughter of the Du Marquis residence? This is a good thing, even though the Du Marquis residence is not very powerful. I have heard that Miss Du is one of the top geniuses in 7-star study palace. Zai Lingfeng was puzzled and said blankly, I don't know her. Could she have mistaken me for someone else? What kind of talk is that from you, young master? Who would mistake their heartthrob for someone else? Hu Shan handed a letter to Zai Lingfeng. Young master, this is a letter from Miss Du. Take a look. He was full of curiosity. Zai Lingfeng took the letter in bewilderment, opened it, and asked, What's the name of the daughter of the Du Marquis residence? No way, young master. Have you forgotten the name of the girl? Did you just hit it off and then just forget her as soon as you put on your pants? Hu Shan widened his eyes and said unbelievingly, Young master, you are actually this kind of person. Nonsense. I, Zai Lingfeng, do everything upright. How can I do such things? Zai Lingfeng glared at Hu Shan and lowered his head to read the letter in his hand, then became more baffled. What is the protection and care along the way? Prince kills the Grandmaster with a single palm, retreating a half-step great Grandmaster charm. The prince is unique in the world, among thousands of men in the world. To Yu Ying, none can compare with the prince. Zai Lingfeng stared at it and fell silent, touched his face. Really, was he so handsome and dashing, so attractive? Unique in the world. And when did he kill a grandmaster with a single palm and repel a half-step great grandmaster? When did this happen? Did I do it in my dreams? Xiling Feng looked puzzled. I couldn't even dream of it. Something's wrong. There must be a problem somewhere. Hu Shan looked at the content of the letter with a gossip face. Young master, I can see a young girl's love for you. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Young master, when did you kill the grandmaster with a single palm? And it's a one-palm kill. Do you have that kind of strength? All of a sudden, Xiling Feng and Hu Shan had the same thought simultaneously. Hu Shan, do you think there's a chance that Brother Su might have come to the inner domain, slain a grandmaster with a single slap? The thought of such formidable strength brought Su Yan to his mind. But Brother Su is Brother Su, and you, young master, are you? Couldn't you have made a mistake? Hu Shan asked, perplexed. Do you think there's a chance that Brother Su might have used my name? Xiling Feng said thoughtfully. Young master, that's not right. Even though we agreed that, upon coming to the inner domain, one could use your name no matter what the circumstance, it's unlikely to say, I am Xiling Feng, right? Surely, it would be, I am associated with Sword Master Cliff Xiling Feng. Hu Shan abruptly stopped mid-sentence. He suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible for Su Yan to announce himself as Xiling Feng. Regardless of whether it's Brother Su or not, let's make a trip to Duke Du's mansion. If it really is Brother Su, that would be fantastic. Xiling Feng murmured. Hu Shan nodded. A trip to Duke Du's mansion would clear up everything. Young master, what about these generous gifts? He pointed to 2 large boxes and asked, let's keep them for now. If it really is Brother Su, we can hand them over to him. Xiling Feng said, young master, I'll go pack up and be ready to accompany you down the mountain. Hu Shan said eagerly. Good, Xiling Feng nodded in approval. Hu Shan, how much true qi have you cultivated? About 60 to 70%, I've made a considerable improvement. Hu Shan replied excitedly. Xiling Feng and Hu Shan left the Sword Master Cliff, heading straight for Duke Du's mansion. The upheaval at Duke Du's mansion gradually settled down. Among the 5 vassal kings of the Great Yue Kingdom, the Duke Du was strongest, being a peak great grandmaster, held significant sway in the kingdom. However, the 5 vassal dynasty mansions had mutual grudges, even though the royal family masterminded the disputes to prevent a possible union among the vassals. No matter how it played out, the squabbles among the 5 vassals also involved their respective interests. The royal family merely added fuel to the flames. Among the 3 countries in the inner domain, only the Great Yue Kingdom had vassal kings. This phenomenon was due to the fact, at the founding of the kingdom, the power of the 5 vassals was substantial. The simultaneous alliance of the 5 vassals, unceremoniously against the kingdom's potential united front, achieved a tacit agreement between each other. It was nominally the ennoblement of vassals by the royal family of the Great Yue Kingdom, and the 5 vassals accepted the jurisdiction of the royal family. In reality, the territories of the 5 vassals always belonged to them. Originally, the 5 vassals were 5 powerful families, dominating a part of the region and deeply ingrained. This disturbance at Duke Du's mansion originated from another vassal, Prince Zheng. A newly promoted great grandmaster from Prince Zheng's mansion wanted to expand his sphere of influence and extended his reach towards Duke Du's mansion. The tension between the Du family and the Zheng family had escalated to a point of irreconcilability. The sudden attack from Prince Zheng's mansion happened to coincide with the death of Du Yuying's mother, who expressed her final wish to be buried in her hometown. Due to Du Yuying's peculiar constitution and being the prodigy of Duke Du's mansion, she naturally became the targeted stimulant. Although Duke Du's mansion tied the hands of the other party, this sensational event made its way to the demon sect. It was unclear what kind of benefits Prince Zheng's mansion promised to the sect. In the end, even Yin Hong, a semi-great grandmaster, personally intervened and attempted to take Du Yuying away. Yin Hong's intervention targeted the Duke Du's mansion, regardless of differences with the people from Prince Zheng's mansion and the demon sect. It seemed that multiple forces intended to seize this opportunity to weaken the Duke Du's mansion. However, who would have thought that Xiling Feng, the prodigy of the Sword Master Cliff, would escort Du Yuying back all the way? He not only killed martial artists of grandmaster level, but even beat back the semi-great grandmaster Yin Hong. Once the news spread, Prince Zheng's mansion retracted their hands, and the demon sect fell silent as well. The person behind Yin Hong also withdrew without even exposing his identity. The Sword Master Cliff, a top power in the inner domain, has such a reputation that even the royal family of the Great Yue Kingdom would not dare to antagonize it rashly. With the crisis resolved, Duke Du's mansion finally breathed a sigh of relief. This sudden attack from Prince Zheng's mansion was a carefully planned. If Duke Du's mansion showed any signs of vulnerability, the other 3 vassals would certainly add insult to injury, seize the opportunity to incorporate Duke Du's domain, and strengthen themselves. The royal family of the Great Yue Kingdom would certainly fan the flames and make covert moves. The nobleman behind Yin Hong is likely to be a member of the royal family of the Great Yue Kingdom. In the garden of Duke Du's mansion, Du Yuying walked at a leisurely pace. Missy, the generous gifts have been delivered to the sword Master Cliff and given to young Master Zai. When do you think young Master Zai will come to propose? Kyuyer exclaimed with a hopeful look on her face. I am Missy's personal servant. When Missy marries young Master Zai, I will become the chambermaid. Then young Master Zai will surely have favor with me. Kyuyer's face flushed red. In Du Yuying's eyes, a tender affection flickered. She replied softly, it shouldn't be too long, I suppose. Missy, when will you be able to break through to become a grandmaster? It would be absolutely enviable to stand as a grandmaster alongside young Master Zai. Kyuyer asked with a playful smile. I'm not sure, maybe a year or maybe 5 or 6 years. Du Yuying shook her head. She was now at the second rank, but she was still far away from the realm of a grandmaster. Prince Zheng is really despicable. Thankfully, young Master Zai protected us, or else we would have been in danger, not to mention the disciples of the demon sect. Kyuyer thought about their recent encounters and said indignantly, Kyuyer, do you know which grandmaster under the demon lord made a move? Any news about that? Du Yuying asked thoughtfully. No news yet. It could be those unknown grandmasters under the demon lord. Kyuyer shook her head. At that moment, a servant came to report. Miss Young Master Zai Lingfeng from Sword Cliff has arrived. He's outside the residence. Upon hearing this, Du Yuying's eyes lit up immediately. Kyuyer, go and invite young Master Zai in. I'll receive him at the Sound Pavilion. Du Yuying ordered softly. Her eyes couldn't hide her joy, but she had to maintain her dignity, so she let Kyuyer do the welcoming. Moreover, Kyuyer was already familiar with him. Yes, miss, Kyuyer was extremely excited, her cheeks flushed. Is young Master Zai here to propose? Am I going to become a maid who sleeps in the same room? Then I can also be with young Master Zai. As she thought about the illusions she had under the influence of the illusion witch, her face turned even redder. As she jogged towards the outer residence, she asked, did young Master Zai come alone? No, young Master Zai is not alone, he's with an older man. The servant replied, oh my, young Master Zai must be here to propose. Kyuyer's heart pounded heavily and her cheeks were flushed. It was as though her eyes were full of shyness. She hurriedly arrived outside the other residence. Outside the other residence of Prince Du's mansion had arrived Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan, who had traveled a long way. They rushed to see Du Yuying, wanting to know if the person was really Su Yan. Master, if it really is Su Yan, wouldn't the affairs of the Du mansion implicate Sword Cliff? Hu Shan scratched his head and asked, what's the big deal? Is my Sword Cliff afraid of the great Yue kingdom? Zai Lingfeng dismissed it casually. Master, why would Su Yan use your name? Hu Shan was perplexed. Zai Lingfeng's mouth twitched. Didn't I tell him? When you're in the inner domain, use my name if needed. He paused, recalling Su Yan had also asked if it was for any situation. I have a feeling something's off about this. Shouldn't he have said, Zai Lingfeng and I are sworn brothers, give him some face? Hu Shan was still confused. Zai Lingfeng let out a sigh. The thought process of a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy isn't the same as ordinary people. Master, when I also said to use my name in the inner domain, could it be? Hu Shan was suddenly jittery. Don't worry, he won't use your name. Brother Su is so young and you're much older, plus your strength is weak, it's not suitable. Zai Lingfeng shook his head. Hu Shan, he sighed inwardly. Being weak was such a sad thing. A beautiful maid ran out excitedly. Her gaze swept past Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan, but she totally ignored them. Young Master Zai, where is he? Kyuyer looked around in confusion. This lady Zai Lingfeng is right here. Zai Lingfeng greeted with a bow. Kyuyer turned around to look at him. Your young Master Zai Lingfeng from Sword Cliff. Indeed, it's me. Zai Lingfeng nodded. Kyuyer flared up like a provoked cat. Where did this villain come from, daring to impersonate young Master Zai? Someone beat him up. Kyuyer, her face flushed and eyes burning with fury. Upon hearing that young Master Zai had arrived, she was ecstatic, even fantasizing about the night she would become his personal maid. But to her utter vexation, someone was impersonating young Master Zai. This was unforgivable. While the impostor posed as a young and handsome man, he fell short of the real young Master Zai by more than just a notch, especially in terms of his aura, which was utterly unreachable. Who gave him the audacity to impersonate young Master Zai here? Kyuyer, enraged, bounced to her feet, screaming, you shameless rogue. How dare you impersonate young Master Zai? Guards, kill him, Grandmaster Elders, come quickly. Zai Lingfeng, who was standing there dumbfounded, quickly explained, please hear me out. I am indeed Zai Lingfeng from the Sword Supremacy Cliff. I came here because... Audacious villain, daring to impersonate young Master Zai, you deserve to die. A roar interrupted his words. The Grandmaster's aura stirred, and a hand reached down from mid-air punishingly. It was Yan Quan. Hearing Kyuyer's scream, especially the impersonation of young Master Zai, he immediately sprang into action. His anger soared the moment he saw the situation. If there were actually someone daring enough to impersonate Zai Lingfeng, this was a capital offense. Without uttering another word, he attacked. Bang! Zai Lingfeng fought back with a powerful palm strike, sending Yan Quan flying. How dare you, a third-rate grandmaster, be so impudent in front of our young master? Hatefully retorted Hu Shan. Yan Quan was so mad he was being despised once again. Guards, he bellowed in fury, calling for help. This was Prince Du's villa, and there were more than just him among the grandmasters. There was even an accomplished grandmaster and a peak grandmaster. With your strength, you dare to impersonate young Master Zai. If it were young Master Zai, he could kill me with a single palm strike, Yan Quan uttered coldly. I am indeed Zai Lingfeng from the Sword Supremacy Cliff. I came here looking for a friend. Zai Lingfeng tried to explain, but these people didn't give him any chance to justify himself. Bang, die, a blade flashed, and a grandmaster-level martial artist attacked. HMPH, Hushan snorted coldly, drew his sword, and performed his fierce wind swordsmanship. The battle began, and they quickly gained the upper hand. How audacious! A formidable aura emanated from within Prince Du's mansion, indicating the presence of an accomplished grandmaster. Zai Lingfeng's expression hardened as he drew his sword and attacked by the flying rainbow swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, his sword chi swept across, forcing the opponent to retreat. Yet soon after, another accomplished grandmaster joined the attack, and both of them launched an assault. Zai Lingfeng snorted coldly. With his sword chi surging, he fought alone against the two accomplished grandmasters, not losing any ground. At this time, Yan Quan scoffed, "You're nothing more than an ant." Accomplished grandmasters are nothing more than flies in young Master Zai's eyes. How dare you impersonate with such pitiful skills? He drew his weapon and attacked Hushan, joining forces with the grandmaster. Bang! The battle became fierce, and Hushan and Zai Lingfeng moved closer together. Young master, we should get out of here. Prince Du's mansion has a great grandmaster. If they don't bother to distinguish right from wrong, the consequences could be dire, Hushan advised with a gloomy countenance. Right. Zai Lingfeng, too, was already exasperated, as he couldn't clear up the misunderstanding. He had astonishingly turned into an impersonator and was being despised. Fuck, I'm an entry-level grandmaster, for heaven's sake, fighting against two accomplished grandmasters without falling into a disadvantage. Which entry-level grandmaster in the inner domain can do this? Yet, he was still despised. This was truly outrageous. Bang. The mighty river swordsmanship suddenly intensified, with the sword chi flying all over. The flying rainbow swordsmanship. He made two accomplished grandmasters retreat hastily by the mash of his sword strikes. Zai Lingfeng then again struck out, repelling another grandmaster and stabbed Yan Quan in the shoulder. You, a third-rate grandmaster, have no qualification to talk. Having repelled the grandmasters from Prince Du's mansion, Zai Lingfeng and Hushan rushed to leave as fast as they could. An infuriated Yan Quan, third-rate grandmaster. This was an outrageous insult. If young Master Zai were present, I would offer 2 7-grade spiritual medicines for his head. In the listening to the sound pavilion, Du Yuying was arranging a zither, preparing to play a tune for her guests later when Qiuye ran in, livid. Miss, it's outrageous someone was impersonating young Master Zai. What? Du Yuying's face darkened immediately with anger. Where is he? The grandmasters are attempting to detain him right now. I'm not sure about the current situation. Let's go and see who this audacious thief is. Du Yuying rushed outside in annoyance. The fight was already over. Where is he? Did they capture him? Yan Quan was bandaging his wound. He escaped. His strength was not weak. Escaped. He absolutely cannot escape from Du Commandery. Du Yuying hurried off. I am going to see father and have him dispatch peak grandmasters to hunt him down. Let's not add to Uncle Hai's troubles. Let's hurry and leave. Zai Lingfeng sighed. They hurriedly left Du Commandery. The next step was to search for Su Yan. The Sword Supremacy Cliff was still a top power. Getting some information from the martial arts community would be easy. Unmatched pavilion at the 1,000-star lake, Hushan exclaimed in surprise. Who would have known Su Yan truly knows how to enjoy life? Zai Lingfeng confirmed that Su Yan had indeed arrived in the inner domain and had checked in at the unmatched pavilion using his Zai Lingfeng's name. Brother Su has gone to refine his state of mind. Zai Lingfeng's eyes brightened. Why didn't I think of refining state of mind at the unmatched pavilion? Let's go to Unbeatable Pavilion. Zai Lingfeng and Hushan set off for Unbeatable Pavilion. In Prince Du's mansion, Qiuye was packing, lamenting, Miss, that scoundrel escaped. It's outrageous. He could tarnish young Master Zai's reputation. The martial arts community has been abuzz with rumors that young Master Zai went to Unbeatable Pavilion and didn't spend a single coin. It must be that scoundrel impersonating him, tarnishing young Master Zai's reputation. How could young Master Zai possibly have gone to Unbeatable Pavilion? As a young and carefree lad, why couldn't it be him? Moreover, isn't it said that he went there to temper his mind? Du Yuying said with a smile. Hurry up and pack, we should return to 7-star Study Palace. Our teacher has probably found a solution to my problems. Miss, does this mean you'll be able to break through to become a grandmaster soon? Qiuye was overjoyed. I hope so. Du Yuying sighed in her heart. Becoming a grandmaster is not so easy. 7-star Study Palace is the holy land of martial arts in the inner domain, enrolling martial arts students from all over and producing countless grandmaster martial artists and even great grandmaster martial artists. The founders of many forces and sects in the inner domain were once students of 7-star Study Palace. They gained their knowledge from studying in the palace, setting up sects. Tianbao Pavilion, the largest commercial force in the inner domain, is deeply rooted and considered the most transcendent force in the inner domain, its influence only matched by the Seven-Star Study Palace. Seven-Star Study Palace has long abstained from participating in the power struggles within the martial arts community. Its mission is to propagate and research martial arts, enrolling students without regards to their origin or background. Regarding the prosperity of martial arts, the Seven-Star Study Palace is the most, and also the widest in studying martial arts. The imperial families of the three major countries, including their founders, were once students of the Seven-Star Study Palace. The current emperors also studied there in their youth. There are also poor young men who came here and entered the Seven-Star Study Palace, worked hard, and hence soared high, stepping into the Grandmaster realm and even the Great Grandmaster realm. Throughout the long years of the martial arts community in the inner domain, top forces have collapsed and been obliterated from history. Some leading forces have fallen and their fame disappeared. Only the Seven-Star Study Palace, regardless of the changing situation, remains standing, its legacy unbroken, always at the peak. In history, there were martial arts cultivation techniques and secret techniques that have been lost in the outside world, but they could be found at the Seven-Star Study Palace. If they can't be found in the Seven-Star Study Palace, it means they have indeed been lost. Throughout history, the Seven-Star Study Palace has faced threats, but none were able to shake it at all. On the contrary, those who provoked the Seven-Star Study Palace faced suppression and destruction. Sometime in the past, a dynasty that unified the inner domain, whose foundation brought many powerful forces to their knees, persuaded many sects to surrender. They attempted to incorporate the Seven-Star Study Palace under their rule, making it a study palace under their jurisdiction. The end result was the collapse of the dynasty. It was that war which allowed the world to glimpse the terrifying depth of the Seven-Star Study Palace's strength. One great grandmaster after another stepped forward. Long-lost exceptional cultivation techniques, unheard of secret techniques, were all utilized by these great grandmasters. Using absolute superiority, they crushed the imperial forces. They forced the dynasty to bow down, acknowledging the Seven-Star Study Palace's superior status, not under the imperial jurisdiction. This war weakened the dynasty, leading to its eventual disintegration into the current three major countries. After this, people finally realized that the Seven-Star Study Palace has a group of scholars obsessed with martial arts. They research martial arts, pass down martial arts. Regarding the strength of their martial arts, the power of their techniques, and the depth of their understanding of martial arts, no other force in the world could compare. And these scholars of martial arts make up the real foundation of the Seven-Star Study Palace. Nobody knows the exact number of these martial arts scholars, and even a famous great grandmaster in the outside world could potentially be a member of the Seven-Star Study Palace scholars. The current palace master of the Seven-Star Study Palace is reputed as the world's top great grandmaster. His or her identity is almost a mystery, hardly known by anyone. Only the very top great grandmasters might know their identity. The three deputy palace masters also bear distinguished reputations as great grandmaster martial artists. In the Seven-Star Study Palace, the highest level one can reach are the monitors, senior practitioners, and practitioners. As for the rumored martial arts scholars, one can only encounter them by chance. Moreover, there are usually martial arts scholars present among both educators and academy supervisors. The strength of the educators can range from grandmasters to not less than a third-rank martial artist. They are responsible for teaching the basic cultivation techniques to beginners in martial arts. Senior educators can range from great grandmasters to grandmasters, and none of them are below the rank of a grandmaster. Senior educators are in charge of teaching students above the third rank, or those with exceptionally outstanding talents. The academy supervisors are the backbone of the Seven-Star Study Palace. They oversee the academy, maintain its rules, and punish educators who violate these rules. Every supervisor is definitely a powerful great grandmaster. Students who are privileged to have a supervisor as their teacher are all naturally gifted talents. The Seven-Star City, surrounded by 7 cities, is the outer city of the Seven-Star Study Palace. Many martial artists come here to seek opportunities, make friends in the martial arts world, or even to hide from their enemies. The Seven-Star Study Palace is built on a mountain slope. Pavilions, towers, and buildings densely cover the area. A martial art practice stage is built every few distances for students to interact and exchange ideas. It's also the place where outsiders come to challenge and spar. The Seven-Star Study Palace has always welcomed challengers from outside to exchange and discuss martial arts. Many forces in the world send their proud talents here to challenge, spar, and gain recognition. To browse the collection of the Seven-Star Study Palace, challengers must pass a series of challenges and matches. Win a battle, get 1 floor's browsing qualifications, and so on. Since the founding of the seven-star study palace, the strongest outsider challenger has passed 7 challenges and entered the 7th floor of the collection. Su Yan left the 1,000-star lake and scoured the island courtyard. He suddenly became rich with more than 300,000 spirit crystals and over 20 spiritual medicines. With more money, he could afford to spend a bit. On his way to the 7-star study palace, Su Yan deposited his spiritual medicine and other items in the Tianbao pavilion. After a long journey, he finally arrived at the 7-star study palace. He came for the collections of the palace to deeply understand the martial arts of the inner domain, take their essence and integrate it into his own way. Blam! On the first floor of the 7-star study palace sparring stage, a figure was thrown out and fell onto the ground. The young man who fell on the ground got up, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth with a look of despair. He couldn't even pass the first level. Another one failed. The sparring stage at 7-star study palace isn't easy to get through. Even the first level is like this. Yes, it's too hard. Even though I'm one of the top talents in my region, I can't even get through the first level. The watching martial artists sighed in disgust. The challengers who come to the sparring stage are not old, and they are all talented and arrogant in their places. Before the challenge, they are all full of fighting spirit and confidence. However, most of them failed on the first floor. A challenger is here. This person looks young, even a few years younger than me. I wonder if he can get through the first level. I think it's difficult. Given his age, he is at most at a 3rd rank level. His martial arts must be lacking. I'm afraid he won't last 10 moves in the first level. The young martial artists began to discuss as they watched Su Yan climb towards the stage. None of them thought highly of Su Yan. On the first level of the sparring stage, a student from the 7-star study palace stood proudly, awaiting Su Yan's arrival. Su Yan looked around and was surprised. Why are there no grandmaster martial artists? The strongest is only a 1st-rank martial artist. He had killed many grandmasters and thought they were everywhere, but he found that there were no grandmaster martial artists on the first level of the 7-star study palace's sparring stage. It seems that grandmasters are not really everywhere. Su Yan sighed. Having killed many, he thought grandmasters were everywhere. As it turns out, grandmasters are also rare. He didn't bother to challenge the first level. 3rd-rank martial artists are weak. To put it bluntly, they could be killed with a single breath. So he directly skipped the first level of the sparring stage and kept going up. Su Yan directly bypassed the first level of the martial arts platform, completely ignoring the students of the 7-star study palace standing on it. The martial artists present were taken aback. Is he really this arrogant? Perhaps he thinks his own strength exceeds the 3rd-grade domain, so he wants to challenge across the levels. He's just like me back in the day. The end result, however, was that he couldn't even get past the first level. A martial artist sighed. Being youthful and vigorous, it's understandable. Which prodigy isn't arrogant? Someone else is going to be struck down and not able to bounce back. Haha, yes, it's been quite a while since I've seen a prodigy being struck down to the point of losing his soul. Some martial artists gloated over the misfortune. Stop. The student on the martial arts platform of the 7-star study palace was somewhat bewildered. Why had another rule-breaking fellow come along? Among the students recruited by the 7-star study palace, which one isn't a prodigy and which one doesn't have exceptional talent? And those who accept the challenge on the martial arts platform are indeed the top performers in their respective domains within the 7-star study palace. What is it? Su Yan asked with a glance. The student on the martial arts platform was almost mad. Where did this jerk come from? He doesn't even know the rules of the 7-star study palace and just comes over to challenge, and he even ignores him. Sir, you've come here to enter the library of the study palace and read through the martial arts collection, right? Kaio Zong, I solemnly asked. Correct, Su Yan nodded. In that case, you have to beat me first before you can continue upwards. Kaio Zong, I declared. You're too weak, I'll just go up and issue a challenge. Su Yan shook his head. Kaio Zongai's face turned red with anger. He snapped, I'm too weak. Are you implying that you're a grandmaster martial artist? Even grandmasters need to challenge one level at a time. I'm not a grandmaster martial artist. Su Yan shook his head. I'm a martial artist of the innate realm. Kaio Zong was stunned, as were all the martial artists present. Innate realm martial artist. What kind of realm is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? What innate realm? I've never heard of it. Don't try to deceive us with fancy titles. If you want to continue upwards, you have to defeat me first. Kaio Zong, I said angrily. He suspected that the other party was not simply here to pass the test and gain the opportunity to read through the collections, but to provoke the 7-star study palace. If that's the case, then you better be ready. After pondering for a moment, Su Yan concluded that defeating the other party wouldn't take much effort. It would be a breeze for him. Come. With his long sword held horizontally in his hand, Kaio Zong spoke coldly. Watch carefully. Not even bothering to step onto the martial arts platform, Su Yan simply flicked his finger and a gust of true chi shot out. After making his move, he continued to ascend the steps. Kaio Zong was about to yell in fury, but his complexion suddenly changed. He quickly placed his long sword in front of his chest. There was a bang. The long sword vibrated and flew out of his grip. He was sent flying backward and fell to the ground. There was total silence at the scene. Defeated Kaio Zanga with a flick of his finger, a grandmaster martial artist. No wonder he is so arrogant, being a grandmaster martial artist at such a young age. Indeed, he has the credentials to be lofty. Who is this prodigy from somewhere else? Could he really be a grandmaster? So arrogant, so fierce, I take back my previous words. The onlooking martial artists were shocked. Su Yan continued to ascend the steps, while Kaio Zanga, who had fallen on the ground, was red-faced with anger, shouting, "Even if you are a grandmaster, it's useless. You have to step on the martial arts platform and defeat me to count." Seeing that Su Yan completely ignored him, he was furious. "You are despising my 7-star study palace." Su Yan couldn't be bothered with him. A weakling's roar is of no use. Rules were always set up for the weak. The strong always exist to break the rules. Stop! The student on the second-level martial arts platform was also stunned. This guy was really arrogant, disregarding him completely. Su Yan flicked his finger. A gust of true chi shot out. The student on the second level hurriedly tried to resist, but was immediately sent flying backward. "You've lost." Su Yan glanced at him before continuing upward. On the third level, Su Yan didn't even wait for the other party to speak. He defeated him with a flick of his finger. The same with the fourth level, he defeated them with a flick of his finger. He didn't even step on the martial arts platform. The fifth level is a grandmaster martial artist. Now, let's see how he defeats a grandmaster. It's going to be a good show. It's been many years since anyone has passed the fifth level. I wonder if he stands a chance. It's impossible. No matter if he's a grandmaster martial artist, he's too young. The grandmasters of the 7-star study palace, aren't they all top class? The martial artists who had followed to watch were voicing their opinions. Almost no one was optimistic about Su Yan being able to get past the fifth level. As Su Yan ascended the steps, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the steps of the fifth level. He was a man in his 30s, dressed like a scholar, and looked refined. "Young friend, by not even stepping onto the martial arts platform, are you implying that you look down on the strength of the students of my 7-star study palace?" Cheng Yunhong spoke with a smile. Su Yan nodded. "That's correct. Their strength is too poor. I'm not even interested in stepping on the platform." The martial artists and students of the 7-star study palace were all stunned. Wasn't he being too blunt? He's completely looking down on the 7-star study palace. Who in the world doesn't know that the students of the 7-star study palace who guard the platforms are the best of their domains? Cheng Yunhong also put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. According to the rules, even if a grandmaster comes, he must step onto the platform and compete to defeat the one who guards the platform with his ability at the same realm. "Young friend, I can understand your youthful energy since you have come here. As long as you defeat me, then the matter of not following the rules will be wiped clean." Su Yan paused, glancing at him and said, "Your strength is not bad among grandmasters, but it's not at all challenging for me to defeat you. Rules have always been made for the weak. Real strong ones are here to break rules. I see myself as a strong one, hence I don't need to follow the rules." Such arrogance. All the spectators couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Even the students of 7-star study palace were no exception. Since their enrollment, it was the first time for them to witness such audacity. He actually claimed at the 7-star study palace that rules are for the weak, and since he is strong, he doesn't need to comply. Cheng Yunhong chuckled. He had never met someone so arrogant at the 7-star study palace. Even a great grandmaster wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous at 7-star study palace. "What you said is not unreasonable, but you should know to break the rules isn't something that any strong one can do, especially rules of my 7-star study palace." Cheng Yunhong spoke sternly. Su Yan pondered, then asked, "What if I defeat you with one palm? Can I then ignore the rules? If I can't defeat you with one palm, I'll kneel for 3 days to admit my mistake." Everyone was shocked then. They thought he was arrogant before, but now found out he could be even more so. Defeating a grandmaster with one palm. Even if a peak grandmaster came, they wouldn't be able to defeat a grandmaster with one palm, let alone the grandmaster of 7-star study palace. Could it be that he's a great grandmaster? It's clear that the young man isn't a great grandmaster. He doesn't realize how great the world is. Does he really think Master Cheng is a third-rate grandmaster? Young and frivolous, he's taking it too far. There's a good show to watch. Master Cheng is angered. The onlooking students of the 7-star study palace were excitedly whispering. "The 7-star study palace hasn't been this lively in a while. Great, I really want to see how you can defeat me with one palm. If you can accomplish that, you don't have to obey the rules." Cheng Yunhong laughed in anger. "I'm about to make my move. Are you ready?" Su Yan asked, raising a palm. Damn, Cheng Yunhong was so angry that he almost jumped with fury. Did Su Yan consider him soft? Make your move. He channeled his energy as his grandmaster-level aura started to ripple around him. "I'm making my move now, you better be careful," Su Yan said seriously. He was gauging Cheng Yunhong's strength, how much effort he should put into this palm. Hitting too hard and killing him would be unfortunate since they had no personal grudge. If the strength was too weak and he couldn't defeat his opponent, wouldn't he have to kneel for 3 days? So he had to make sure about the strength of this palm. Bring it on. Cheng Yuanhong was about to explode in anger. Roar! Su Yan thrust his palm and outroared a golden giant dragon, hurtling towards Cheng Yuanhong. The terrifying, oppressive force spread in all directions. Weak martial artists felt a sudden strain in their hearts, as if being suffocated under the terrifying pressure. Cheng Yuanhong's eyes widened in fright. What kind of palm technique was this? A golden giant dragon was emanated from the palm. The Seven-Star Study Palace has an extensive collection of countless martial arts cultivation techniques and various lost arts and secret techniques. However, such a powerful technique that releases a golden dragon was unheard of. The horrifying pressure arrived in an instant, and the fierce golden giant dragon made him feel suffocated. Not good. Cheng Yuanhong was terrified. His energy exploded, pushing both palms forward to use his most potent martial arts palm technique. The stacked palm force is heavy as a mountain, intended to block the golden giant dragon and suppress it. However, the huge force that he just pushed out was suddenly struck by the swooping golden giant dragon. Then the dragon's tail swung downward. Caught off guard, Cheng Yuanhong barely had time to defend himself. He was horrified. What kind of palm technique was this? Could the golden giant dragon actually come alive? Snap. With a whip of its tail, Cheng Yuanhong was catapulted out, landing at the edge of the stage. Silence. The entire audience was quiet. The crowd was wide-eyed, unable to believe what they just saw. The stupefied martial artists stared at the stage, then turned their gaze to Su Yan, unable to speak for a long time. Emitting a golden giant dragon was shocking enough. But then, the golden giant dragon swooped down and the tail swung back. This unexpected move was completely unpredictable. Whose palm force after being ejected could make such a dramatic change? It made a turn. Who wouldn't be caught off guard in this unexpected situation? Besides, the golden giant dragon is fast and powerful. Ordinary grandmasters can't resist it at all. No wonder the boy is so arrogant. He indeed has the qualifications to be. Cheng Yuanhong fell to the ground. His whole body was in pain, and what hurt even more was his face. He really couldn't even take a hit. It was so humiliating. He was terrified and stared at Su Yan. Who is this prodigy? What kind of cultivation technique is it? It's so powerful. Now you can see that I am a strong one, right? Can I ignore the rules now? Su Yan spoke as if he had just swatted a mosquito. Cheng Yuanhong opened his mouth, but for a moment he couldn't speak. The crowd of martial artists was all silence. The strong never obey the rules. Su Yan continued to step up, and the news of Cheng Yuanhong being defeated with a single palm strike, like having wings, flew to the entire Seven-Star Study Palace. In a moment, countless students of the Seven-Star Study Palace were rushing here. Where the strong dragon came from, this is to break the rules of the Seven-Star Study Palace. If the Seven-Star Study Palace can't hold the martial arts stage, the rules will be broken. The 6th floor. A figure descended, a middle-level grandmaster, holding a pair of large hammers, robust in stature and full of facial beard. Its instructor, Hu Baio. He won't be defeated with one palm this time, right? The sight of the man who guarded the 6th floor immediately lifted the spirits of the Seven-Star Study Palace. Hu Baio, the instructor, has an innate divine strength and a strong physique. His strength is extremely strong, having fought alone against a great grandmaster without losing. Moreover, it's not just an ordinary great grandmaster. From this, it can be seen how strong the instructor Hu Baio's strength is. The rules of our Seven-Star Study Palace are not to be broken by anyone. Young man, don't be arrogant, don't be complacent. Hu Baio spoke with a serious tone. I'm never arrogant. Su Yan looked serious and said, my master once told me that martial artists must refrain from pride and impetuousness, and never be complacent, so I am never arrogant. Everyone was taken aback. This is what you call not being arrogant. Never seen anyone more arrogant than you. Hu Baio was at a loss for words for a moment. Young man, if you want to continue moving up, you have to defeat me first. He paused for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. You're too weak, I don't even feel like making a move. Su Yan waved dismissively with an interest-fading look. Fuck, is this what you call not being arrogant? Everyone looked at Hu Baio on the martial arts stage with sympathetic eyes, the distinguished instructor of the Seven-Star Study Palace, and he was looked down on. Thud, Hu Baio's dual hammers collided, causing a deafening roar, anger in his eyes. Arrogant kid, let's see how much strength you truly have to dare to dismiss me. His figure moved. The large hammer was like a mountain, fiercely smashing towards Su Yan. I told you, you're too weak. Su Yan raised his hand and waved. The sound of the dragon's chant was heard. The golden giant dragon roared out, invincibly, and crashed directly onto Hu Baio's incoming hammer. Bang! One of the large hammers flew out of his hand. Hu Baio was thrown off and tumbled embarrassingly to the ground. The aftermath of the collision swept all around. Less skilled martial artists were instantaneously knocked off and rolled down the steps. The other martial artists were once again horrified. He was defeated with one palm strike again. He truly isn't arrogant because he lets his strength do the talking. A martial artist murmured in awe. Hu Baio's hands trembled with his extraordinarily strong physique and mid-grade grandmaster's strength. He couldn't even handle a single hit. Where did this monster come from? Tianbao Pavilion. This idea sprung up in his mind. It seemed that the other party came not only to consult the Seven-Star Study Palace's collection, but also to suppress the Seven-Star Study Palace. Su Yan continued to ascend. The person guarding the 7th floor's martial arts stage had the strength of a great grandmaster. Young friend, you have exceptional talent and are strong. You indeed have the qualifications to break the rules. The defender of the 7th floor was an old man holding a longsword. Su Yan glanced at the old man and nodded, saying, "You're wise enough to know my superior talents and strength, and understand that I am not bound by rules." Having said that, he continued to ascend, showing no intention of sparring with the old man. The old man was taken aback. "Young man, you haven't defeated me yet." Su Yan halted, conveying disappointment on his face. "I thought you understood. You say I don't need to obey the rules, but still expect me to defeat you by them. If you truly believe I don't need to conform to rules, you shouldn't expect me to fight. I could just bypass you and find a stronger opponent." The old man winced, feeling frustrated. "Was a simple compliment enough for you to look down on me?" Taking a deep breath, the old man shook his longsword in his hand and said solemnly, "It appears to me, young man, that you also practice the sword Dao. I dare to learn about your sword Dao technique." Su Yan shook his head. "Your sword Dao is too bad. It would be bullying you if I drew my sword. Let's stick to the old rule, you catch my palm." "What the hell?" The old man's face turned pale. Where did this arrogant young man come from? The crowd of martial artists and the disciples of the Seven-Star Study Palace gasped in astonishment. This guy was truly audacious, openly criticizing the great instructor's sword Dao as inferior. Although the Seven-Star Study Palace's sword Dao might be slightly inferior to that of Sword Master Cliff, it still ranks second in the inner domain. The old man before them had spent his entire life practicing and studying the sword Dao. He even managed to defeat a grandmaster of sword Dao from Sword Master Cliff. Does such strength deem unworthy in the eyes of this young man? Arrogant boy, take my sword. The old man's face turned crimson, furious as thunder. He held his longsword horizontally, then with a loud bang, his sword chi bloomed. The icy gleam was intimidating. Layers of sword radiance rolled out, sweeping across like a link between heaven and earth. Is this the heaven and earth ice light? It seems that the great instructor is really angry. He once defeated the grandmaster of Sword Master Cliff with this sword Dao technique. So powerful. I also practice the sword Dao, but facing this sword, I have no idea how to react. There's completely no flaw to exploit. The students of the Seven-Star Study Palace expressed their amazement in unison. No wonder he's the great instructor, a cultivated sword Dao grandmaster. His strokes are extraordinary. The martial artists observing the fight, many of whom also practiced the sword Dao, sighed in admiration. The great instructor of the Seven-Star Study Palace deserved his reputation. His heaven and earth ice light move was incredibly sharp. It seemed relentless and unavoidable, without any flaw yet concealed variety within it. Among the watching martial artists, a man in his early 20s watched the old man's sword intensely, not blinking an eye. Is this the heaven and earth ice light that defeated our grandmaster of Sword Master Cliff? It's truly incredibly sharp. I wonder how Brother Zai would counter this move, Cold Autumn thought to himself. Aiming for his breakthrough to the grandmaster realm. Flashy tricks. Su Yan shook his head, raising his palm to strike. A golden dragon roared, diving into the layers of sword radiance. In an instant, the sword radiance that enveloped heaven and earth crumbled. Spin, the old man looked solemn. The shattered sword radiance suddenly started to spin. This was one of the killer moves of heaven and earth ice light. However, the forceful golden dragon smashed onto the old man's spinning sword radiance, before the sword momentum could even turn into a force, striking it fiercely. Bang, the sword radiance exploded and collapsed while the tail of the golden dragon swept the old man off. Quiet, the venue fell silent once again. Could such a powerful move not withstand a single palm strike from the young man? What cultivation technique produced that golden dragon? It's incredibly powerful. The old man lay on the ground, stunned. For a moment he was confused. Was his prestigious sword Dao so fragile? Su Yan was about to continue his ascent. He glanced at the old man, paused, and said, "Sword Dao is not about grandeur or fancy moves, but the essence of a single sword, which is the real art of killing. Everything else is just an embellishment. You haven't stepped into the gate of sword Dao, unaware of sword intent. For you, speed, ruthlessness, and sharpness are the right paths. Rather than spreading meaningless sword momentum, weak and unsubstantial, even if it has variations, it's too slow. I have a friend. He has cultivated his sword technique to the peak, far stronger than you. He is the closest person to stepping into sword Dao. Although the old man's sword Dao appeared to be powerful and his sword momentum was grand, it was ultimately just a facade, sufficient against ordinary martial artists." From Su Yan's perspective, the old man's technique wasn't as good as Zai Lingfeng's myriad river sword technique, let alone the flying rainbow sword technique. Should he face Zai Lingfeng, the heaven and earth ice light would be cut down by a mere stroke of the flying rainbow sword technique. So far, among all the Sword Dao martial artists Su Yan had seen, only Zai Lingfeng had truly touched the threshold of Sword Dao, cultivating his sword techniques to the peak. He had even almost stepped beyond the confines of swordsmanship. However, he was still a little short of stepping into Sword Dao. I wonder if Brother Zai has attained the clarity of sword intent yet. Su Yan thought to himself. He probably hasn't. After all, attaining the clarity of sword intent wasn't that easy. The old man was dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. He had been practicing for most of his life, yet he hadn't even entered the gate of Sword Dao. He wanted to argue, but what right did a loser have to refute? In the end, he sighed, I stand corrected. Cold autumn stood still, startled by Su Yan's words, gleaning a new insight from them. Who is he? His innate talent in Sword Dao, could it be on par with our senior brother? Su Yan nodded. The Grandmaster of the 7-star study palace was not bad. He didn't fly into a fit, nor did he feel humiliated. Once defeated, he admitted it without hesitation. He proceeded to the higher level, the 8th floor. The one guarding the platform was a peak Grandmaster. Su Yan had been defeating the Grandmasters, defending the platforms of the 7-star study palace, always defeating them with a single palm strike. Now, the 7-star study palace couldn't sit still. The defender of the 8th floor, among the peak Grandmasters of the 7-star study palace, was one of the top ones. Sai, it's the great teacher, Ding Yan. The students of the 7-star study palace exclaimed in shock. What, this Grandmaster is Ding Yan? The observing martial artists were also taken aback. Even a youngster managed to cause the famed Grandmaster Ding Yan to step in for defense. This showed how stressed the 7-star study palace was. Being a famous teacher, Ding Yan was highly prestigious and renowned. Out of the peak Grandmasters across the inner domain, he ranked among the top 30. On the martial arts stage stood a man in a wide robe with large sleeves, a scholarly figure with 3 long beards. He held a 3-foot-long writing brush in his hand. It was a treasure. Young friend, do I have the privilege to invite you to spar with me on this stage? Ding Yan asked with a smile. Su Yan nodded. Yes, you are the first one strong enough to invite me for a match on this platform. Ding Yan was very powerful, not much weaker than Yin Hong, who was just half step away from Great Grandmaster, but he was just a peak Grandmaster. But in Su Yan's eyes, so-called half-step Great Grandmaster was just someone who was not strong enough to become a Great Grandmaster all at once and hence only managed a half breakthrough. Such half-step Great Grandmasters were not very impressive to him. Ding Yan was different. He was a peak Grandmaster and was currently sharpening his skills for a breakthrough to Great Grandmaster. With his martial arts foundation and strength, once he completed the refinement of his martial arts, he would certainly be able to break into the Great Grandmaster realm in one go. Su Yan stepped onto the martial arts platform. The audience got excited. A big fight was about to start. Young friend, should I let you draw your sword? Ding Yan glanced at the precious sword hanging at Su Yan's waist and asked with a smile. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then answered earnestly, if I unsheath my sword, you might not be able to take even one strike. Are you still willing to see me draw my sword? Hiss. Although the crowd was getting accustomed to the boy's arrogance, they still gasped in awe at his audacity. That was Grandmaster Ding Yan, claiming that he couldn't stand a single strike. Looking at the inner domain, there may not be one person who could make such a claim among the Grandmasters. Only a great Grandmaster would have the qualification to say so. Even Zai Tianheng, the Sword Lord of Sword Sage Cliff, did not dare to make such absurd statements when he was a peak Grandmaster. What a proud young man. Ding Yan was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. If young friend is this confident, I would love to see for myself what sort of sword Dao it is that I can't even take one strike. Su Yan looked up at the 9th level of the martial arts platform, the highest level. Once he got past that, he could almost browse through all the martial arts collections of the 7-star study palace. Is the defender on that level a great Grandmaster? Ding Yan nodded. Yes, great Grandmaster, huh? Su Yan was a bit disappointed. With his current strength, he couldn't pass through. But that doesn't necessarily mean he wouldn't get a chance. As long as the defender wasn't a great Grandmaster, wouldn't that solve the problem? These rules and restrictions were made to be broken by the strong. So Su Yan said, I can draw my sword, but if you can't take one strike from me, then the 9th floor defender should not be a great Grandmaster. How about that? Instead of a great Grandmaster, let there be 10 peak Grandmasters. I'll fight all 10 of them and count it as a victory if I pass, all right. Ding Yan was stunned. The boy was arrogant, yes, but he knew he couldn't defeat a great Grandmaster. However, he also wasn't humble, as he was boasting about fighting 10 peak Grandmasters. The onlookers had grown numb to this boy's arrogance, each time more outrageous than the last. The 9th floor is guarded by a great Grandmaster, following the rules. Your suggestion, young friend. Ding Yan did not know how to respond. He could not change this rule. It belonged to the great Grandmasters. I may not be able to defeat a great Grandmaster now, but in not too long I will. This is just a matter of time. If you can't take a strike from me and I want to break through the ninth floor, let there be 10 peak grandmasters to replace the great grandmaster. Wouldn't that be fair? Su Yan didn't want to wait to come back and try again after his breakthrough. He wanted to pass this test in one go, to gain access to the 7-star Study Palace's martial arts collection. Ding Yan could only shake his head with a helpless smile as he was about to refuse. A figure appeared in a blink of an eye, also dressed in wide robes with large sleeves, holding an aged book, seemingly engrossed in its contents. As long as you defeated Ding Yan with one stroke of your sword, I will have a martial arts discussion and practice with you. Upon seeing the figure, Ding Yan immediately bowed in deep respect, saying, "Greetings to the great supervisory teacher Fu." The students from 7-star Study Palace were utterly shocked. Was this the legendary great supervisory teacher Fu Yuntian, one of the 5 supervisory teachers of the 7-star Study Palace? Greetings to the great supervisory teacher Fu. The students of 7-star Study Palace all bow in unison. Fu Yuntian nodded, glanced at Su Yan, and then continued reading his book. Su Yan's heart pounded. A great grandmaster. This great grandmaster was extremely powerful, much more formidable than the one his master defeated with a single palm strike. A strong figure among the great grandmasters. With his strength, even if I reach great completion in the innate realm, I would not be able to explode him with one palm strike. Probably it would take a dozen or more palm strikes. Or several sword strikes, Su Yan mumbled to himself. Then he became elated and said, "No problem, he can't withstand my one sword stroke. Can I read all the classics if I defeat the 10 peak grandmasters guarding the 9th floor?" Fu Yuntian looked up and laughed. "The classics of my 7-star Study Palace, especially the classics of the 9th floor, cannot be read by anyone. Even if you pass the stages, you need some conditions to read them. For example, your identity, whether it is suitable to view the scriptures there. After all, the 9th floor involves a lot of things, only open to those with a heart for martial arts. Young man, talk about reading the 9th floor scriptures after you have passed." Su Yan nodded. He didn't feel wronged. The other party made perfect sense. There are too many things involved. Not anyone can enter. Brother Zai's identity should work, right? Su Yan muttered in his heart. Good. He looked at Ding Yan and said in a deep voice, "Are you prepared? I'm going to draw my sword." Ding Yan also got serious. Although the young man looked arrogant, his strength was really strong. He dared not take it lightly. Holding his treasure pen, he unveiled his peak grandmaster's aura without restraint. "My friend, please." Zing, the sword was drawn. In an instant, the audience felt a trance, as if they saw mountains and rivers emerging on the stage and a dragon spiraling. Roar. A dragon roar came, and in an instant, everyone seemed to see a mountain and a river. At the moment Su Yan's sword was drawn, Fu Yuntian moved his gaze from the book, struck with astonishment as he watched the young man. What kind of swordsmanship is it? It seems to embody the mysteries of heaven and earth. Was that a mountain and river? How could swordsmanship have the concept of mountains and rivers? Once Su Yan made his move, there were mountains and rivers. The dragon roared in an instant. Mountains and rivers appeared, and the dragon roared. Ding Yan felt as if he was in a trance. With the dragon roar taking off, it seemed like he was entering a mountain and river, but he saw that the mountain river was desolate and murderous. The vast mountain and river suddenly turned upside down as if they were going to destroy all life. Not good. His heart was astonished. What kind of swordsmanship was this? Illusion, mirage, boom. The aura around Ding Yan's body exploded as he drastically pointed his cherished brush while swiftly retreating. This retreat made it seem as if the mountains and rivers were receding. Before he could breathe, as the mountains and rivers disappeared and he returned to reality, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. The sword tip was only an inch away from his throat. His earlier retreat seemed very far, but it also seemed like his body had not moved at all, only that he had retreated from within the mountains and rivers. "I lost." In this moment, Ding Yan gave a bitter smile. He really couldn't take even one sword strike. Silence. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Everyone was aghast. What kind of sword was that? Does such a sword Dao really exist in the world? Even the sword Zun Precipice, famously known as the #1 sword Dao sect in the inner domain, doesn't seem to have such an unfathomable sword Dao, right? Cold Autumn stared with wide eyes, her heart surging with shock. What kind of swordsmanship was this? Perhaps even her senior brother would not be able to take this sword strike, would he? Su Yan sheathed his sword and turned to Fu Yunchen, saying, "I'm going to the 9th level. You better call over 10 peak grandmasters. After I defeat them all, then I'll head to the archive." Fu Yunchen twitched his mouth slightly, thinking, "You're really straightforward. No need for that. You've made it through. You can go directly to the archive." He shook his head as he spoke. 10 peak grandmasters acting together. Meaningless. Su Yan scratched his head, saying, "I still want to fight against 10 peak grandmasters because I've never tried it and I want to test myself." Fu Yunchen, "Everyone else, fine then." Fu Yunchen nodded and asked Ding Yan to find people. Su Yan cheerfully walked upstairs to the combat stage on the 9th level. "What was the name of that sword move you used just now?" Fu Yunchen asked solemnly. Dragons chant of mountain and river. Su Yan replied, Dragons chant of mountain and river. Fu Yunshan mumbled to himself for a moment. At the 9th level, all 10 peak grandmasters had arrived, including Ding Yan. Young friend, I want to learn more from the sword move you used earlier, Ding Yan said solemnly. The other 9 peak grandmasters also looked heavy-hearted. This young man had incredible power. He had defeated Ding Yan with a single sword stroke. Perhaps only a great grandmaster can oppose him. Where did this monster come from? You shall have the chance to learn again. Su Yan also became solemn. Drawing the sword from its sheath, a golden giant dragon whirled around him. These 10 peak grandmasters weren't weak. They were even stronger than Yin Hong, equivalent to 2 or 3 Yin Hongs. Therefore, he couldn't take it lightly. Please, the 10 peak grandmasters also didn't hold back. They made their moves immediately and even formed groups of 2, applying combined attack skills. Su Yan thrust his sword forward, releasing raging sword chi and flying sword lights. The golden giant dragon was charging ferociously. He fought against 10 peak grandmasters single-handedly. All the surrounding martial artists were tremendously stunned. Many young martial artists among them, who were considered the pride of their regions, couldn't help but sign. The gap between individuals was simply too large. Ling Qiu furrowed his brows. Why did that gushing sword chi seem slightly similar to wand sword chi? I saw my senior brother use it once. It's quite like this sword chi, but not as powerful. Ling Qiu even suspected that wand swordsmanship, the sword skill of Sword Grandmaster Cliff, was a crude version of the sword skill the youngster was using. I thought my senior brother was already the premier swordsman of the younger generation. I didn't expect there to be someone even stronger. He sighed in his heart. I'm not even as good as my senior brother, let alone compare to him. At this moment, Ling Qiu was full of sorrow inside. There were always people who were better. At the combat stage, a dragon's chant sounded out of the blue with the illusion of mountains and rivers appearing. The rotating golden giant dragon seemed to have entered the mountains and rivers. Puff, 1 grandmaster was sent flying off. Puff, puff, another 2 grandmasters were defeated. Owo. As the second sound of the dragon's chant rang out, mountains and rivers appeared, one after another, and the grandmasters were sent flying off. Fu Yunshan silently watched, deeply shocked in his heart. What kind of sword Dao is this? Unless it can be broken open with absolute power, there's no way to win. Even facing this sword, unless he utilized the absolute power of a great grandmaster to forcibly break this sword, there would be no other way. If he were a great grandmaster, even if he only just entered the realm of great grandmaster, I wouldn't be his match. Fu Yunshan was taken aback. After all, he was a highly accomplished great grandmaster among the best in his realm. There's a rumor that Zai Ling Feng, the genius of Sword Grandmaster Cliff, has been the most talented in sword Dao for 1,000 years. Could he be Zai Ling Feng? Fu Yunshan was filled with doubt. Considering his age, he doesn't seem to match Zai Ling Feng right. No, the appearance of a martial artist of this level doesn't necessarily reflect their age. Zai Ling Feng is merely in his 20s. To look a few years younger is not impossible. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed that Su Yan was Zai Ling Feng. Gazing over the inner domain, only one person might have such talent for sword Dao, Zai Ling Feng from Sword Grandmaster Cliff. Only the foremost sect of sword Dao in the inner domain could possibly train such a prodigious genius in sword Dao, and only there could such a superior and unmatched sword Dao exist. I lost again. Ding Yan looked at the sword tip before his throat and was filled with bitterness. On the combat stage, 9 grandmasters had fallen, only he remained standing. A sword was stuck in front of his throat. He suspected that Su Yan had deliberately left him till last. Su Yan sheathed his sword and sighed, saying, as expected of the 10 peak grandmasters of 7-star study palace, they're indeed strong. I felt quite a pressure to defeat them. What in the world are you saying? Everyone was left speechless. For a moment they didn't know whether Su Yan was complimenting the 7-star study palace or belittling it. A bit of pressure from 10 peak grandmasters. Su Yan also realized that his words easily could be misunderstood as belittling the grandmasters of the 7-star study palace. Thinking that he was still planning to go to the archive to look at martial arts books, he then sincerely added, I'm telling the truth. The grandmasters outside of 7-star study palace are much weaker. I can essentially kill them with a single sword stroke. Everyone else, please stop talking. Are grandmasters cabbages that you can kill one with a single sword stroke? Fu Yunshan twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid, if others didn't know, they'd think he was a great grandmaster talking about killing grandmasters with a single sword stroke. Even great grandmasters dare not boast like that. He is truly arrogant for his age. No, wait, this is beyond arrogance already. Su Yan looked at Fu Yunshan. I've just cleared the 9 levels. Can I go to the archive to look at the martial arts books now? He walked toward the inner court of the 7-star study palace, with Su Yan closely following behind him. The other martial artists, for the most part, did not follow. They did not have the qualification to go, and could only leave for 7-star city to spread the news of what they witnessed today. This youth, he's too monstrously talented. he defeated 10 peak grandmasters of the 7-star study palace alone. Throughout the inner domain, it's probably hard to find a second such monstrously talented youth. Cold Autumn followed behind, the youth prodigy of the sword Tao almost becoming his idol of worship. He must seize the opportunity to befriend him. If he could receive some guidance from him, his own sword Tao would surely make significant progress. The 7-star study palace was in an uproar. A youth had breached through the 9th stage of the martial platform, defeated Grandmaster Ding Yan with a single sword strike, and conquered 10 peak grandmasters alone. The countless disciples were all astounded. From where had such a heaven-defying talent emerged, to be so monstrously talented? They flocked toward the library pavilion, wanting to catch a glimpse of the youth's grace. At the entrance of the library pavilion, students of the 7-star study palace who were well informed and nearby had already gathered, and they saw the handsome youth following the great supervisory teacher Fu. Following him were Ding Yan and several great instructors, and behind them were a dozen outsider prodigies, all of whom had tried their hand at the martial platform. Young friend, although you've broken through the 9th stage of the martial platform, the 9th floor of the library pavilion requires a certain status to ascend. Otherwise, you can only view the collections below the 8th floor. May I know how to address you, young friend? Asked Fu Yunshin with a smile as he stopped in front of the library pavilion. Su Yan looked up at the tall building. This was the 7-star study palace's library pavilion, housing many martial arts cultivation techniques, as well as numerous annotations by predecessors on martial arts. Of course, he believed this was not the true core collection of the 7-star study palace. Even the 9th floor was not the core collection, but it nonetheless stored many rare martial arts cultivation techniques, even some that had been lost to the outside world. I've come to take the essence and integrate it into myself. This place is already sufficient. However, I wonder what level of techniques the 9th floor includes. The 7-star study palace has a long-standing heritage, hosting a group of martial arts scholars. I wonder if there are any genuine martial arts inheritances. I should find an opportunity to discuss martial arts with them. Perhaps I could gain some insights. After all, learning by analogy is key. Thinking thus, Su Yan asked, what cultivation techniques are recorded on the 9th floor? Fu Yunshin did not conceal anything and said, some secret techniques lost to the outer world, such as those that cause self-injury to drastically enhance one's strength, and also others that harm others for personal gain, such as life-taking techniques, methods of refining essence blood for one's own use, and so on. These techniques are not suitable for dissemination, for fear they might lead to killing, but they also contain some special insights, ultimately being some side paths of martial arts. That's why they have not been destroyed. Of course, apart from these, the 9th floor also holds many legitimate secret techniques and cultivation techniques, so not just anyone can enter the 9th floor. Su Yan understood, so that was it. His thoughts turned to demonic sect techniques like those practiced by Zhu Wuxin, which involved absorbing others' essence blood through evil methods. Consequently, Su Yan bowed with his hands clasped and said, I see. My name is Xiling Feng. Should I be able to ascend to the 9th floor? Fu Yunshin smiled in a way that said he knew as much. His guess had not been off in today's inner domain. Such a prodigy of the sword Tao could only be none other than Xiling Feng. The multitude of 7-star study palace students were all deeply shaken. Was this the Sword Venerate Cliff's Millennium Sword prodigy? Truly, his power was unparalleled. The Sword Venerate Cliff, indeed the #1 sword Tao sect in the inner domain. So it's Xiling Feng, no wonder. Yes, I should have guessed it was him. It's not just about being an exceptional prodigy. Look at his handsome features, which girl wouldn't be moved? I'm so envious. The motor of 7-star study palace students engaged in fervent discussions, filled with envy, jealousy, admiration, and even love. The name Xiling Feng spread through the 7-star study palace like a whirlwind, but Cold Autumn was dumbfounded. Brother Zai, impossible. Could this person be impersonating Brother Zai? Where did he get the guts? At that moment, Cold Autumn wanted to step forward to expose him, but then he thought, if I expose him and he's not Brother Zai, wouldn't that mean there's someone in this world who outshines our Sword Venerate Cliff in the way of the sword? Moreover, this person didn't claim to be from the Sword Venerate Cliff. What if he says it's just a coincidence of the same name? No, that can't be right. Looking at him, he's not the least bit worried about the Sword Venerate Cliff finding out, not worried about the brothers finding out. Could it be that he's acquainted with Brother Zai? I mustn't act rashly or hastily. I need to inform Brother Zai. Having thought this, Cold Autumn hastily left. He needed to send a message to Brother Zai, informing him that someone might be impersonating him here. Fu Yunshin nodded with a smile. Su Yan was overjoyed and thought to himself, Brother Zai's reputation is indeed very useful. This time I've helped spread his fame. Brother Zai should be quite pleased when he finds out, right? Would the young friend go directly to the 9th floor or take a look level by level? Fu Yunshin asked. Can I come to browse any time, regardless of when? Su Yan glanced at the densely packed bookshelves, unaware of how many books there were. Those who have passed through the martial demonstration platform have 1 year's time to browse here whenever they wish, Fu Yunshin replied. Then to the ninth floor to look from top to bottom, Su Yan pondered before speaking. The two basic martial arts tomes were almost of no use to him. Of course, exceptions were not excluded, but the higher the level of the book, the more valuable it must be, the more he could gain from it. While walking towards the ninth floor, Su Yan said, "I've heard that the 7-star study palace has a group of martial arts scholars, all experts in martial arts. I would like to discuss the martial arts with them, may I?" Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and nodded yes. Considering Su Yan's monstrous talent, perhaps he had extraordinary insights into martial arts. Upon reaching the ninth floor, there weren't many bookshelves, and the number of books was significantly less. "Feel free to browse as you wish," Fu Yunshin said as he sat down on a chair. Su Yan nodded, casually walked to a bookshelf, pulled out a book, and started flipping through it. The book was copied, not original, yet even the copied version had been around long enough to have turned yellow. This was a martial arts secret technique. It was considered lost in the outside world, a method that involved damaging one's own essence and foundation to burst forth with strength surpassing one's own for a brief moment. Su Yan looked through it and shook his head slightly. It was too poor. He put it down and continued to browse. Fu Yunshin watched Su Yan the whole time, noticing how quickly he went through a book, soon finishing one and putting it down to start another. Most of the tomes elicited a head shake from him. He deemed them not up to par, a true prodigy. Fu Yunshin marveled inwardly. Sword Venerate Cliff had produced another prodigy. Time passed. Su Yan had browsed through more than half of the ninth floor's books' various secret techniques and cultivation methods. However, almost none caught his eye. They are all too weak and quite ordinary, however, not entirely without merit. If I sort through them, perhaps I can derive some martial techniques. Su Yan put down a tome. I would like to discuss martial arts with those martial arts scholars to verify with each other. Su Yan looked at Fu Yunshin. Good. Fu Yunshin nodded and stood up. Give me a moment. He then floated away. Su Yan continued to browse through the books while he waited. He was quite eager to see if these scholars from the 7-star study palace had unique understandings of martial arts, and whether any of them had cultivated the true martial arts. The sound of footsteps on stairs grew louder as more than a dozen grandmaster martial artists arrived. Su Yan turned his head to look, and his brow couldn't help but furrow. Why were they all grandmaster-level martial artists? Although they were peak grandmasters, there wasn't a great grandmaster among them. Fu Yunshin spoke with a smile. Grandmasters already represent the pinnacle of martial arts. As for great grandmasters, they do not participate in discussions on martial arts. Su Yan nodded, understanding that Fu Yunshin hadn't said it explicitly, but he also understood that great grandmaster martial arts scholars wouldn't come to discuss martial arts with someone of his junior standing. If it hadn't been for his astonishing strength on his way here, and having entered using Zai Lingfeng's reputation, perhaps even these martial arts scholars of grandmaster level wouldn't have come to see him. Please, Brother Zai, the assembly of martial arts scholars sat cross-legged, their expressions solemn. It was clear to see their obsession with martial arts. Out of 10, 9 had dark circles under their eyes. Su Yan sat down with a solemn look on his face, watching these scholars of martial arts, all of whom were obsessed with the martial arts and may have unique understandings of it, or they may have practiced some impressive cultivation techniques. Strange, is there not a single one who cultivates the true martial arts? Su Yan scanned the scholars with a frown, wondering silently, does the 7-star study palace lack true martial arts as well? If that's the case, the martial artists of the inner realm are truly pitiful. These are all martial arts enthusiasts. If I tell them the truth, that they're practicing false martial arts, they probably won't be able to withstand the shock. So I will just expound on the basic principles of the martial arts and avoid mentioning truth and falsehood, so they won't be overwhelmed. Although they are cultivating the false martial arts, with intensive study over time, they may have some unique insights. As Su Yan thought this, he brightened up and looked forward to what he might learn from this discussion of martial arts. Should the young friend explain his understanding of the martial arts first, or should we begin? One of the scholars of martial arts asked. You are older, you start, said Su Yan. Then I shall start. I've always believed that martial arts is about strengthening oneself, seeking self-transcendence through cultivation, starting from the 9th grade of body refining, building up body structure, strengthening qi. The scholar of martial arts who spoke first began to explain his understanding of every stage of martial arts. Su Yan listened quietly. Although he already had a general idea of inner realm martial arts, he didn't know the details of the differences between each stage. Hearing the explanation of the scholar of martial arts made Su Yan understand the inner realm martial arts in greater detail. The reason why my master doesn't talk about true and false martial arts is that the inner realm martial arts is actually a complete system, just not perfect. Or to say, it does not cultivate from the core. Ninth grade, for example, is about refining the body, only strengthening the body, fortifying qi, strengthening muscles and bones, but not refining the skin, bones, and internal organs. It seems to only practice on the surface, without penetrating into the depths. Su Yan sighed as he listened. The first scholar of martial arts spoke from the ninth grade realm and continued through to the grandmaster realm. This was the first time Su Yan had fully understood the cultivation of the inner realm martial artists. He sighed with emotion. Although the system is comprehensive, the practice always feels superficial, and as a result, it is not false to consider them false martial arts. After the first scholar of martial arts finished explaining, the second, third, one after another, the scholars of martial arts spoke, each explaining the cultivation of martial arts. Each method of cultivation had its differences, but none of them transcended the framework of the inner realm martial arts. Young friend, it's your turn. After the last scholar of martial arts finished his explanation, he smiled and looked at Su Yan. Su Yan nodded. He had also gained from this discussion. These scholars of martial arts obviously had a deeper and more detailed understanding of inner realm martial arts than ordinary martial artists, which gave him some inspiration. Martial arts, the primary concern is the foundation. My master once said, the giant tree that can be embraced grows from a tiny sprout. A terrace 9 stories high starts from the accumulation of earth. Therefore, the beginning of martial arts lies in refining the skin, bones, and internal organs, Su Yan said solemnly. All the scholars of martial arts were puzzled. Fu Yunshan, who was standing by, was also bewildered. Skin refining, bone refining, internal organ refining. How do you do that? Young friend, wait a moment. What is this about refining the skin, bones, and internal organs? Is martial arts cultivated in this way from the beginning? A scholar of martial arts asked in confusion. Absolutely, Su Yan confirmed seriously. The real martial arts, from inside to the outside, from the outside to the inside, involves the overall refinement of oneself, transcending the mortal coil, striving for immortality. The scholars of martial artists swallowed. This goal seemed a bit too lofty. From ancient times until now, who could attain immortality? Young friend, could you talk about the skin refining part? A scholar of martial arts asked curiously. The cultivation method they had never heard of triggered their curiosity. Skin refining starts with sensing one's blood qi, using it to refine the skin's membrane. Once the skin refining process is completed, common blades and swords find it difficult to penetrate, explained Su Yan. Impossible. A scholar of martial arts refuted him emotionally. Even a third-grade martial artist, relying on his own physical prowess alone, cannot be impervious to blades and swords. This is just skin refining, which, according to you, is the first step in martial arts. It's impossible for it to be resistant to blades and swords. The others nodded in agreement. Su Yan looked at them with pity. It was terrifying to be a frog in the well. If you tell him that the sky is vast, he would immediately deny it and insist that the sky is only this big. What kind of look is that? The scholar of martial arts, with dark circles under his eyes, said discontentedly. Being impervious to ordinary blades and swords after skin refining is not surprising. As for the third-grade martial artists you mentioned, their method of cultivation is different. The toughness of their skin is only slightly more than that of ordinary people, so naturally, it resists injuries from blades and swords. Just because you have never seen, never heard, does not mean it doesn't exist. Su Yan put away his, looking at frogs in a well eyes and said, Impossible, I absolutely don't believe it. And what the hell is this blood qi? How do you use it to refine the skin membrane? It doesn't make sense. The scholar of martial arts shook his head. Don't interrupt, let the young friend continue. Another martial arts scholar said discontentedly. All right, please go on. Su Yan continued, after refining the skin, you refine the bone. Again, bone refining is divided into iron bones, copper bones, gold bones, and jade bones. Iron bones are just ordinary, copper bones are quite good, while gold bones, once formed, can remain intact for thousands of years in the ground. As for jade bones, I think there is no need to mention. The crowd of martial arts scholars was puzzled. Hearing about iron bones, copper bones, and golden bones was confusing. The more they listened, the more unrealistic it sounded. Their doubtful gaze fell on Su Yan. Could it be that this young man was deluded by some concocted theories? Fu Yunshan's face became one of sheer bewilderment. You may continue. A martial arts scholar forced his curiosity aside and said, following the refinement of bones, one refines the organs. When muscles and bones thunder and blood and qi flow vigorously, it signifies the blood and qi realm. When the heaven-earth bridge is connected, swallowing and exhaling the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, refining it into innate true qi, it signifies the innate realm. Su Yan finished expounding on martial arts. All of the martial arts disciples had widened their eyes, speechless in surprise. Is this something conjured up by your imagination? A martial arts scholar couldn't hold back and blurted out. This is absolutely strange. It talks about muscles and bones thundering, qi and blood flowing vigorously, the connection of heaven-earth bridge, and the inhalation and exhalation of nature's spiritual energy. Blood and qi realm, innate realm. Where in martial arts do these realms exist? How could it be made up? Su Yan looked at everyone present with a knowing gaze and extended his arm. Look at my arm. Swords and sabers can't harm it. Impossible, what you're saying is entirely unrealistic. A martial arts scholar shook his head. If what Su Yan was describing was the true existence of martial arts, then what in the world did their own martial arts practice amount to? The comparison made their own practices seem so weak. Whether in terms of complexity or naming, they seemed streets behind. Come, let us discuss and test whether what I'm saying is true or not. Su Yan chuckled. All right, let's discuss. The crowd of martial arts scholars engaged in a battle of competing martial arts theories and discussed the fundamentals and strengths of their skills. After the discussion on martial arts skill, all the martial arts scholars were dumbstruck, their faces filled with disbelief. Be it theory-wise or strength-wise, Su Yan's explanation and display of martial skills outdid them all. At that instant, they all experienced major turmoil in their hearts. Such martial arts exists in the world. Is there something wrong with the path I've chosen for my practice? A martial arts scholar fell into deep thought. Su Yan stood up with a satisfied smile on his face. It seems like these fellows had realized just how insignificant they were now, didn't they? They understood how weak their own martial arts path was, right? You all better think hard when you go back. You might gain something. Su Yan turned to leave. He had some new thoughts and planned to find a place to finish the division of his true chi. Young friend, don't leave in such a hurry. Let's discuss further. A martial arts scholar called out. This discussion on martial arts had collapsed their long-standing faith in their practice, causing them to question whether the hard-earned martial arts they had practiced for most of their lives was erroneous. I don't have time now. I'll chat again when there's time. Su Yan headed downstairs. Fu Yunshan followed behind and couldn't help but ask, did you make up all that just to deceive them? What do you think? A smile appeared on Su Yan's face. The more obsessive a practitioner of martial arts was those who were stuck in the pit of martial arts and couldn't get out, the more easily they were shaken by the true theories of martial arts, and the more likely they were to question whether there were issues with the martial arts they had been practicing. Martial artists like Fu Yunshan didn't have such strong self-doubt. Those martial arts scholars are truly obsessed with martial arts. If we want to spread the true martial arts, starting with them wouldn't be a bad idea, Su Yan thought to himself. Fu Yunshan opened his mouth, but he didn't continue with his questions. In this martial arts discussion, the 7-star study palace had clearly lost. Regardless of whether the martial arts Su Yan discussed were fabricated or not, the group of martial arts scholars had taken a hit, meaning they were the ones who had lost. As Su Yan exited the pavilion, he saw a crowd of people waiting outside. They had come to watch him in anticipation. Young Master Zai, a young female martial artist, cried out, "That's Zai Lingfeng. He's so young, unbelievable. If I were as talented as him, would I have to worry about not getting noticed by my fellow disciples? No, I just need a small portion of Zai Lingfeng's good looks and I wouldn't be lacking admirers." Su Yan didn't stay. He was only eager to find a place to settle down and complete the division of his true chi. Brother Zai, your fame is growing bigger and bigger. With a sigh in his heart, he was genuinely happy for Brother Zai. Goodbye. With a salute to Fu Yunshan, Su Yan moved slightly, threading his way through the crowd and striding towards the outside of the 7-star study palace. Fu Yunshan's pupils shrunk. His movement technique was incredibly fast. Su Yan quickly left the 7-star study palace to head for the nearest 7-star city, planning to find a place to stay temporarily while he completes the splitting of his true chi and breakthrough to full innate realm mastery. At the 7-star study palace's repository, he had read many classics and discussed martial arts with many scholars, which gave him some new insights. He could complete the splitting of the true chi quickly. Once the true chi was split, he could ascend to the completion of the innate realm smoothly if he fully comprehended the mystery of the true chi. I need to cultivate, so a guest house won't do. I need a quiet little courtyard, but it's probably pretty expensive. The thought of having to pay a considerable amount of spirit crystals had Su Yan feeling a painful pinch in his heart. Though he had quite a few spirit crystals on him, if he used them to buy spiritual medicine, he wouldn't have many left. After some calculation, he realized that he was still quite poor. I wonder where the enemies of my junior sister disciple are. If I could get a few more sub-branches, I might get rich quickly, Su Yan thought. Suddenly, a figure ran over and blocked his path. I'm Ling Qiu from Sword Sovereign Cliff. May I ask why you pretend to be my brother Zai? Ling Qiu asked with a serious look. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, a disciple from Sword Sovereign Cliff. Immediately, he responded discontentedly, "Stop talking nonsense. What do you mean, pretend? I got Brother Zai's permission." Ling Qiu was stunned. My brother allowed it. Of course, Brother Zai even stated that in the inner domain I can use his name for anything. Su Yan confirmed. Perhaps you misunderstood. My brother let you use his name, didn't tell you to. Ling Qiu was somewhat confused. Is that how you use someone's name? Su Yan looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? If you don't use his name like that, do you say that I am Zai Lingfeng's friend? Do you think anyone would care about you? Others can say they too are friends with Zai Lingfeng. That holds no deterrent. You don't even know how to use a name properly. Of course I am Xiling Feng. Didn't you see me getting into the 7-star study palace's repository? Ling Qiu was flabbergasted. He felt muddled and didn't know how to rebut. That reasoning sounded so plausible. A friend of Xiling Feng couldn't be as influential as Xiling Feng himself, right? So my brother really allowed it. Ling Qiu found it hard to believe. What was his brother thinking, letting someone borrow his name? Of course, Su Yan confidently answered. Then his eyes brightened. He placed his hand on Ling Qiu's shoulder, his face full of enthusiasm, saying, "Tell Brother Zai that Su Yan has come to the inner domain, and I've made his name famous. No need to thank me." Ling Qiu's mouth twitched. He didn't know what his brother's expression would be when he learns that his name has been spread all over the 7-star study palace. I've already informed my brother. He should be on his way to the 7-star study palace. Ling Qiu always felt that this young man named Su Yan was a little overly enthusiastic. Brother Leng, you are a disciple of Sword Sovereign Cliff, right? You have a place to stay in the 7-star city. Is it a single courtyard? Su Yan asked enthusiastically. Yes, Sword Sovereign Cliff has several villas in 7-star city, and I'm living in one of them. Ling Qiu nodded honestly. Great, let's go to your courtyard. I'll wait for Brother Zai there over the next few days. Su Yan was thrilled. He just saved a bunch of spirit crystals. Since he had already used Brother Zai's name, it did not matter if he stayed in the Sword Sovereign Cliff's villa. All right, okay. Ling Qiu felt a bit dazed. He had an absurd feeling. Was this guy just here to freeload on his accommodation? Since he is my brother's friend, it's perfectly reasonable for him to stay in the villa for a while, right? Ling Qiu thought to himself. Under the guidance of Ling Qiu, Su Yan arrived at one of the Sword Sovereign Cliff's villas in the 7-star city. The place was rather secluded and was one of the many villas that the Sword Sovereign Cliff owned in 7-star city. Apart from Ling Qiu, there were not any other disciples from Sword Sovereign Cliff staying in the villa yet. Perhaps they were staying in other villas. This place is nice and secluded, so even if there is some disturbance, it won't bother others. Su Yan looked satisfied. Su Yan cheerfully found an empty room. After entering, he started to dissect his true qi. Ling Qiu was dumbfounded. Sure enough, he was here to freeload. The senior brother should be on his way to the 7-star study palace now, right? The whole of 7-star city is buzzing with talks about the senior brother's power and abnormal abilities. The 7-star study palace is boiling with excitement. I wonder if senior brother can handle this fame. Ling Qiu sighed inwardly. The senior brother's friend was outrageously powerful. Xiling Feng and Hu Shan, after leaving Prince Du's mansion, made a beeline for the Wushuang Pavilion. The rumor was still spreading that a young man had killed a nearly accomplished great grandmaster and confronted the Wushuang great grandmaster, all in front of a great grandmaster's face, and left safely. Sword Dao Cliff, Xiling Feng. He truly was the unparalleled prodigy of Sword Dao Cliff. Moreover, there was even a rumor that Xiling Feng had a confusing love affair with a mysterious beauty from Wushuang Pavilion. The legendary beauty was deeply captivated by Xiling Feng's peerless demeanor, deeply in love and unable to extricate herself, and the stories became more and more outrageous. Young master, I think you should not use your real name. I'm afraid it might bring danger, Hu Shan said worriedly. Xiling Feng, the notoriety Su Yan had created was too great. Killing in front of a great grandmaster, and rumored to have a complicated entanglement with the one from Wushuang Pavilion. If misunderstood that he's an imposter, then it would be troublesome. You have a point. Xiling Feng nodded seriously. The two rushed directly to Wushuang Pavilion, hoping to find Su Yan's whereabouts. I am Zai Yan, here to inquire about my brother Xiling Feng's whereabouts. Xiling Feng asked the person in charge at Wushuang Pavilion, Hu Shan. Suddenly, a voice came from the top floor of Wushuang Pavilion. Could you be the friend young Master Zai speaks of? Please come up. Xiling Feng perked up. Could this be the rumored alluring beauty who is infatuated with Su Yan? Xiling Feng took off into the air, heading to the top of Wushuang Pavilion. Hu Shan followed closely, but he was pressed down by a force. No laypersons are allowed. A cold woman's voice came from somewhere. Hu Shan, he could only wait down below, feeling stifled. As Xiling Feng stepped into the courtyard, he saw a woman in plain clothes. His expression suddenly changed, and he unconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword. A powerful aura enveloped him, and his expression was incredibly serious. The woman in plain clothes turned her head to look at him. Her bright eyes seemed to arouse primitive desires in people. Even though you couldn't see her face, she gave people a sense that she could overthrow a country or a city with her beauty. Dressed in snow-white clothes, her bright eyes shone like stars as she stood in the pavilion. At this moment, Xiling Feng felt inexplicably agitated. His heart felt like it was ready to burst out of his chest, and his blood was churning. It seemed that his desire was about to take over his logic, and he felt an urge to kneel before her, becoming a subject under her garments. His desire was burning, and yet this sudden desire was not directed at the woman in the plain suit, but was abruptly running rampant. This woman in plain clothes, who seemed unspeakably sacred, was not the object of his burning desire. He just wanted to go under the Wushuang Pavilion to vent on someone. Not good. Xiling Feng was shocked. What kind of cultivation technique is this? He was not as good as Su Yan, but he was the first prodigy of Sword Dao Cliff in 1,000 years. His natural talent was not low, and his comprehension of the sword was extremely strong. At this moment, Zai Lingfeng circulated his true qi, trying to pacify his agitated heart. His sword was halfway drawn, with the sword light swirling around him. Brother Su once said that there is no woman in his heart, and the sword Dao is divine. I think I am starting to understand this mysterious state, but it's really difficult to break through. Perhaps if I break through this barrier and enter this mysterious state, my understanding of the sword will become clear. Zai Lingfeng sighed inwardly. The plain-clothed woman withdrew her gaze and laughed. The friend of young Master Zai is indeed extraordinary. There must be few of your peers in this inner domain who can match up to you. I am flattered. Zai Lingfeng sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully. I have no idea where young Master Zai has gone. Now you can go. The woman in plain clothes waved her hand. Goodbye. Zai Lingfeng turned around to leave. His heart was chilled. This woman, who is also a beginner grandmaster, is no stronger than me in terms of actual power, but her strange seductive technique is extraordinary. If we really fought, and if I couldn't calm my mind, I might not be able to win. The rumored Warren of Wushuang Pavilion was really so powerful. This Wushuang Warren is not a real Warren. She is in Wushuang Pavilion to practice this mysterious cultivation technique. Zai Lingfeng was thoughtful. How did Brother Zai handle her back then? Su Yan came to Wushuang Pavilion to refine his mind and must have met this woman. How did he deal with her bewitching techniques? Zai Lingfeng suspected that the woman in plain clothes did not exert her full force on him. Young master, how did it go? Hu Shan came up to him and asked curiously. No news. Let's go. Zai Lingfeng didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left. At the top of Wushuang Pavilion, the figure of the Wushuang Great Grandmaster appeared and smiled at the woman in plain clothes. My dear, you've actually fallen for him, haven't you? As soon as you heard he was his friend, he was invited up. Master, don't spout nonsense. I'm just curious to see how powerful the friend he mentioned is. The woman in plain clothes rolled her eyes at her master. Anyone who can become friends with young Master Zai is truly remarkable. She let out a sigh. Where shall we go next, young master? She asked. After leaving the Thousand Stars Lake, Hu Shan asked. Zai Lingfeng pondered for a moment and said, let's stick around Swordmaster Cliff. Keep an eye out for any news concerning me. As a top powerhouse in the inner domain, Swordmaster Cliff naturally has an information network for obtaining news from the martial world. Just then, a shadow appeared midair, and a gray bird the size of a fist landed. Tied to its leg was a message tube. News from a flying sparrow. What's happened? Seeing this, Hu Shan froze, perplexed. Flying sparrow news is the often used communication method in the inner domain's major factions. Raised and trained specifically for this, belongs to the sex flying sparrows, a near-spiritual bird species that is fast, concealed strongly, and can fly high, sending messages day and night. Furthermore, they can recognize the sender. Within a certain range, they can quickly find the person to whom the message must be passed. Major factions establish flying sparrow news sites in certain areas, forming a large communication network, and there are only a few factions in the entire inner domain that can establish such a vast communication network, and the Sword Master Cliff is one of them. That being said, they wouldn't use flying sparrow news unless it's an emergency or a special circumstance. The consumption every time it's used is not small, requiring spiritual medicine to maintain the sparrow's ability to communicate. Zai Lingfeng untied the message tube from the sparrow's leg and took out the message inside. Brother Su has gone to the 7-star study palace and has challenged the 9 stages of the martial arts stage. Zai Lingfeng's scalp tingled slightly. Hiss, Hu Shan was shocked. Can Su Yan already defeat a great grandmaster? The defender at the 9th level of the 7-star study palace is a great grandmaster. No, Brother Su has broken the rules, defeating 10 peak grandmasters at the 9th level and entering the 7-star study palace's library under my name. Zai Lingfeng handed the message to Hu Shan. After reading it, Hu Shan joyfully said, Young master, this is good news. Your reputation will shake not only the 7-star study palace, but also the inner domain. Zai Lingfeng wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of strength does Brother Su have and what kind do I have? Do you think I can bear this kind of reputation? Hu Shan thought and agreed. To the 7-star study palace, Zai Lingfeng said in a deep voice. He must clarify that he is the real Zai Lingfeng, or else one day he might have to change his name. He can't bear such a reputation. As Zai Lingfeng set off for the 7-star study palace, a woman in plain clothes in Wushuang Pavilion took a message from a sparrow's leg. The more she read, the more shocked she got. Young Master Zai, you're truly unparalleled. She let out a heartfelt sigh and said to her master, Master, I want to go to the 7-star study palace. The Wushuang Great Grandmaster chuckled. Just as I thought, you've got a crush on him. The woman in plain clothes rolled her eyes, ignoring her master, and said, Grandma Yao, will you come with me? An old woman appeared in the courtyard and said, Okay, she is a great grandmaster, 7-star study palace. Even though it's been 3 days since Su Yan stirred things up, the waves he created still hadn't settled. It had become a hot topic of discussion at the seven-star study palace. Everywhere you go, you can hear the students discussing Su Yan's feat of challenging the ninth-level martial arts stage. Miss, young Master Zai has arrived at the seven-star study palace. In a certain standalone courtyard in the seven-star study palace's inner courtyard, Kyuyer came running over, her face filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Du Yuying's eyes lit up and she asked Kyuyer, "Where is young Master Zai?" "I don't know, but everyone in the school is talking about young Master Zai. He's defeated the 10th grade instructor of the school at the 9th-level martial arts platform." Admiration filled Kyuyer's eyes. "Kyuyer, quickly find out where young Master Zai is. I want to see him." Du Yuying's face reddened. She said eagerly, "Yes, miss, I will spend some more money and ask someone to help investigate." Kyuyer was just as eager. "Hurry," Du Yuying reminded. Kyuyer hurried away. In the Giant Sun Cliff retreat, the true chi on Su Yan's fingers split into 10. Each strand of true chi was greatly solidified, precisely instead of being in a dispersed state. Finally, it was successful. Understanding the true chi on his fingers, the true chi erupting from his body began to split continuously, dividing into 2. With every split, the true chi became thinner and more defined. In the end, there was a dense array of true chi needles as thin as hair surrounding Su Yan, transforming his entire body into a humanoid hedgehog. So this is the mystique of true chi. When I split the true chi, I am also enhancing it, pushing it nearly to its limit. At this point, the purity of my true chi has increased by about 30%. This is almost the limit of true chi, and having comprehended the mystique of true chi gives me some insight into the method of Tongxuan. Su Yan was very excited. His power had improved once more. With one thought, needle-like true chi converged into one, and it formed a small dragon of true chi. This is not the dragon produced from the descending dragon palm, but a dragon formed by splitting and combining true chi. The power of my descending dragon palm has also increased. With control over true chi growing stronger, especially after its split and recombination, the power and the attack mode of descending dragon palm also improved. It's time to break through to the great achievement innate realm. Su Yan gathered his spirits, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. After breaking through the great achievement innate realm, he will no longer fear great grandmasters. Even if it was a peak great grandmaster, he would not fear them. Even if he could not win, the opponent could do nothing to him. To leap over a major realm in power, Su Yan was buzzing with excitement. With the completion of the innate realm, he would no longer fear great grandmasters. Once the innate realm is perfected, an ordinary great grandmaster could be killed with just one sword. Once he broke through the Tongxuan realm, sweeping over the great grandmasters would be no big deal. Even those top peak great grandmasters in the inner domain, he could easily defeat them. Su Yan sat cross-legged, beginning to break through the great achievement innate realm. He drew the spiritual energy from the world around him, constantly refining it into the innate true chi. The spiritual energy in the inner domain is too gentle, less fierce and domineering. Could this be due to the heavenly earth spirit mechanism? With just a thought, it allows for the spiritual energy from heaven and earth to enter the body. I'm almost able to control the spiritual energy. Now I can sense a gentle rhythm between heaven and earth. Could this be the so-called heavenly earth spirit mechanism? Su Yan silently perceived. The spiritual energy in the inner domain is too gentle. He doesn't need to run his cultivation technique virtually. With just one thought, the spiritual energy from heaven and earth would enter his body, pass through the heavenly bridge, and refine into true chi, directed to his Danshan Chi-Si. I wonder if it's the same for the martial artists in the inner domain, Su Yan pondered. The heavenly bridge connects the spiritual energy at the border, allowing for the absorption and cultivation of the spiritual energy. Upon arriving in the inner domain, the absorption speed of the spiritual energy has become nearly inconceivable. Even without the operation of the cultivation technique, with just one thought, the spiritual energy from heaven and earth will actively enter the body. Su Yan guessed that this could be the function of the heavenly earth spirit mechanism, and wondered whether martial artists in the inner domain also cultivate in this way. Rumble, the true chi within his body was continuously strengthening, and Danshan Chi-Si was continuously expanding as if it had truly become as vast as the sea. Breaking through the great achievement innate realm, he encountered no obstacles. Su Yan, in one swift effort, has fully broken into the great achievement innate realm. This is the great achievement innate realm. With my current strength, even Fu Yunshan, the great grandmaster, can't pose a threat to me. Su Yan was silently evaluating. Fu Yunshan is the top supervisor of the 7-star study palace. He's a great grandmaster with great achievement, one major realm higher than me moreover. He belongs to the strongest amongst the great grandmasters with great achievement. He has cultivated the strong martial arts of the 7-star study palace. He must have mastered several martial arts secrets. Moreover, he must have cultivated a secret technique which allows him to self-inflict damage and explosively increase his power in an instant. So defeating him is not so simple. Since the 7-star study palace has a secret technique to self-inflicted damage for an explosive breakthrough in power, how could the martial artists of 7-star study palace not cultivate it? It might not be necessary to use it, but it's necessary to know it. Once life is threatened, it can be used. Heavily injured is always better than death. Dying with the enemy is better than dying alone. So without a doubt, Fu Yunshan must have cultivated this secret technique. Remembering the powerful palm of his master defeating a great grandmaster, Su Yan felt a fire stirring inside. Although I can't defeat Fu Yunshan with a single palm, there should be no issue in defeating him. If I allow all 18 golden dragons to strike together and bombard him relentlessly with dozens of blows, could that be enough to defeat him? Su Yan evaluated in his heart and had a rough estimate. After Su Yan broke through to the peak of the innate realm, he came out of his room and saw Lenkyu practicing his sword. He watched for a while, then opened his mouth and said, "Your sword movements are too scattered and not ruthless enough. There shouldn't be any hesitation in your mind. When you want to strike with your sword, you just strike. Don't think about the next move before you even strike out." After living here for a few days, he had saved a lot of spirit crystals. So why not give some instructions to Lenkyu? Lenkyu was immediately energized. This was a true sword Dao powerhouse. What should I do then to practice correctly? Su Yan raised his hand and caught a branch that fell into his hand. "I won't teach you more. The sword Dao is too profound. You might not understand it for a while. When you meet Brother Zai, you can ask him for advice. Today I will teach you swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of your sword Respect Cliff, which I have improved, the wand swordsmanship." After saying that, Su Yan waved the branch with sword chi crisscrossing. While performing, he explained the wand swordsmanship to Lenkyu. Lenkyu watched solemnly, afraid that he might miss any point. After Su Yan finished, he threw the branch. "How much you can remember and learn all depends on yourself." Then he walked out. "Brother Zai is here. Where can he find you?" Lenkyu asked hastily. "At the collection pavilion of the 7-star study palace." Su Yan answered. "In the collection pavilion there are countless books." He wanted to go and browse them to increase knowledge. A true martial artist is not a brute. Su Yan always remembered his master's teachings. Not long after he left, Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan came. "Junior brother Lenkyu, where is brother Su?" Zai Lingfeng asked anxiously. "Brother Zai, you finally arrived." "He has gone to the collection pavilion of the 7-star study palace." Lenkyu was meditating on Su Yan's transmitted swordsmanship. When he saw his senior brother, he replied joyfully, "Senior brother, is it true that he can mention your name, no matter what he meets in the inner domain?" Lenkyu curiously asked. Zai Lingfeng twitched his mouth and coughed. "Don't ask about my affairs with brother Su. Let's go to the collection pavilion of the 7-star study palace." Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan left in a hurry. 7-star study palace, collection pavilion, 9th floor. Su Yan was reading the remaining books. After he finished them all, he went to the 8th floor to continue reading. The more he reads, the more he feels. No wonder Master said, "Don't be proud and arrogant. When you come to the inner domain, you should read more. The martial arts techniques and secret techniques in the inner domain are too numerous. Swordsmanship, spear methods, knife methods, etc. There are countless types. Various biographies, cultivation insights, ways to deal with powerful enemies, everything is here. Although these techniques and secret techniques are weaker, they can be understood by analogy, which gives me new insights. Take their essence, integrate it into myself, and absorb all the methods into one body." After reading the martial arts books of the 7-star study palace, Su Yan felt that his insight had increased. He understood the martial arts passed down by his master more easily. A figure walked into the 7-star study palace. He held a folding fan in his hand and was chatting with one teaching assistant casually. Who would have thought senior brother Yin Hong actually broke through to the great grandmaster realm first? The teaching assistant sighed. "I had the help of a benefactor, just a fluke. I just broke through," Yin Hong said modestly. The 7-star study palace was the same as before. Many geniuses from all over inner domain came here to study, hoping to get guidance from famous teachers. Back then, he was also a student in the 7-star study palace. He left the palace after reaching the first grade realm and ventured in the inner domain. He broke through to the Grandmaster realm, but failed to succeed in the Great Grandmaster realm. He stayed at the half-step to the Great Grandmaster realm, living on Kanglin Island, and became a well-known powerhouse in Dayu Kingdom. However, since it was Zai Lingfeng of Sword Respect Cliff who took action, his benefactor did not blame him for his failure to retreat. Instead, he was given a 6th-grade spiritual medicine. After years of accumulation, he finally broke through the Great Grandmaster realm. He came to the 7-star study palace this time, to help the benefactor look for students with excellent talents to win them over. Also, to maintain the relationship with 7-star study palace. As soon as I arrived in the 7-star city, I heard that Zai Lingfeng of Sword Respect Cliff broke through the 9th level of the arena platform. Did my 7-star study palace get overpowered by Sword Respect Cliff? Yin Hong said in a somewhat unwilling tone. He was defeated by Su Yan and fled in a pathetic manner, feeling frustrated. If it weren't for the fear of sword respect Cliff, he would have sought revenge the moment he broke into Great Grandmaster realm. However, Xiling Feng is a genius of sword respect Cliff. He is merely a great grandmaster. If he dared to bully the small with the big, taking action against Xiling Feng, he would be annihilated in the next moment. Even the benefactor behind him could not save him. Xiling Feng was not only a genius of sword respect Cliff, but also the only child of the current Sword Palace Master, Zai Tianheng. Zai Tianheng, as a great grandmaster, was ranked in the top 5 in the inner domain. Xiling Feng is a freak. There's no one in this generation of the 7-star study palace that can match him. What can we do? The teaching assistant shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Doesn't the palace master care?" Yin Hong said in a low voice. Why would the palace master care about the youngsters' affairs? Moreover, the great supervisory teacher Fu has already stepped in. The matter ends here. Geniuses naturally have rules for geniuses. My 7-star study palace has always focused on cultivating geniuses, not suppressing them. The teaching assistant looked at Yin Hong a little strangely. This guy, why does it feel like he has some grudges against Xiling Feng? However, even though Yin Hong was once a student of the 7-star study palace, he has been independent for a long time and has no right to interfere in the affairs of the 7-star study palace. Naturally, the 7-star study palace would not care about his affairs. Seeing this, Yin Hong decided not to say anything further. It was clear that trying to instigate the 7-star study palace against Xiling Feng was pointless. Still, he felt frustration simmering inside him. However, he could only suppress it. After all, he dared not to provoke the sword venerable precipice. Where is Xiling Feng? Yin Hong inquired curiously. He is in the collecting cabinet. He has been there for 2 days, the instructor replied with a smile. I had a brief encounter with him. It's been a while, and I would like to see his extraordinary demeanor, Yin Hong said with a smile. On the other hand, Du Yuying and Qiuye were also heading toward the collecting cabinet. Young Master Su Yan, when will he come out? Outside the collecting cabinet, a group of students from the 7-star study palace gathered, waiting for Su Yan. Both Xiling Feng and Hu Shan were amongst this crowd, also waiting for Su Yan. Ever since Su Yan entered the collecting cabinet, in order to avoid the interference from the students, temporary restrictions were placed, limiting the students' entry who could only remain on the first floor. Xiling Feng and Hu Shan, being outsiders who hadn't taken the martial arts test, naturally couldn't enter. Besides, even if they did enter the collecting cabinet, they couldn't see Su Yan, who was on either the 8th or 9th floor. Hu Shan, look at these prodigies from the 7-star study palace. All of them are here for Xiling Feng. If I dare to reveal my identity, what do you think will happen? Xiling Feng said with a tragic expression. Young master, they are not qualified to despise you. Although your strength is not as good as Su Yan's, none of them can defeat you. Hu Shan consoled him. Xiling Feng nodded. This made sense. He also had his pride. Though I am not as good as Brother Su in the inner domain, I am the first in Sword Dao among the young generation. There are few who could match my strength. With this thought, Xiling Feng straightened his back. Suddenly, Xiling Feng spotted a familiar figure, his pupils slightly contracted. Why is she here? Hu Shan curiously followed his gaze. It was a plain-clothed woman with her face covered by a veil, revealing a blurry appearance. Standing next to her was a great grandmaster. Young master, do you know her? The one from Wushuang Pavilion, Xiling Feng said in a deep voice. The plain-clothed woman at the moment seemed free from temptation, just an exquisite lady whose face was obscure, nothing more. However, Xiling Feng had a deep sense of awe for her. Among his peers in the inner domain, there existed only one person that could derive such reverence from him, and that was this woman. Just then, a shrill voice came, Miss, it's him, the villain who impersonated young Master Zai, Xiling Feng. Turning his head, he saw that maiden from the Prince Du's mansion, who was now glaring at him with rage. Next to her stood another woman with a veil on her face. Du Yuying's eyes were filled with cold. She stared harshly at Xiling Feng. This rascal, is he planning to tarnish young Master Zai's reputation again by impersonating him? Sir, why are you impersonating young Master Zai? Du Yuying walked over, her voice crisp and cold. A middle-aged woman followed closely behind her, a peak grandmaster. Every pair of eyes at the scene turned towards them, all of them shocked beyond belief. This man impersonated Xiling Feng. How dare he? Not far away, the plain-clothed woman approached, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Did this man impersonate young Master Zai? Xiling Feng's mouth twitched. I am the real Xiling Feng. Hu Shan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the immense pressure. It seemed as though a fire was simmering within the crowd, about to explode towards the two of them. Young master, should we retreat? Hu Shan asked via spiritual message. Retreat now, wouldn't that be too timid? We must wait for Brother Su to come out. Xiling Feng gritted his teeth. Hey, we asked you a question. Why did you impersonate young Master Zai? Qiuye aggressively glared at him. It's a misunderstanding. Xiling Feng said helplessly. What misunderstanding? Aren't you Zai Yan? The plain-clothed woman cast an inquiring glance. Xiling Feng suddenly felt an enormous pressure. Everyone was staring at him, seemingly ready to unleash a barrage of insults, threatening to drown him in spit. Of course, if fighting was allowed, they would probably swarm over him. Young master, thank God the 7-star study palace prohibits fighting, Hu Shan said with a relieved expression. Just when Xiling Feng was at his wit's end, a figure appeared in front of the collecting cabinet. Brother Zai, you are here." Su Yan immediately spotted Xiling Feng and walked over excitedly. He completely disregarded Du Yuying and the woman in the plain dress. Xiling Feng felt instantly relieved. Grabbing Su Yan's hands, hot tears welled up in his eyes. "Brother Su, you finally came out. If he didn't come out, Zai would have been unable to hold on." All the people present were a bit stunned. "Brother Su, isn't that Xiling Feng?" Du Yuying and the woman in the plain dress wore surprised expressions too. "Brother Zai, using your name worked really well. If not for your name, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 9th level," Su Yan cheerfully said. As long as it works, as long as it works." Xiling Feng showed a relieved smile. "Young Master Zai, aren't you?" Qiuyer was stunned, she exclaimed in shock. "Miss Du?" Su Yan seemed to finally notice Du Yuying, greeting her. "Long time no see, are you a student of the 7-star study palace?" Yes, it was already obvious that this person was not Xiling Feng from the Sword God Cliff. Well. Su Yan scratched his head, uncertain whether to reveal his name. All the people present were taken aback. The demonic boy who passed through the 9-level arena was not Xiling Feng from the Sword God Cliff. He used Xiling Feng's name to enter the library, and the real Xiling Feng didn't seem to care that he had used his name. Xiling Feng was afraid that Su Yan would continue to use his name. If he continued to make a name for himself, he wouldn't be able to bear it. So he quickly whispered, "Brother Su, with your strength, how can you not make a name for yourself in the inner domain? Why not seize this opportunity to spread your fame? Just like me, Xiling Feng, I have a small reputation. Some people call me Swordman Xiling Feng. I have killed many evil martial artists for this reputation." When Su Yan heard this, he thought it made sense. He himself had already reached the peak of the innate realm, and even a great grandmaster couldn't do anything to him. Coming to the inner domain, he couldn't be without any reputation, right? "My master said I possess the potential to become a sword god. I will become one." With this thought, Su Yan suddenly felt vigorous and said, "I am Sword God Su Yan." Xiling Feng, everyone, as always so arrogant. "Sword God, what would Sword Master Cliff think?" "So it's young Master Su," Du Yuying said softly, her gaze complex. The woman in the plain dress had a strange expression. "This boy was not from Sword Master Cliff. Where did he come from? He's so arrogant to even call himself Sword God." The current Sword Master of Sword Master Cliff, Great Grandmaster Zai Tianheng, who is recognized as the strongest in Sword Dao in the inner domain, doesn't even dare call himself Sword God. Just as everyone was feeling uncertain, a voice suddenly rang out. "What audacity to fake someone else's identity to enter the library. Are you mocking the 7-star study palace?" When these words came out, everyone present was taken aback. Right, since he's not Xiling Feng but used Xiling Feng's name to enter the 9th level, isn't he deceiving the 7-star study palace? Su Yan looked towards the source of the voice, raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, it's you, the half-bucket deadbeat. Oh, you've actually made a breakthrough. That was unexpected." Yin Hong was furious. He was already holding a belly full of anger because he didn't dare to have any retaliation out of fear of Sword Master Cliff. To his surprise, the latter was not Xiling Feng, and he even used someone else's name and used it to sneak into the library. The strong people in the 7-star study palace should come out to uphold the rules, right? As a result, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was looked down upon. "Half-bucket deadbeat. Insult the Grandmaster, you're courting death." At this moment, Yin Hong's momentum erupted, and the pressure like that of heavens might swept out. "This is the 7-star study palace." Suddenly, a voice came out, and the momentum on Yin Hong's body was immediately suppressed. Yin Hong's heart trembled. He quickly collected his aura, bowed, and said, "Greetings, great licensee." Fu Yunshan looked at Su Yan with a complex expression. He thought he had guessed that this was the genius of the Sword Master Cliff, but it turned out he was using someone else's name. How did he dare do that? Great licensee, this person. Yin Hong pointed at Su Yan and began to speak in a deep voice. "You half-bucket deadbeat, you're quite arrogant, pointing at me. If I don't slap you to death with one palm, I, Su Yan, will change my surname to yours." Su Yan was enraged. "What the hell, trying to intimidate me? Are you tired of living?" Upon hearing this, Yin Hong's face turned pale green, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He coldly said, "Are you aware of the consequences of disrespecting a great grandmaster?" Su Yan cast a disdainful glance at him. "What will be the outcome of disrespecting a third-rate great grandmaster like you? What are you, a piece of trash that could be killed with one palm strike?" Utter silence fell over the entire scene. A great grandmaster killed with one palm stroke. Isn't this outrageously arrogant? Fu Yunshan was dumbfounded, knowing that Su Yan was extremely arrogant, but he didn't expect him to go this far. It's okay for grandmasters, after all, he has the strength to be arrogant. But Yin Hong is a great grandmaster, although he just recently broke through to that level. A great grandmaster is still a great grandmaster. How could a grandmaster match up to that? Could it be in just a few days, his strength has grown so strong that he could completely ignore the presence of a great grandmaster? Young man, why are you impersonating someone and entering the seven-star study palace's library? Fu Yunshan asked helplessly. Don't talk nonsense, isn't it? Borrowing, not impersonating, Su Yan said displeasedly. Right, I borrowed it for Brother Su to use. Is there a problem with that? Although Xi Feng was equally shocked by Su Yan's audacity, he knew that since Su Yan had said this, he must have been confident that he could kill that great grandmaster with one palm strike. How long has it been? Has Su Yan's strength already become so terrifying? He turned to Fu Yunshan and said, there's no rule in the seven-star study palace that says you can't borrow someone else's identity to browse the classics, right? I am Xi Feng, my father is Zai Tianheng. If the grand supervising tutor is not satisfied, I Xi Feng am willing to take responsibility. Fu Yunshan was silent for a moment before saying, from today onwards, anyone who borrows someone else's name to enter the library will be severely punished. Thus, the rule was established. As for Su Yan borrowing Xi Feng's identity, we will let it pass. After all, heaven-sent prodigies do have some privileges, especially prodigies like these. Grand supervising tutor, are you just going to let this go? Yin Hong was somewhat dissatisfied. Su Yan rubbed his hands and said, Grand supervising tutor, in your seven-star study palace, we're not allowed to use martial force. How about we place a bet? If I can blow him up with one palm strike, then this rule doesn't apply to me. How about it? Gulp. Everyone was astonished, all looking at Su Yan in shock. That's a great grandmaster. Isn't it scary enough to kill him with one palm strike? And he's even audaciously claiming he could blow him up with one palm strike. Even Fu Yunshan was almost unable to hold back his curse words. Yin Hong, no matter how weak, is still a great grandmaster. Even he couldn't blow him up with one palm strike. Not to mention blowing him up, it would be difficult to defeat Yin Hong with one move. No matter how weak he was still a great grandmaster. Brother Su, please be careful, Xi Feng hurriedly said. Although Su Yan never spouts nonsense, blowing up a great grandmaster with one palm strike is terrifying. What if he failed to do so? There would be big trouble. Young Master Su, please think it over, Yu Ying also hurriedly advised. Yin Hong was so angry that his nose was twisted with continued disrespect and humiliation. He was a dignified great grandmaster. How could he bear this? Blow him up with one palm, this outrageous youngster. He soared into the air, the momentum of a great grandmaster stirring the air, but he dared not suppress it downward. After all, there were a bunch of students from the seven-star study palace below. If he did so, it would be equivalent to challenging the seven-star study palace, which he could not afford. He glared angrily at Su Yan. Arrogant boy, I would like to see how you'll blow me up. Dare to fight me on the martial arts stage. However, Su Yan ignored him, but looked at Fu Yunshan with a smirk and said jokingly, Grand supervising tutor, what's your decision? Fu Yunshan was also taken aback by him. Where did he get the confidence to blow up a great grandmaster with one palm strike? You can go to the martial arts stage to fight him, but you should think it over. The power of a great grandmaster, even the weakest great grandmaster, is not something that 10 peak grandmasters can match, Fu Yunshan said solemnly. How boring it would be to go to the martial arts stage. I'm Su Yan, always focused on challenging the rules. Only here, if I could blow him up with one palm strike, it would be far more exciting, Su Yan said arrogantly. Everyone, so you're really here to break the rules, aren't you? Fu Yunshan pondered for a long while, then said, in that case, if you can indeed blow him up with one palm strike, we'll let you off the hook. If you can't, you will stay here in the seven-star study palace. How about that? No problem, Su Yan nodded. All the people present fell silent at this moment. No one expressed any dissatisfaction with Fu Yunshan's proposal. Real prodigies do have special privileges, especially freaks like Su Yan. Please stand back. Fu Yunshan looked at the students and said solemnly. People hurriedly backed away. After all, when a great grandmaster makes his move, even a slight wave could cause death or injury. Brother Su, are you confident about this? Xi Feng asked solemnly. Rest assured, he's just a third-rate great grandmaster, Su Yan confidently replied. Young Master Su, please be careful not to underestimate your opponent. Yu Ying spoke with concern. However, the woman in white merely chuckled and said, I have never seen a great grandmaster get blown up in my life. I'm looking forward to it. Young Master Su, please do not disappoint me. Yin Hong, who was floating in mid-air, was seething with rage, unable to believe that anyone dared to belittle him so much. He glared angrily at the woman in white, but then his gaze fell on the old woman next to her. He felt a chill down his spine and quickly diverted his gaze. Great grandmaster, her power surpassed him. He took a deep breath, his aura surged. The power of a great grandmaster was evident without a doubt. He glared angrily at Su Yan and said coldly, arrogant youngster, today I'll let you know, the end of disrespecting a great grandmaster. He had already decided to exert his full strength and must kill Su Yan with one strike. He must not give Fu Yunshan the chance to intervene and save him. A dead prodigy has no value at all. Hold on, just as Yin Hong was about to strike, Su Yan spoke. Kid, it's too late for you to back out now. Yin Hong laughed menacingly. Who says I'm backing out? Su Yan cast a contemptuous glance at him. Tell me, do you carry spirit bills with you? Everyone was shocked. They were about to duel to the death, and he was asking about spirit bills. What's his angle? Yin Hong was somewhat taken aback and frowned. Of course, I have spirit bills. Upon hearing this, Su Yan was delighted. Quick, hand them over. I fear that when the battle begins, if I hit you too hard, I might destroy your spirit bills. That would be a great loss. Everyone. Yin Hong's face turned red with rage. Impudent fool, how dare you insult me? He unfurled the folding fan in his hand, ready to strike. But Su Yan said, you are a great grandmaster. You must have at least hundreds of thousands of spirit bills, right? It would be such a waste to destroy them. Consider them as the stake for our bet. Hand them over quickly. Don't waste time. Seeing Yin Hong trembling with rage and making no move to retrieve his spirit bills, Su Yan added, if you don't bring out your spirit bills, I'll call off the bet. Let's see if you dare to attack me then. Yin Hong grit his teeth in anger. If Su Yan were to cancel the bet, how could he justify killing this insolent youth on the spot? Given his relationship with Xiling Feng, he could hide in the 7-star study palace for a few days. Once a great grandmaster from Sword Dao Cliff arrives, he would lose his chance for revenge. With this in mind, he pulled out a small bag. Take it. He threw the bag down. Su Yan caught it and opened it to find a spiritual medicine and a stack of spirit bills. For a great grandmaster, you are really poor. What a waste. Even the grandmasters I've killed were richer than you. Su Yan was dissatisfied and began to curse. This was his first time attempting to kill a great grandmaster. He had hoped for a significant gain, but sadly he ended up with a deadbeat. The onlookers fell silent. Just how poor are you? The corner of Xiling Feng's mouth twitched. Now it was clear why Su Yan had escorted Du Yuying and why he had sought free benefits at the Wushuang Pavilion, because he was broke. As someone from the borderlands, where would he get spirit crystals? Damn it. Yin Hong was ready to explode with rage. His aura started to fluctuate as he shouted at Su Yan, if you manage to kill me, everything on Kanglin Island is yours. The Dean of Discipline and everyone else here can bear witness. Yin Hong was ready to risk it all to kill Su Yan. If he did not kill Su Yan today, he felt he might explode with frustration. Su Yan's eyes lit up. He turned to Xiling Feng and asked, Brother Zai, is Kanglin Island wealthy? Xiling Feng furrowed his brows. Shaking his head, he said, I've never heard of Kanglin Island. He turned to ask Hu Shan, have you heard of it? Hu Shan also shook his head. Yin Hong. At this moment, Du Yuying spoke up. The master of Kanglin Island is quite wealthy. He probably has millions of spirit crystals. As the pride of Sword Dao Cliff, Xiling Feng's social circle was simply too high. It's only normal for him not to know about Kanglin Island, a mere power in Dayu Kingdom. Su Yan's spirits lifted immediately. Great, after I defeat you, Kanglin Island will be mine. He took a few steps forward and turned back to Xiling Feng, speaking solemnly, Brother Zai, watch closely. Today I will provide you with a demonstration of crossing boundaries to kill an enemy. Let everyone here witness how Su Yan, the sword god, crushes a great grandmaster with a single palm. Yin Hong's eyes flashed menacingly. Despite seething with anger, he didn't underestimate his opponent in the slightest. Anyone who dared to assert that they could kill a great grandmaster with just a palm strike undoubtedly had confidence in their abilities. Yin Hong believed that Su Yan's bold claims stemmed from his lack of understanding about the full strengths of a great grandmaster. For him, this was an opportunity. His face turned savage, and his aura coalesced around him. This strike would be his all-out attack, aiming to slay the detestable boy once and for all. Prepare to die. Boom. In midair, a raging torrent formed, akin to an impending apocalypse. The terrifying pressure spread far and wide. The onlookers turned deathly white. Was this the might of a great grandmaster? Du Yuying's eyes widened as she tightly clasped her hands together, her gaze anxiously locked onto the young man. The lady in white was also observing with an unblinking expression. Xiling Feng was solemn, his hand subconsciously resting on the hilt of his sword. Roar, the roar of a dragon echoed. A golden giant dragon surged upwards, clashing with the descending torrent. Its imposing aura was as if it could make all living things bow down. There also seemed to be an infinite rage surging amidst the dragon's might. The whole world seemed to lose its color. The golden dragon, like a real true dragon descending upon the world, carried with it in terrifying aura and frightening rage. Boom. The torrent collapsed and retreated. Not good. Yin Hong's pupils contracted, filled with terror. He wanted to evade, but it seemed like he was suppressed by a force and just used up all his energy in his attack, leaving him completely powerless at the moment. He could only watch the golden giant dragon charge towards him, the terrifying force approaching and the scent of death invading his consciousness. Bang! In the eyes of the crowd, Yin Hong, who was mid-air, exploded. The golden giant dragon's attack destroyed Yin Hong, a great grandmaster, right on the spot in full view of everyone. The shards of his body scattered in all directions. Roar! Another golden dragon flew out, spinning and crushing in mid-air, its fiery aura spreading everywhere. The fragments of the exploded body were instantly crushed into ashes and disappeared with the wind. Silence. Outside the 7-star study palace's repository, it was quiet and silent. All the students of the seven-star study palace, as well as the instructors, were wide-eyed, mouths agape, and unable to snap out of their shock. Fu Yunshin's hand was on his own beard, and he was so dumbfounded that he had actually plucked a strand of beard without even noticing. Su Yan, he really exploded a great grandmaster with just one strike. I'm stronger than Yin Hong, much stronger. He couldn't explode me with one attack. At least it would take more than 10. Such a thought popped into Fu Yunshin's mind. He was completely numb. Zai Lingfeng's hands were slightly trembling. He knew Su Yan didn't boast, but when the scene of him exploding a great grandmaster with just one attack occurred, he was still indescribably shocked. Du Yuying was staring at the young man, never shifting her gaze for a moment. This was the boy who escorted her back to Prince Du's residence. Today he exploded a great grandmaster with one attack at the seven-star study palace, something unprecedented. The maiden in white had an indescribable color in her eyes, seemingly filled with a hint of tenderness. Su Yan sighed. He was indeed too weak, much weaker than his master. Back in the days, his master directly turned a great grandmaster into ashes with a single strike. Moreover, that great grandmaster was stronger than Yin Hong. However, a great grandmaster is a great grandmaster after all. His descending dragon palm strike had almost reached its peak power. A great grandmaster is indeed worthy of his title, so difficult to kill. I almost used up all my strength in one strike just to explode him into several pieces. Su Yan expressed with regret. Crowd, please stop speaking. My damn heart can't bear this stimulation anymore. Dean, there's no need for me to obey the rule anymore, right? Su Yan looked at the dazed Fu Yunshin and asked, young friend, have you had a breakthrough in strength? Fu Yuntian wore a bitter smile on his face. A few days ago, Su Yan didn't have this incredible strength. Exactly, Su Yan nodded. No wonder. Fu Yunshin took a deep breath and said solemnly, the theories you discussed with that martial arts scholar that day, they weren't just random bluffs, were they? Of course not. Su Yan gave him a disdainful look. This was true martial arts. How could it be made up? Brother Zai, let's go. We'll find a place to hang out, Su Yan said cheerfully. After destroying Yin Hong, the great grandmaster, and shocking the seven-star study palace, plus getting a significant amount of spirit crystals into his account, he could afford to spend a bit lavishly to express gratitude to Zai Lingfeng. After all, his reputation was incredibly useful. Okay, a smile appeared on Zai Lingfeng's face, as he could ask Su Yan for guidance on sword Dao and practice in the innate realm. Young Master Su, I know a quiet and elegant place in Seven-Star City that would be perfect for catching up without any disturbances. Would that be all right? Du Yuying, who had now taken off her veil, revealing her stunning face, suggested. Su Yan hesitated slightly. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Du Yuying, despite escorting her on a journey. If they weren't close, they just weren't. Yuying will be the one hosting, as a way to thank young Master Su for the escort that day, Du Yuying added. Well, okay then, Su Yan nodded in agreement. Then he said, by the way, Miss Du, you know where Kanglin Island is, right? Tell me its location, that place is mine now. No problem, Du Yuying nodded. Courier, you go and make arrangements, book that place. He turned around and instructed Courier. Yes, miss, Courier ran off enthusiastically. Next, he was going to Kanglin Island to receive Yin Hong's legacy and buy spiritual medicine, then he was to return to the remote borderlands. Fu Yunshin took a deep breath and said, I am fortunate today to see young Master Su destroy a great grandmaster. It has been a while since we last met in Wushuang Pavilion, how about we catch up? Said a woman in plain clothes with a clear and crisp voice that energized all who heard it. Oh, it's you. Su Yan patted Zai Lingfeng on the shoulder and said, this is the friend I was talking about. She also needs to temper her mind. Why don't you take some time to do it here? Zai Lingfeng swallowed, dryly laughing as he said, Brother Su, there's no need, I have already tempered my mind. The woman in plain clothes gave him a cold look despite her smiling face. Young Master Su, look, Zai Lingfeng doesn't need it, said the woman in plain clothes with a smile. Su Yan eyed her warily. This woman's attitude was somewhat problematic. She appeared softer than when he first met her at Wushuang Pavilion. Du Yuying was also very cautious. If that's the case, then let's forget it. Su Yan bowed and turned to leave. At this moment, the students of the Seven-Star Study Palace seemed to regain their senses. Young Master Su, I have some questions about martial arts and would like to ask for your guidance. Young Master Su, I've been feeling very confused lately. I don't know if it's because of my martial arts training. Can you help me clarify it? A swarm of female students crowded around him. Zai Lingfeng swallowed again, thinking these women have all gone mad. Hu Shan looked on with envy. Many male students had similar envious looks in their eyes. Brother Zai, see you at the villa. On seeing the commotion, Su Yan vanished in an instant. With his departure, the faces of the swarming students from the Seven-Star Study Palace were filled with disappointment. Some even blamed Zai Lingfeng. The so-called unparalleled prodigy of Sword Master Cliff for 1,000 years is just a butt of a joke. Exactly. He only got this exaggerated reputation because his father is the great Grandmaster Zai. On hearing these comments, Zai Lingfeng was furious. He could accept being inferior to Su Yan, but what right did these people have to question him? His face ice cold, he drew his sword and challenged. Today, Zai Lingfeng challenges all students under 30 in the 7-star study palace. He then rose into the air and headed straight for the dueling platform. Today, I, Zai, would like to see how well the students of the 7-star study palace can perform. In my eyes, you are all useless. Hu Shan was immediately excited, exclaiming, "My young master, Zai Lingfeng of the Sword Master Cliff, challenges all students under 30 in the 7-star study palace. In my eyes, you are all useless." Du Yuying, the woman in plain clothes, on the dueling platform, Zai Lingfeng stood with his sword. Originally, he didn't have such thoughts, but when disdained so by the students of the 7-star study palace, how could he bear it? Despite everything, he was still a proud and reputable prodigy. Brother Su alone broke through the 9 layers of the dueling platform. I admit that I can't do it. Today I will suppress all students under 30 in the 7-star study palace. What right do these things have to mock me? Zai Lingfeng was furious. 7-star study palace boiled over in anger. All the students were enraged. How arrogant. Zai Lingfeng was directly challenging all students under 30 in 7-star study palace, intending to suppress his peers, the prodigies. The already departed Su Yan returned. He leaned over to Hu Shan and asked, "Hu Shan, what do you think about starting a bet here at the 7-star study palace?" Hu Shan was stunned. What bet? Su Yan was excited as if he saw an opportunity to make spirit crystals. It is to bet whether Brother Zai wins or the 7-star study palace wins. Hu Shan understood instantly. His mouth twitched. Isn't that inappropriate? This is a great opportunity to make money. Su Yan had full confidence in Zai Lingfeng. All right then. After thinking for a while, Hu Shan nodded in agreement. Of course, it was up to him to take care of these things. If people knew that Su Yan was confident in Zai Lingfeng, how could they make money? So Hu Shan went up to a large rock, took out his sword, placed it on the rock, and announced loudly, "Today, my young master challenges the students of 7-star study palace. I am confident my young master can suppress his peers in 7-star study palace alone. Who dares to bet?" The 7-star study palace students who rushed over, holding their breaths, thought Su Yan was arrogant, but he had the right to be. But what right did Zai Lingfeng have to be arrogant? His reputation as an outstanding prodigy was just a fluke. What's the bet? A student immediately joined in. It's simple. If the 7-star study palace wins, I'll give my sword to the 7-star study palace, signifying the loss of Sword Master Cliff. If my young master wins, your spirit crystals will be mine. After looking at the students present, Hu Shan added, "You just lose your spirit crystals, but what I lose is the face of Sword Master Cliff, so don't think that I am taking advantage of you. Do you want to bet or not?" I, Hu Shan, am confident that my young master can win, so I dare to bet the face of the Sword Master Cliff. If you don't have the confidence and even fear to wager your spirit crystals, it would be better to just admit defeat. Stung by these words, the 7-star study palace students were suddenly roused into action. Bet on it, let's see what Zai Lingfeng dare to challenge our 7-star study palace. Haha, we the 7-star study palace will now take the honor from Jianzhen Cliff. Therefore, students began to place their bets. All of them bet on the victory of the 7-star study palace. On the big stone, Hu Shan's side was already piled up with small bags, all filled with spirit vouchers. Looking at this, Su Yan couldn't contain his excitement. With this round, he was going to make a big profit again. Zai Lingfeng on the martial arts stage twitched the corner of his mouth, instantly feeling the pressure. If he lost, not only would it be a disgrace for Jianzhen Cliff, but also a loss for Su Yan's money bag. He took a deep breath and spoke coldly. Anyone below the Grandmaster level doesn't need to come up. Boom, the powerful aura of a Grandmaster shone, stirring all around. All the students of the 7-star study palace were taken aback. Zai Lingfeng was a martial artist at the Grandmaster's realm. Considering his age, he was in his 20s, yet he was already at the Grandmaster level. How many people in the inner domain could match him? Rumors were not all empty claims. I'm up. A student from the 7-star study palace took to the airspace and landed on the martial arts platform. He was also a martial artist grandmaster. Please proceed, Zai Lingfeng said indifferently. Kill. The grandmaster student, with a wave of his hand, struck with his knife, but with just a flash of sword light, his knife was sent flying and a hole was pierced in his shoulder. Next, Zai Lingfeng said coldly. The 7-star study palace students were silenced. He defeated a grandmaster with just one sword. The expression on Fu Yunshen's face became serious. Zai Lingfeng's strength was, of course, not as good as Su Yan's, but his ability was, no doubt, deserving of his title. This duel was also about the reputation of the younger generation of 7-star study palace. Let Ping Dong take a try. If he loses, no one under 30 in the 7-star study palace will be a match for Zai Lingfeng, Fu Yunshen said after some consideration. Agreed. Ding Yan nodded. The second Grandmaster student of the 7-star study palace took to the stage, though stronger. Zai Lingfeng defeated him with 2 swords. Third, then fourth. None of them could take even 3 strikes from Zai Lingfeng, and the 7-star study palace students who had taken turns were nearing their 30s. Neither in terms of age nor strength were they a match for Zai Lingfeng. Thus, the students of the seven-star study palace fell into silence. Those who were impulsive and had placed bets with spirit crystals now regretted their decision, looking at the pile of bags on the stone, wanting to withdraw their bets. However, they were afraid of losing face for the seven-star study palace. They could only watch, not daring to retrieve their own bags. Su Yan was the most excited. He made another fortune in spirit crystals. The trip to the seven-star study palace was greatly rewarding. He had defeated a great grandmaster, obtained Kanglin Island, and now this bet. Even if each person wagered 1,000 spirit crystals, there were still more than 100,000 spirit crystals. This was a big win. Is there anyone else willing to fight? Zai Lingfeng held his sword, looking contemptuously at the students below the seven-star study palace. At that moment, a strong momentum emerged from the seven-star study palace. A long knife streaked through the air and landed on the martial arts platform. Immediately after, a man with a blank expression appeared, reaching out to grasp the long knife. Ping Dong is here to learn a thing or two. The newcomer was about the same age as Zai Lingfeng, in his 20s and of similar realm. Zai Lingfeng's look became more solemn, so it's Ping Dong. Ping Dong, one of the contemporary top talents of the seven-star study palace, was at par with Zai Lingfeng. He was known as one of the 3 youngest grandmasters in the inner domain. Zai, you have a little challenger, Su Yan said, looking at Ping Dong. Young Master Su, who do you think will win? Yu Yingdu asked softly. Of course, it will be Zai. Su Yan said without hesitation. Zai Lingfeng had already condensed true qi, his strength had greatly improved, and his understanding of sword Dao wasn't bad. Ping Dong, despite his substantial power, was still inferior to Zai Lingfeng. Of course, if Zai Lingfeng had not condensed true qi, his power would match that of Ping Dong. Then it would be hard to determine who would emerge victorious. Please, Zai Lingfeng voiced sternly. Ping Dong appeared to be a man of few words. He just nodded, pointed his long knife, and in an instant the knife light flickered, the knife qi whistled. A chilly killing intent swept out. Zai Lingfeng swung the treasured sword in his hand, displaying the wand swordsmanship. The wand swordsmanship he used now was not the original one. It had been improved. The sword qi surged out like a roaring wave, followed immediately by the display of his flying rainbow sword. The sword light flashed like lightning, intertwining disorderly within the sword qi. Moment their fight became fierce. At a certain moment, the sword qi converged into a vortex, sweeping up. The sword light flashed just once, seeming to pierce through the sky. Crack, the knife light shattered, its qi dispersed. In front of Ping Dong there was a sword with a cold, gleaming blade. I have lost. Ping Dong was silent for a long while before letting out a sigh. You were too kind, said Zai Lingfeng with a cupped fist salute. Zai Lingfeng, truly deserving of his fame. Ping Dong turned and walked away. Is there anyone who wants to battle? Zai Lingfeng stood with his sword, looking disdainfully at the seven-star study palace students. At this moment, the seven-star study palace students were silent as chickens. Young friend Zai, you've won. There's no need to continue fighting. Fu Yunshan shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Ping Dong had lost. Among the younger generation, no one was Zai Lingfeng's match. Hu Shan laughed heartily, wrapping up all the pouches on the rock and picked them up. Let's go. Su Yan was extremely excited. Zai Lingfeng descended the combat platform and walked alongside Su Yan. Hu Shan, Du Yuying, the woman in plain clothes, and the old woman followed closely behind. After leaving the seven-star study palace, Hu Shan stuffed the bundle into Su Yan's hands, saying, Young Master Su, your things. I won't stand on ceremony then. Su Yan cheerfully accepted it. Upon arriving in Seven-Star City, Su Yan went straight to Tianbao Pavilion to exchange his spirit tickets for larger denominations. 800,000 spirit crystals. Making money is so hard. Su Yan walked out of Tianbao Pavilion, lamenting with an expression of surprise. Zai Lingfeng and the rest were all speechless. The group came to the elegant place suggested by Du Yuying. As expected, it was a quiet and secluded spot. Courier, didn't I ask you to reserve the entire place? Seeing several martial artists sitting not far away enjoying spiritual tea, Du Yuying frowned and asked, Miss, those people seem to have high status. The shopkeeper didn't let us reserve. Courier whispered, Miss Du, there's no need to go to such lengths. If there are people, then let there be people. Su Yan said. The group sat down in an elegant courtyard. Suddenly, the voices of several martial artists came over. Have you guys heard? Apparently the proud son of heaven from Sword Sovereign Cliff, Zai Lingfeng, is actually bald. Really? I've never heard that Zai Lingfeng is bald. You don't understand, Zai Lingfeng wears a wig. Yuan brother, how did you find out? Companion asked curiously. News from Yan country, Zai Lingfeng killed several grandmasters. Moreover, he has provoked a strong enemy. It is said that he is currently being pursued by a great grandmaster. Gosh, where did this great grandmaster come from? Daring to chase and kill Zai Lingfeng. Isn't he afraid of Sword Sovereign Cliff of Zai Tianheng? I don't know about that. Suddenly, someone else interjected, Yuan brother, your news is a bit outdated, isn't it? You just returned to Seven-Star City. You probably don't know. Zai Lingfeng is currently at Seven-Star Study Palace. He passed the 9 levels of the combat platform. And moreover, I heard that the one being pursued is Hu Shan from Sword Sovereign Cliff. The bald guy is Hu Shan. Oh really? Such a thing happened. Yuan brother was amazed. The one being chased by a great grandmaster is Hu Shan from Sword Sovereign Cliff. Yes, it's the latest news I got. Do you know which great grandmaster? Hu Shan's father, great grandmaster Hu Hai, was Zai Tianheng's book boy, dared to chase and kill Hu Shan. Isn't he afraid of great grandmaster Hu Hai? Who knows what's going on? It's probably for some treasure. Zai Ling Feng and the rest looked at each other in surprise. What kind of rumor was this? Zai Ling Feng tugged at his own hair, the corner of his mouth twitching. When did I become bald? Hu Shan was also dumbfounded. That's not right, I'm here. When was I chased down by a great grandmaster? And with my strength, there's no need for a great grandmaster to chase me. I can be killed directly. Where would I have the chance to escape? Du Yuying and the woman in plain clothes were also surprised. The news from the people nearby was too outdated and too ridiculous. However, Su Yan's eyes widened in anger. It's my junior brother Meng Chong. Which shitty great grandmaster dared to chase and kill my junior brother? He stood up angrily. Zai Ling Feng and Hu Shan were stunned. As soon as Su Yan opened his mouth, the two instantly knew who the bald man was. Meng Chong, true to their shared lineage, even the way they introduced themselves was exactly the same. Zai Ling Feng was completely numb. Hu Shan swallowed and said, "Young master, I'm scared." Meng Chong, using Hu Shan's name, is being pursued by a great grandmaster. What on earth had he done? That's a great grandmaster we're talking about. Will he ever be able to boast below Hu Shan from Sword Master Cliff? Su Yan had, at this point, reached the group of martial artists. Where is Zai Ling Feng? No, where is Hu Shan being pursued by the great grandmaster? What grandmaster dared to pursue his fellow disciple? Has he gone nuts? At this moment, he was also somewhat anxious, not knowing how long Meng Chong could hold on. He must rush to the rescue as soon as possible. Who are you? The few martial artists furrowed their brows. The young man was so angry. His first question was about Hu Shan. Was he from Sword Master Cliff? Beneath his sword god Su Yan greeted. His aura surged, and the martial artists' faces changed instantly. Such a strong young man. Sword god Su Yan, never heard before. Since he is called Sword God, then he must be a strong figure from Sword Master Cliff. The news I just received said that it was at the border between the Yan Nation and the Great Yue Nation, where Hu Shan was really being chased by the Great Grandmaster. I don't know what's happening now. The martial artist, who had the latest information, swallowed and said. Zai Ling Feng stepped forward and handed Su Yan a small badge, saying, "Brother Su, this is the Sword Master Cliff's Hawk Command. You carry it and I'll inform various places of Sword Master Cliff to get news, and the message will be transmitted to you quickly. Since Brother Meng is being chased under the name of Hu Shan, our Sword Master Cliff should also be paying attention and getting the news." Su Yan took the Hawk Command and thanked Brother Zai, sorry for the trouble. It's not a big deal. I hope Brother Meng can survive this. Zai Ling Feng shook his head. At this time, a lady in plain clothes handed over a jade badge, giggling young Master Su. This jade badge can be used to buy information from the Tianbao Pavilion. If the news from Sword Master Cliff is not timely, you can buy the news from the Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion is spread all over the inner domain and has the most updated news. Su Yan accepted it, not being pretentious regarding matters involving Meng Chong's safety. At this moment, Du Yuying felt embarrassed. She found herself unable to provide any help. Duke Du's mansion is ultimately too weak with limited influences. I need to break through to a grandmaster level and strengthen my power as soon as possible. Du Yuying vowed silently to herself. Where is the Yan Nation? Su Yan asked. Du Yuying pointed in a direction and said, Master Su, if you go in this direction, you will reach the border area between Yan Nation and the Great Yue Nation. However, the border area is vast and finding a person is not easy. Su Yan thanked her. Brother Zai, once I have rescued my disciple, we will gather together. He levitated into the sky and disappeared in an instant. As soon as Su Yan left, the lady in plain clothes also excused herself and left. Just as Zai Ling Feng was about to leave, Du Yuying stopped him, held out a hand and said, the letter. The face under her veil was a bit flushed. Zai Ling Feng took out the letter and handed it to her. Miss Du, those generous gifts, I will return them to Duke Du's mansion. She held the letter in her hand, her face blushing slightly. She glared at him and said angrily, no need, just give it to Master Su. Zai Ling Feng nodded, turned around and left. Suddenly he paused. Miss Du, I think you might be thinking too much. Maybe Su Yan was just escorting you for the sake of earning some spirit crystals and spiritual medicine. Du Yuying stared at him angrily. Shut up. Zai Ling Feng shook his head and left with Hu Shan. Miss Quyer's eyes were a bit red. Would she not get to be the maidservant? Du Yuying covered her chest, feeling slightly heartbroken. Master Su was just, for the sake of earning spirit crystals and spiritual medicine. Does he not have other thoughts? If Master Su likes spirit crystals and spiritual medicine, then I'll become a woman of immense wealth. There must be something that Master Su will like. Du Yuying thought to herself with determination. After Meng Chong killed the Grandmaster and saved Meng Shushu, the two set off for the spiritual medicine sanctuary. Where is the sanctuary of spiritual medicine? Meng Chang asked. In Tianhammer Mountain of Yan Nation, I suspect that there is a sect specializing in planting spiritual medicine. It must have declined or disappeared for some reason, and the spiritual medicine planted there was left behind. After growing for a long time, these spiritual medicine keep upgrading. Thus, the 6th-ranked spiritual medicine appeared, and there might even be 5th-ranked spiritual medicine. Meng Shushu took a few breaths and said, "Are there really 5th-ranked spiritual medicine?" Meng Chang was extremely excited. According to Su Lingxiu, the 6th-ranked spiritual medicine is already the highest-ranked spiritual medicine in the inner domain. The 5th-ranked spiritual medicine might exist, but it is very rare, and even Tianbao Pavilion would probably not sell it. Not quite sure, there's a 60 to 70% chance. Meng Shushu shook his head. After leaving the forest, they bought a carriage from a nearby city. Meng Chang drove the carriage, while Meng Shushu healed his injuries in the carriage. "Brother Meng, what kind of healing medicine is this? It's so effective." In just half a day, Meng Shushu felt that his injuries were healed by 50 to 60%. This was made from 18 6th-ranked spiritual medicine. How could the effect be bad? You should remember this. You owe me 18 6th-ranked plants of spirit medicine. Meng Chang still said with some heartache. He didn't have many pills in total. Meng Shushu rolled his eyes, remarking on the 18 6th-grade spiritual medicines made from them as if it was a loss he could comment on. But since he owed his life to someone, a few more 6th-grade spiritual medicines didn't seem to be that significant. "My friend, how did you provoke those people?" Meng Chang asked curiously. "They found me and offered me a generous reward to find a spiritual medicine treasure trove. As a spiritual medicine scout, I've accepted many of these kinds of tasks, so I agreed straight away. Eventually, we found the essential spiritual medicine over at Yan Country's Tianshui Mountain. However, they wanted to control me, turning me into their puppet. Naturally, I didn't agree and seized an opportunity to escape." Meng Shushu gritted his teeth and seethed with anger. "As a spiritual medicine scout, don't you have any powerful backers?" Meng Chang asked curiously. Meng Shushu said dispiritedly, "My ability to scout for spiritual medicine is hereditary. My father died while exploring for spiritual medicine, and my grandfather passed away a few years ago while trying to save an old friend. Only I was left. Although I'm a grandmaster martial artist, the people in my family's connections saw me in trouble and immediately thought of making me join them, scouting for spiritual medicine for them. I, Meng Shushu, am used to being free. Why would I let others bind me? Even when the Tianbao Pavilion hired me, I turned them down, let alone them." Whenever Meng Shushu mentioned this, he would grit his teeth and seethe with anger, hating those people intensely. Meng Chang understood then. He opened his mouth and said, "My friend, although you owe me a life, a storage bag, and 18 6th-grade spiritual medicines, rest assured I won't control you. P. You just need to remember that you owe me a storage bag. Use this as a goal to strive for. You are still free." Meng Shushu opened his mouth wide but ultimately didn't swear. Damn, why does this burly man have so many tricks up his sleeve? Why did he take a liking to this guy back in Tai Mountain County? Meng Shushu felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear. However, upon thinking again, it was hard to say whether he could have turned the tables this time if he hadn't found Meng Chang. It was a long journey to Tianshui Mountain in Yan Country. By carriage, it would take a month to reach. Therefore, after 2 days of carriage riding, once Meng Shushu's wounds started healing, the two got up from the carriage, directly took off to the sky, and flew towards Tianshui Mountain. The mountain was named Tianshui Iron Hammer because the mountain peak resembled a large iron hammer. Sheer cliffs, ancient trees sparsely grown in between the crevices. The protruding huge rocks looked like stone platforms. On Tianshui Mountain, there were dozens of such platforms. It seemed natural, but upon closer examination, traces of human effort could be seen. At the peak of Tianshui Mountain, there were fist-sized cracks that could not fathom their depth. On the mountainside, you could also see some small mossy holes. At the foot of the east side, there was a dense cluster of tall trees. After climbing several feet up the mountainside, a particularly sturdy ancient tree revealed a cave about 1 zhang high and 2 zhang deep behind it. Large broken stone slabs were scattered around outside the cave, which used to be the door. Black-robed men lurked above the trees around the cave. 5 in total. All of them were grandmaster martial artists. Even farther from the cave, more black-robed men were hidden. 2 figures arrived outside Tianshui Mountain, none other than Meng Chang and Meng Shushu, who had come all the long way. "My friend, are you sure the spiritual medicine treasure trove is here?" Meng Chang looked at Tianshui Mountain with a puzzled look. Tianshui Mountain had little vegetation, and it was a large rocky mountain. Except for a dense forest extending up several feet from the foot of the mountain, there were only a few trees on the whole mountain, giving off an air of desolation. Moreover, if the spiritual medicine is here, wouldn't they have already picked it? Meng Chang continued to ask. "The treasure trove of spiritual medicine is inside the mountain. There is a barren land there that is not easy to discover. To enter, one needs a key. If someone tries to break in forcefully, it is possible. However, the spiritual medicine could easily be damaged, and each 6th-grade spiritual medicine is of exceptional value. they wouldn't dare forcefully break in. Meng Shushu explained along the way. Pointing to the dense forest, he said, "The entrance is there, but there is surely a grandmaster martial artist guarding it. As long as you're sure there's spiritual medicine, it's fine. Whatever grandmaster martial artist is in my way, I'll kill them all." Meng Chang grasped the hilt of his blade. "Let's go." Meng Chang headed straight for the forest. Meng Shushu also concealed himself, leisurely following Meng Chang into the forest, his confidence boosted with Meng Chang by his side. "Meng Shushu, you dare to walk right into our trap. Hand over the key." As soon as the two entered the forest, 5 figures appeared, surrounding them. Meng Chang held onto his blade's hilt and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, this place is now mine. Those who are sensible should leave so as to avoid any unpleasantness." A wave of fierce energy surged from his body, exuding a faint golden light as he glared at the 5 black-robed men. For some reason, he found these black-robed men somewhat familiar. "Why would you risk staking your life in this muddy water? Since you dared to, then be prepared to lose your life," one of the black-robed men said in a deep voice. "Kill him." With a wave of his hand, a man in a black robe stepped forward, attacking Meng Chang. "Heh, since you wish for death, I shall grant it to you." Meng Chang smirked. With a flash of his blade, an oppressive presence immediately emerged, commanding the scene. Meng Chang shimmered in a golden light. His formidable Amaterasu golden body was revealed, and he attacked immediately with his earth-shattering slash. With one blow, he took the life of a grandmaster. His invincible aura swept across, disintegrating his opponent into ash. Charged, the remaining men in black were horrified. They hastily united to attack. Nevertheless, Meng Chang did not guard himself, slashing continuously, killing 4 grandmasters in an instant. Thump. Meng Shushu was once again stunned, astonished by brutal prowess of Meng Chang at this moment. "Those are done. Let's go collect the spiritual medicine." After slaying 5 grandmasters without even blinking, Meng Chang turned to Meng Shushu and called him. "Okay." As Meng Shushu prepared to head for the caverns, his face suddenly changed as he looked up. Boom! The surrounding trees were crushed into dust in a second, creating a vacuum. An aura akin to divine might descended. Meng Chang's face changed, a great grandmaster. He asked, then wondered, "Something's wrong, feels a bit weaker." "You're courting death." 3 figures clad in black robes appeared in the sky, led by a man with an intimidating aura like divine might manifesting. Sensing the battle happening here, he hurried over, only to find all 5 grandmasters who were supposed to watch over the place were dead. Angered, he wondered, from where did Meng Shushu bring such powerful reinforcements? With a wave of his hand, he struck down. "Brother Meng, be careful, it's a Quasi Great Grandmaster." Meng Shushu cried out in alarm. Meng Chang's eyebrows lifted. "So it's only a Quasi Great Grandmaster, no wonder it felt weak. The half-cupped water dares to act haughty before me." Meng Chang's body inflated suddenly, his imposing aura growing even more terrifying. It seemed as if wind and thunder surged around him. His unbeatable aura with his blade stirred the surroundings. The light from the blade rushed upwards, charging directly at the Quasi Great Grandmaster. Although not a true Great Grandmaster, he was still immensely strong. Meng Chang did not dare to underestimate him. As the 2 powerhouses fought, Meng Shushu quickly retreated to the side, fearful of being affected, while the other 2 robed men tried to cross over and capture him. But Meng Chang's unbeatable slash forced the Quasi Great Grandmaster back, and with a backhand he slashed at one of the robed men. Oh no, the robed man let out a cry of alarm. With one strike he was immediately killed on the spot. The other robed man turned ashen, hastily retreating in fear. "Daring to be distracted while fighting me." The Quasi Great Grandmaster was burning with rage. Taking advantage of Meng Chang's momentary distraction, he sent a punch rolling forth. His terrifying force, akin to a mountain collapsing, oppressed Meng Chang. Meng Chang punched back. Boom! In the end, he couldn't completely defend against the opponent's attack but weakened its force by 60%. The remaining 40% slammed into him. The radiant Meng Chang merely trembled slightly, completely uninjured. Such a paltry amount of power was still not enough to harm him. The strength of Meng Chang's physical martial arts was displayed at this moment. Quasi Great Grandmaster, so what? Just that. With his eyes shining golden, Meng Chang raised his blade and slashed, launching consecutive earth-shattering slashes. The man in the black robe was horrified. Meng Chang's physical body was so terrifying. With a ferocious look in his eyes, he pulled out a curved blade. Like a terror-filled storm, his blade radiance poured down, intending to overwhelm Meng Chang. Meng Shushu looked up at the horror enveloping above, the terrifying blade light pouring down like a storm. While Meng Chang's figure remained sturdy, his unrivaled and dominating aura surged continuously. A streak of blade light ran across the sky, seeming to shatter the heavens, and thunderously slashed towards the storm like blade light. Boom. The aftermath of the fierce battle raged on. The trees in the dense forest continuously turned into fragments, swept in all directions. The entirety of the sky became a murky gray. The fierce battle continued. The more Meng Chang fought, the stronger he became. Occasionally, when he was attacked and could not fully block it, The energy that poured on his body was absorbed by his formidable physique. A half-step great grandmaster is truly mighty. I am still in the beginner stage of the great sun golden body and cannot overcome him. A shiver ran down Meng Chang's spine. He felt the pressure, but it was also not possible for the opponent to defeat him. If the battle persisted, it would come down to who could outlast who. However, Meng Chang believed that with his great sun golden body, the enemy would not outlast him. At this moment, the black-robed man felt shocked in his heart. With his half-step great grandmaster strength, he was unable to defeat the opponent. Although the opponent could not fully defend against his attacks, as long as he could block 5 or 6/10 of his strength, the remaining attacks were incapable of injuring him. An unprecedented strength was within him. Boom! The fight continued and became even more intense. The black-robed man became ruthless, as terrifying blade lights poured down continually. His figure began to move closer, intending to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Meng Chang. However, Meng Chang wielded one sword after another, and just as he started to draw a bit nearer, he could not advance any further. Meng Chang looked serious, yet not afraid in the slightest. He fully utilized his martial arts, consistently executing the dominant heavenly blade, which seemed to strengthen his dominant sword intent. Every time he blocked only 5 or 6/10 of the black-robed man's power, he allowed the rest to strike his body, utilizing the opponent's attack to refine his great sun golden body. And every time he swung his sword, the black-robed man would have to tread carefully. If he couldn't defend against it and took a hit, it would be lethal. After all, his physical defense was far from being as formidable as Meng Chang's. Boom. After another intense clash, the black-robed man retreated and created a distance. Holding the scimitar, his expression darkened, and he did not continue to attack. Since you have intervened in this matter, do you dare to reveal your identity? The black-robed man spoke coldly. Meng Chang stood with his sword, arrogantly looking at his adversary. His great sun golden body shone brightly, surrounded by an intense heat wave. At this moment, he appeared wild and ferocious, radiating an aura that seemed to dominate the world. What's the matter? If you've intervened in this matter, why do you refuse to reveal your name? If you're too scared to show your real name, I suggest you'd better quit meddling, the black-robed man said coldly. Meng Chang narrowed his eyes, revealing his identity was out of the question. Little sister mentioned that Sword Dao is a top-notch force in the inner domain. Naturally, Brother Zai possesses deterring power. Meng Chang mumbled in his heart. He remembered that Zai Lingfeng had mentioned that in the inner domain, no matter what problem he encountered, he could use his name to get out of trouble. Upon this thought, Meng Chang arrogantly responded, I fear that I might frighten you. Arrogant. The black-robed man snorted, well, I want to see how you are capable of scaring me. If that's the case, listen carefully. Meng Chang thumped his chest and said, I am from Sword Dao Zai Lingfeng, the black-robed man, Meng Shushu. Sword Dao Zai Lingfeng, the so-called most powerful Sword Dao prodigy in 1,000 years. Meng Shushu was stunned. What did Meng Chang mean? Pretending to be Zai Lingfeng, that's Sword Dao's prodigy, the only son of the present sword master Zai Tianheng. Impersonating him is more dangerous than provoking the organization behind the black-robed man, isn't it? Gulp. Meng Shushu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and pondered. After this incident, he should part ways with Meng Chang. Otherwise, one day he might get pursued by Sword Dao, and if he stayed with him, he would inevitably get involved. It's Sword Dao, the #1 swordsman sect in the inner domain. Their power was way beyond his imagination. In terms of influence, maybe it's not on par with Tianbao Pavilion and the 7-star Study Palace, but their strength was no less than either of those. They were recognized in the inner domain among the top 3 most influential forces. The black-robed man also startled, but soon showed a suspicious look. I've heard of Zai Lingfeng of Sword Dao. Still, I've never heard of him being bald. Upon hearing this, Meng Chang reached into his jacket and pulled out a wig and put it on his head. Meng Shushu, the black-robed man. The black-robed man became slightly unsettled. If Sword Dao intervened in this matter, they could only retreat. Although Meng Chang's burly and fierce image did not align with the reported image of Zai Lingfeng, major forces would naturally not advertise the unattractive side or shortcomings of their prodigies. Therefore, discrepancies in appearance could still make sense. Zai Lingfeng, the prodigy of Sword Dao, practices Sword Dao, but you wield a blade. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said. Meng Chang paused for a while, then said, have you considered the possibility that I deliberately use a blade because I don't want others to know my real identity? The black-robed man, after a long silence, regardless of whether the person in front of him was Zai Lingfeng or not, continuing the battle now would not lead to victory. Besides, after a protracted battle, he even suspected that the one who fell in defeat would be himself. Deeply inhaled, declared solemnly, in that case, I take my leave. With a quick motion, he left directly. Meng Chang exhaled a breath, took off the wig and stuffed it into his bosom, grinning broadly. Zai Lingfeng's reputation really comes in handy. It's really powerful as a deterrent. At the same time, he was glad that he had followed Shear's advice to prepare a wig, which could indeed be useful at critical moments. He descended from midair. Since I've scared off the people around here, hurry up and collect the spiritual medicine. Meng Shushu's face was in sorrow. Brother Meng, how could you pretend to be Xiling Feng? He is the prodigy of Sword Cliff, the only son of Great Grandmaster Zai. What's the matter with you? How did I impersonate him? Meng Chong grumbled unhappily. Brother Meng, you are much more robust and sturdy than Xiling Feng. So how would I know? Your appearance is quite different from Xiling Feng. Meng Shushu sighed. Is that so? Meng Chong frowned, touching his head. His appearance truly differed greatly. Hu Shan's physique is also robust. Although not as much as mine, my appearance is more similar to his except for the head. Next time I'll use Hu Shan's name instead, hoping it works as well. Meng Chong thought to himself. He patted Meng Shushu's shoulder. Why are you so edgy? I didn't impersonate anyone, I just borrowed a name, do you understand? Brother Xiling Feng himself agreed to this. Meng Shushu was taken by surprise. You know Xiling Feng? Of course, Meng Chong nodded. Do you know about Hu Shan from the Sword Cliff? He continued to query. Yes, Hu Shan, the Grandmaster of Sword Cliff, is the attendant student of Great Grandmaster Zai, the son of Great Grandmaster Hu Hai, and quite famous. Meng Shushu nodded in agreement. Meng Chong sighed in relief at this, so Hu Shan is also well known. This makes things a lot easier. Next time I'll just use his name, Meng Shushu. After the intense battle, over half of the dense forest was destroyed and half of the tree on the cliff had broken off. Meng Chong and Shushu made it to the front of the stone grotto. Do we get in from here? Meng Chong looked at the stone cave with surprise. Correct, there is a portal inside the cave which can only be opened by a key. If anyone tries to forcefully destroy it, there might be some damage inside. God forbid if there is a rank 6 spiritual medicine inside, the loss would be massive. Meng Shushu explained. This is also why the force where the man in black belonged didn't choose to forcefully break in. There is spiritual medicine here. I'm glad they didn't find it. Excitedly, Meng Shushu arrived next to the large tree, took out his pen, gently scraped off the soil layer by layer with utmost care. Is there spiritual medicine in this soil? Meng Chong was surprised. At a glance, there wasn't even a single weed to be seen, let alone any vines. Meng Shushu picked up a wilted, grayish, thin vine from the ground, barely thicker than a strand of hair, and said, See this. This is an earth spirit vine. Now it's withered. To those who are unfamiliar, this would be an ordinary vine. It only grows during winter when snow covers it. Those who are not aware would simply miss it. While continuing to dig around the earth spirit vine, Meng Shushu added, below this is the rank 8 spiritual medicine, earth spirit root. Now is the best time to harvest earth spirit roots. If the earth spirit vine has grown leaves, then it's not the optimal time for harvest. The medicinal power of the earth spirit root collected during that time would be much less. Meng Chong's eyes lit up. Earth spirit root. On Su Lingxiu's spiritual medicine list, there was an ingredient named earth spirit root. There's some here too. Meng Chong was thrilled. He took a knife and carefully dug down along a thin earth spirit vine. After digging down more than 3 feet, an object that looked like a white yam emerged from the soil. That's the earth spirit root. He carefully unearthed the earth spirit root. It was about 3 inches long, about the size of a thumb, covered with an outer layer that looked like a thin white gown. It looked just like a tender white radish. Brother Meng, be careful. Don't tear the gown of the earth spirit root. Otherwise, without a container for storing the spiritual medicine, if the gown tears, the medicine in the earth spirit root will dissipate. Meng Shushu reminded. Understood. Meng Chong unearthed an earth spirit root and carefully placed it into a bag. Thankfully, the gown of the earth spirit root is thin but tear-resistant. The two of them started digging around the large tree outside the cave and unearthed 8 earth spirit roots. Brother Meng, let's store these away. Meng Shushu handed all the earth spirit roots to Meng Chong. No problem. Meng Chong put the earth spirit roots in a bag and put it in his bosom. Let's go, let's enter the treasure land. Outside the stone cave, they harvested the rank 8 spiritual medicine, earth spirit root. This indicates that the treasure land inside undoubtedly has even higher grade spiritual medicine. Good, Meng Shushu nodded. Just as he entered the stone cave, Meng Chong's expression suddenly changed. 2 figures appeared out of nowhere, a terrifying pressure descending like the wrath of the heavens. The Great Grandmaster, a true Great Grandmaster. Both were dressed in black robes, one of them being the half-step Great Grandmaster who had retreated earlier. The other, also in a black robe, had a face mask, showing only a pair of eyes. He was a real Great Grandmaster. Seeing this Great Grandmaster, Meng Chong's face changed. He finally understood why he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the man in the black robe. This man's attire was almost identical to that of the black-robed Great Grandmaster who had gone to the border wastelands to capture Su Lingxiu. The Great Grandmaster who appeared before him now was dressed just like that Great Grandmaster, exactly the same, without any difference. It's my junior sister's enemy. A chill ran down Meng Chong's spine. He hadn't expected that the force targeting Meng Shushu was his junior sister's enemy. Were they also searching for the spiritual medicine to use against her? So you are Xiling Feng? You can't fool me, the black-robed great grandmaster said coldly. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I am actually Hu Shan from Swordmaster Cliff, Meng Chong said solemnly. HMPH, so what? The black-robed great grandmaster lifted his hand and randomly sent a crushing strike. Run. Meng Chong, having prepared ahead of time, grabbed Meng Shushu by the collar and whisked him away, dodging the strike. Boom! Leaping into the air, he distanced himself in an instant. The furious thundercross movement technique. Meng Chong moved like a bolt of lightning across the sky unbelievably fast. The black-robed great grandmaster snorted angrily. Where do you think you're going? He hurriedly gave chase. Damn it, your life is more valuable than a storage bag. You owe me 2 storage bags, you know. Meng Chong cursed as they fled. Feeling the terrifying power pursuing him from behind, Meng Chong's face paled. He hurriedly slung Meng Shushu over his back to back. Just like this, Meng Shushu ended up facing the great grandmaster who was giving chase. Now Meng Shushu's face turned green. Had he just become a human shield? Boom, that great grandmaster was not slow, but catching up with Meng Chong was easier said than done. He immediately slashed with his knife, a terrifying blade glow instantly slashing through the air towards them. However, due to the distance separating them, the blade glow's power was nearly dissipated when it reached them. But after all, it was a strike from a great grandmaster. Damn it, strike back. Meng Chong did not even turn his head. With one hand holding onto Meng Shushu's collar and the other pulling him onto his back, he fled desperately. Attack. Seeing the blade glow of the great grandmaster approaching, Meng Shushu went pale. He was the first one in its path who really had become a human shield. With all his might, he thrust his hand out, attempting to block the nearly dissipated blade glow. Puff, the blade glow shattered under his strike, but the residual force still slammed into him. Puff, Meng Shushu spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all his internal organs were about to shatter. Damn so, good show, Meng Chong praised him. Using the force from the impact, he increased his speed instantaneously, widening the distance between them and the great grandmaster. Brother Meng, put me in front of you. Meng Shushu gasped for air. Nah, my speed is too high. You might not be able to withstand the strong winds if you were up front. It's safer if you stay on my back, Meng Chong sincerely replied. Meng Shushu's face darkened. Damn, I really have become a human shield. As he watched the great grandmaster closing the distance, his face turned green again. Brother Meng, run faster. If the great grandmaster made a move, he would be the first to face the grandmaster's majesty.